In Baidu Academy, these elders are the ones that you can't provoke the most. If these are given to you to wear small shoes, it will be the end. Of course, these elders won't really have the same knowledge as the juniors, but the small shoes will still cause trouble and delay cultivation. Han Feng is confident that Qing Badian will not take action when he is worried about Elder's issue, which is why Han Feng doesn't care if he offends Qing Badian. As for the next revenge, Han Feng believes that he will already have the ability to contend. You still have to work hard to improve your strength. If there is a real conflict with Qing Badian today, you will only be able to protect yourself with all your strength. Go buy some condensing pills, it should be easier to help with the condensing pills. I hit the extreme realm of the 6-star peak of the ground level. After thinking for a while, Han Feng went directly to the business district. This apprentice should be new here, what do you want? Ningling shop, the largest shop in the commercial area that sells Ningling pill. It is said that the elder behind him has a good relationship with Elder Zishu. At this moment, a senior student recruited by Ningling shop asked Han Feng with a smile. Hello, brother, I want to buy some top-quality condensing pills. The senior student was taken aback when he heard the words, this junior is right? Is it really a top-quality condensing pill? With the junior's points. As a rookie, how many points can I get? Even if it is a newcomer with the title of King of War, it has been more than a month and almost 2 months, how much is left? If you don't go to the Xuanhuan Tower to consume the points, you will be robbed by the old man a lot. Han Feng smiled and said nothing. Senior students also know that they ask too much, so how can they directly ask others how many points they have? After adjusting his mood, the senior student said, a low-grade condensing pill has 5 points, a middle-grade condensing pill has 10 points, a high-grade condensing pill has 20 points, and a top-grade condensing pill has 50 points. I don't know. How many do you want to buy, Junior? Han Feng counted silently in his heart, and immediately said, give me 6 top-quality condensing pills first. Hiss. 6 is 300 points. This rookie apprentice is really rich, and the senior apprentice secretly smacks his tongue. The senior student handed Han Feng a small bottle containing 6 condensing pills. The War King's residence. In the pavilion room, Han Feng sat cross-legged and swallowed the Ningling pill in his mouth. A top-quality condensing pill was swallowed, and the warm energy spread along the limbs. I don't know how long it took, Han Feng took another top-quality condensing pill. After the 3 top-grade condensing pills, Han Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes shining brightly. It has already reached the peak of the 6-star level, and it is not far from the peak limit. According to normal practice, it can be reached in 5 or 6 days. Even if it is at the core of the first floor of the Xingyuan Pagoda, it will be 2 days at most. Now the 3 top-grade condensing pills should naturally hit the peak limit realm. It is a pity that the condensing pills have no side effects, but the effect of the improvement is far less than that of the earth-level pills. There are 3 top-grade condensing pills left. At most, it will make my current real essence more solid, and it will not allow me to break through to the 7th star. It is a waste to take it now, let's stay for now. Wait until you reach the realm of 7 stars on the ground level, and then take the best condensing pill. The thought flashed in his mind. Han Feng entered the Jianshan Fire Tower, and the fire lotus seeds were close to maturity, but not yet. Lin Qingshan is still cultivating and has not awakened. Because Lin Qingshan is in deep retreat, Han Feng is not good to disturb Lin Qingshan now. Tianyuan Lingjue can only be said after Lin Qingshan wakes up. The only thing that can be cultivated now is to temper the body and spirit. Fortunately, I bought some top-grade spirit stones when I came back, otherwise it would really not be enough to consume. The price of Lingshire in academies is far more than Han Feng thinks about. 1 point can be exchanged for a high-grade spiritual stone, and a top-grade high-grade spiritual stone is only 5 points for one piece. With Lingshire, Han Feng immediately refined it and transported it to Lingquan space. After refining the first-class death fruit and death flower into the source liquid, Han Feng began to refine it. 2 days later, Han Feng's physical fitness and mental strength successfully tempered a breakthrough and reached the 8-star level. 4 days later, it was promoted to the peak level of 8 stars. At this time, Han Feng had already sensed the bottleneck of 6 stars impacting 7 stars. If you go to the Xuanhuan pagoda now, it will definitely take a long time to break through with the help of holy power. After thinking about it, Han Feng did not go immediately, but first cultivated the wings of the blue dragon, and quickly cultivated it to the perfect state in the House of Time. Now, there are only 5 days left until the end of the month. There are several entrances to the Xuanhuan pagoda, and Han Feng chose the previous entrance. Anyway, they are all acquaintances. This time, Han Feng knew the surnames of these deacons. The deacon who had spoken to Han Feng at the beginning was surnamed Du, known as Deacon Du. Han Feng, you are going to the 2nd floor this time? Deacon Du was surprised. Han Feng nodded. Yes, I want to use the holy power of the 2nd layer to break through to the 7 stars in one fell swoop. Have you already touched that bottleneck? Deacon Du opened his mouth wide. He had only left for 10 days before and after, and this improvement was too fast. If it is 5-star breakthrough 6-star bottleneck, even 7-star breakthrough to 8-star bottleneck, Deacon Du would not be so surprised. But the 6-star breakthrough to the 7-star, that is the gap between the midterm and the late stage. Once it enters the late stage, the subsequent 8-star and 9-star breakthrough will not be so difficult until it reaches the peak of the 9-star. Han Feng nodded again. Deacon Du smiled bitterly. No wonder he is one of the few people that newcomers can't provoke. These days, it was enough for these deacons to learn about Han Feng's information. Confidence, but you have to think clearly. The 2nd layer of holy power requires more physical strength. Why don't you go to the Tower of the Gods to temper your body? Or go to the Mirror of Death to find the fruit of death, that is also very good for tempering your body useful. Seeing this, Han Feng knew that he had to show his physical fitness. Deacon Du, will you test my physical strength? Han Feng stepped forward and stretched out his hand. The strength of this body is different from the cultivation base. Even the strongest of the heavens cannot easily sense the strength of the body, and can only sense a general situation. It was precisely because he could only sense an outline that Deacon Du did not directly block him, but rather euphemistically shaped his body. In Deacon Du's general perception, Han Feng's physical strength is barely at the late stage. Deacon Du approached Han Feng's arm, sensed it carefully, and took a deep breath for a moment. The 8-star peak on the ground level, no wonder. In this case, this deacon has no reason to stop you. I have set a mark for you. I wish you a successful breakthrough. Han Feng took back the gold medal of the King of War with a smile, handed over to Deacon Du, and stepped into the teleportation formation. It's incredible. After Meng Yaqing and Zhang Fuyu, it seems that there will be newcomers on the Tongtian list soon. Among the previous newcomers, these 3 are the fastest. Deacon Du was amazed. The rest of the deacons agreed, and suddenly, a deacon said, it's not just Han Feng, the 2 guys who entered the 1st floor of the Xuanhuan pagoda yesterday are not bad. It has reached the initial stage of the 7 stars of the Earth rank. I remember, the 2 seem to be brothers, called Shirtai Shijun. The 2nd floor of Xuanhuan Tower. Just after being teleported here, Han Feng felt the difference in the holy power in the sky. Taking a deep breath, the holy power here is indeed stronger than the 1st layer. Looking at this, it doesn't take half a day to break through to the 7-star realm, and after half a day, the 7-star realm can be stabilized. Now there are not many points, and it takes 200 points. Almost. Spreading the wings of the blue dragon, Han Feng flew to the central core of the 2nd floor. Before he arrived, Han Feng had already felt more than 20 strong aura fluctuations in the central core, and these auras shot straight into the sky, blocking the entry of others. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Is this someone who doesn't want to take advantage of a low cultivation base? After thinking a little, Han Feng guessed the whole story. The holy power on the second floor of the Xuanhuan pagoda is already extremely strong. These powerhouses are as high as 9 stars, and even 10-star powerhouses are naturally unwilling to divide these rich holy powers with them. In short, if you want to cultivate here, you must have the corresponding strength qualifications, otherwise, you will stay where you can stay as soon as possible. Approaching the intersection of these imposing manners, Han Feng struggled, and even the flapping of the wings of the blue dragon became difficult. At the same time that Han Feng rushed into these auras, more than 20 masters who were practicing in the central core had already woken up one after another. Feeling that the other party was only a 6-star cultivation base, these people couldn't help but sneer. I want to absorb the holy power here in the 6-star district. It's just a dream. Get back. Go to hell. A breath of aura surged, and suddenly rushed towards Han Feng, like a ferocious beast. Skyfire battle body, congeal. Kanglin Xuanhuan, fusion. Skyfire armor, congeal. The breath soared to the pinnacle of the 9-star level in an instant, and the aura that was incomparably huge to Han Feng instantly shrank from a giant tiger to a weak rabbit. What? The breath has improved so much at once. Since he has such a breath, he is qualified. A group of strong people were surprised, or puzzled, or shocked, or snorted. But all the strong men withdrew their momentum. Han Feng has already used his breath to show that he is fully qualified to occupy a place here. Withdrawing the wings of the blue dragon, Han Feng landed somewhere in the central core, and at the same time withdrew the Kanglin Xuanhuan and Tianhua battle bodies, and the breath instantly weakened to the 6-star level. If anyone walks by here, they will find you a very strange scene. More than 20 terrifying auras rose into the sky, and there was a weak and windy aura among them, but none of the surrounding terrifying auras were rejected. After a long while, an 8-star powerhouse on the ground level passed by and exclaimed, "There is such a low aura. Could it be that the powerhouses with the 9-star and 10-star level on the ground level allowed the weak to enter?" With such a strange fire, the 8-star powerhouse on the ground level rushed over in an instant, with a look of excitement. He is already a mid-level 8-star limit cultivation base. If he cultivates in the periphery of the second floor of the St. Yuan Pagoda, it will take at least a few days to break through, but if he enters the central core, it will take no more than 2 days, or even just 1 day. Can break through. Boom. Not good. The 8-star powerhouse on the ground level just approached, and the terrifying aura instantly turned into a ferocious monster and roared. Puff. Wow. The 8-star man on the ground level was instantly smashed into the air, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and fled in a hurry. It's a cheater, it's definitely a cheater. The man looked sad and indignant. He sensed that the terror behind him had not dissipated, and he had a tendency to continue attacking. More than 20 strong men snorted, and then helplessly looked at the tiny breath in the sky. If it weren't for this breath, how could there be such an extra thing to disturb their cultivation? Han Feng doesn't know what's going on outside yet. At this time, Han Feng has fallen into deep cultivation. The rich holy energy in the sky poured into Han Feng's body in a storm. Relying on the physical strength as high as the 8-star level and the mental strength of the 8-star level, Han Feng easily endured it. Spiritual power firmly suppresses these holy powers and prevents holy power from rioting. When the body gradually feels the limit force, Han Feng immediately cancelled the absorption of the holy power in the sky. A stream of holy energy flowed in the body, and the Han Feng Jiao Yan Yi Huiju worked frantically. Time passed by unwittingly. Half a day later, the aura surrounding Han Feng's body suddenly intensified. A powerful breath rose into the sky. Breakthrough? So fast. Previously, the 6th level 6 star has an aura that is not weaker than ours, and now it breaks through, once it erupts. Who is this man? Han Feng's suddenly soaring breath attracted the attention of all the powerhouses. They are willing to make friends, but they are worried that the other party has just made a breakthrough, and it is easy to misunderstand when they go there. These people still give up. Slowly restraining his breath, Han Feng was so excited that he almost screamed. Breakthrough, finally breakthrough. From the 6-star breakthrough to the 7-star, he finally entered the late-level realm. In the late stage of the Earth, it has only been nearly 2 months since entering the academy, but it has increased by 5 stars. 5 stars, how shocking it would be to spread out such a speed. Especially in the Great Jin Kingdom, such a speed is likely to shake the entire country upside down. This is an Earth rank, not a human rank, nor an ordinary rank. For the Great Jin Kingdom, no matter how many geniuses spend several years on the Earth rank, they may not be able to break through to the later stage of the Earth rank. And he only spent nearly 2 months. Breaking through to the late stage, my combat power will be further enhanced. Don't be in a hurry, let's stabilize the initial stage of the 7 stars first. After the silence fell, Han Feng fell into deep cultivation again, and the cultivation realm stabilized at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other side of the 2nd floor of the Xuanhuan pagoda, 2 figures quickly flew through the sky. Bonxiong, TSK, TSK, I really didn't expect you to be overtaken by the newcomers so quickly. One of them laughed at the other. Banxiong's face was ugly. I underestimated that kid. I knew that kid grew up so fast. Back then. Having said this, the man who had ridiculed Bonxiong before also turned solemn. Han Feng is the second, that bitch named Meng Yaqing and the bastard Zhan Fu. You are too terrifying. How long has it been before one hit the top of the Tong Tian list 100? One is approaching the top 100. Compared with these 2 people, the threat of that kid named Han Feng has been greatly reduced. But since I know that this kid will be a strong enemy sooner or later, it is naturally better to get rid of it as soon as possible. Nantian, you are right. When I meet that kid next time, I will immediately report the information to those Tian gang level powerhouses. It would be better for them to take action. Banxiong nodded. Hisu Tian gang powerhouse shot. If I meet that kid, I will let him taste the power of our Earthsha powerhouse. Nan Tian's voice became high, and he was very dissatisfied with Bonxiong. Don't compare me to you, it's just the bottom of the Earthsha powerhouses, and I am the top, and I'm only half a step away from the Earth rank 10 stars. Banxiong's face instantly turned gloomy. If he hadn't worried that Nan Tian would break through to the 10-star level in the near future, Banxiong would have scolded him long ago. To endure this sigh, Banxiong counted it on Han Feng's head. When you meet that kid, I'll see how you deal with him. Banxiong sneered inwardly and kept his mouth shut. Soon, the 2 came to the core of the 2nd floor of the Xuanhuan pagoda. One of the 2 came here to stabilize the mid-level 9-star realm, and the other was to attack the 10-star level. Huh? Why is one of the breaths so weak? Only the 7-star level of the Earth. The 2 frowned, full of confusion. The corner of Nan Tian's mouth twitched. Just go and have a look. If you occupy a good position, you can grab it. At the same central core, the concentration of holy energy is also high and low. After all, holy energy is constantly surging, not stagnant. Today this place may be the area with the highest concentration of holy energy in the central core, and tomorrow this place may be the area with the lowest concentration of holy energy. Nan Tian flew first, and Banxiong followed with curiosity. As the strong men of Jingyantan, the 2 were not worried about being hostile to each other because they affected each other. Among the old people, few dared to do so. Individual. The powerhouses of Jingyantan are just so crazy. The third one. Jingyantang has been occupying the first power in the outer courtyard for several years, and occupying the first position of the outer courtyard for a long time has made many strong people in Jingyantang become arrogant. The two flew to the vicinity of Han Feng one after the other, and the moment their eyes focused on Han Feng, Ban Xiong's expression changed greatly. "It's you. You actually." Thinking that in just a few days, it took about 10 days to break through from the 6-star level to the 7-star level. This speed is really terrifying. At this time, Ban Xiong was shocked and scared. Han Feng's growth rate is no worse than Zhang Fuyu and Meng Yaqing, or even better. If this child continues to grow, in the future, isn't it just a mere 7-star? Looking at your appearance, maybe you know him. Wait, could it be? Nan Tian's expression also changed. "It's you again." Han Feng frowned and stood up, the wings of the blue dragon spread out, and suddenly flew into the sky, staring at Ban Xiong coldly. Looking at Nan Tian with caution. Ban Xiong is a strong man in Jingyantang. This strange man can fly with Ban Xiong, and most likely he is a strong man in Jingyantang. The two Jingyantang powerhouses joined forces, and Han Feng did not dare to be careless. "Is your kid Han Feng?" Nan Tian asked subconsciously despite speculation. Having never fought with Han Feng personally, Nan Tian always subconsciously underestimated the Han Feng that Ban Xiong said. He is already at the peak of the 9-star level, and he is only one step away from the 10-star level, but Ban Xiong has only just broken through. It will not be long before the middle stage of the 9 stars. The characters that are difficult for Ban Xiong are not necessarily for him. But now if this kid is really Han Feng, Nan Tian has to admit that he really underestimated the other party. It is not an ordinary role to be able to cross the bottlenecks of the middle and late stages in a short time. "You are?" Han Feng asked back. Nan Tian smiled coldly. "Nan Tian, one of the 72 earth demons of Jingyun Hall. Since you are Han Feng, then die." As soon as the voice fell, Nan Tian grabbed it with a single claw. Indistinctly, a wolf howl rose into the sky. "Humph, heavenly fire fighting fist." Han Feng punched out without hesitation. A punch that surpassed the level of high-level martial arts, making Han Feng's blow far surpass the level of 7 stars on the ground, approaching 8 stars on the ground. Bang! A wave of air waves swept away, the wolf howl abruptly stopped, and the flames splashed. Han Feng also had to fly quickly behind, because of the aura shock. "Before, I just made a random move, and I didn't even use my martial arts. What can make Ban Xiong suffer a big loss should be more than that. If you have any skills, come out, or I'm afraid you will die." Nan Tianling ran road. These two people are the 72 earth demons Ban Xiong and Nan Tian of Jingyantang, and they actually fought with the previous person. Listen to these two people, that person's name is Han Feng? Han Feng? Isn't that the famous one among the newcomers? It is said that 2 of the newcomers have already entered the Tongtian list, and their rankings are still. This year's newcomers are really scary. How can there be such a horrible newcomer in the past? It's no wonder that this son has such a strong power in the 6-star peak of the Earth rank before. Humph, Jingyantang is used to being arrogant. This time, there are several new people like this. I'm afraid those people in Jingyantang have already panicked. Bar. A group of strong people talked a lot, with Schadenfreude on Jingyantang. In the sky, Nanchan's breath is rising, the Wolf King has changed. Nan Tian instantly transformed into a purple-haired werewolf, with a height of more than 3 meters, and a pair of blood-red pupils exuded endless killing intent. Nan Tian's aura didn't stop until he reached the top 10-star level. Han Feng frowned slightly. Just such a little improvement? Or is there another trump card? No matter what, Han Feng had to deal with it carefully in the face of Nan Tian at the moment. Skyfire Battle Body, Skyfire Armor, Congeal. Kanglin Xuanhuan, Fusion. Boom. The blue flame devoured Han Feng like a storm, and the flame dissipated, revealing the flame giant in blue flame armor. At this moment, Han Feng's cultivation level surpassed the pinnacle level of 9 stars on the ground level, but he did not rise to 10 stars on the ground level. The further you go, the less you can increase it. This is not because the power of the increase is weakened, but the gap between each star increases. Can the gap between 10 stars and 11 stars be the same as the gap between 11 stars and 12 stars? Cut, that's all? Bonxiong, you are really bad enough to lose to such a small character. Nan Tian felt Han Feng's huge increase, and his blood-red pupils flashed a dignified look, but his mouth was dignified. In the middle, he kept mocking Bonxiong. Bonxiong did not answer with a cold face. Don't just talk about others, you are not much better than Bonxiong? Han Feng was sarcastic. Nantian Wolf's mouth grimaced. Boy, as Bonxiong said, he is extremely arrogant, let me use wolf claws to completely smash you today. Blood fury. As if 100 giant wolves roared, Nantian grabbed his claws in the air, and the blood-red half-moon attack burst out one after another, as many as hundreds. Fusion, heavenly flame demon smashing. Boom. Boom. Han Feng's right arm turned into a giant sword and slashed, as if an endless barrier had formed in the air, completely blocking these blood-red attacks. A power that is close to the perfect level of top-level top-grade martial arts? Nanshan's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. Although this blood rage is one of the Wolf King's transformation tactics, it is only equivalent to an ordinary top-grade martial arts level. In other words, the greatest explosive power of the blood rage at this moment is only ordinary. The peak of the 11-star level. And Han Feng displayed the formidable power that is close to the perfection of the top-level top-grade level, and the explosive power is no weaker than Nanshan's blood rage. Sure enough, there is a set, no wonder you can force Bonxiong into a mess. Boy, try this trick from me. Wolf King Claw attack. Oh. At this moment, the howls of tens of thousands of giant wolves resounded for thousands of miles. With a wave of Nantian wolf claws, Han Feng only felt that a huge change had taken place around him. He seemed to be in an endless starry sky. A terrifying giant wolf with a height of thousands of meters roared, and a ferocious breath was like a heavy wave, coming towards him one after another, as if to annihilate him. Facing such a terrifying giant wolf, Rauscher Han Feng also felt a burst of heart palpitations. Skyfire Fighting Fist, Fusion. At this point, Han Feng broke out the strongest blow with his bare hands, without hesitation. After the fusion of the Kanglin Xuanhuan, the power of the Skyfire Fighting Fist has already surpassed the top-grade level. The kilometer giant wave seemed to sense some danger. In the endless void, a sky-shattering giant suddenly appeared. The giant slammed it down with a punch, and the blue flame turned into a sea of fire and spread away. Boom! The giant wolf and the fist of flame collided fiercely, and the entire space trembled faintly, and a wave of terrifying fluctuations rose into the sky and charged towards the surroundings. The faces of the many powerhouses who were still cultivating changed greatly, and they flew into the distance without hesitation. Under such fluctuations, they could easily cause serious injuries if they were not careful. With the same 9-star rank, their combat power may not be comparable to those of these Jingyantang Earthshade powerhouses. Especially a character like Nan Tian, who is only half a step away from the Tiangang powerhouse. There are only a few 10 stars on the ground level, and the powerhouses after the 150th place on the Tongtian list don't want to make trouble for nothing, just like those 9 stars on the ground level. Bonxiong's expression changed in the distance. Tai. That's right, this kid's strength has broken through to 7 stars. And it's not surprising to be able to tie with Nantian Station, not to mention that Nantian has not displayed his real power. Nantian, but he has the experience of attacking and killing a strong person on the Tongtian list. Although it was unexpected, it is enough to explain the strength of Nan Tian. As far as I know, this kid's strongest move should be this. If this kid doesn't have a stronger trump card, the winner of today's battle will be Nan Tian. But the last battle made me suspect that this kid still has. If you have a stronger hole card, let me see, is my guess true? Ban Xiong thought with a gloomy expression. Sure enough, but... Seeing that his attack was blocked, a strange smile appeared on the corner of Nan Tian's mouth. Suddenly, the southern sky werewolf's body and limbs stepped on the sky, like a real giant wolf. An ear-piercing wolf howl that shook the space roared. Wolf King roars. A stream of sound * movement, densely spread to all directions, and penetrated everywhere. This sound is not stronger than the Wolf King's angry claw attack, but at this moment when Han Feng and the Wolf King's angry claw attack are at a stalemate, such a sonic attack has a crucial effect. Puff. Han Feng was trying hard to resist the Wolf King's angry claw attack. He was attacked by such a sound wave, and he immediately vomited blood, his head was dizzy, and the strength of his fist was weakened. The next moment, the Wolf King's angry claw attack had hit Han Feng severely. Bang bang. Click. In an instant, the blue flame armor on Han Feng's shoulders, chest and abdomen shattered, and Han Feng's entire body fell to the ground like a cannonball. With a loud bang, the golden earth was smashed into a huge pit with a radius of several hundred meters. Han Feng lay in the center and the lowest part of the giant pit, only to feel pain all over his body, as if his bones were about to shatter. It's so strong. For the first time, Han Feng fully realized the power of the 72 Earthshakers of Jingyanting. Could it be that Ban Xiong is really so useless among the Earthsha powerhouses? Where does Han Feng know that Nan Tian may not have the strongest attack power among the 72 Earth demons, but it is enough to rank in the top 5? Coupled with the Wolf King's claws and the Wolf King's roar, a person without defense will suffer heavy losses by accident, and Nan Tian is not weaker than the top 5 in the 72 Earth shackles. No matter how talented he is, it can be said that he is the strongest among the 72 Earth shackles. In the sky, Nan Tian raised his eyebrows. However, Ban Xiong, you can collect his corpse. With the level of attack at that time, this child should not have time to use the imprint to send it out. Ban Xiong frowned. Is he really dead? Ban Xiong didn't think Nan Tian would succeed so easily. Sure enough, as soon as the idea of Ban Xiong fell, a blue flame rose into the sky and annihilated from the sky. In the sky, Han Feng's rather embarrassed figure was exposed. Not dead. Nan Tian's face became gloomy, his eyes fell on the blue flame armor on Han Feng's body. Nan Tian whispered to himself, is it because of this armor? This defensive martial arts level is not low. Even the Wolf King's roar did not cause him to be seriously injured, and his mental strength is estimated to be not low, at least 8 stars. Next, if I want to use the Wolf King's claw attack and the Wolf King's roar to attack, the effect is probably not great. Well, since that's the case, it's time to use that. Raising his head, Nan Tian stared at Han Feng. Han Feng, being able to die under my innate ability, your death is already well worth it. Talent ability. Han Feng was in a tight mood, and sure enough, he still had a stronger hole card. Talent Wolf King Fury Clone. Ow! Waves of wolf roars resounded, and in Han Feng's shocked gaze, Nan Tian's figure flickered, and 4 clones appeared. Together with Nan Tian's body, there were a total of 5 werewolves appearing in front of Han Feng. Looking at the breadth of these clones, all of them have the combat power of Nan Tian itself. Nanshan's strongest attack is already close to the peak limit of ordinary 12 stars. With these 4 avatars, the overall strength is probably not as good as the peak limit of the ordinary 12-star rank, and it must be vaguely beyond the rank of the rank. However, it is definitely not as good as the powerhouses on the Tongtian ranking who surpassed the level of combat power. Empty-handed. I'm afraid I won't be able to win, then. With a wave of his hand, the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife appeared in Han Feng's hand, and the thick bloody smell spread out, and the faces of Nan Tian and others suddenly changed. With such a strong bloody smell, how many people have to be killed to gather? Or, this is the breath of the knife itself. After the shock, Nan Tian quickly calmed down. If it was really the bloody smell of Han Feng, it would never have leaked until now, so it can only be the latter. This made Nan Tian breathe a sigh of relief. If Han Feng had a bloody aura, then Han Feng would definitely be a crazy murderer. For such a person, even if he surpassed his cultivation, he could not easily provoke him. Sure enough, there is a stronger whole card. Ban Xiong was very fortunate. Fortunately, that day he found out that he was wrong and immediately teleported away, otherwise he might have perished that day. The rest of the powerhouses who have to wait and see from a distance are very interested. I thought that Han Feng was going to be killed, but I didn't expect things to change in the end. Some of the powerhouses thought of something else. This newcomer is not easy to mess with. If possible, we must let the Hall Master befriend him. Maybe it won't take long. With the help of these newcomers, the forces of Jingyantang will be in the outer court. It has been greatly reduced. Many of the powerhouses here are powerful powerhouses who are overlords of the outer court. Wolf King Claw attack. The 5 giant wolves roared in the sky, their icy eyes fixed on Han Feng. If Ban Xiong was here, he would have been so scared that he would have stiffened, but Han Feng was different. With the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife in hand, the strong smell of blood made Han Feng also stained with bloodthirsty. Under such influence, the imposing oppression brought by the 5 giant wolves has long since disappeared. Blood-drinking Huanglong to kill. Huanglong burst out of the sky, entangled with the 5 giant wolves. The giant wolf's wolf claws kept tearing apart the yellow dragon, and the wolf's mouth kept biting. But Huanglong was not bad either, biting at one of the giant wolf clones and biting off its head in one bite. The giant wolf turned into a sky full of stars and disappeared. 1, 2, 3. Soon, only a giant wolf and a giant wave clone remained. Huanglong suddenly screamed. It turned out that when Huanglong was biting the giant wolf, his body was also torn apart by the giant wolf. After a while, Huanglong's entire body seemed to be dissected, with a huge opening in his abdomen, and the wound continued to dissipate as energy. But at this moment, before Nan Tian could smile, Huanglong's entire body shattered, the dense bloody blade slashed toward the giant wolf, and the giant wolf let out a shrill scream, and was completely shattered under such a split. The scattered energy returns to the earth. On the ground, nearly 10,000 meters in radius are also dilapidated cracks. It's a tie again. Nan Tian couldn't calm down this time. He was able to calm down before, because he had stronger tricks and didn't use them. But now, he really used all his abilities, but he still couldn't get Han Feng. Ban Xiong is an extremely arrogant guy, and he immediately teleported and fled when he realized that he was wrong. Nan Tian glanced away and cursed in his heart. Realizing Han Feng's difficulty, Nan Tian also prepared to leave. As for Han Feng, he has his own Tian Gang powerhouse to clean up. Want to run? How easy is it? Blood-drinking yellow dragon destroyed. Larger than before, the bloody smell was stronger, and the more ferocious Huanglong roared out. Damn, the Wolf King's claw attack. Nan Tian was about to activate the imprint, and when he saw the Huanglong attack, he was afraid that he would fall before it could be activated, so he immediately ordered the 4 clones to attack. It's just 4 giant wolves cloned, how can it be against the bloody yellow dragon launched by the blood-drinking yellow dragon annihilation? With just 1 bite and 1 swipe of the dragon's tail, among the 4 giant wolf clones, the 3 giant wolf clones were completely destroyed. Nan Tian was even more horrified when he saw Huanglong's such a valiant blow. Suddenly, Nan Tian was overjoyed, and the imprint was activated. When the yellow dragon attacked, hunted and killed the last giant wolf clone, and strangled the remaining 4 Nantian clones. The blue teleportation light had already enveloped Nantian. With a flash of blue light, Nantian was completely teleported out. Huang Long took a bite of the air and roared up to the sky. Han Feng wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, but his body was still in pain. In the end, he still escaped, but the monk can't escape the temple. As long as he spends one day in the outer courtyard, he will fight again, sooner or later. At that time, Han Feng's eyes flashed fiercely. Looking around, everyone's expressions froze. Han Feng's strength is too strong. As a newcomer, only the cultivation base of the 7 stars of the Earth level, the attack power has exceeded the level of the Earth level, and it is very close to the Tongtian list. Ranked 200th on the Tongtian list, if you despise it, you might lose. Such a character, like Meng Yaqing and Zhang Fuyu, was already unstoppable when he rose, and they would not want to be an enemy of such a character. Jing Yantang was used to being arrogant, and it was also because of Long Shoukong that he was the mortal enemy of these people from the beginning. Otherwise, Jing Yantang would not want to be an enemy of such newcomers. In the face of such a powerful figure, most of the strong people dare not look directly at Han Feng. Lingqiao Garden. 3rd. Except for most of them, there are still a few who look at Han Feng, but their eyes are full of goodwill. Han Feng was sure that these people would not take advantage of the fire to rob, and smiled back, and landed to recover from the injury. Outside, Nan Tian, who had just been sent out, was destroyed because of his clone, and he immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was ugly and pale. This avatar is said to be an avatar, which seems to have little to do with the main body, but it is actually completely different. Ordinary clones do not have much to do with the main body, but ordinary clones only have 1 or 2 powers of the body. The avatar of the Wolf King's Fury avatar has full combat power, which is not comparable to ordinary avatars. Therefore, if the Wolf King's Fury clone is destroyed, the main body will inevitably suffer backlash. This is the price that the Wolf King's Fury clone has to pay for having the main body * into combat power. Several deacons were shocked to see Nan Tian like this. But they have nothing to do with Nan Tian, so they didn't ask too much. Nan Tian left in embarrassment, and glanced at Ban Xiong coldly. You escaped quite fast. Ban Xiong showed a touch of embarrassment, and then snorted coldly, didn't you say that you can easily get rid of that kid? Come down. Nan Tian's face became more and more ugly. Both of them snorted coldly before they both left, ready to tell the hall master about Han Feng's news. These newcomers can't be allowed to grow anymore, something has to be done. Half a day later, under the infusion of holy energy, Han Feng's injuries recovered 7 to 88, and the initial stage of the 7 stars on the ground level was completely stabilized. The next step was the initial limit, and then it broke through to the middle stage. Han Feng believes that one more day of cultivation in Xuanhuan Pagoda will definitely be able to break through to the mid-level 7-star realm. But firstly, there are not many points left, and secondly, the people who came to Jingyantang already know that he is here, and it is very easy for him to stay here again. If Jingyantang sent a Tiangong-level powerhouse with 11 or 2 stars, even if he had the blood-drinking yellow dragon saber, he would not be an opponent. Therefore, after the recovery of the cultivation base was also smooth and stable, Han Feng immediately left the Xuanhuan Pagoda. Jingyantang. The head of Jingyun Hall learned everything after leaving the customs, and his expression was uncertain. The good mood for further cultivation is gone. Long Shoukong, who was on the side, hated even more. Damn, 1 or 2 surpassed me. Nearly 2 months ago, he had just entered the Baidu Academy. He was already a 4-star, and Han Feng was only a mere 2-star. A month later, he successfully broke through to the peak of the 5-star level, and the other party even reached the 5-star level of the ground. But now he is only able to reach the peak of the 6-star level, but the opponent is already a late-level warrior, and has already surpassed him. What kind of luck did Wang Qingsong's remnant have to meet so many difficult characters and helpers? Long Shoukong's face was hideous. We can't go on like this, we must take action. Long Shoukong roared. The hall master of Jingyantang glanced at Long Shoukong, and his heart was filled with disgust. If it weren't for this guy, how could they have made enmity with such a difficult newcomer in Jingyantang? However, since the matter has come to this point, the hall master of Jingyun Hall has nothing to say, and waved his hand. Go and see if that kid is still in the Xuanhuan Tower. If he is, he will directly kill him. Also, it's time for us to take action for others. Yes. When the group returned, the head of Jingyun Hall looked regretful. Forget it, since that kid has left the Xingyuan Pagoda, let him go for the time being, and find opportunities to deal with others these days. As for that Han Feng, sooner or later we will clean him up. In the residence area of the King of War, in the pavilion, Han Feng swallowed 3 top-grade condensing pills one after another, and the cultivation base of the initial 7-star level was further improved, and it was not far from the initial limit of the ground level. Dodging into the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, Han Feng showed a happy expression. The fire lotus seeds have finally matured again. Refining these fire lotus seeds into the source liquid, Han Feng used it on the 4 inheritance martial arts. A few days later, the 4 major inheritance martial arts successfully broke through to the 9th realm, but at this level, the 4 major inheritance martial arts need more fire lotus seeds if they want to go further, so the fire lotus seeds are exhausted, and the 4 inheritance martial arts have not improved to the 9th peak. The 4 great inherited martial skills have been upgraded to the 9th level, and their formidable power is even greater after integrating with the Kanglin Profound Fire. Even if I haven't made much progress in my cultivation now, my overall strength is still much stronger. If I fight that Nantian again now, I'll be able to compete with the Yellow Dragon Sword without blood. The next time the fire lotus seeds mature, after nearly 20 days, the next time is the time to hit the 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art. Aurora Sacred Flame, I really look forward to it. Han Feng grinned. After breaking through to the late stage of the cultivation base, the energy in the fire attribute earth-level magic core can continue to be refined. Unfortunately, tomorrow is the day to guard the Lingqiao Garden. Han Feng did not continue to cultivate, but took a good rest for the night. The next day, Han Feng received this month's resources and immediately went to Lingqiao Garden. On the way, Han Feng's footsteps stagnated. I've been following for so long, but I haven't come out yet. Jia, worthy of being a newcomer Han Feng, he is really powerful, but it's a pity that you have provoked Qin Boshan's boss. Today you have suffered. A yellow messy short-haired man came out from behind, while the other was a white long-haired man. Both of them looked at Han Feng with a playful look. Qin Badian? Sure enough, it's him. Han Feng had a look he knew for a long time. The yellow-haired man didn't see Han Feng's flustered expression, so he couldn't help being a little dissatisfied. It's just that he has the power to compete with Bonxiong. Do you really think that he is great? The information of the yellow-haired man was obviously very backward, and he didn't know the news of Han Feng's defeat of Bonxiong and Nantian. Han Feng thought about it and understood. Jingyantang would definitely not tell such a shameful thing, and those who saw it that day were unwilling to say that they would be revenged by Jingyantang, so the situation at Xingyuan Pagoda that day was not reported at all. No wonder this yellow hair is so arrogant. Han Feng didn't feel any crisis from Huang Mao. Han Feng estimated that Huang Mao was worse than Bonxiong. The white-haired youth on the other side made Han Feng feel a little threatened, and it was estimated that he was stronger than Ban Xiong, but it was limited. Song Liao, Qiao Shaoshi, what are you two doing? At this time, a cold drink came from not far from Han Feng, and Yu Zhangkue walked over slowly. Yu Zhangkue. Song Liao and Qiao Shaoshi's expressions became solemn. Yu Zhangkui belongs to the characters of the same level who are not outstanding in combat effectiveness, but no matter how outstanding, he is also the powerhouse on the Tongtian list, and he is definitely not comparable to them. Good luck. Song Liao said viciously, and he and Qiu Shaoshi both left. Han Feng turned around with a smile and cupped his hands. Thank you, senior brother Yu, for your rescue. But he pouted and meddled in his own business. The mere 2 rank 9 stars, with his current ability, are enough to deal with easily. Moreover, Han Feng felt a little doubt in his heart. It was a coincidence that Yu Zhangkui appeared. It seemed that he had already been waiting here. That's all. There are many coincidences, and Han Feng will not doubt Yu Zhangkui because of this. But just before the end of the assessment, Han Feng felt a sense of disobedience from Yu Zhangkui. This feeling made Han Feng vigilant against Yu Zhangkui. Today's incident is precisely because of such vigilance. Let Han Feng immediately suspect Yu Zhangkui. Furthermore, since Song Liao and Qiu Shaoshi were following Qin Boshan's orders to make trouble, and they retreated too neatly, aren't they afraid of Qin Badian scolding them? And, why didn't Qin Badian take action himself? No matter what he thought in his heart, Han Feng was grateful. Yu Zhangkui smiled warmly, where, everyone is a guardian of the spirit grass, and they should help each other. If I want to go to the Xingyuan Pagoda to practice in the future, Ling Tian will ask you for help. Han Feng patted his chest and abdomen. How difficult is this? As long as senior brother Yu explains it, I will definitely follow. Elder Zishu may have been waiting for a long time. Let's not waste any more time, please. Yu Zhangkui made a gesture of invitation. Please. Han Feng also asked Yu Zhangkui to walk in front. Yu Zhangkui smiled and was no longer humble. On the way, the atmosphere of the conversation between the two was quite harmonious, but what the two thought in their hearts, only each of them knew. I hope I've thought about it too much. Otherwise, as long as I want to be unfavorable to me, I can only fight back. Soon, the two reached their destination. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The barrier opened, and Deacon Liu said to the two with a smile. I'm sorry, Deacon Liu. Han Feng laughed. Deacon Liu led the two to the location of the previous assessment. Elder Zishu, someone has brought it here. Okay, back off. Yes. Deacon Liu stepped back and closed the door. Little guy, the strength improvement is not bad. Elder Zishu glanced at Han Feng, stunned slightly, and then smiled. It's all thanks to you, Elder. Han Feng smiled. Humph, the old man still doesn't have the ability to let the old man's blessing help you break through. Elder Zishu rolled his eyes. Han Feng suddenly choked. Okay, come with the old man. With a wave of Elder Zishu's sleeves, Han Feng and Yu Zhangkui were surrounded by an irresistible force, and in the next moment, both sides disappeared into the room instantly. There are already 3 people waiting here in the vast spiritual field. The space was distorted for a while, and the 3 elders Zishu suddenly condensed. See Elder Zishu. The 3 bowed respectfully. Get up. Han Feng, Yu Zhangkui, these 3 are the same guards of the spirit grass as you. The first sentence was directed at the 3, and the latter was directed at Han Feng and Yu Zhangkui. Elder Zishu continued to introduce, the one on the left, Yu Zhangkui. As an old man, you should know it, but you may not know Han Feng if you are a newcomer. This guy is called Lian Yu, and he ranks more than 180 on the Tongtian list. The other 2 were the boys of this elder early in the morning, and now they are guards here as guards, namely Nwoli and Renguahua. The 5 of you must cooperate well. If there is any problem with Ling Shu Chao, I will take you to ask. Elder Zishu said in a stern tone. Yes. Elder Zishu's tone was so stern, and the expressions of the 5 of them were stern, and nodded in agreement. The method of entering and leaving has been told to you. As long as you arrange the Lingshu grass, you can do the rest of the time. After a month, the old man will come to check the effect. After saying that, Elder Zishu's figure was distorted and disappeared. As soon as Elder Zishu left, the three of Lian Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Han Feng asked curiously, "Why are the three senior brothers like this? Is Elder Zishu scary?" And Wooly smiled bitterly, "This is the first time you have contacted Elder Zishu." Han Feng nodded as a matter of course. Ren Guohua seemed to have thought of something, and his neck shrank. "This is the first time my junior has contacted Elder Zishu, so it's no wonder that he doesn't know. Elder Zishu doesn't seem to be very talkative, but in fact he has a fiery temper. Once we take care of Lingshu grass, a mistake, that can spray the blood of the dog we scolded, and I can't wait to hit the ground with my head and faint." Lian Yu interrupted at this time, "I just heard that when I came a few days ago, I happened to bump into Elder Zishu and scolded the two brothers. It really made me tremble, and I was afraid that I would be scolded by Elder Zishu in the future." Han Feng was surprised. Yu Zhangkue seems to have heard of it, so his face is as indifferent as ever. After a few conversations, and Wu Li, the oldest, did his part in Ling Tian, who led Han Feng and Yu Zhangkue to arrange guards for them. After the arrangement, and Wu Li said to Han Feng, "This is the servant who takes care of your daily life on weekdays. You can call him for anything on weekdays. Thank you for the arrangement, brethren." After the conversation and these things, Han Feng became closer to Wuli. "Ha ha ha, it's all right, it should be. In this way, you should rest first. Tomorrow you will be busy taking care of Lingshu grass. If there is anything, you can ask this little servant to come to me." Pai Pai Han on the shoulders of the wind, and Woli left. "What's your name?" "The little one is called Lu Zi, and the adults can call the little Lu Zi." Lu Zi hurriedly replied. Han Feng is only a student in the outer courtyard, but to these little servants, he is still a high-ranking adult. "Okay, you can step back. The things in life in the future will be left to you." Han Feng waved his hand and signaled Lu Zi to step down. "Yes." Lu Zi hurriedly bowed his head and stepped back. After the 6 sons left, Han Feng sighed silently. The 6 sons' cultivation base was not bad, and they were already in the late stage of Xuanjie. Being able to reach such a level at the age of 20 is nothing in this Baidu University, but in the Great Jin Kingdom, he is definitely a first-class talent, and even if he is not good, he is a top genius among the second class. The gap between the Great Jin Kingdom and the Baidu University can be seen from this. Thinking of this, Han Feng's expression was a little strange. If those geniuses in the Great Jin Kingdom knew that a servant in the Baidu Academy might be stronger than them, I don't know what kind of expression they would look like. Dodging into the Juyan Skyfire Tower, refining the remaining energy of the Earth-level fire attribute magic core, Han Feng swallowed it down. The surging impact of the real essence in the body, not long after, the cultivation base will be improved from the early stage of the 7 stars to the middle stage. Han Feng stopped immediately and entered the Lingquan to soak. So, the night passed quickly. The next day, Han Feng came to the 2 spiritual fields that he needed to take care of, which were covered with Lingshu grass. Different from the spirit void grass that was used for the assessment at the beginning, the spirit void grass here is full of vitality, but if you look closely, you can sense that these vitality are gradually weakening. Han Feng muttered to himself, as expected of one of the famous and delicate spirit grasses in Baidu University. Without the wood attribute energy to take care of, this spirit grass really won't survive for much time. Also, this spirit void grass was accidentally cultivated by the experts from the Northern Capital Academy. After a long period of research, this cultivation method was developed. It is not a normal growth spirit grass, and its special points are normal. Han Feng pondered for a moment, then entered the wooden house and dodged to the Juyan Tianhua Tower, refining the high-grade spirit stone into the source liquid, and Han Feng made a few drops to dilute it. After the diluted source liquid was prepared, Han Feng carefully poured it into the spiritual field. Feeling the growing vitality of Lingshu grass, Han Feng smiled. As it looks like, you don't need to worry about these Lingshu grass for 3 days, just practice hard for 3 days. 3 days later, Han Feng successfully broke through to the late stage of the 7 stars of the Earth rank. All of this is because of the demon core of the Earth rank fire attribute, and at the same time, it is also the energy of the Lingquan to dispel the violent energy in the demon core. However, Han Feng himself has reached the late-stage cultivation base, and the effect of this earth-level fire attribute on Han Feng is getting smaller and smaller. The rest of the energy can help me improve to the peak of the 7 stars at most. It is absolutely impossible to help me improve to the peak of the 7 stars. It seems that the future cultivation can only rely on the fire lotus seeds and the holy power in the Xuanhuan pagoda. Han Feng looked regretful. Of course, Han Feng has a better spirit, and that is the fire spirit orb. However, although the energy contained in the fire spirit orb is huge, even if it is taken by a heavenly rank powerhouse, it can be improved by 1 star. Not only that, but there must be a sufficient amount of extreme day sacred flame, otherwise the refining will fail halfway through. All kinds of things, so that Han Feng can only try to refine the fire spirit orb after the cultivation base breaks through the sky. Leaving the Tianhua Tower, Han Feng refined the high-grade spirit stone into the source liquid again, diluted it and poured it into the spirit field. Afterwards, Han Feng continued to practice in the Tianhua Tower. A few days later, Han Feng successfully reached the 7-star peak level, but the realm was not stable, let alone the 7-star peak limit. At this time, the energy of the earth-level fire attribute magic core was completely exhausted, leaving only an empty shell. In the following days, Han Feng irrigated the spiritual field every 3 days, and the rest of the time was used for cultivation. And Wooly and the others don't pay attention to Han Feng when they have nothing to do, so they don't know that Han Feng is extremely relaxed these days. Only Xuanhuan has been paying attention to this place deliberately, and after a long time, he found the problem. There is really a problem with this Han Feng, and it takes at least half a day for the energy of wood-type aliens like me to restore the vitality of these illusory grasses. It will last for 2 or 3 days. In these 2 or 3 days, it will take at least half a day to recover, and in general, if you cultivate for a maximum of 1 or 2 days, you will need to retransmit energy to the spirit void grass. But every time this guy comes out, it only takes a moment to complete the task, and he will come out for at least the next 3 days. As a fire attribute, it is impossible for this guy to deliver true essence, so it can only be related to spiritual power, and it is extremely pure spiritual power, otherwise the spirit void grass would not grow so well. Even the spiritual power in Baidu Academy can't satisfy Lingshu grass. How pure is the spiritual power? Thinking of this, an obscure light flashed in Yu Zhangkui's eyes. If spiritual power is really extremely pure, then if you get it. Han Feng didn't know what Yu Zhangkui was thinking. Today's Han Feng is either watering or cultivating, and tempering his body and spirit, by the way. Without fire attribute spirits, Han Feng's cultivation base grows extremely slowly. Although the spiritual power here in Lingqiao Garden is extremely strong, whoever calls Han Feng's aptitude is too poor, only top-grade aptitude. This is estimated to be the bottom of the geniuses recruited by Baidu Academy in the past. In the latter part of this month, there are only 6 or 7 days left until the end of the month, and Han Feng is only cultivating to the peak of the 7-star peak. If he wants to break through normally, God knows how long it will take. Maybe a month may not be able to break through, not even 2 months. Fortunately, the fire lotus seeds have matured at this time. The cultivation base has not improved much, but the tempering of the body and the spiritual power are different. Under the tempering of the fruit of death and the flower of death, both the physical and spiritual power have broken through to the 9-star level of the earth. There are not many fruits of death and flowers of death, I wonder if this is the case with Yaching and the others? After this month, go and discuss with them. It's time to go to the mirror of death again. Han Feng pondered. Now, it has been nearly 3 months since Han Feng entered Baidu Academy. While Han Feng was taking care of Ling Xiu Chao and cultivating in Ling Chao Garden, outside, Shi Tai and others encountered trouble. In a square in the outer courtyard, a scantily clad woman in black swung the blood-red whip in her hand and glanced coldly at the woman opposite. Meng Yaching, dare to fight with me? First delivery. Ask for flowers. Back to top. This woman, isn't Tao Shen, one of the 36 heavenly gangs of Jingyantang? The students from the outer courtyard who occasionally passed by saw the scantily clad black-clothed woman with stunned expressions. That's right, it's really Tao Shen. This is the 80th existence on the Tongtian ranking, and he is also a middle to upper-level powerhouse in the 36 heavenly gangs of Jingyun Hall. This is a challenge. Everyone's eyes shifted to Meng Yaching, and they were taken aback again. My dear, who am I talking about? It turns out to be Meng Yaching, one of the 2 flowers in the outer courtyard. As a newcomer, Meng Yaching has already aroused Jingyantang's jealousy, and squeezed Tao Shen, who was most likely to capture one of the 2 flowers in the outer courtyard, so it is no wonder that Tao Shen wanted to trouble Meng Yaching. Che, Tao Shen is not at all chaste. I have seen this bitch do that kind of thing with several men. He is relying on this to please men, otherwise, with her mere top-notch qualifications, how can she have the current rank 11 the power of the stars? Everyone was talking and commenting. Tao Shen glanced coldly. Go away. The breath of the 11th star on the ground level burst out, and everyone's expressions froze, and they retreated abruptly. No matter how much I look down on Tao Shen in my heart, they are also 11-star powerhouses of the Earth rank, and they are not the ones who can compete with them. Tao Shen's eyes returned to Meng Yaching. Do you dare to fight? Meng Yaching looked back coldly. Why don't you dare? Well, I'll be waiting for you at the competition venue. Tao Shen achieved her goal, smiled coldly, and was about to leave. Which Meng Yaching suddenly said, why do you need to go to the competition venue? Just here, it won't take long to clear you up. Arrogant. Tao Shen, who was originally sneering, was furious, and bursts of breath rushed towards Meng Yaching. Humph. Meng Yaching snorted lightly. Her momentum seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, and she couldn't rush in front of her at all. Tao Shen's complexion changed greatly. The 11th star, you actually broke through to the 11th star. Tao Shen was extremely horrified. She had long heard that Meng Yaching was cultivating extremely fast, but she never expected it to be so fast. It took a long time to enter the outer courtyard, and it hit the 11-star level. Not only Tao Shen, but other people who retreated were stunned. A group of students are all masters of the earth, and the distance of more than 1,000 meters has no effect on them, and they can see it clearly. Heaven, at the beginning, the 10-star cultivation base defeated the top 100 masters in the Tongtian ranking. Now it has broken through to the 11-star level. I am afraid that the strength is stronger, and Tao Shen has kicked the iron plate now. That's right, Jingyantang wants to clean up these newcomers, but I'm afraid they'll be planted. The gloating expression was evident. Meng Yaching was not surprised by the progress of her cultivation. It had been more than a month since she had broken through to the late 10-star stage. How could she be worthy of the top-level holy grade qualifications if she did not break through to the 11-star level? Even he is not in the early stage of 11-star, but in the middle of 11-star. Oops. Tao Shen realized that it was not good. The information was a little behind, otherwise it would never be her who came here. Take a shot of tea on you, and Tao Shen is about to leave. Meng Yaching said lightly, since the challenge has been issued, let's go after a fight. A huge fire soared into the sky, trapping Meng Yaching and Tao Shen in a circle of fire. Damn, don't think that breaking through to 11 stars is great. Tao Shen roared, and immediately, the sky feather behind Tao Zhen turned cyan, obviously incorporating the wind attribute true essence. Crazy Wing Hurricane. Under the suppression of the enchantment, the hurricane only swept over a radius of nearly 100 meters. The strong wind invaded the flames, causing the fire to spread instantly. Fusion Ice and Fire Double Heaven. Silence Blast. Meng Yaqing used the strongest ultimate move neatly. After the fusion, the power of the different fire has exceeded the superior level of the different fire. It is only one step away from the top-level strange fire. Silence blasting is also a top-level martial arts, and Meng Yaqing has cultivated it to the state of perfection. It can be said that the power of Meng Yaqing's eruption at this moment is far beyond the rank of land. Compared with Nanchun's vaguely surpassing the rank of land, Meng Yaqing surpassed too much. If the gap between the earth rank and the sky rank is divided into 10 grades, Meng Yaqing's grade is already 6 or 7 grades. Even 7 or 8 gears. Nan Tian, on the other hand, is only 1/3 of the grade. As for Tao Zhen, it's only 5th or 6th gear. The Promised Storm. In the face of Meng Yaqing's powerful attack, Tao Zhen had to resist with all her strength. The wind element heterogeneous energy is integrated into the martial arts and burst out. Boom! The terrifying impact burst out with endless fluctuations, heading towards the surrounding thunder. Unfortunately, under the suppression of the enchantment, it was quickly annihilated. Otherwise, the radius of tens of thousands of meters will be destroyed. Destroyed. Puff. Tao Zhen's figure was submerged under such fluctuations, and she was immediately shocked to vomit blood again and again. Tao Zhen cherishes her life very much. Since she can't win, why continue to fight until the other side kills her? Meng Yaqing frowned and watched Tao Zhen escape regretfully. Unfortunately, if the battle fluctuations were not suppressed by the enchantment, Tao Zhen would have been severely injured as a result, and then I would kill her. And now the injuries are limited, and I still have the ability to escape. Forget it, there will always be times in the future. Jingyan. Are you finally ready to take action? You need to avoid the edge for a while. In a flash, Meng Yaqing disappeared in place. Brush brush. Several figures came quickly and looked at each other. This Meng Yaqing is truly the first rookie. In just 3 months, she has been able to hit the 80th place on the Tongtian list. The 3rd floor of Xuanhuan Pagoda. Get out of the way. Zhan Fuyu shouted coldly to the man standing in front of him. Yeah, it's been a long time since no one has spoken to me like this. TSK, this tone, boy, do you know what happened to those who talked to me like this in the past? In front of Zhan Fuyu, he spread his 8-meter wings, and the lazy man stretched his arms. At the beginning, he was still casual and indifferent, but the last sentence was already ruthless. Get out of the way. Zhan Fuyu was still a simple word, but his face became colder. Okay, I really didn't take me in Guyi's eyes. Guyi laughed angrily, as the hall master said, this year's newcomers are extremely arrogant. Let you, a newcomer, know today that I am a powerhouse in Jingyantang and Tiangang, and it is not something you newcomers can provoke. Hand of Thunder Light. Gu opened his right arm, and the strong power of thunder was released, wrapping the entire right arm. The next moment, what appeared in front of Zhan Fuyu was a giant hand full of the power of flowing thunder. Gui explained lightly, this is my innate ability. The power of the thunder attribute attacks released by my hand of thunder light will increase by several layers. Being able to die under my hand of thunder light, as a newcomer, you are enough to be proud of yourself. Zhan Fuyu's face was cold, and the blood of the god of war was instantly released. The phantom of the god of war turned into an entity, wrapping Zhan Fuyu within it. At this moment, the god of war is Zhan Fuyu, and Zhan Fuyu is the god of war. The rising energy made Guyi's expression change slightly. Immediately, Gui took the lead, God, Thunder, and Demon Flash. A terrifying lightning flash shot out from Gui's hand, and the strong thunder and lightning seemed to smash Xuanhuan into ashes. Shield of the God of War. The physical body of the God of War is still surrounded by energy and has not yet evolved muscles, but the bones of the God of War are emitting the light of silver crystals. Obviously, the bones are stronger and tougher than before. Every little bit of enhancement of the God of War entity means the enhancement of Xuanhuan's combat power. The terrifying thunderbolt bombarded the white-silver bone shield one after another, making a loud rumbling sound, and the bone shield was constantly trembling from the bombardment. But no matter how it trembled, the shield of the God of War showed no signs of cracking. Gui's face sank. Xuanhuan finally said a long sentence at this time. Jingyantang is all the same as you? The 130th place on the Tongtian list wants to deal with me. Are you Jingyantang too underestimating me? Don't compare me to what happened nearly a month ago. I'm waiting to exist, but you can't compare with this group of trash. Jingyantang was mad, and Xuanhuan was even more mad, and his words were full of contempt for Jingyantang. You. Gui's face was distorted. From joining Jingyantang to the present, Gui had never met such a person who despised their Jingyantang. Second more. Back to top previous chapter next. Gui looked gloomy, and the strength of Xuanhuan was indeed far beyond what he expected, or in other words, far beyond what Jingyantang expected. Genius, they've seen a lot. Which one on the Tongtian ranking is not a genius among the geniuses? On the Tongtian ranking, no matter how talented a person is, it is impossible to improve too many rankings all at once. But now, this phenomenon was broken by Xuanhuan. A month ago, Xuanhuan barely defeated the 150th or 60th place on the Tongtian ranking. Today, a month later, I thought that the combat power of being comparable to the 140th place on the Tongtian ranking was already very great, so he sent him Gui. But now, how could Xuanhuan's combat power be comparable to that of the 140th place on the Tongtian ranking? 1 month, so much improvement. Gui had a strong killing intent. This son must not stay, otherwise he will definitely not have a foothold in Jingyantang in the outer courtyard. Just when Gui was about to send out the communication mark, Xuanhuan had already seen Gui's thoughts. Sword of the God of War. This sword was extremely fast, and Gui's eyes widened, inconceivable. The blood slowly slid down Gui's forehead, and the next moment, Gui's entire body was split in half. Xuanhuan looked disdainful. As soon as you find something wrong, you have to run away. It's ridiculous that such a person can also enter the Tongtian ranking. Ignoring Gui's body, Xuanhuan floated away. Gui's strength is not bad. If Gui fights to the death, fighting Fuyu to kill Gui will definitely not be a one-shot thing. However, when Gui realized that Xuanhuan was difficult to deal with, he no longer had the will to fight, and only wanted to leave to report the news. God of War, with the bloodline of God of War, Xuanhuan's fighting consciousness is extremely strong, and he is very good at grasping every gap to launch attacks. Against a powerhouse with the bloodline of the God of War, a single negligence will cause irreversible consequences. The first floor of Xuanhuan Tower. Jiang Feng, Lei Yuru, Lin Huipa, Xian Shentong and Jiang De fled in embarrassment. Nearly 3 months after entering the academy, the cultivation base of the 5 people has grown by leaps and bounds. Jiang Feng has reached the pinnacle of the 6-star level. If it wasn't for the 6-star level, it would be a bit difficult to break through to the 7-star level. This is the case. Jiang Feng has also felt the loosening of the bottleneck. In Jiang Feng's words, within 4 or 5 days, it is possible to break through. Lei Yuru's progress is equally astonishing. Although he has reached the peak of the 6-star level, he has also reached the late stage of the 6-star level. When he first entered the Baidu Academy, Lei Yuru was a mere 1-star, and he has risen to such a level in a few months, which is not a big improvement. Lin Huipa and Xian Shintong were almost stuck at the top 3-star level. Jiang Da's aptitude is the strongest among them, but unfortunately he is young, and now he is only able to reach the 3-star level. With Jiang Da's current age, this result is already extremely abnormal. However, the 5 people are now extremely embarrassed. Run, I want to see where you can escape to. Behind, a man mocked and kept attacking, causing the 5 to dodge in a hurry. If you want to communicate the imprint, you must pause for a while, and after communicating the imprint, it will take a moment for the imprint to activate. But now that the other party is attacking frequently, the 5 people can't take that time at all. I'm afraid that the body will be so stunned that they will be beheaded by this person before the next moment is transmitted. As a powerful man in Jingyanting, it is not difficult for the man to kill 5 people, but unfortunately the man wants to see the 5 people being forced to despair, so he keeps teasing the 5 people, but he doesn't kill them. Damn, I can't stand it anymore. Even if I get killed, I hope to die vigorously instead of dying like this. Jiang Da's mind has matured a lot, and that's only relative to his peers. At this time, being chased and killed constantly, among the 5, Jiang Da was still the first to hold back. Heavenly Snake Bloodline. In an instant, Jiang Da transformed into a huge celestial snake and charged towards the man. Brother! Jiang Feng was shocked, and he didn't care to escape, so he immediately shot. Seeing this, Lin Huipa, Lei Yuru and others would not leave Jiang Da and Jiang Feng behind. Heavenly Snake Breath. Broken Heaven and Earth Palm. The golden dragon is ever-changing, and the dragon's body changes. Dragon Mark Sky Slash. The body of the Ice Emperor, congeal. Angry Ice Slash. The body of Lightning, congeal. Thunder Tooth. The 5 attacked together, and the sky attacked and covered the sky. The man disdainfully said, even if you have a very strong fighting ability, it is still 800 years early if you want to compete with me. Light and Shadow Guard. Holy white light burst forth. The white light curtain completely blocked everyone's attacks. As a master of the 9-star level, the man himself is also a genius who can fight more than a lot of stars. The gap between Lin Huipa and the others and the man is too great. The explosive power of the man is comparable to the early and middle stage of the 12 stars. No matter how strong Lin Huipa and others are, it is impossible for them to surpass 6 stars and compete with men, and it is impossible for 5 people to join forces. Boom! The snake that Jiang Da transformed into slammed into the light curtain, and the huge rebound force bounced back Jiang Da's huge body, landing heavily on the ground. The man smiled evilly. Forget it, my interest is almost exhausted, it's time to send you to the west. Go to hell. Sword Intent Explosion Infinite Blade. There was a loud shout in the distance, and the blade that was infinitely close to 40% of the sword intent shot wildly, densely packed, as if to cover the entire sky. Close to 40% of the sword intent. The man's expression froze, but the ultimate move he was going to use was not used, and he suddenly retreated. Rumbling. Countless sword blades bombarded the ground with pits, and the entire ground was like a hornet's nest. Wang Qingsong. Everyone was overjoyed, but they laughed bitterly. What if Wang Qingsong came? The sword intent that was infinitely close to 40% was indeed powerful, but Wang Qingsong himself had just broken through to the early stage of the 7th star. Lu Yuer by Wang Qingsong's side is only a 6 star, so how can he rival the man in Jingyanting? Lu Yuer rushed to everyone's side and swallowed the healing pill for everyone. Wang Qingsong said lightly, "Don't worry everyone, Tai Jun is about to arrive. As long as we resist for a moment, the dead person will be the other party." Hearing that Tai and Jun were about to arrive, everyone cheered up. Not to mention that the cultivation base of Tai and Jun has broken through to the 8-star level of the earth, just relying on the special blood of the two, the combination of the two is enough to compete with the powerhouse of Jingyantang. Not to mention, there is Hu Xiaodai, the celestial fox. The cultivation base has broken through to the earth rank 7 stars. Once Hu Xiaodai is transformed into the body, the cultivation base alone is comparable to the earth rank 8 stars. With Tianhu's secretary, the real combat power far exceeds the earth rank 8 stars. The man's face was gloomy, and he smiled immediately. Okay, very good. I didn't expect that all the newcomers I had to deal with in Jingyantang came together, and it happened that I would take them all. Spiral light slash. The dazzling white light swept out in a spiral shape. These white lights were like blades. Before the white light arrived, everyone felt as if their skin was about to be split. Saint Physique of the Sword Sovereign, congeal. Xuanhuan finally arrived, his entire body turned into a giant sword, and he rushed over. Boom! The giant knife rushed into the white light, instantly severing the white light. But the white light did not dissipate, but turned into countless white blades and swept away. Hey, there's no need to be afraid of Baiguang when my uncle comes out. Xuanhuan's huge body appeared in front of everyone, absorbed the white blades one by one, and then counterattacked back. The cultivation base has broken through to the 8-star earth rank, and Xuanhuan can almost absorb the counterattacks against the earth-sharp powerhouse of the earth rank 9 stars. The counterattack attack and the incoming attack cancel each other out, and about 50% of the attack can still counterattack the enemy. The man's face really changed at this time. Tianhu Xiao. The man was about to dodge when a strange sound wave came straight, and the man's body suddenly trembled and he almost fell to the ground. Not good. The man was shocked. The sound wave didn't cause much damage to him, but it stopped him from moving. Right now, he was about to be attacked by his own attack. Light and shadow guard. The man shouted loudly, and the light curtain stopped in front of the man. Giggle, why does this young master stop the little girl's intentions? A coquettish smile came out, and Hu Xiaodai had already used the magic trick unique to the Demon Fox clan. The man looked along the line of sight, and instantly became a little crazy. With this stupidity, the guardian of light and shadow is unstable, and countless white blades instantly split the guardian of light. Clack clack. The white light curtain shattered like a mirror. The guard of light and shadow was broken, and the man came back to his senses instantly, and in the man's terrified eyes, he instantly drowned the man. Skyfox Claw. Everyone, don't hurry up and attack. Hu Xiaodia's coquettish shout made everyone instantly stunned, and they all shot. Countless attacks completely drowned the man. After a long while, the battle was over, and everyone sat on the ground in embarrassment. This man is worthy of being a powerhouse of Earthshade. He is vaguely stronger than Banqiong at the beginning. He was attacked so many times without dying, but instead made them fall into a hard fight. Fortunately, there were many of them, and in the end they won. Han Feng in Lingqiao Garden did not know that his companion was attacked by Jingyantang. At this time, Han Feng's cultivation has reached the most critical moment. The maturity of the fire lotus seeds allows Han Feng's cultivation progress to finally be improved. Han Feng refines the fire lotus seeds one by one into the source liquid, which is used to improve the 4 inherited martial arts. Until the 4 major inheritance martial arts were upgraded to the 9th peak one by one, the fire lotus seed source liquid still remained. The remaining fire lotus seed source liquid, Han Feng is not sure that he can raise the 9 flames and different fire art to the 5th layer. Since he is not sure, Han Feng simply uses it on his own cultivation. With the fire lotus seed source liquid, Han Feng easily hit the peak of the 7-star peak. Now, it has reached the edge of breakthrough. Calm down. Han Feng secretly admonished himself to restore his body to the most perfect state, and Han Feng swallowed the little remaining fire lotus seed source liquid. The third one. Back to top, previous chapter next. Level. The fire lotus seed source liquid entered the abdomen, and the dantian became hot. A stream of fiery energy flowed out from the dantian and spread toward the 8 extraordinary meridians, and the true essence in each meridian became more solid and denser. The energy flowed into the dantian again, and the 57th fire attribute real crystal had a tendency to condense. At the 57th fire attribute true crystal, a small vortex rotates, absorbing a large amount of fire attribute true energy. Inadvertently, in the center of the vortex, a real crystal the size of a grain of rice condensed. At the moment when the real crystal the size of a grain of rice condensed, Han Feng's body was shaken, and a surging breath burst out. On the first floor of Xuanhuan Pagoda, everyone rested for a long time, and Xuanhuan stood up first. The situation is very clear now. Jingyanntang finally shot us. Wang Qingsong looked guilty. I'm sorry, it's all because I implicated you. Tai waved his hands indifferently. You don't need to apologize like this, we are companions, aren't we? Besides, with Jingyanntang's weight, it will be a matter of time to find trouble with us, unless we join Jingyanntang. To be honest, even without you, I don't look down on Jingyanntang. Jingyanntang may have been occupying the first power in the outer court for a long time, and the crazy noses of the people inside don't know where it is. It is absolutely impossible for me to join it. That is to say, without you, this uncle will face Jingyanntang sooner or later. When Tai said this, everyone nodded. They didn't want to enter Jingyanntang and become ignorant of those people in Jingyanntang. Wang Qingsong knew that what Tai said was reasonable, and even knew that Tai said on the surface that this matter had nothing to do with him, but Wang Qingsong knew that even if Tai would face Jingyanntang sooner or later, it would not be so fast. In the final analysis, it was because of him that he met so quickly. Wang Qingsong opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. Tai had already said so much to excuse him, and it was too hypocritical for him to say anything about guilt. Jingyanntang is still a behemoth for us. In recent months, we all acted together for the last time. Of course, it is best to stay in the pavilion to cultivate. Forgive these Jingyanntang powerhouses who dare not enter the accommodation area to make trouble. Only in this way, the speed of cultivation will definitely be reduced. Xuanhuan said lightly. Everyone frowned slightly. I don't think we'll be around for long. Yaqing has now broken through to 11 stars, and I don't want to be able to break through to 12 stars soon and enter the overlord level. When Jingyanntang wants to deal with us, it will have to be weighed. Lu Yuer saw everyone's expressions a little low, and immediately comforted everyone. Xuanhuan shook his head slightly. You're right, but because of this, we can't put our hopes on Miss Meng. Why? Lu Yuer was puzzled. Xuanhuan explained, think about it, how long will it take to break through the heavenly rank at the rate of progress like Miss Meng? I don't think the mere bottlenecks of the earth rank and heavenly rank can stop Miss Meng for too long. A month at most. Xuanhuan raised a finger. I think this bottleneck will stop Miss Meng for a month at most, plus the time from 11 stars to the peak limit of 12 stars, and the inner court assessment in 3 months. I guess Miss Meng is out of 10. Jiuhui will enter the inner courtyard. Once Miss Meng enters the inner courtyard, the outer courtyard will still be a few of us to compete with Jingyun Hall. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the past, they really didn't think about it in this regard. In all previous years, there has never been an example of breaking through to the heavenly rank within half a year of entering the outer courtyard. The best is also 1 year. Most of the outer court warriors entered the inner court at the peak level of the earth rank, and had not yet broken through to the heaven rank. Lei Yuru chuckled, have you forgotten about Han Feng? After a few months, maybe Han Feng can also enter the overlord level. I don't think Han Feng's speed of improvement is any worse than that of Miss Meng. Speaking of Han Feng, a group of people are envious. Tai said sourly, this kid seems to be the guard of some kind of Lingqiao garden by the elder quilt. Of the few of us, only that kid was not attacked by Jingyantang. Wang Qingsong laughed. Those guys in Jingyantang are arrogant, but they don't lose their arrogant brains. Going to the elder's site to deal with Han Feng is courting death. Shi Jun rolled his eyes. If Han Feng's speed of improvement is not weaker than that of Miss Meng, do you think Han Feng will let him pass the internal court examination 3 months later? Lei Yuru was stunned for a moment. No way, although Han Feng's strength has improved rapidly, the initial level is too low, so he should rush to the inner courtyard so quickly. Meng Yaqing was the pinnacle of 8 stars at the beginning. Shi Jun waved his hand. What's impossible, Han Feng, that pervert, even if he didn't go to the Xingyuan Pagoda this month, it is estimated that his cultivation base is not necessarily weaker than me. The overall strength is only stronger. When Han Feng gets points at the end of this month, it will hit again next month. I'm afraid that we will be left behind. Okay, let's not talk about that pervert. If you stay here, who knows if the powerhouses in Jingyantang will come. Having said that, everyone looked solemn and immediately teleported out. Before leaving, Shi Jun said solemnly again, right now our situation is dangerous, everyone is patient, stay in the accommodation area if you can. As long as Miss Meng and Zhan Fuyu break into the top ranks of the Tongtian ranking in a short time, we won't have to endure it any longer. This time will never be long. Everyone nodded their heads. Although a little embarrassed, as a warrior, sometimes it is a test to be able to stretch and shrink. Now is the time to put them to the test. Anyway, their points are also consumed almost, just want to continue to practice in the Xingyuan Pagoda, I'm afraid it won't work. Jingyantang. Jingyantang's face was shocked, that woman's strength has increased to this level? Tao Zhen gritted her teeth with hatred, that's right. These newcomers are really stronger than ever. There is no news from Gui and the others, I'm afraid they have already. Palace Master, what should we do now? Those people have all shrunk into the accommodation area, but there are regulations in that place not to be affected by the battle. The only ones who have the guts to go out now are that woman and Zhan Fuyu. The hall master of Jingyun Hall pointed his finger in the air, and said slowly after a long while, continue to attack that woman and Zhan Fuyu. Since these two are so confident that we can't do anything about them, let these two people see the true strength of Jingyun Hall. It's time to let them go. Tao Zhen was stunned, and her expression changed immediately, is it them? Then, Tao Zhen laughed loudly, if they take action, it will definitely make those two newcomers remember deeply, that is an existence that is very close to the overlord level. The Tongtian ranking is divided into 5 grades, and the strongest is the top 10, that is, the overlord level existence of the outer courtyard. Followed by the top 30, that is, between the 11th and 30. Further down are the 31st to 60th, the 61st to the 120th, the 120th to the 200th. There are 5 grades, and there is a huge gap between each grade, but there is not much difference between the same grade. The few people Tao Zhen spoke of were the top beings in the Tiangang level, the second-level masters in the Tongtian ranking. The head of Jingyun Hall said again at this time, if they can't help those newcomers, they will use the rest of the newcomers. If they let those newcomers suffer and do not take action, I would like to see, they are pushed out by the newcomers, and the old people are making things difficult for those people. How to get a foothold? In the Lingqiao garden, Han Feng did not know all the changes in the outside world. Since the 57th real crystal condensed out, the real crystal has grown at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the 57th real crystal grew to be exactly the same size as the other real crystals. At this point, the realm in the early stage of the 8-star stage is completely stabilized. After going out to fill the diluted source liquid once, Han Feng continued to practice. After absorbing the energy of the remaining fire lotus seed source liquid, The 58th fire attribute real crystal also grew to be close to the size of the other 57 fire attribute real crystals. Only the last half bottle of fire lotus seed source liquid is left. I don't know how much it will help me improve. Shaking the jade bottle in his hand, Han Feng swallowed all the remaining fire lotus seed source liquid into his mouth. The fiery energy spewed out from the dantian again, and returned to the dantian in a circle. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Return. The last fire lotus seed source liquid did not help Han Feng break through to the middle stage of the 8-star stage, but stabilized at the initial limit of the 8-star stage. Just when Han Feng was about to continue his cultivation and hit the mid-level 8-star level, this month had already passed. The next day is a new month. And this day is also the time for Elder Zishu to test the results. Han Feng no longer cultivated but took care of Lingshu grass carefully to avoid problems on the last day. For Yu Zhangkue, Han Feng always had a bit of vigilance. These days, regardless of how Han Feng is always cultivating, he actually keeps an eye on the situation around him. Several times, Han Feng found that someone was observing here. The mental power of the strong on the ground cannot be formed through the body, so Han Feng can't know who is spying, but subconsciously, Han Feng thinks that it is Yu Zhangkue. In the time of taking care of Lingshu grass, this day passed quickly. Early the next morning, Enwoli had sent someone to look for Han Feng. Sir, Lorden has asked you to go. Understood, lead the way. Han Feng motioned to Enwoli's servant to lead the way. Soon, Han Feng was taken to where they had entered before. Enwoli smiled and said, "You kid is finally here, I'll be waiting for you." Beside Enwoli, Ren Guohua, Lian Yu, and Yu Zhangkue were already waiting here. After speaking, Enwoli suddenly stared at Han Feng in surprise. "You boy feels different, have you made a breakthrough?" Han Feng was also surprised by Enwoli's keenness. Brother and has such a sensitive intuition, the younger brother has indeed made a breakthrough. Enwoli laughed, "Brother, my intuition is okay, but it can only be found with a relatively large breakthrough to find that it doesn't hurt at all. You kid is a star breakthrough." Han Feng laughed, it was the default. Enwoli was about to say something, but suddenly, the space was distorted, and the figure of the Elder Zishu appeared in front of everyone. "See Elder Zishu." The 5 of them said respectfully. "Needless to say nonsense, take me to see your Lingshu grass." Elder Zishu did not talk nonsense, and immediately walked ahead. Elder Zishu was satisfied with the 2 spiritual fields that Enwoli took care of, not bad, more than 30% can be picked. With a flick of his sleeves, these Lingshu grasses, which can already be extracted and refined, have been swept away by Elder Zishu. At the same time, some seeds were planted by Elder Su Zishu. Elder Zishu pondered for a moment and gave Enwoli 500 points. Enwoli was overjoyed. Go to the next one." Elder Zishu raised his voice. "This time I went to the 2 spiritual fields that Ren Guohua took care of." Ren Guohua was no match for Enwoli. Only more than 20% of the people who were able to extract and refine the condensed pills. In the end, Ren Guohua got 400 points. Ren Guohua was not dissatisfied. First, his grades were indeed not as good as Enwoli's. Second, even if he scored 400 points, it was already very high among the professions in the outer court. The third is the 2 spiritual fields that Lian Yu takes care of. Since they are newcomers, although the Lingshu grass in these 2 Lingshans has good vitality, it is not as good as Enwoli and Ren Guohua. In the end, Lian Yu got the same 400 points as Ren Guohua. Of course it is cheaper than the Lingshu grass to take care of. Only a dozen% can extract and refine the condensing pill, but this is because Lian Yu is a newcomer, and the vitality of the 2 spiritual fields has dropped greatly before. Otherwise, Lingshu Chao, whom Lian Yu takes care of, might not be worse than Ren Guohua. Elder Zishu's eyes are so vicious, And it is because he sees this that he will give Lian Yu and Ren Guohua the same points. Fourth, it was Yu Zhangkui's turn. Xiao Yu, this old man values you very much, don't let this old man down. Elder Zishu said meaningfully. Yu Zhangkui smiled lightly, relax the elders, we will never let the elders down. Haha, that elder should take a good look. Elder Zishu burst out laughing. A group of people came to the two spiritual fields that Yu Zhangkui was taking care of. Before they approached, the rich vitality made Elder Zishu happy. As they got closer, Elder Zishu clapped his hands and laughed, as expected of the person that this elder values, not bad. 50% can already extract the refining condensing pill, I will give you 1,000 points. Hiss. And Wooly and the others took a deep breath. Elder Zishu was very generous. Yu Zhangkui knew that Elder Zishu was generous, but he didn't expect to be so generous. No matter how indifferent his face was, he couldn't hide his joy at the moment. 1,000 points is enough to practice for 10 days on the first floor of Xingyuan Pagoda. The second floor of Xingyuan Pagoda can also practice for 5 days. The third floor of Xingyuan Pagoda can cultivate for 3 days. Don't underestimate these 3 days. Yu Zhangkui's own cultivation base is already at the peak of the 10-star level, and he is only 1 step away from breaking through to 11-star. 3 days on the third floor of Xingyuan Pagoda may not be able to break through, but in all likelihood, the bottleneck of breaking through from 10 stars to 11 stars will be loosened. Once the bottleneck is loosened, a breakthrough is just around the corner. Just when Wooly and others were envious of Yu Zhangkui smiled softly, Elder, and Han Feng's Ling Tian haven't seen it yet. Oh, haha, too. Elder Zishu was embarrassed for a while, and he was so happy that he almost forgot to go to the last 2 spiritual fields. Thinking of Han Feng's specialness, Elder Zishu stroked his beard and played with his taste. You kid has always been mysterious. This time, this elder will see your true abilities. The concept of treating a single Lingshu grass at the beginning is completely different from that which is now taking care of 2 Lingshu grasses. For Han Feng, Elder Zishu is indeed appreciative and curious, but also a little worried. Han Feng smiled slightly, the elder will not be disappointed. Elder Zishu's eyes lit up. Han Feng said so. That confidence is really big enough. Immediately, the group couldn't wait to come to the 2 spiritual fields that Han Feng took care of. The rich vitality made Wooly and others stunned. Elder Zishu was so surprised that he almost pulled his beard off. Hey! God, more than 80% can be removed, how did you do it? The shock in Elder Zishu's heart is indescribable. A month ago, the vitality of these Lingshu grass was only sparse and ordinary. Today, a month later, it has become so strong. Han Feng had a smile on his face and did not reply. Elder Zishu also knew that he had already asked, and instead said, 2,000 points. I will give you 2,000 points, keep it in the future. After all, Elder Zishu couldn't wait to pick the Lingshu grass that could be picked. The originally dense spiritual field was instantly bald by more than half. Elder Zishu flicked his sleeves again, and seeds were planted in the empty space. The envy of Wooly and others for Yu Zhangkui was instantly transferred to Han Feng. 2,000 points is really enviable. However, Wooly and the others didn't have any bad ideas. The difference in performance was clear at a glance, and it was normal to get so many points. Elder Zishu gave away 2,000 points without blinking his eyelids, which made Han Feng have to sigh about the wealth of these elders. As an alchemist, Elder Zishu is also a powerhouse at the level of the Great Sanctuary. After spending so many days in the outer courtyard, his points may have already exceeded millions or even tens of millions. A mere 2,000 points is just a drop in the bucket. Yu Zhangkui lowered his head slightly, his long hair covering his eyes full of desire. I can't wait any longer. Who knows how many such good things are left? Find a chance to kill this kid, and Elder Zishu will definitely not drive me away because of a dead person. Even if he is thrown away, as long as he gets what Han Feng has in that kid's hand, it's not a loss. A trace of anger flashed in Yu Zhangkui's eyes, which quickly dissipated. After the Elder Zishu had collected all the Lingshu grass, he said to everyone, I will refine the spirit condensing pill in this half-month, and I still have to go to the inner courtyard. I won't be able to come back until the end of this month. Wu Li, this month's Lingqiao garden will be I need you to take good care of it. Yes. And Wu Li stood up and responded, complaining in his heart, even if you don't go out, he is basically in charge of Lingqiao garden. However, Yu Zhangkui's light flashed, and a good opportunity has come. As a strong man in the great sanctuary, Elder Zishu has such a strong mental power. If he targets Han Feng, he must leave the Lingqiao garden. Otherwise, if something happens, Elder Zishu can appear and organize it with a single thought. However, since Elder Zishu has to go to the inner court for more than half a month, this concern is gone. Even in the Lingqiao garden, he can still take action. As for Wu Li and others, Yu Zhangkui sneered, not to be afraid, but to distinguish some benefits. Second more. After the explanation, Elder Zishu's figure distorted and disappeared. And Wu Li congratulated Han Feng and Yu Zhangkui, and then dispersed. However, Wu Li followed Han Feng closely. After a while, when there were only two people left, Wu Li's expression suddenly sank, and he was a little hesitant. Brethren, what do you want to say? Han Feng saw that Wu Li must have some difficult things to say. When Han Feng asked, Wu Li sighed, I don't know if it's my illusion, but I always feel that something is wrong with Yu Zhangkui. This is wrong every time you appear. Don't misunderstand that I'm provoking the two of you. I really think you should be careful about that, Yu Zhangkui. Of course, everything may be my illusion. Han Feng was stunned for a moment. He thought that Wu Li was only sensitive to the breath of cultivation, but he did not expect to be extremely sensitive in other aspects. Holding his chin and pondering for a moment, Han Feng said, Brethren, to be honest, I also feel that this Yu Zhangkui is a bit inconsistent. And this month, I always feel that someone is spying on me. This person is most likely Yu Zhangkui. Really? And Wu Li was shocked. It's just sensing that something is wrong, and it's not clear what the truth is. Now hearing Han Feng say this, it's probably true that something is wrong. What exactly does this guy want? And Wu Li frowned and thought. Han Feng smiled softly, probably coveting me to take care of Lingshu grass. And Wu Li's brows furrowed deeper, and this is the only possibility. This guy. And Wu Li didn't know what to say, and it took a long time to say, do I need to tell Elder Zishu, Lingqiao garden has always been comfortable, and Elder Zishu also hates the existence of such unstable people. Han Feng immediately waved his hand, no, firstly, this is just our guess, and there is no real evidence. Second, Yu Zhangkui's ability to take care of Lingshu grass is good, and Elder Zishu also values Yu Zhangkui very much, we just said it. It's unlikely that Elder Zishu would believe it. How should this be done? The elder just went to the inner courtyard this month and is not here. If that Yu Zhangkui really has a bad mood, you will be in danger. And Wu Li was worried. After all, this Yu Zhangkui is the fifth-ranked powerhouse on the Tongtian ranking, the strongest among the five of them, and it is unlikely that the four of them will win if they join forces. And Wu Li sighed. Ren Guohua and Wu Li understood that it was very likely that he would stand on Han Feng's side. As the old people of Lingqiao garden, both of them are very annoying to those who make trouble in Lingqiao garden. It is not that such a person has never appeared in the past, and every time they appear, it will cause a lot of losses to the spirit void grass. But Lian Yu and Wu Li is not clear. God knows which side he will stand on in the end. No matter how you look at the situation, it is not good for Han Feng. Seeing that Wu Li was really worried, Han Feng had a little more affection for Wu Li. After thinking about it, Han Feng said, "Brethren, you don't have to interfere in this matter, lest Yu Zhankui will take action against you. If Yu Zhankui really intends to take advantage of the elder's absence to deal with me, I can take action to eliminate this calamity. Of course, Yu Zhankui is best if he doesn't have such thoughts. Do you have a way to deal with Yu Zhankui?" And Wooly was surprised. Han Feng just smiled and said nothing. Let An Wooly misunderstand that he has other ways to deal with Yu Zhankui. If he has the strength to defeat Yu Zhankui, I am afraid that An Wooly will not believe it anyway. Then, you be careful. An Wooly finally said only one sentence. After An Wooly left, Han Feng squinted his eyes slightly. If I feel wrong by myself, it may be my reason. But An Wooly is also the same, so it can only be said that Yu Zhankui is really doing me any harm. Idea. Those who can occupy a place on the Tongtian list cannot be the temperament of a good person. The temperament of a good old man will end sooner or later unless he is lucky or meets a noble person in the outer courtyard of Baidu Academy. It just so happens that I'm going to the Xuanhuan Pagoda, so let's try it out in the past few days. As long as Yu Zhankui really has bad feelings for me, once I come back from the Xuanhuan Pagoda, he will definitely attack me. The next day, Han Feng went to Yu Zhankui. "Brother Yu, I have something to trouble you." "Oh? What's the matter?" Yu Zhankui said with a smile. "It's like this, senior brother Yu, you also know that I got 2,000 points, so I'm going to go to Xuanhuan Pagoda to cultivate well. As a newcomer, my cultivation level is still a bit poor." Yu Zhankui's light flashed, and he said with a gentle smile, "You can leave this kind of trivial matter to me. I guarantee that the Lingshu grass will be fine after you come back. I wonder how many days you will be going?" "This is about 3 or 4 days. I plan to go to the 3rd floor of Xuanhuan Tower." "The 3rd floor?" Yu Zhankui was shocked. "Han Feng, you are a rookie, you are not afraid of dying when you go to the 3rd floor?" Han Feng smiled shyly. "Isn't this what I hope to improve my strength quickly, and I'm only on the periphery of the 3rd floor, plus my physical fitness is good, I should be able to bear it. I can't take it anymore, I'll just go to the 2nd floor." Yu Zhankui nodded. "Then I wish you improved strength." The two talked again, and then Han Feng got up and left and went to the Xuanhuan Pagoda. As soon as Han Feng left, Yu Zhankui immediately came to the 2 spiritual fields that Han Feng was taking care of, and checked them openly. "This soil is wet. It looks like it was watered." Han Feng is of the fire attribute, so naturally, there is no way to directly input the Lingshu grass through the wood-type real energy, so Han Feng's way of taking care of the Lingshu grass is this water. Is it a special spiritual water that contains extremely pure spiritual power? Yu Zhankui squeezed out a small lump of wet soil, and tried to test his wood-type true essence. Yu Zhankui suddenly widened his eyes. "What a pure spiritual power! If I had such spiritual water, I would never waste it so much." Then there is a high probability of dilution. It's so pure after dilution. The original. If I get it, I'm afraid not only 11 stars, but 12 stars can be achieved in a short time. This year's inner court assessment is unlikely. Next year, maybe I will be able to enter the inner court. Immediately got up, Yu Zhankui returned to his residence and sent a message to the outside. Inside a building somewhere in the outer courtyard. Qin Badian received the news and smiled coldly. Yu Zhankui sent a message. "It seems that Han Feng is really weird. Song Liao, Qiu Shaoshi, it will be time for us to take action in a few days." Song Liao and Qiu Shaoshi laughed, their eyes showing excitement. If it is true as Yu Zhankui said, they will break through 10 stars, just around the corner. The gap between the powerhouses on the Tongtian ranking and the ordinary students in the outer courtyard made Song Liao and Qiu Shaoshi already yearning for the Tongtian ranking. Leaving the Lingqiao garden, Han Feng looked back at the enchantment surrounding the Lingqiao garden, with a sly smile on the corner of his mouth. If Yu Zhangkue really doesn't have good intentions towards me, I'm afraid I've already discovered that I just sprinkled it on purpose. Spiritual water. Yu Zhangkue, life or death, depends on whether you can control your greed. Turning his head, Han Feng was not thinking about these, and quickly rushed to the Xingyuan pagoda. After chatting with Deacon Du and others with a smile, Han Feng teleported into the third floor of Xingyuan pagoda. After Han Feng left, Deacon Du slapped his forehead abruptly. I almost forgot to tell that kid, Jingyanting has been targeting their newcomers now. Oh, I can only hope that this kid is lucky, otherwise. Deacon Du smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. The third floor of Xingyuan pagoda. Han Feng was just teleported here, and the oppression of the strong holy force shocked Han Feng. My dear, this is still the periphery, and it is already stronger than the inner core of the second layer. This is just right, so that I can quickly improve my strength. The St. Yuan pagoda has a high concentration of holy energy and consumes a lot of points, which directly leads to not many warriors practicing on the third floor of the St. Yuan pagoda on weekdays. Han Feng can easily find a place to practice. Sitting cross-legged, Han Feng began to absorb the holy energy around him. The cultivation base has broken through to the 8-star level, and the physical strength and mental strength are only the peak of the 9-star level. With only a gap of more than 1 star, Han Feng quickly reached the absorption limit. The holy power storm did not form as before. Immersed in the practice, time passed quickly. In less than half a day, Han Feng broke through to the middle stage of the 8-star level as he wished. As expected of the third floor of Xingyuan pagoda, although many points are consumed, the progress is also gratifying. Han Feng smiled. More than 3 months ago, it was a mere second-tier star, and now. In addition to the time spent before, after a day passed, Han Feng broke through again, reaching the late stage of the 8-star level. Another day passed, and Han Feng once again broke through to the peak of the 8-star level. At this time, Han Feng found that the improvement of his cultivation had slowed down, and Han Feng frowned. Is it the reason why my body strength is only the 9 stars of the earth? 9-star level. Well, I had already expected this situation. The original plan was to cultivate for 3 days, and the rest of the points, I was waiting to go to the mirror of death to consume. It's been 2 days now, and on the 3rd day, at least let me reach the limit of the 8-star peak. The holy force effect on the 3rd floor of Xingyuan pagoda can be called terrifying. The 3rd day has not yet passed. Han Feng has cultivated to the peak of the 8-star peak of the ground level, and the bottleneck that can break through to the 9-star is firmly locked there. A little bit may break through to the feeling of 9 stars. The goal has been achieved. Han Feng got up and was about to leave. 2 figures flew in the distance. It seemed that they were flying from other peripheral areas, and the figures of the 2 were a little embarrassed. Damn, if the people in Jingyanting want to target newcomers, they will target newcomers. It's too much to affect our cultivation. One of the figures said angrily. Another figure sighed, no way, that person is the 2nd-level powerhouse on the Tongtian ranking list, and that newcomer is not easy to deal with. Fu Yu. If we continue to stay there, we will definitely be affected, and leaving is inevitable. If you want to blame, you can only blame our poor strength. The third one. Jingyanting? Fighting Fu Yu? Han Feng's expression couldn't help changing. Although Zhan Fu Yu is strong, I'm afraid it's not enough to face the 2nd-tier powerhouses in the Tongtian ranking. In the rookie-free battle, Zhan Fu Yu was kind to me, and I can't sit back and watch this time. Spreading the wings of the blue dragon, Han Feng flew to the 2 of them. 2 brothers, can you repeat what you said before? One of the figures said gently, this junior, you are also a newcomer. I advise you to go. Whether it is Zhan Fu Yu or that 1,000-demon Aiyang Jianyong, we are not able to intervene. Han Feng clasped his fists with both hands. To be honest, this battle with Fu Yu has been kind to the junior, and the younger brother can't just watch Zhan Fu Yu fall into crisis. Another senior student said impatiently, "If you want to go, just go, just." After saying this, the senior student waved, "Don't stop us from finding a place to practice." The goal was achieved, and Han Feng bowed apologetically to the two of them, and then the Xuanhuan wing slammed and flew quickly towards the said location. That person just now, how is it so familiar? The senior student who spoke to Han Feng first frowned deeply, pondered for a long time and was shocked. Isn't this Han Feng, one of the few newcomers who are as famous as Zhang Fuyu? It is said that this Han Feng went to Elder Zishu's Lingqiao garden to serve as a caretaker of Lingqiao, so he was not attacked by Jingyan. Now that he has taken the initiative to go, it is simply a wolf into the tiger's mouth. The impatient senior student was also stunned when he heard the words. He didn't expect to meet a newcomer at random, but it turned out to be Han Feng, whom Jingyan had planned to kill. The two looked at each other. Forget it, the newcomers have nothing to do with us, let these newcomers fight against Jingyan. It's a pity, how outstanding these newcomers are this year, they will eventually fall into the hands of the Jingyan powerhouses. Somewhere on the periphery of the third floor of the Xuanhuan pagoda, the huge god of war skeleton entity roared again and again, and beams of light burst out from the skeleton's mouth. Countless beams of light bombarded a certain man in the sky. The man was wearing a dark tights, like a killer. His eyes were a strange purple color, and his face was even more pale, a kind of morbidly pale. This person is impressively one of the top experts in the 36 heavenly gangs of Jingyun Hall, and Yang Jianyong, the 26th place on the Tongtian ranking list. Faced with the attacks of these beams of light, Yang Jianyong smiled slyly, and the jet-black streamer instantly condensed in front of him, turning into a terrifying skeleton head. The purple skull opened its mouth and sucked all these beams of light into it. It's also a skeleton. It looks like my skeleton is much stronger than yours. Yang Yong joked. Zhang Fuyu frowned slightly, and then said coldly, "Don't compare your lowly skeleton with my god of war, you are not worthy." Yang Jianyong snorted coldly, "Really? It seems that your skeleton can still evolve, but unfortunately, you are going to die in my hands today, and you have no chance to evolve." Spirit of darkness. Yang Jianyong shouted, and behind him a pitch-black light curtain with a range of hundreds of meters opened. These light curtains surging in pitch black, like a sea of black. From the Black Sea, a strange monster roared out and rushed directly to Zhang Fuyu. Sword of the God of War. The sword in the hands of the god of war skeleton swung out fiercely, and the sword light of several hundred meters slammed out fiercely. Hundreds of feet of sword light directly smashed three dark monsters. But the number of monsters was simply too many. The swords in the hands of the god of war skeleton swung out one after another, and there were still countless dark monsters rushing towards Zhang Fuyu. These monsters grinned hideously, and their hands and fingers were even more sharp. It is conceivable that ordinary peak-level warriors can't handle even one end, and will be directly torn apart. Shield of the God of War. More than a dozen dark monsters broke through the sword defense line, and Zhang Fuyu immediately controlled the God of War skeleton to form a huge shield. Boom boom boom. The dark monster slammed into the dark shield, making a dull crash. The next moment, the harsh sound followed, and these dark monsters were constantly tearing apart the shield of the God of War with their sharp claws. It didn't take long for countless scratches to appear on the shield of the God of War's shield. In the sky, Yang Jianyong's face was cold, and he felt a pity in his heart. What a talent, but it's a pity to go against me, Jingyan. Only relying on the peak of the 10-star peak of the Earth rank, you can have the top 4th grade of the Tongtian ranking, close to the 3rd grade of combat power. If the cultivation base enters the peak of the 11th star of the Earth rank, he will definitely be an overlord. Upgraded to the 12 stars of the Earth rank, it will definitely be the first overlord, and it is even very likely to compete with the existence of ordinary heaven rank. It's great to join Jingyan, but it's over. Yang Jianyong raised his hand slightly, and hundreds of dark monsters fused together instantly, turning into a dark and ferocious monster nearly 1,000 meters high. God of War Fury. Zhang Fuyu's eyes flashed, without fear. The next moment, the size of the God of War skeleton instantly increased, and endless energy surrounded the skeleton of the God of War. A terrifying breath rose to the sky. With the God of War skeleton as the center, a devastating force burst out in an instant. Oops! Yang Jianyong's complexion changed drastically, and the 8-meter black Tianyu behind him quickly waved and retreated quickly. Boom boom boom. Boom. With a radius of thousands of meters and tens of thousands of meters, a shocking explosion occurred. The astonishing explosion set off mushroom smoke thousands of meters high. Under such an explosion, the dark troll was undoubtedly blown to ashes. No matter how fast Yang Jianyong flew, it was impossible for him to fly 10,000 meters away in 1 second and still be affected. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Yang Jianyong's face was grim. Damn, you actually hurt me. Yang Jianyong, as the second-level powerhouse on the Tongtian ranking, never expected to be injured by a mere newcomer. Although this was related to Yang Jianyong's carelessness and did not use a really powerful killing move, Yang Jianyong was still furious and felt injured. Face. Yang Jianyong waited for the explosion to subside, and rushed in with a sneer. Boy, I didn't expect you to have such a trump card, but such an explosion will hurt even yourself. Suddenly, Yang Jianyong's face froze. Impossible, how can you have nothing at all? That kind of explosion is absolutely omnidirectional and has no dead ends. Even the caster will be attacked. At most, the caster himself will be exempted from most of the impact, because he understands it in advance. It is absolutely impossible that the attack will not be affected at all. Otherwise, such a trick would not be used at the last minute, which is clearly a trick to hurt others. In other words, it is a trick of perishing together. Zhang Fuyu's usually indifferent face showed a smile at this time. Thank you for this. A breath swept out from the surroundings. Yang Jianyong's eyes widened. Breakthrough. You actually completed the breakthrough from 10 stars to 11 stars in an instant. Yang Jianyong set off a storm in his heart. Breakthrough in an instant, and the realm is stable. This is something Yang Jianyong has never seen or heard of. Is this still a human being? Suddenly, Yang Jianyong raised his head and looked above Zhang Fuyu. The God of War skeleton, which had been shattered by the explosion, condensed again. And this time, muscle blood vessels have appeared on the skeleton. Compared with the skeleton image, the current God of War is more terrifying. Zhang Fuyu cherished the energy sword that appeared out of thin air in his hand, and the God of War entity also made the same action. Thank you for giving me a lot of pressure, so that my bloodline of the God of War has also successfully broken through. Otherwise the God of War is angry before, it will really be seriously injured and lose the strength to fight again. I'm afraid you don't know, our God of War family, the more tragic the battle, the faster our bloodline evolves. The evolution of the bloodline will make our cultivation level increase in an instant, and it will be extremely stable. In other words, his cultivation has improved so fast, and the time it takes for 10 stars to break through to 11 stars, and the time it takes for 11 stars to stabilize is all because of the evolution of his bloodline. For Zhang Fuyu, with his aptitude, it would take half a month to go from the peak of the 10-star limit to the stable level of the initial 11-star level on weekdays. On the 3rd floor of the Xuanhuan pagoda, it will take at least about 3 days. Yang Jianyong's face changed, and his heart was about to die. Listening to what Zhang Fuyu meant, he indirectly helped Zhang Fuyu break through. And many more. The God of War family? You can be given the title of a certain family. Could it be that you are? Yang Jianyong's expression changed greatly. Generally speaking, no matter how powerful the clan in Beizhou continent is, it can only be called a certain clan, not a certain clan. Don't think it's just a word difference, in fact, it's a huge difference. For ordinary forces, it is not clear what the gap is. Sometimes it seems to them that there is no difference, but for the forces that already have a high status in the mainland, they are clear about the gap between the two sides. Only through the forgotten continent that opened up the alien dimension, the ancient family that survived and the alien dimension could be called a certain clan. Yang Jianyong was born with a good power, so he naturally understands some of these differences. These ancient clans sometimes refer to themselves as ancient clans in order to distinguish the difference between the two titles. These ancient tribes were ancient forces that existed when the forgotten continent was separated from the continent of gods. Yes, my god of war bloodline is from the ancient god of war clan among the ancient families. Zhan Fuyu nodded, not concealing his origins at all. Yang Jianyong took a deep breath, and said coldly for a long while, "So it is, no wonder it is so rampant." What about the ancients? Even if you are from the ancients, the time gap still makes me better than you. Since I have offended you, I will offend you to the end. All right. Dark spirit. Hundreds of dark monsters follow one after another. Sword of the God of War. This time, a sword light of nearly 1,000 meters erupted directly. With a single sword light, hundreds of dark monsters were eliminated. This kind of destructive power is completely different from before, and Yang Jianyong's complexion also darkened. Speaking of which, the previous time only killed 2 or 3 heads, this time it directly killed hundreds of heads. It is not that the attack at this time is dozens of times more than the previous one. The whole thing is that the sword light covers a large area this time. First delivery. Ask for flowers. The previous Jianguang was only 200 or 300 zhang, and its coverage area was naturally no greater than the current 1,000 zhang. Dark monsters are already fast and small, so they could only kill 2 or 3 at a time before. But now it is different. The 1,000 zhang sword light is enough to prevent the dark monster from escaping the range covered by the attack within a certain period of time. In addition, the speed of this sword light is much higher than before, and together, it has caused hundreds of heads. The demise of the dark monster. In other words, it's not that the previous sword light is not strong, but that it can't attack too many dark monsters, or at least 40 or 50 dark monsters can be annihilated. Brush brush. The thousands-meter-high god of war entity kept waving the sword in his hand. Before these dark monsters approached, they were all cut off by Zhan Fuyu, not a single one. Zhan Fuyu's indifferent voice came out, "As there are more than 20 people on the Tongtian ranking list, you won't just play this trick." Yang Jianyong's face was dark for a while, and he regained his calm. "I underestimated you. The next attack is no longer the current petty trouble. I hope you don't let me down." Shadow Tear. Under Yang Jianyong's feet, a shadow-like existence instantly fell and submerged into the ground. In an instant, the golden-colored land was shrouded in black shadows with a radius of nearly 10,000 meters. Thousands and tens of thousands of shadow tentacles burst forth from this shadow. The tip of the tentacle flashed a sharp light. The sword of the god of war. Zhan Fuyu slashed again. However, this time, although most of these shadow tentacles were cut in half, these tentacles did not disappear, but merged with other shadow tentacles at the moment of falling, forming new shadow tentacles. No matter how Zhan Fuyu slashed, there was no way to destroy these shadow tentacles at once. Soon, thousands of tentacles approached. The shield of the god of war. Unfortunately, the shield of the god of war this time did not have a very good blocking effect. Even these shadow tentacles wrapped the shield of the god of war, and Zhan Fuyu was surprised. Came back. The strength of these shadow tentacles is far beyond Zhan Fuyu's imagination. Frowning slightly, Zhan Fuyu scattered the shield of the god of war, which made the shadow tentacles scattered, but these shadow tentacles did not stop because of this, but joined the army of other shadow tentacles and continued to attack the god of war. Entity. Oops. Zhang Fuyu realized the difficulty of these shadow tentacles. The god of war was wrapped around his feet, and Zhang Fuyu couldn't even retreat. Gradually, even the arm holding the sword was entangled. Countless shadow tentacles completely entangled the god of war, and on the other side, countless shadow tentacles merged into a pitch-black bow and arrow. Bows and arrows are nearly 1,000 meters long. This time, let me see how you can solve it. Another war god's wrath? This time, there is no bloodline evolution to keep you safe. Yang Jianyong knew that no matter how powerful or special the ancient bloodline or body was, since it has evolved, it will be easy for you in a short period of time. No further evolution is possible. Evolution several times in a short period of time, that is against common sense. The ancients are powerful, but they are not so powerful that it goes against common sense. Go to hell. The long sword blasted away instantly. Flame Vajra tongs. Suddenly, the flame scorpion pliers appeared behind the god of war out of thin air, and swung towards the countless shadow tentacles on the god of war. A strange sound came out, and nearly half of the shadow tentacles were cut off. When the opportunity was not lost, Zhang Fuyu seized the time and waved his sword with his freed right arm, cutting off all the remaining tentacles. The entire huge body jumped up in an instant and continued to retreat. Behind the god of war, the huge fiery red wings slapped, and the flame giant also retreated again and again. Boom! At the same time, the pitch-black kilometer bow and arrow had already shot into the area where Zhang Fuyu and the god of war who had wrapped Zhang Fuyu were located. The entire ground collapsed in an eerie instant. There was no trace of battle in this collapse, as if there was a deep pit that had collapsed. What? Yang Jianyong's pupils shrank, staring at the person who suddenly appeared. Who are you? Yang Jianyong was extremely angry. Just a little bit, just a little bit. If this person hadn't interfered, Zhang Fuyu might have been killed by him long ago. Thank you. Zhang Fuyu knew who was coming to save him, and he didn't feel that he had lost face when he was rescued. He immediately nodded to Han Feng and thanked him lightly. The flame giant, Han Feng, waved his hand. Haha, don't worry, it can be regarded as repayment for your previous rescue. Turning his head, Han Feng looked at Yang Jianyong, his eyes full of fighting intent. Before he became a guardian of the spirit grass, his fighting strength was barely able to compete with the last few on the Tongtian ranking. But now the cultivation base has been raised from the early stage of the 7-star level to the peak of the 8-star level of the ground level, which is a big leap. Not only that, but the 4 major inheritance martial arts have been raised to the 9th peak, which is beyond the top level of the earth level, and combined with the Kanglin Xuanhuan, the 4 inherited martial arts have infinitely approached the level of heaven-level martial arts. Once Kanglin Profound Fire evolves into Extreme Day Sacred Flame and then merges into the 4 major inheritance martial arts, its power will be comparable to that of low-level heaven-ranked martial arts. If Han Feng's trump card was the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife before, then the biggest trump card now has become the Tianhua fighting fist that fuses the Kanglin Xuanhua. With such a huge increase in comprehensive strength, Han Feng also wants to know how far his current comprehensive combat power has reached. How many places can you rank on the Tongtian list? How far is it from Yang Jianyong, the second-ranked Thousand Demon Eye on the Tongtian ranking? Who the hell are you? Yang Jianyong couldn't help but ask again when he saw the flaming giant on the opposite side just watching him without saying a word. Who am I? Aren't you worrying about me these days? Knowing that Jing Yantang was going to deal with them, Han Feng guessed that he could not avoid it. Since he was not disturbed this month, there might only be one, and Jing Yantang did not dare to take another shot at Lin Kuan. Worried? You are. Yang Jianyong was slightly surprised, and then he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I know who you are that Han Feng. It's true that there is a way to heaven, you don't go, and there is no door to hell, you come here. We can't help you in Elder Zishu's Lingqiao garden, but when you come out to this Xingyuan pagoda, it will be very different. Should you say you are confident or you are an idiot? Since you are here, it's time to kill both of you together. Dark Dungeon. Yang Jianyong stretched his arms straight out, an endless black streamer swept out from the cuffs. The whole world was dark at this moment. Bang! Suddenly, a jet-black beam of light burst out from the ground below Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu. Before Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu could react, the huge beam of light had already surpassed them and met each other in the sky. In a moment, a lacquered black light beam dungeon with a height of nearly 10,000 meters has appeared. Zhang Fuyu's face became solemn. I really underestimate this person. The powerful tricks are really endless. No wonder you can step into the second grade of the Tongtian list. Han Feng glanced around and said solemnly, "Be careful, I don't know what tricks are going on next." The range between each jet-black beam of light is several meters. As long as we disperse our current state, we can fly over. The opponent's attack cannot have such a big loophole. Zhang Fuyu also discovered this, and took out something from his body and threw it into the gap between the jet-black beams of light. Boom! When it came to the gap, endless black beams shot out, blasting the thrown thing into ashes. Zhang Fuyu's pupils shrank. What I threw out was 1,000-year-old purple jade stone, and the full-strength blows that ranked at the bottom of the sky-high rankings might not be able to shatter it. When Han Feng heard it, he had a deeper understanding of the power of this jet-black beam. Dispersing the current state of their bodies, they are just ordinary 8-star and 11-star, attacked by these jet-black beams, they will definitely die. And maintaining such a state, it is simply impossible to fly out of the gap. It's okay for Han Feng to say that he is reluctant to lean on his side, but Han Feng is reluctant to try it. God knows whether the gap between the jet-black light beams will be narrowed. It's over. And it would be extremely frustrating to die. On the other side, Yang Jianyong's eyes were grim. Think you'll be fine if you stay inside? Dreaming. Taste the next meal of my 1,000 demon eyes. Second more. Buzzing. In the dark dungeon, the sound of energy condensation suddenly came from the 8 corners, and Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu's expressions changed instantly. No, these black beams can also actively attack in the dungeon. Flame Vajra Tongs. Sword of the God of War. The two attacked without hesitation. The heavenly fire battle is reflected in the fact that it has already surpassed the top-level martial arts level without integrating the Kanglin Profound Fire. Therefore, Han Feng's cultivation base at this time has skyrocketed to the top 10-star level of the ground level. The Flaming Vajra Claw is also a top-level martial arts skill, and Han Feng's attack at this moment has been raised to a barely 12-star level. The jet-black beams that had not erupted were annihilated by Han Feng's 2 flame scorpion tongs at once, and the remaining 2 could not be intercepted, and could only be bombarded by the beams. However, the sword of the God of War that Zhang Fuyu had cut off 3 in an instant, leaving only a black beam bombarded. Be careful. Zhang Fuyu intercepted Han Feng behind him and took the initiative to withstand 3 jet-black beams of light. Boom! The violent impact made Zhang Fuyu's body of the God of War couldn't help but take a step back. Zhang Fuyu exhaled. Fortunately, there are only 3 beams. Only by feeling the horror of these beams can I know the horror of these beams. If the 8 beams of light blast down at the same time, I will definitely be hit hard. The aftermath is still attacking all around, it's just the aftermath. Relying on the Skyfire armor, these aftermath can't cause too much damage to Han Feng. He shook his head slightly. It would be too difficult to fight against the powerhouses of the Tongtian ranking without integrating the Kanglin Profound Fire. Instead of immediately integrating the Kanglin Profound Fire, Han Feng took out the bloody yellow dragon saber instead. With the 3 killer moves of the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife, Han Feng is still able to explode the power beyond the 12 stars at the moment. Han Feng, let's make a move together. this dungeon must have a limit. Zhang Fuyu thought for a while and said categorically. Okay, let's do it together. God of War Furious Killing Sword. The bloodline evolved, and Zhang Fuyu mastered the evolutionary version of the Sword of the God of War. This sword caused more than 1,000 meters of sword light, and the thousands of meters of sword light blasted away with the momentum of splitting the sky in half. Kanglin Xuanhuan, Fusion. Blood-drinking yellow dragon destroyed. Han Feng also broke out the strongest blow except the heavenly fire fighting fist. Incorporating the Kanglin profound fire, the heavenly fire battle body, which had surpassed the formidable power of the top-grade earth level, jumped to an infinitely close to the formidable power of the heaven-level martial arts. Han Feng's cultivation has skyrocketed again, surpassing the level of 11 stars on the ground level, and barely comparable to the 12 stars on the ground level. 2,000 or 3,000 meters of Huanglong roared out, and the smell of blood filled the radius of 10,000 meters. Just smelling this kind of smell makes me sick. The smell of blood is too strong, as if endless bloody corpses are piled up within a radius of 10,000 meters or even wider. If it is said that the 12 stars on the ground level should be divided according to the star, this strike has the power of 14 or 5 stars. According to the 10th grade, it is not weaker than the 6th and 7th grades, or even higher. The power of this blow is no worse than the 3rd grade of the Tongtian ranking. Strictly speaking, it is no weaker than the top 100 masters in the Tongtian ranking. An astonishing brilliance erupted in Zhang Fuyu's eyes. So much so in a short period of time. As expected of the person he likes, only such a person is qualified to be his opponent and companion for the rest of his life. If Han Feng knew what Zhang Fuyu was thinking, he would definitely be embarrassed. Brother, don't speak so vaguely that it makes people ambiguous, let's not mess with the foundation. Inside the dark dungeon. The sword light of more than 1,000 meters first slashed on the dark beam of light, and the dungeon shook violently with a rumbling sound. Clack clack. The jet-black beam of light in the center was covered with dense cracks. That's all, the dark beam of light could barely carry it down, but the impact of the bloody yellow dragon completely gave the dark beam of light a fatal blow. Not only that, the bloody yellow dragon's entire body burst, forming tens of thousands of tiny, dense bloody blades. The endless blade cuts and rips like crazy. The dark beam of light finally couldn't bear it anymore. Boom! The fragmentation of the dark beam of light made Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu, who had already seen the right time, rush out frantically. Humph, I already knew that you were not so easy to die. Yang Jianyong snorted coldly, and a pitch-black phantom appeared behind him. The phantom had 2 horns on its head, like a demon. Soul shock wave. The demon phantom opened his mouth slightly, and strange sound wave fluctuations shook out. The entire space of Xuanhuan Tower will be twisted and broken under such fluctuations. Puff. Han Feng was hit hard, vomited blood, and his whole body fell to the ground. Yang Jianyong can rank more than 20 in the Tongtian list, and his mental strength is not comparable to the current Han Feng. Yang Jianyong's outburst of soul attack immediately hit Han Feng hard. And Zhang Fuyu's mental strength is also a little worse, but... God of War Hell. The skeleton God of War, wrapped in muscle meridians, roared loudly. The 2 sonic waves collided head-on in the air. Rumbling. The ground shook and collapsed, as if something was surging up from the ground. The entire ground cracked countless cracks, and countless ground were propped up. Blood-drinking yellow dragon destroyed. What? I don't know when. Han Feng slipped behind Yang Jianyong, and Huang Long swallowed Yang Jianyong's whole body in one bite. After a while, Huang Long's body kept propping up, becoming a big belly dragon, and Huang Long also let out a shrill scream. Countless purple rays of light shot out, and with a loud bang, Yang Jianyong drilled out of Huanglong's body, looking quite embarrassed. Han Feng's eyes widened. What happened in Huanglong's body? It came out so soon. Compared with Han Feng's shock, Yang Jianyong was not bad at all, and asked coldly, "You were attacked by my soul, how did you recover so quickly?" Rubbing his head, Han Feng's brain was still a little dizzy, and he smiled lightly, "I am immune to soul attacks." Humph. With a light snort, Yang Jianyong didn't believe Han Feng's words at all. If he was immune to soul attacks, he would never have fallen as if he had been hit hard. What was going on? Yang Jianyong didn't ask anymore. Han Feng and Zhan Fuyu were really difficult to deal with, which made Yang Jianyong's killing intent on the two of them even more intense. As a super-strong existence, with more than 20 people on the Tongtian list, he has been unable to win two newcomers for a long time. What is the face of this rumor? Only by killing both of them can Yang Jianyong's anger be quelled. Anyway, it is a person who is going to die sooner or later, so there is no need to get to the bottom of it. Seeing that Yang Jianyong didn't believe it, Han Feng stopped talking. What is the truth? Naturally, it is the help of Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. Those sound wave fluctuations caused Han Feng's spiritual consciousness to vibrate for a while. As long as he stayed for a while, his spiritual power would definitely collapse, and he would faint without the power to fight again. It's a pity that Jiuyan Tianhua Tower seems to be very protective against Han Feng's spiritual power. Whether it is illusion or the current mental shock, as long as it may cause major trauma to Han Feng's spiritual power, Jiuyan Tianhua Tower will eventually take action. This time too. When Yang Jianyong's mental shock was about to cause Han Feng's mental breakdown, it was the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower who shot and directly blasted the mental shock out of the body with great force. Zhan Fuyu flew to Han Feng's side and breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew you wouldn't get into trouble so easily." Yang Jianyong's strength, only the combination of the two can win. If Han Feng really loses the strength to fight again, Zhan Fuyu didn't think he could still win. Yang Jianyong watched the two meet with cold eyes, patted his body, patted off some dust, and quickly rose to the sky. Succubus Netherworld Palm. A giant purple palm appeared in the sky and split into two. In the center of the giant palm, an extremely charming woman's face appeared, and in the vagueness, a power of charm slowly drifted out. Elsewhere in the giant palm, purple brilliance continued to surge. Go! Yang Jianyong clapped his hands lightly. The kilometer-sized giant palm fell from the sky, getting closer and closer, and the power of charm became stronger and stronger. Han Feng even sensed the blood boiling in his body. Suppression. Kanglin's profound fire circulated a punch in Han Feng's body, and was instantly suppressed. Han Feng wiped away a cold sweat. If he was charmed at a critical moment, he would not be able to use his combat power much, and it would be too unfair to die. Zhan Fuyu also seemed to be affected a little bit, but Zhan Fuyu's will was extremely strong. In Zhan Fuyu's heart, fighting was more important than the love of his son and daughter. He didn't need any strange fire, so Zhan Fuyu calmed down. The third and 8,000 words are completed. The god of war is angry and destroys the sword. Fusion, Skyfire Fighting Fist. The sword light that fought Fuyu over 1,000 feet instantly slashed out, and Han Feng threw a huge blue flame fist with one punch. Boom! The sword light, the giant flame fist, and the giant purple succubus palm collided, and the terrifying energy fluctuations scattered around like ripples. The world changes color. The collision of the energies of the two sides caused a destructive force that was far beyond the reach of the ground-level warriors. Humph, it seems that this is really your limit. One of them has such combat power in the early stage of fighting Fuyu's district rank 11, and the other Han Feng is the peak of 8-star rank in the main body. It's a pity, what a genius, will die at my hands today. 1,000 demon eyes, open. Thousands of magic lights boom. The sky seemed to be purple at this moment, and there were some dark colors mixed with the purple. Darkness obscures the sky. Endless purple beams, with a dark breath, descended from the sky with terrifying power. It suddenly landed on the palm of the succubus, and merged into the two palms. The situation that was originally just a tie has changed dramatically because of this. Bang! The giant palm instantly overwhelmed the flame giant fist, overwhelmed the sword light, and crashed to the ground. The god of war was defeated, degenerating from a skeleton with muscle blood vessels to a silver-white skeleton, and then to an ordinary skeleton, and finally formed a faint energy body. Han Feng was directly pressed to the ground by the giant palm. Wow! Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu couldn't help but vomit blood, the ground shook, and the aftermath formed a storm, which slammed them into the air, and then fell heavily on the ground, directly embedded in the ground. Good, so strong. Han Feng's whole body was in terrible pain. If it weren't for the defense of the Skyfire armor, Han Feng felt that he might have broken his bones directly and died of serious injuries. Raising their heads with difficulty, the two stood up with difficulty, seeing the image of Yang Jianyong in the sky, their pupils shrank. In the sky, Yang Jianyong's clothes were completely torn apart, leaving only his shorts. On his body, there are intentional purple magic eyes everywhere. There are 3 on the forehead, 2 on each side of the cheek, and 1 on the chin. Not to mention the neck. The arms, chest, abdomen, back, legs, and feet were full of purple magic eyes, densely packed. This Yang Jianyong looks like a human figure as a whole, but in fact he is like a monster. There are so many purple magic eyes, no wonder it can be called 1,000 magic eyes. At this time, Han Feng still had time to think about it. He wondered if the shorts were also full of purple magic eyes, and what else was said. Thinking that it was also full of purple magic eyes, Han Feng's cheeks twitched, slightly disgusting. Zhang Fuyu naturally didn't know that Han Feng still had time to think about it. With a jump, Zhang Fuyu came to Han Feng's side. Han Feng, the situation is not good for us now. Are we going to teleport away or want to leave? Dreaming. Yang Jianyong's purple magic eyes shot out purple magic light. One after another magic light bombarded down. Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu hurriedly dodged. Under such circumstances, there is absolutely no time to teleport away. Han Feng gritted his teeth. Don't say we don't have a chance to teleport away now. Is there a chance? Are you really willing to leave so unwillingly? Of course I'm not reconciled, so. A strange beam of light flashed in Zhang Fuyu's eyes. As the owner of the God of War bloodline, Zhang Fuyu didn't want to flee in embarrassment at all. He said that before, just for Han Feng. After all, the two people's ideas are different. If Han Feng is not willing, can Fuyu still force Han Feng to fight? And Han Feng's answer obviously made Zhang Fuyu extremely satisfied. Now that several people have a unified answer, everything is easy to say. The distance between the two is not far. In this short distance, as a master of the earth, where the cultivation base of the earth is extremely high, there is no problem with the sound transmission of the two people's spiritual power. Soon, Han Feng learned about the plan to fight Fuyu. His eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation, and he quickly became firm. Just do as you said. The two were dodging, scrambled, and sometimes hit by the aftermath. Fortunately, the defenses of the two are good. Embarrassment is embarrassment, but they are only minor injuries, and fatal injuries are unlikely to occur. Yang Jianyong frowned slightly. It's just that 1,000 magic light's lethality is limited, then. Succubus Netherworld Palm. With a palm wave, the 1,000 magic light burst into the palm of the succubus. At this moment, the two were already standing together, and because of this, Yang Jianhui only waved a palm. Otherwise, if you wave your palms back and forth at the same spot, you are likely to collide with your own attack. Quick! There is only one chance. Zhang Fuyu shouted fiercely. Han Feng shot instantly and put a palm on Zhang Fuyu's back. Kanglin's profound fire instantly merged into Zhang Fuyu's back. Zhang Fuyu's bloodline of the God of War has a role in joining forces with his comrades. This effect enables the blood of the God of War to integrate various abilities, such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind and thunder, etc. Once these energies are fused, the bloodline of the god of war will be extremely powerful. The bloodline of the god of war is a powerful bloodline, and the Kanglan Xuanhuan is even more powerful. The fusion of the two forces is not as simple as 1 + 1. But this kind of fusion is very dangerous. If the control is not good during the process, the Kanglan profound fire and the god of war energy will riot, and both of them will suffer. This kind of integration requires long-term cooperation and tacit understanding. This is also the reason why Han Feng hesitated before. Neither of them had time to practice and had to succeed the first time. If Yang Jianyong didn't kill with one hit, the next time they wanted to join forces, it would be even more difficult. This time, even if they didn't kill Yang Jianyong, they had to recreate Yang Jianyong and give them time to send out the communication mark and send them away. Don't hesitate, hurry! Zhang Fuyu roared, and Han Feng immediately sent Kanglan mysterious fire into Zhang Fuyu's body. In order to successfully integrate, Han Feng put all his attention on Kanglan Xuanhuan. Once they don't pay attention to the failure, the result of the two of them. A lot of mental power and nervousness caused Han Feng's forehead to drip with cold sweat. Kanglan Xuanhuan entered Zhang Fuyu's body, Zhang Fuyu screamed in the sky, and the huge body of the god of war suddenly reconvened, more solid than before. The blue flame soaring into the sky firmly surrounded the god of war. The blue flame strangely formed a huge flaming lotus flower, and the god of war actually sat cross-legged in the lotus flower, this time. The Kanglan god of war is angry and destroys the sword. Zhang Fuyu roared with excitement. The fusion turned out to be a success. Not only Zhang Fuyu, but Han Feng also showed a smile. The two attacked together. Kanglan Xuanhuan followed the god of war and merged into the sword of wrath of the god of war. The sword of wrath of the god of war grew to nearly 3,000 feet. Turned blue. It's the kind of blue that people can't help but be addicted to at a glance. Because of the successful fusion, Zhang Fuyu even changed his name. The fusion process is dangerous and looks long, but in fact it takes less than a second. Precisely because of the short time, precise mental power and control are needed. Under such circumstances, Han Feng's mental power consumption is several times or even dozens of times the usual. That pressure is something that ordinary people can hardly understand. The blue flame sword light attacked, and instantly collided with the purple giant palm. An amazing energy fluctuation that destroys the sky and destroys the earth, like a skyrocketing ocean wave, surging out. 4 shifts and 10,000 words are completed, asking for flowers. The first wave of energy has not yet dissipated, and the second wave has been surging out. The waves of energy seem to destroy the entire space. What? Yang Jianyong's pupils shrank, and a deep disbelief flashed on his face. His strongest blow was actually blocked. How is this possible? He is an existence ranked in the top 20 on the Tongtian ranking. No matter how powerful Fu Yu and Han Feng were in this battle, one of them could barely reach the 3rd rank, and they would only be able to compete with 60 in the Tongtian ranking. One in the 4th grade is only high class, and piercing the sky is to compete with the top 100 or even 90 in the Tongtian list. It is far from his more than 20 people. How did these two do it? Break! Zhang Fuyu and Han Feng roared, and the blue flame's 3,000-meter-long sword light suddenly brightened. The terrifying power caused the giant purple palm to split a slit from the center. Not good. Yang Jianyong's face changed greatly. In this case, it was impossible for him to win. The communication mark, Yang Jianyong, was wrapped in blue light, and he was about to leave when he saw that the situation was not good. Blocked by the giant purple palm, Yang Jianyong had the time to teleport away. Boom! With the crack, the subsequent destruction is much easier. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire huge purple palm is split in half. The terrifying sword light burst towards Yang Jianyong, who was carefully wrapped by the blue light. Puff. Yang Jianyong has already teleported away, and most of his body has disappeared, but at this moment, the sword light has also struck. A sound of physical separation sounded, and blood gushed out. An arm fell from the sky, and blood stained the ground. Outside, as soon as Yang Jianyong was teleported out, there was a shrill scream, covering the wound, and blood was left along Yang Jianyong's fingers. Yang Jianyong's face was hideous, and he couldn't hide the resentment in his eyes no matter what. One arm is just so useless, his combat power will be greatly reduced, the wound will stop bleeding, and the future combat power will be the existence of 40 or 50 places in the Tongtian list, or even further behind. Even if you get the heaven-defying elixir and your arm is restored to its original state, it is impossible to have the function of the 1,000 demon eyes. Limb rebirth, among the holy pills, few can do it. Battle Fuyu. Han Feng. I, Yang Jianyong, swear, I will never let you go. Yang Jianyong roared in his heart. Yang Jianyong's tragic appearance shocked several deacons. As beings at the top of the Tongtian ranking, these deacons are very clear, and these top beings are all powerful people who are very likely to enter the inner courtyard. Once they enter the inner courtyard, it will be a matter of time before they will surpass them in the future. Entering the inner courtyard means having the qualifications and hope to break through the sanctuary. And now, more than 20 strong men on the dignified Tongtian list have their left arms cut off. What kind of strong men can do this? The top 10 dominant figures? Thinking of the recent suppression of newcomers by Jingyan, an incredible idea appeared in the eyes of several deacons. If this is the case, this year's newcomers are really too perverted. It simply refreshes their layers of cognition. On the third floor of Xuanhuan Pagoda, Han Feng and Zhan Fuyu immediately froze. The battle with Yang Jianyong is really the most dangerous battle to enter the inner courtyard. If they are not careful, they may fall. The two knew that this place was not a place to stay for a long time. To make a long story short, Han Feng asked about the status of the recent newcomers and could not help frowning. A lot of newcomers have been imprisoned by Jingyan. Only if we go to Jingyun Hall and bow our heads, will those newcomers be spared? Han Feng thought it was incredible. He knew that Jingyan was rampant, but it was so rampant that he didn't even have a brain. Who would let Jingyan be slaughtered for unrelated people? As newcomers, do they have to save each other? Zhan Fuyu's face was light. I don't care about this threat from Jingyan, but we really don't care. Those newcomers will definitely hate us to the core, and then they will join Jingyan's camp. Jingyan will definitely be more powerful at that time, and its influence in the outer court will be even greater. I don't know if you know that in 3 months, it will be the inner court assessment, and you and Meng Yaqing are very likely to pass the inner court assessment, but others are different. When we enter the inner courtyard, we will not be able to come to the outer courtyard again. At that time, those newcomers who hate us to the core will grow up and join forces with the veterans of Jingyan. How can those people resist? Those people refer to Zuan Shentong Jiangda and others. As for the existence of Shirtai, Shijun and Hu Shaodai, in Zhan Fuyu's opinion, this year's inner court assessment may not pass, and the next year will definitely pass. On the contrary, Xian Shentong, Lin Huixian and others may stay in the outer courtyard for several years, depending on the situation. Han Feng touched his nose and sneered, "You are too confident in me. For those inner court assessments, only 1 out of 10 people who are strong on the Tongtian list can pass each year, which is almost a 1 in 10 probability. Almost all of them are powerhouses at the 12-star level, and at least they are at the peak of the 11-star level. 3 months, where will I get to that level?" Han Feng also learned about this inner court assessment through An Wuli not long ago. It would be a lie to say that he is unwilling. Han Feng took the time to cultivate, so he was doing it for this assessment. However, in the face of fighting Fuyu, Han Feng always has to be humble. I can't say that I have passed the decision. There is no difficulty in the inner court assessment. After all, his current cultivation base is only the pinnacle of the 8-star rank. Zhang Fuyu's face didn't change in the slightest, but there was a trace of contempt in his eyes. To be too modest is to be arrogant. In just 3 months, you have been hit from the 2nd-level star to the 8-star, a full 6-star improvement. Will there be less improvement in the next 3 months? Furthermore, your combat strength far exceeds your own cultivation base, and you can almost surpass 5 or 6 stars. Even I am not able to achieve this kind of leap, let alone other people on the Tongtian list. I bet that as long as your cultivation base is raised to the top 10-star level, I'm afraid you will have the ability to compete with those ordinary overlords. Am I right? Ordinary overlords refer to the few overlord-level figures in the top 10. Han Feng suddenly choked. Being despised by Zhang Fuyu, Han Feng was so depressed that he immediately changed the subject and said, "You are right, we can't just ignore those newcomers just for ourselves. Jiang Feng, Jiang De, Lei Yuru, Lu Yuer, Xian Shintong, and Lin Huixian were all companions, and they had to be considered. As for Wang Qingcong, Shi Taishir Jun, and Hu Xiaodai, Han Feng, like Zhang Fuyu, believes that they will definitely pass the next test." Holding his chin, Han Feng became distressed. What should I do? You can't really go and bow your head and let Jingyantang be slaughtered, right? Zhang Fuyu smiled lightly. I had contact with Meng Yaqing once, and we already have a way to deal with it. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Woohoo. I lost my bank card, and I rummaged through the boxes at home and couldn't find it, so I went to do a new one, and I've been really unlucky recently. Fortunately, the cabbage will be received every month, and there is almost no loss. But that didn't stop the cabbage from feeling depressed. Oh? What can I do? Han Feng was surprised. I just learned that the newcomer was being made difficult, and Han Feng couldn't think of a good way for a while. Zhang Fuyu explained, Jingyantang dares to target us newcomers, but in the end, our strength is not enough to arouse their fear. The top 10 overlords of Tongtian ranking are very few in the same camp as Jingyantang, only 1 or 2, and most of the rest will not be dealt with by Jingyantang. Meng Yaqing has already united several overlord-level forces, and then we will face off against Jingyantang. As long as our strength can suppress Jingyantang, everything will be fine. No matter how strong Jingyantang is, it is not capable of resisting the alliance of the other major forces. Hearing this, Han Feng pondered for a while and said, this is indeed a solution, but why would those forces help us? Are those forces unreliable? If we end up overshadowing us, we can. Actually, one of the 10 overlords took the initiative to find Meng Yaqing. The overlord is a woman named Hao Meili, known as the Golden Flower, and established the Gold Coin Hall. It is said that this woman is very optimistic about Meng Yaqing's temperament, at first sight, and he has been an enemy of Jingyantang for a long time, so he took the initiative to find him. Zhang Fuyu's expression was a little strange and stiff. Han Feng's mouth twitched, his eyelids jumped. How Mimi, this name is really stupid, does it mean that she is so beautiful? And this title is also a bit dreadful. Look at how domineering Yan Jianyong is, known as the 1,000 Demon Eyes, but this one is the Golden Flower. The last gold coin haul made Han Feng stunned. How strange is this woman to have this name? Jingyantang is more vulgar. Compared with Jingyantang, Jin Coin Hall is even more. Han Feng didn't know what to say. Looking at Zhang Fuyu's stiff face, Han Feng is even more curious about this Hao Mimi. What kind of woman is this, that makes Zhang Fuyu show such a painful expression? Zhang Fuyu clenched his fist and coughed lightly. You will meet this woman sooner or later, and then you will understand why she is called the Golden Flower. In addition to the Golden Coin Hall, there are also handsome Gai Tang, who also took the initiative to help us. The handsome master, Zhen Shuai, is Hao Meili's fiancé, and he helped us because of how Meili. Zhen Shui. Han Feng was speechless, worthy of being a fiancé. This name is really. There is also the name of the force, Handsome Boy Hall, which is even more painful than the Gold Coin Hall. What a wonderful pair. Zhang Fuyu ignored Han Feng's tangled face and continued, most of the other overlord-level forces will help when they are on good terms with Hao Meili, but because they only look at Hao Meili's face, the power of help is not strong. Many. According to Meng Yaqing, he will go to Jingyantang for a decisive battle in about 20 days. Han Feng heard the words and said thoughtfully, the last time I met Meng Yaqing was already in the late 10-star stage, and now I am afraid that it has already been 11-star in the past month. Zhang Fuyu's eyes were complicated and he said with infinite fighting intent, yes, in 20 days at most, Meng Yaqing will break through the 12 stars, and have the real power to compete with the Overlord, even not low in the Overlord level. As long as there are Overlord level characters here, and everything will be solved. Regarding Meng Yaqing's soaring strength, Zhang Fuyu's heart was complicated. When they first entered the Baidu Academy, the two of them had the same cultivation base. When they really fought, it was not certain who would win and who would lose. But now, he has just stepped into the 11th star, and after 20 days, the peak of 11th star is at most, but the other party has to break through to the 12th star. Fight again. He has less than a 50% chance of winning now. Zhang Fuyu was not lost because he couldn't compare to a woman, but was full of fighting spirit. 20 days later. Han Feng pondered in a low voice, and said for a long time, after 20 days, I will go too. Zhang Fuyu smiled lightly, of course there will be you. Meng Yaqing has made an agreement with the other party that there will be 9 battles in 20 days, we won, the newcomer is released, and Jingyantang can no longer trouble us. And we lost, you don't need me to tell you. Han Feng's face was serious, and once their newcomer side lost, with the careful attention of the strong men in Jingyantang, they would never let them go easily. He exhaled, it seems that I have to hurry up and practice. Not bad. Zhang Fuyu's eyes shone brightly, obviously looking forward to the battle with Jingyantang 20 days later. Seeing Zhang Fuyu's belligerent appearance, Han Feng looked helpless. The two did not dare to stay in the Xingyuan Pagoda for long, and soon left the Xingyuan Pagoda. Han Feng pondered all the way, in the battle after 20 days, the Hall Master can't take action, in other words, those overlords basically can't take action. 20 days later, Yaqing will have the power of dominance, which means she has won a game in advance. If she can reach the 11th star peak after 20 days of fighting Fuyu, she may also have the ability to compete with the 10th in the Tongtian ranking. If she can further reach the 11th star peak, the limit, I am afraid that I can compete with the 10th Overlord level character. As long as you don't face off against the Vice Hall Master of Jingyun Hall, it is almost a pre-scheduled victory. One of the 2 Vice Hall Masters of Jingyun Hall is the 10th on the Tongtian ranking. It is precisely because Jingyantang has 2 Overlord level figures that Jingyantang is called the largest force in the outer courtyard. 2 victories are scheduled, and 30% of the victories are needed to win the decisive battle. Han Feng touched his chin and continued to ponder, listen to what Fuyu said, Jing Coin Hall and Handsome Gai Tang are really helping, so the strong men sent by these 2 forces are definitely not weak, and there should be a great possibility of winning. Others see how Meili is not willing to really offend Jingyantang because of her face, so the strong people sent by these forces are probably not strong. After all, the last game is really a little suspenseful. In that case, let me win this game. Han Feng said solemnly. At present, with my strength, it is still reluctant to compete with the second-tier powerhouse. It is too weak. I must use the remaining 20 days to become stronger. First of all, you can't feel bad about the consumption of points. You must buy a large number of top-quality condensing pills. Even if you use these top-quality condensing pills to break through 9 stars, it will be a bit of a disadvantage. Secondly, we must use these top-quality condensing pills to improve our cultivation as much as possible. Thirdly, the newly mature fire lotus seeds cannot be wasted, not only to break through the 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art, but also to break through the 10th layer of the heavenly fire fighting body. Whether it is the 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art or the 10th layer of the heavenly fire battle body, a breakthrough requires an extremely large amount of fire attribute source fluid. After thinking about it, not only can the breakthrough be quickly improved and there are almost no sequelae, only the lingling pill is left. And a lot of condensing pills will inevitably consume a lot of points, and Han Feng will be distressed to death in normal times, but now, even if he is distressed, he must buy it. As soon as his footsteps moved, Han Feng changed the direction of returning to Lingqiao Garden, and ran to the commercial street instead. Second more. Thanks to I'm Little Ma, Ing and Xingxing Peak for their big rewards, and thanks to You Are Charming and other big ones for their flower support, cabbage thanks. Amazed face, / Ahem, how Mei Lian and Shui, who were provided by a wretched book friend, have a good relationship. Last time, Han Feng didn't take a look at the shops in the commercial street. Now, after a closer look, he found that these shops sell not only condensing pills, but also other pills. Among them, there is no shortage of medicinal pills that are also extremely precious in the earth. However, these medicinal pills require too many points, and secondly, there are sequelae, so most of the students buy lingling pills instead of other medicinal pills. Han Feng took a fancy to an elixir called Pashandan. This kind of medicine pill can increase the probability of breakthrough for the late-stage powerhouse, but first, it must reach the peak limit of a certain star. And now, Han Feng has reached the limit of the 8-star peak of the Earth rank, and has reached the premise of taking this medicine pill. And Han Feng has everything melted into the flame cauldron, and the Xianxian pill is refined into the source liquid. The possibility that it was only a few points will increase to 80% or 90% or even 100%. It took 900 points to buy this pill, and the remaining points Han Feng were all used to buy the top-quality condensing pill. After doing all this, Han Feng kept walking, and it could even be said that he could not wait to rush to Lingqiao Garden. Lingqiao Garden. And Wuli, Ren Guohua, and Lian Yu gathered together. And Wuli looked at Lian Yu with satisfaction. He thought that the contact was not deep, and this Lian Yu would turn to Yu Zhankue, but now it seems that this is not the case. Treating Lian Yu and Wuli was even more cordial and gentle. Lian Yu looked up in a certain direction, feeling a little uneasy. Yu Zhankue actually united Qin Badian, 2 5th-grade powerhouses on the Tongtian ranking and 2 9-stars on the ground. What should we do? And Wuli sneered, what else can I do? Brother Han Feng said that he can solve everything by himself, so let's watch it. Although we don't have deep contact, I can see that Brother Han Feng is not a madman. With that said, there must be a real ability to solve this. In all likelihood, Yu Zhankue will suffer. Ren Guohua sighed. I thought Yu Zhankue was a person with a similar temperament to us, but in fact he was so sinister, I was really confused by his usual face. Lian Yu nodded in agreement. And Wuli squinted his eyes slightly. If he really doesn't fight like us, he won't step into the heavenly ranking in just 3 years. You know, his wood-type alien energy is not good at fighting, and he is not good at fighting, he is the weakest among his peers. Most of the 150 or so powerhouses on the Tongtian ranking are 10 stars on the ground level, and there are few 11 stars on the ground level. Yu Zhankue, however, has not only reached the 11-star level, but also reached the peak of the 11-star level of the ground level. In terms of cultivation, he is second only to the overlord level figures and the top powerhouses in the second level of the Tongtian ranking. In the case of insufficient combat power, the improvement in cultivation is second only to those of the overlord level characters, and it can be seen that there are many pitfalls on weekdays. After a long while, and Wooly smiled sarcastically, I have the deepest contact with Elder Zishu. This Yu Zhankue thinks that there is no Han Feng, and Elder Zishu will not embarrass him because he is useful to Lingshu grass. After all, dead people are useless, and the living are useful, aren't they? Unfortunately, the elders of Yu Zhankue think too much about the interests and weak feelings. Elder Zishu don't look fierce, but the contact is deep. This Elder Zishu is the most protective of the shortcomings. Whether Yu Zhankue's actions today are successful or not, Elder Zishu doesn't care what use you have for Lingshu grass. There is only one kind of the result. Elder Quilt is severely punished and driven out. Somewhere in Lingtian, Yu Zhankue and Qin Badian, Song Liao and Qiu Shaoshi were already waiting here. Qin Badian was a little impatient. We have been waiting for a long time. Is this Han Feng really coming back today? Yu Zhankue was a little uncertain. It should be today. He did say so at the beginning. I think he's framing you. Qin Badian waited for a long time, feeling very annoyed. If you don't want to wait, you can leave. Yu Zhankue said lightly, and Qin Badian immediately became dumbfounded. Yu Zhankue said coldly, if this Han Feng is one of the few newcomers who can't be provoked the most, do you think I will join you? Anyway, I am a strong person in the sky, and it is impossible for those newcomers to be powerful. Overtaking me in such a short period of time, according to the boy I found out, Han Feng's aptitude is not as good as Zhan Fuyu and Meng Yaqing. Among the newcomers, these two are too famous, and their record is astonishing. On the contrary, Han Feng, because he stayed in Lingqiao Garden for a month and did not go out, the topic gradually weakened, and there was no such amazing record. Otherwise, how would Yu Zhankue dare to provoke Han Feng? Joining with you is just to ensure that there is an accident. Yu Zhankue continued to say coldly. Qin Boshan's face was blue and white for a while, and he snorted softly for a long time and stopped talking. Song Liao and Qiu Shaoshi wiped away a cold sweat. Suddenly, Song Liao whispered, "Look, that kid Han Feng is back." Everyone's eyes converged, and sure enough, a figure came not far away. Oh, sure enough. Come out, I already guessed that you would be hiding in the dark. As soon as Han Feng stepped into the Lingtian area, he felt a faint killing intent in the air, and immediately understood that his guess was right, and Yu Zhankue really wanted to deal with him. Did you know? Yu Zhankue came out of the dark with a dark face, and a bad premonition rose in his heart, especially when Han Feng was not surprised when he saw Qin Badian. The bad feeling got worse. Thick hair. Han Feng swept over Qin Badian with a light smile. Sure enough, the last time you helped me drive away Song Liao and Qiu Shao, I guessed that you and Qin Badian joined forces. Yu Zhankue's face was even darker, but his eyes showed a hint of panic. Forced to suppress the panic, Yu Zhankue said coldly, "How did you guess it?" Han Feng rolled his eyes. "I won't tell you." Yu Zhankue was annoyed. "Why do you talk so much nonsense? Let's take people down first." Qin Badian couldn't help but said. Song Liao and Qiu Shaoshi instantly attacked Han Feng. Yu Zhankue opened his mouth, and finally fell silent, so let's use Song Liao and Qiu Shaoshi to test it. Purple Wing Whirlwind. Crush the ground waves. Song Liao spread out his purple brilliance wings, and a purple whirlwind swept in. Qiu Shaoshi hit the ground with a punch, and waves of earth attribute fluctuation spread out. Skyfire Fighting Fist. With a punch that surpassed the top-grade martial arts level, the powerful flame impact instantly annihilated the whirlwind and earth attribute fluctuations, and the castration bombarded Song Liao and Qiu Shaoshi unabated. In the disbelief and horror of the two of them, the huge flame fist swept them in and swallowed them into the flames. Boom! The flaming fist exploded, sparks scattered. The charred bodies of the two were thrown into the sky and immediately fell. The two of them were sluggish, and although they didn't die, they were also severely injured, and they lost the strength to fight again. Qin Boshan's body, which had just moved, suddenly stagnates, and he stares blankly at all this. In any case, Qin Badian did not expect that Song Liao and Qiu Shaoshi would be instantly defeated, and even almost killed in seconds. Han Feng had expected such a result. One of the two is the initial limit of the 9-star level, and the other is the mid-level limit of the 9-star level. There is not much cultivation beyond his peak limit of the 8-star level, and it is not even as good as him in terms of the solidity of the true essence. Martial skills far exceeding the level of top-grade martial arts skills are enough to widen the gap between the two sides, and even surpass them. The third one. Thanks to 12 for the big reward. Today is the fourth watch, and the fourth watch will be later. It's already been 2 people, now it's your turn. Han Feng said to Qin Badian and Yu Zhankui with a smile. Yu Zhankui's expression didn't change. Qin Badian was already roaring. Song Liao and Qiu Shaoshi were attacked by you before they could exert all their strength. Do you really think you are amazing? Han Feng shrugged. What he said was right. This Song Liao and Qiu Shaoshi should also have different energy that can be integrated into martial arts. Song Liao's strength is weaker than Ban Xiong. Qiu Shaoshi should be similar to Ban Xiong, or even slightly better. If the two of them used the strongest strength, he really couldn't defeat the two of them in seconds with the blow just now. But then again, he didn't use all his strength. In Han Feng's eyesight, neither side used their trump cards, which is fair. Han Feng's indifferent expression completely angered Yu Zhankui. Thorn strangulation. With an angry shout, Ling Tian collapsed instantly, and thorns full of ferocious needles burst out of the ground, covering the sky and covering the sun, trying to strangle Han Feng. Skyfire battle body, congeal. Skyfire armor, congeal. Han Feng said lightly, and the fiery red armor wrapped Han Feng's body up and down. At the same time, Han Feng's entire body also changed rapidly and turned into a flame giant. The cultivation base has skyrocketed to the peak of the 10 stars of the Earth rank, and with the defense of the Skyfire armor, the attack power of the ordinary 12 stars of the Earth rank cannot have the slightest impact on the Skyfire armor. Unless the power exceeds the land level. Strangulation of thorns is only a top-grade martial skill. Although it is top-notch, Qin Badian has not cultivated it to the state of perfection. It is only a great achievement. All the power of these thorns together only reaches the peak of the ordinary 11-star, or exceeds the level of the 11-star level and is comparable to the 12-star level of the ground level, but it cannot reach the level of surpassing the level of the ground-level warrior. What's more, the people who come into contact with the Skyfire armor are only part of the thorns. This caused these thorns to firmly bind Han Feng, and the thorns on the thorns kept tearing the Skyfire armor, but they could only make a harsh sound and could not be broken no matter what. Just this ability? Han Feng mocked. Qin Badian was even more angry when he heard the words, but his rationality came back a lot. Based on Han Feng's current state, he knew that Han Feng was by no means a good person to deal with. Although he still has would attribute xenogenic energy that has not been integrated into martial arts, and Han Feng did his best. Yu Zhankui, what are you still doing? Why don't you take action? Qin Badian roared again and again. Yu Zhankui also realized that things were serious, and Han Feng's difficulty was no less than that of the powerhouses on the Tongtian list. Yu Zhankui secretly rejoiced that he was fortunate to have united with Qin Badian early in the morning. Senmeng Chiba strike. The green light surged and turned into green energy leaves that filled the sky, falling from the sky like a meteor shower. After all, Yu Zhankui was a top-level 11-star martial arts skill, and his attack power vaguely exceeded that of a terrestrial martial artist. Countless energy leaves charged with the sharpness of a blade, Han Feng immediately opened the wings of the blue dragon, and the huge wings carried blue flames, instantly turning the thorns into ashes. Songlong Fury. The wings of the blue dragon and the feathers of the sky fused together, constantly fanning, and bursts of flames condensed and burst out. The bursting flames formed a sea of fire, including all the green energy leaves. Chi Chi. In an instant, these energy leaves were burned and swallowed. Damn, how can this guy be so strong? Chi Bai was shocked when he saw that the two of them had been attacked with ease, and a storm surged in his heart. I don't believe it, you can really resist the full blow of me, and Xuanhuan. The blue-green wood attribute energy burst out from Qin Boshan's body, with an extremely powerful attacking aura. The blue-green energy poured into the thorns were suddenly wrapped by the blue-green energy, the thorns skyrocketed, and the thorns of each thorn grew wildly. Seeing this, Xuanhuan only needs to release his wood-type's energenic energy. The yellow-green energy forms energy leaves that cover the sky and the sun, but this yellow-green energy reveals a gentle aura, which is completely different from the aura emitted by Qin Boshan's blue-green energy. At this moment, the destructive power contained in the dense thorns has surpassed the energy leaves in the sky. A difference of 1 star, Qin Boshan's combat power is higher than Xuanhuan's, which shows how unsuitable Xuanhuan's wood-type's energenic energy is in combat. Kanglan Xuanhua, Fusion. Qin Bai and Xuanhuan, who have merged with wood attribute energenic energy, have been able to pose a threat to Han Feng together. Although Han Feng can win, it is definitely a difficult victory. Han Feng didn't want to entangle for too long, and immediately merged with Kanglan Xuanhua, and his cultivation level skyrocketed again. Facing the attack of the two, Han Feng still threw a punch. This time, the punch was even more terrifying. This punch seems to have turned into an endless storm, involving all the thorns and Ningliang flying leaves and swallowing them. What? Qin Bai and Xuanhuan were stunned. Their strongest blow, together even the 4th-ranked powerhouse in the Tongtian ranking, could compete against them, yet they were so easily wiped out by Han Feng. This combat power is already considered a superior existence in the 4th grade of the Tongtian ranking. Not good. The huge flame fist attacked quickly, and the power was not diminished, and the two panicked completely. While the figure continued to retreat, the two continued to wave some small tricks to interfere with the flame fist. It's a pity that even the strongest move of the two can't resist the flame fist, not to mention the random moves. Han Feng, this is what Xuanhuan contacted me first. It has nothing to do with me. If you want to kill Xuanhuan. Qin Boshan's voice of fear came out. Han Feng was unmoved. If you don't have greed, you won't agree. I don't have the habit of letting the tiger go back to the mountain, even though you can only be regarded as a kitten. An insulted expression appeared on Qin Boshan's face, which turned into fear before he could maintain it for a second. The flame fist has devoured Xuanhuan. No. With an unwilling roar, Qin Bai did not escape in the end. After killing the two of them, Han Feng went to Song Liao and the two made a punch, and completely killed the two of them. In just a short moment, the 4 strong men died in the hands of Han Feng. And Wu Li and the others, who were paying attention to this place in the dark, swallowed and spit, so strong. In the past, they thought Han Feng was weak. Thinking of this, and Wu Li and others felt a little embarrassed. Seeing Han Feng's eyes swept here, and Wu Li immediately stood up. Han Feng, don't worry, we will definitely testify for you when Elder Zishu returns in the future. Then I would like to thank an eldest brother. The younger brother still has business, so I won't entertain the 3 of them. Han Feng was in a hurry to cultivate, and he didn't want to waste any time. And Wu Li and the 3 immediately waved their hands. Your business is important, we will leave without disturbing you. If the 3 of them heard this before, they would definitely think that Han Feng would not be a human being, and would not even be willing to entertain, and he would not be able to spend it. How much time? But now that they saw Han Feng's strength with their own eyes, the 3 of them did not dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction. Well, the strong will naturally have preferential treatment for the strong. Even the address changed to you, and Enwoli dared not call Han Feng brother anymore. Sitting cross-legged, Han Feng adjusted his body to the best condition, took out the Pashian pill, and whispered to himself, "It's time to hit the 9 stars on the earth rank. Fourth more complete. Ask for flowers. Put Pashian down into the melting pot of all things, and refine it into the source liquid, and Han Feng swallows it." The surging energy surged in the body, hitting the bottleneck of the 9-star level. The energy flows over and over again, and every time it passes through the dantian, the energy in the dantian is condensed. Time passed slowly, and I don't know how long it took, and a flame vortex suddenly formed in the area of the 73rd fire attribute real crystal. This is the sign that the 73rd fire attribute true crystal has condensed. Han Feng was overjoyed and did not dare to be careless, and continued to absorb the energy of the Xianxian Dan source liquid. Boom! I don't know when, a tyrannical aura swept out with Han Feng as the center, and the flames shot everywhere. The 73rd real crystal has condensed to the size of a grain of rice, and at the moment when the real crystal of the size of a rice grain condensed, the real crystal grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it stopped until it was close to the half of the peak. In other words, Han Feng not only broke through to the initial stage of the 9-star stage, but also initially stabilized this realm. As long as the 73rd true crystal has completely grown to its peak, the initial realm of the 9-star level is truly stabilized. It took only 2 days to break through. These hundreds of nearly 1,000 points were not spent in vain, and the rest was to swallow the condensing pill. A top-quality condensing pill may not increase much. After all, Han Feng is now on 9-star of the Earth rank, reaching the highest stage of the late Earth rank, and the next step is the pinnacle of the Earth rank. The effect of the top-grade condensing pill on the peak of the Earth level is really not great, and it is only slightly better for the 9-star of the Earth level. But 1 is nothing. How about 10? How about dozens? How about 100? From Elder Zishu's hands, he got 2,000 points, plus the ones left over from the past, there are more than 2,000. After subtracting the points spent on the 3rd floor of the Xuanhuan pagoda and the points spent on purchasing profound pills, there are still hundreds left. Enough to buy more than 10 top-quality condensing pills. However, Han Feng naturally won't waste it like this, but refines the condensing pills into source liquid, which is equivalent to the effect of more than 20 top-quality condensing pills. Time passed by Han Feng's practice. About 5 or 6 days passed, Han Feng swallowed all the condensing pill source liquid, and his cultivation was barely raised to the late stage 9 stars, but he did not step into the peak of the 9 stars, and he did not even have the limit of the late stage 9 stars. Achieve. Han Feng is not in a hurry. There are still 12 to 3 days left. Once the 9 flames and different fire art is upgraded to the 5th floor, the training speed will be further improved. At this moment, Han Feng made a seal with both hands, trying to condense the Red Lotus Warrior. It has been almost 2 months since the 3 kinds of different fires were obtained. Originally, it would take at least 3 months to condense a more perfect Red Lotus Warrior, but now Han Feng can't wait any longer. It is only about half a month and 20 days in advance. Even if the condensed Red Lotus Warriors can't reach the early and middle stages of the 12 stars, they can at least reach the late stage of the 11th stage or even the peak. Early 1 star. Even in the first stage of the first 11-star level, the 4 Red Lotus Warriors fused together, and their combat power surpassed the level of the Earth level. I am afraid that it is not much worse than the 40 or 50 places in the Tongtian ranking. As for the 11 stars below the ground level, Han Feng did not consider it at all. The 4 condensed Red Lotus Warriors were indeed 9 stars on the ground level at the beginning, but that was when the cultivation was insufficient or the supernatural fire was too weak. At this time, the 4 supernatural fires were not weak, and the cultivation time was not short. Why? It is impossible to condense such a weak Red Lotus Warrior. The original first Red Lotus warrior has been lifted and reunited. The first one succeeds, the second one fails. The second one fails again. The second and third failed. The second succeeded, the third failed. Time passed after repeated failures and failures. After 3 full days, Han Feng finally succeeded in condensing the 4 Red Lotus warriors. Han Feng looked relieved. This condensed Red Lotus warrior has not reached the late stage or peak of the 11th star, but it is not the early stage of the 11th star, but the middle stage of the 11th star. Fusion! Han Feng shouted, and the 4 Red Lotus warriors fused together instantly, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Han Feng squinted his eyes slightly, this breath. If you add the attacking skills of the Red Lotus warriors themselves, I'm afraid they are also top ranking in the 3rd grade of the Tong Tian ranking, not weaker than the 40th place on the Tong Tian ranking. There are still about 9 or 10 days. It should make the Red Lotus warriors stronger, at least to reach the mid-level 11-star limit. If it can reach the late 11-star stage, it will be even better. At that time I will have the power to fight against the 2nd-rank powerhouse in the Tong Tian ranking, which can greatly reduce my stress. After dispersing the Red Lotus warriors, the Fire Lotus seeds were almost mature on this day, and Han Feng immediately refined the Fire Lotus seeds and planted new Fire Lotus seeds at the same time. Refining the Fire Lotus seeds into the source liquid, Han Feng hit the 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art. 3 days later, Han Feng's body was shrouded in a faint milky white light, and an extremely thin milky white lotus flower appeared under his butt. This milky white lotus flower is the Aurora Holy Flame of the 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art. Although it is weak, it is possible to sense a very intimidating and terrifying power and temperature on this Aurora Holy Flame. The milky white Aurora Holy Flame gradually gathered in the center of Han Feng's palm, and a flame about the size of half a fist appeared. The previous breakthroughs were all at the 7-star level, so what condensed was a cluster of flames, but this time it was only at the 9-star level, so the condensed one was half the size of a fist. Staring at the Aurora Sacred Flame, the size of half a fist, Han Feng's face was complicated. With my current ability, releasing this Aurora Sacred Flame should have some strength to fight again. 9 stars, after all, are much stronger than 7 stars. This half-fist-sized Aurora Sacred Flame, combined with the Heavenly Fire Fighting Fist, is not inferior to the mid to upper-level heaven-ranked low-grade martial arts, and it has the power to reach the state of perfection. Against the 2nd-grade powerhouse on the Tong Tian ranking, I have another trump card. Suddenly, Han Feng's complexion changed, and he immediately sat cross-legged. 9 flames and different fire art breakthrough. Han Feng's ability to absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth at this time is not weaker than the power of heaven. A large amount of heaven and earth spirit power poured into Han Feng's body. Half a day later, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes. Thanks to the blessing of Lin Kuan's rich spiritual power, it has successfully accumulated to the limit in the later stage, and the next step is to upgrade to the peak of 9 stars. This step is not difficult. Han Feng released the Kanglin Profound Fire, and some Aurora Holy Flames were mixed into it. Although the amount was relatively small, it was enough to refine the high-quality spirit stones with relatively low purity. The spring water in the Lin Kuan space turned milky white. Soaked in milky white spring water, Han Feng practiced at the same time. The energy in the spring water nourishes Han Feng's body. Before he knows it, Han Feng's physique has been improved from the top grade to the best. At the moment when his physique was upgraded to the 9th grade of the best, Han Feng's spiritual power began to impact. When his physique was upgraded to the top 8, Han Feng's cultivation finally broke through again under the impact of spiritual power. This time, he reached the pinnacle of the 9-star level. This breakthrough took another half a day. Now, there are only 4 or 5 days left until the Vietnam War with Jingyantang. Han Feng's aptitude finally reached the limit of the 8th grade of the best, and could not be improved any more. Han Feng knew that the reason why it couldn't be improved was because the purity of the top-quality spiritual stone was too low, resulting in the low energy in the milky white spiritual spring. In this regard, Han Feng did not force it. There are still too few Aurora sacred flames at present, and it is impossible to refine the top-grade spirit stones with higher purity. There are still 4 or 5 days left. Just use these few days to break through to the 10th level of the Skyfire battle physique. Han Feng looked determined. A large amount of fire lotus seed source liquid was consumed, and finally, the day before the scheduled battle, Han Feng broke through to the 10th level of the Skyfire battle physique. The 10th level heavenly fire fighting body, even in its initial stage, is no less powerful than an ordinary mid-level heavenly rank martial skill. Han Feng is excited and excited. Han Feng really wants to see how the 10th level Skyfire battle will improve him. Looking in a certain direction, Han Feng evoked a smile. Tomorrow is the best test. The next day, Han Feng adjusted his body condition to the best and went to the number 1 arena. Arena number 1 is the place where the newcomer and Jingyan fight. Before leaving the Lingqiao garden, Han Feng was shocked to find that an old man in purple robe stood smiling at the exit. Han Feng immediately strode over. See Elder Zishu. Elder Zishu smiled and stroked his beard, and Woli has already told the old man about Yu Zhankui, and the old man did not expect that Yu Zhankui was a traitor inside, and I would like to thank you for helping this old man expose the true face of this man. Otherwise, the old man has lived for thousands of years, but was deceived by a little guy in his 20s. If the news spreads out, how could those old guys laugh at me as an old man? Han Feng scratched his head and smiled. The elder's eyes are like torches. Even if there is no kid, I must have contacted a few more times, and the elder will be able to see the true face of Yu Zhankui. Elder Zishu smiled and shook his head. That might be the case. That guy Yu Zhankui probably won't take the initiative to approach the old man in order not to be seen through. When I didn't see the old man present, that kid just kept a smile and said nothing, or he didn't take the initiative to say anything. You're going to Arena 1, right? Han Feng was surprised. Elder Zishu, do you know? Elder Zishu laughed and scolded. Do you think we elders will not know about such a big thing? New talent dares to compete with the elderly within half a year of entering, and even with the largest force in the outer courtyard, which is what you have done this year. Out. Without waiting for Han Feng to speak, Elder Zishu threw a ball to Han Feng, only to hear Elder Zishu say, if the matter becomes irreversible, just take this out, there is a thought I left in it. It can only last a few minutes, but that's enough. Han Feng was really shocked and overjoyed. Of course, it is just a thought, not a true avatar of the thought. It can be cultivated at the level of the great sanctuary of the Elder Zishu. It is only a thought that can only exist for a few minutes, and its power is enough to be comparable to the ordinary heaven, not the earth. And it's not just strength, it also represents the attitude of Elder Zishu. No matter how courageously Jingyan Tang is, when he sees such a thought, he probably won't dare to take another shot. From the actions of Elder Zishu, Han Feng smelled an attitude. The outer courtyard of Baidu Academy is between their newcomers and Jingyan Tang, and these elders secretly chose their newcomers' side. The reason why he didn't make a move must be a lot of concerns. And he is now working under Elder Zishu. Elder Zishu is well known for protecting his shortcomings, so Elder Zishu left a thought warning. In the eyes of outsiders, it is only the reason for protecting his shortcomings, and he can't think of the attitude of the elders. After leaving, Elder Zishu sighed silently. This time, as long as Han Feng wins, the newcomer's life will be much easier, and the loss rate will be reduced a lot. Han Feng didn't know what Elder Zishu was thinking. As soon as he left Lingqiao Garden, Han Feng quickly flew to the number 1 arena. Arena 1. The Jingyan party and Meng Yaqing had already been waiting here, and the atmosphere on both sides was tense. Meng Yaqing was dressed in white and stood on the side indifferently. Even when her eyes swept to the crowd in Jingyun Hall, her eyes were flat. On the contrary, Lu Yuer and Hu Xiaodai stared angrily at the Jingyanntang powerhouse, especially Long Shoukong. Long Shoukong comfortably enjoyed the shoulders of the two maids that Jingyanntang found. Jin Yuan Kong, the woman named Lu Yuer who won the victory later, you should keep it for me. If you dare to abandon this young master and follow the remnants of the Wang family, this young master will definitely not make her feel better. Long Shoukong's face was hideous. Sweeping across Lu Yuer's body, Long Shoukong showed a provocative smile to Lu Yuer. Sweeping over Meng Yaqing, Long Shoukong's face became solemn, and he was really jealous of Meng Yaqing and Long Shoukong. So far, he is only at the level of 7 stars, and the other side knows how far he has reached. But it can be known from the last time that a strong man in Jingyanntang was defeated by Meng Yaqing. Meng Yaqing's cultivation base is at least 11 stars. As for whether they have broken through to 12 stars, it is not clear. Jingyanntang and Long Shoukong also do not want Meng Yaqing to break through to 12 stars, which means the birth of another overlord. The birth of every overlord is a threat to Jingyanntang. This surname is Long, really hateful. Lu Yuer endured the disgust in her heart and scolded in a low voice. Hu Xiaodai smiled softly, how about finding a chance to castrate him? Lu Yuer's eyes lit up, and she shook her head immediately. There is no shortage of Jingyanntang masters around Long Shoukong, we don't think we can do it. Humph. Suddenly, a cold hum sounded from not far away, and when he heard this voice, Long Shoukong stared at him with a bad face. It was Wang Qingsong who let out a cold hum. Wang Qingsong was accompanied by 2 brothers, Jiang Feng, Jiang De, Lei Yuru, Xian Shentong, Lin Huixian, and Shi Jun. Qingsong. Lu Yuer rushed over happily, ignoring Long Shoukong's increasingly gloomy gaze. What are you doing here? Meng Yaqing said lightly. Tai said carelessly, although we can't play, and we can't help, but we can still do anything. This time, you can't let this woman take all the burden. Yes, so do we. Wang Qingsong nodded. Several people have self-knowledge, facing opponents like Jingyanntang, they go up to fight only to lose. Suddenly, the atmosphere of the whole venue became quiet. Zhang Fuyu, who exuded a high fighting spirit, slowly stepped forward. Every step he took, the fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. Imposing eyes swept across the crowd in Jingyun Hall, and few of them could look directly at Zhang Fuyu. Jin Yuan Kong snorted lightly, and the oppression caused by Zhang Fuyu to Jingyanntang disappeared instantly. Many experts in Jingyanntang looked at Zhang Fuyu in fear, this man was too strong. Yang Jianyong's eyes were sinister, and he couldn't hide the horror in his heart, this guy is stronger than the last time, I'm afraid he already has some ability to compete with the overlord-level powerhouse. Zhang Fuyu squinted at Jin Yuan Kong, chuckled lightly, and made no secret of his fighting intent. Jin Yuan Kong abruptly stood up, his eyes were not good, is this going to fight in advance? The breath of the 12-star peak of the ground level burst out. As the number 1 powerhouse on the Tongtian ranking, Jin Yuan Kong's aura was undoubtedly extremely powerful, and the overwhelming aura pressed against Zhang Fuyu and the others. Zhang Fuyu stepped out without fear. The phantom of the god of war appeared instantly, which was the prelude to the bloodline of the god of war. The same powerful breath instantly collided with Jin Yuan Kong's aura. Boom! There was an explosion in the sky, and the two were fighting each other like giant beasts. Everyone in Jingyun Hall stood up abruptly. In this battle, Fuyu actually had a strength comparable to that of an overlord. Otherwise, he would not be able to resist their hall master's aura. Wang Qingsong and the others took a deep breath. Even they would never have imagined that Zhang Fuyu would rise to such a level in such a short period of time. Everyone looked at each other, 1 or 2 were perverted, but they didn't know how far Han Feng was at the moment. There are 2 times. Jin Yuankong's eyes were busy. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Jin Yuankong's momentum increased greatly, and the previous momentum was not the full force of Jin Yuankong. At this moment, Meng Yaqing also took a step, and the powerful aura instantly united with Zhang Fuyu, attacking Jin Yuankong's aura. Boom! Horror-muffled sound resounded through the sky. Stomping on. The breath dissipated, Jin Yuankong couldn't help but take a few steps back, while Meng Yaqing and Zhang Fuyu stepped back even more. Jin Yuankong's face was gloomy and cold. Sure enough, he has the power of Overlord. Everyone in Jinyantang looked at each other. What should I do? With 2 hegemons, this newcomer has booked 2 victories. After all, the Hallmaster can't take action when it comes to a battle. Hallmaster, this. The deputy Hallmaster was a little uneasy. Jin Yuankong whispered coldly, it's just momentum, the real combat power is still unknown, and I also said that it's just a competition, it doesn't mean a victory. You don't have to worry, as long as you don't meet that Meng Yaqing, you won't lose. As for the battle with Fuyu, it is estimated that you won't be able to beat you at the most. The deputy Hallmaster frowned. Even so, he was still a little uneasy. The momentum confrontation, Meng Yaqing and Zhang Fuyu did not take advantage of it, knowing that the time to fight was not yet. Zhang Fuyu retreated without a word. As time passed, old people in 2s and 3s came to this venue. They were very curious about the Vietnam War between Jinyantang and the newcomers, not to mention that most of the Overlord-level characters were involved in the Vietnam War. In addition to the old man, there were also some newcomers who were frightened and not caught by Jinyantang. Not long after, Han Feng also arrived here. You kid is finally here. Wang Qingsong punched Han Feng's shoulder. It's not too late, it's not the same at all times. Han Feng didn't care. Sure Tai Sure Jun everyone laughed, that's right. The few people talked, Meng Yaqing just glanced at Han Feng, her eyes softened, and then she returned to indifference. During the conversation, Sure Tai asked curiously, what kind of strength is your kid now? I heard Zhang Fuyu say that you were also ready to play. Han Feng smiled lightly, it was too early to say anything. Lei Yuru has always been relatively silent, or the 3 people from the Great Jin Kingdom are relatively silent, especially Xian Shentong and Lin Huixian. The gap between them and Sure Tai and others is still too large. Only Lei Yuru barely managed to get into that circle. At this time, Lei Yuhan's words were more eye-catching. If you don't make a sound, you are more than 60% sure to win. Huh? How did you know? Wang Qingsong exclaimed in surprise. Lei Yulu smiled lightly, anyway, it's from an empire. I don't know 10 points, at least 7 or 8 points. Han Feng will never do things that he is not sure about. Once he does, he is at least 60% sure. Everyone knew that Lei Yuru was born in the Great Jin Kingdom and was from the Lei family just like Han Feng, so they immediately believed what Lei Yuru said. Sure Tai screamed, you're really good, it seems that we will be separated soon, alas, you just abandoned my brother and me. Not long after the inner court assessment. Stein looked sad. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched, their faces were weird, and Han Feng's face darkened. He waved his hand quickly, I'm afraid of you, not to mention that I'm not afraid of making a fool of myself, I'm sure it's just a possibility, not an absolute. Everyone burst into laughter, and this topic was considered a thing of the past, but Sure Tai took a deep breath in their hearts. Han Feng's strength increased too fast. After a while, Han Feng walked towards Zhang Fuyu. Did you notice that sight? Zhang Fuyu looked disdainful. I'm missing an arm, don't say it's me now, even if you fight alone, you won't be weaker than him anymore. Han Feng nodded with a smile and lost an arm. Yang Jianyong's strength has dropped significantly now, and it is estimated that it is comparable to about 40 or 50 in the Tongtian ranking. The Red Lotus warrior alone can kill this Yang Jianyong. Zhang Fuyu wanted to say something, but his face suddenly stiffened. Han Feng was curious and was about to ask when a strange coquettish voice came from behind. Sister Yaching, the voice really caused a lump in the body at first glance. Han Feng turned his head stunned, and saw a handsome woman pounce on Meng Yaching, and instantly hugged Meng Yaching. This woman's delicate face is nothing, but this woman's whole body is shining with gold. Ears, neck, wrists, ankles, gold earrings, gold necklaces, gold bracelets and anklets everywhere. Even the clothes are covered with all kinds of gold. Looking at it suddenly, it seems like a golden statue with a shiny body. This is... Han Feng opened his mouth wide. Zhang Fuyu's face was stiff. This is Hao Meili, the head of the gold coin hall. This woman likes gold very much. She seems to be from a well-known chamber of commerce in the northern continent. No wonder, it turns out that. Han Feng was sluggish, and finally understood why Hao Meili built a gold coin hall. Meng Yaching seemed a little helpless to Hao Meili's embrace, and she rolled her eyes. Wife, you don't love me anymore. A voice of grievance, as if a little daughter-in-law had been abandoned, sounded. Han Feng's body froze, he looked intently, and opened his mouth slightly. Who is going to tell him what this big man with a height of more than 2 meters and a bulging muscle is going to make trouble with the expression of a little daughter-in-law? What's wrong with this world? Looking at the muscular man behind him, all of them are muscular men, none of them are under 2 meters, and they are sturdy. The problem is that these big men also have a fake mother expression, looking at everyone shyly. Isn't this? Han Feng looked at Zhang Fuyu, hoping to get an answer that was not what he thought from Zhang Fuyu's mouth, but unfortunately. Zhang Fuyu's face twisted and said, "It's the person you think of in your heart, Hao Meili's fiancé, Xuanhuan, the head of the handsome hall." Han Feng is about to kneel. No wonder Zhang Fuyu said that the pair are all weird, but aren't they all weird? Not only is it weird in itself, but it also established its own forces to infect people from their respective forces. Han Feng's brows and eyes twitched, and he swept towards these pseudo-girl big men, and the grass and mud horses roared past in his heart. Handsome guy. A muscular man shyly threw a wink at Han Feng, who instantly covered his heart. If he was hit hard, his blood bar dropped sharply. Oh, this is attracted by others. Have you been hit by the arrow of love? The rough voice said the pseudo-mother's words. Han Feng was in a mess, and he almost vomited blood 3 times. Under the sluggishness of Shirtai and a group of people, they suddenly retreated all around. They didn't want to be winked at by these pseudo-girl big men, and then looked at Han Feng involuntarily and showed sympathy. Under the sluggishness of Shirtai and a group of people, they suddenly retreated all around. They didn't want to be winked at by these pseudo-girl big men, and then looked at Han Feng involuntarily and showed sympathy. Thinking about changing positions, they are now afraid of vomiting blood and falling to the ground. People who are winked at by the fake mother can't be hurt. A bunch of uninteresting bastards. Han Feng glared at a group of people, and then looked at the pseudo-mother. Han Feng had another headache. Under such circumstances, Zhang Fuyu couldn't keep his composure, and grinned slightly, showing a smile that was not a smile. Okay, don't mess around anymore, there are people. This kid is Sister Yaching's favorite boy. Hao Meili slammed the pseudo-mother big man flying, and then touched Xuanhuan's head. Don't worry, I won't let it go. Yours. Xuanhuan immediately revealed moved tearful eyes. Han Feng was dumbfounded. What did he hear? When did he become Meng Yaching's male pet? He couldn't help but look at Meng Yaching, and looked at Meng Yaching suspiciously. Meng Yaching's cheeks were slightly red, and she turned her head away embarrassedly, which made Han Feng depressed. Hao Meili slapped Han Feng suddenly. Han Feng was taken aback. How did Hao Meili appear in front of him? Very fast. I didn't pay attention for a while, and Han Feng's body was shaken to stabilize. Hao Meili showed a satisfied look. It's not bad, it's much stronger than those skinny little white faces. As a man, you should be patient. Like my husband, it's not bad, I can make my old lady work several times a night. The appearance of Hao Meili has refreshed Han Feng's three views and the bottom line again and again. Han Feng now doesn't know what to say. Including Zhang Fuyu, everyone was dumbfounded. Bad man, poof. Tai couldn't help laughing out loud. The smile was incredible and immediately caught Hao Meili's attention. Hao Meili glanced at Tai, her eyes suddenly lit up. What a sturdy figure. Shui stared, and his cold eyes shot at Tai, and Tai's face suddenly froze. Cough. Jun coughed lightly. This hall master asks you to be merciful. This sentence of mercy is obviously quite meaningful. Hao Meili looked back regretfully. Since the other party didn't want to, she couldn't force it. Anyway, there was still a fiancé waiting on her, so she was in no hurry. Glancing at Jun, Hao Meili curled her lips in disdain. Such a thin body is really useless. Hearing this, Jun twitched for a while. At this moment, Jun, Han Feng and others just wanted to shout, this Hao Mei's aesthetics really sucks. The appearance of Hao Meili and Shui made the atmosphere of Arena No. 1 strange. It was the first time that the newcomers met such a person, and they were in a trance, as if they felt that this world was suddenly not the world they knew. Many strong people in Jingyantang obviously knew the attributes of Hao Meili and Shui for a long time. Their faces twitched and they shut up. They even looked back at Han Feng and others, for fear of being strung by a group of gold worshippers and fake mothers. Han wrapped up. Jin Yuankong even had a pained expression on his face. Although he wished to kill Hao Meili and Shui, these two perverts, don't look at the two perverts, their strength is not blown out. One Tong Tian ranking third, the other Tong Tian ranking fourth, the combined strength is not even Jin Yuankong dare to be careless. Except for Han Feng, the remaining Wang Qingsong and others were molested by Hao Meili. In the end, they came to an unhelpful evaluation. Seeing that Shui is full of muscles but looks like a pseudo-mother, several people tangled and said that compared with Shui, they are really useless. In general, among a group of newcomers, only Zhang Fuyu, Han Feng and Tai received a good evaluation from Hao Meili. Hao Mimi did not dare to underestimate Fuyu's fighting spirit, while Tai's strong and fat body caught Hao Mimi's eyes. Han Feng. From Hao Meili's point of view, since Han Feng is the male pet of Sister Yaqing whom she values very much, as long as Sister Yaqing feels satisfied. After a long while, the rest of the Overlord-level forces finally arrived in this strange atmosphere. This time, the people who came here were Hongyue Church and Wenxing Church. These two forces have always fought against Jingyun Hall. Among them, Zhu Jintai, the head of the Red Moon Hall, is the seventh on the Tongtian ranking, and Qi Ping, the master of Wenxing Hall, is the ninth strong man on the Tongtian ranking. Even though they were hostile forces, it was the first time that Han Feng and others came up with the idea of welcome. The arrival of the two major forces finally attracted the attention of Hao Meili and Shui. Zhu Jintai and Qi Ping, I knew you two would come. Hao Meili said coldly. Zhu Jintai and Qi Ping froze, seeing the burning eyes of Shui and handsome guys. They only felt that every step they took was exhausted. Could those eyes not be so hot? And Shui, you pervert, don't stare at her with jealousy anymore. They won't be attracted to a perverted woman like Hao Meili if you kill them. Zhu Jintai coughed dryly. This time in the Vietnam War, you could have found help, but you haven't helped the newcomer. Qi Ping silently came to Jingyun Hall, and after saying hello to Jin Yuankong, he sat down directly, seeing Zhu Jintai scolding incessantly. Hao Meili snorted softly, I pray that your people don't meet the girls in my gold coin hall and lose in the hands of my gold coin hall girls. Do you know what the result will be? Zhu Jintai's face twitched again. What was the result? Will definitely be squeezed dry. At this moment, Qi Ping's eyes flashed, with a trace of annoyance. Once a strong man in Wenxing Church was drained alive, he was still strong when he was taken away, and when he came back, he was skinny and went away in a few days. Two lunatics. Xi Ping spat secretly. Following the arrival of Hanhui Church and Wenxing Church, two major forces came to Arena 1. They are Bai Baitang and Lin Wentang. These two forces are considered good friends with Jin Coin Hall and Handsome Guy Hall, but they can also have a relationship with Jing Yun Hall, not enemies. From the people brought by the two major forces, it can be seen that the two major forces only supported them because Hao Meili had helped them, and did not send real core experts. Hao Meili didn't take it seriously on the surface, no one noticed. Hao Meili's eyes flashed. At first, it seemed that Lu Buiyun and Yu Jinping were not ungrateful people who came to the rescue, but now it seems that they are not ungrateful people, but they are not a man who knows his kindness and repays his kindness. In Hao Meili's mind, it was impossible to see that the two of them just didn't want to be called ungrateful and reluctantly brought people to support them. Forget it, anyway, this time is also for testing, and we can distance ourselves from the two in the future. I just hope that the newcomers, this time, won't let me down. It can be seen that Meng Yaqing and that Zhang Fuyu are not ungrateful people, they just don't know how to get along with Lu Buiyun and Lu Buiyun. What about Yu Jinping? If it is worth making friends, with the talents of these two people, the possibility of me inheriting the Chamber of Commerce in the future will increase a lot. Suddenly, Hao Meili flashed a stern light. Those remaining concubines and concubine daughters of Humeizi, don't expect the conspiracy to succeed. He led Lu Buiyun and Yu Jinping to Meng Yaqing and the others, and introduced with a smile, Lu Buiyun, the head of Beibao Hall, ranks 6th on the Tongtian list. Pointing at Yu Jinping, Hao Meili continued to introduce, this is Yu Jinping, the head of Yu, the head of Lin Wan, and the 8th place on the Tongtian list. I've heard of Miss Meng's name for a long time, but now that I see it, it really lives up to its reputation. Lu Buiyun laughed, but he was quite shocked. From Meng Yaqing's body, Lu Buiyun smelled a dangerous aura. What kind of powerhouse is Lu Buiyun? That is the first grade of the Tongtian ranking. The super-powerful existence of the 6th place on the Tongtian ranking can make him feel threatened. How can he have the strength comparable to the overlord level? If this woman surnamed Meng really has such strength, I'm just afraid of my actions. Lu Buiyun's heart sank slightly. As long as he wasn't an idiot, he could see his actions. Originally, Lu Buiyun didn't care at all. The inner court assessment is about to begin. When he enters the inner court with Hao Meili and others, they are all at the bottom of the inner court. He can't afford to offend the elder of the Long family. It's not worth it to offend the elders of the Long family for Hao Meili, a strange pervert. But now, Lu Buiyun was apprehensive. If Meng Yaqing really has a strength comparable to the overlord level in just 4 months or so, then in the inner court, I am afraid that it will not be long before he can break into the first-class powerhouse level in the inner court, and his behavior today, it means that he has lost the possibility of making good friends with such a strong man. It's a hassle to copy. It turned out to be Hall Master Lu and Hall Master Yu. I've been admiring it for a long time. Meng Yaqing smiled lightly, but did not extend her hand. Lu Buiyun was nervous in his heart, so he didn't mind Meng Yaqing's behavior, but Yu Jinping was slightly dissatisfied. Even if he wasn't determined enough to help, at least he supported you from the standpoint of newcomers, not even holding a hand. 2. Seeing this, Hao Meili's eyes flashed, and a careless slap would fly away from Jinping, pointing at Yu Jinping and scolding with a smile, "You brat is so dishonest, my sister Yaqing's jade hand is also like you stinky men who can touch it at will." Have to. Shaking her hair violently, Hao Meili threw a wink at Yu Jinping. If it's Miss Ben, my mother doesn't care. Zhen Shuai's pseudo-mother's demeanor immediately turned fierce and glared at Yu Jinping. Yu Jinping hurriedly sneered and waved his hand, "Sister Hao, please forgive my younger brother." At this time all dissatisfaction disappeared, and Hao Meili took a shot at it. It was definitely courting death. Only Zhen Shui, a pseudo-mother and a strong man, can live. Hao Meili pouted and introduced the rest of the two parties again. There are already 8 of the powerhouses in the Tongtian ranking. There are still the 2nd and 5th in the Tongtian list. Hao Meili said lightly, these 2 guys won't appear anymore. The 2nd guy has always been used to being single and has never formed a force at all. He is currently preparing to attack the heavenly rank. The force formed by the 5th guy has always been neutral, and no one will be offended, and it will not come this time. To say that the closest to the heavenly rank, in the outer courtyard is not Jin Yuan Kong, who is the 1st in the Tongtian ranking, but the 2nd in the Tongtian ranking. Although Jin Yuan Kong has reached the peak limit of the 12 stars of the Earth rank, he has not touched the bottleneck between the Earth rank and the Heaven rank. And the existence of number 2 in the Tongtian ranking broke through to the peak limit of the 12 stars of the ground level before Jin Yuan Kong, and has now touched that bottleneck. The level of the Tongtian ranking is only the level of combat power, not the cultivation base. The 2nd was overwhelmed by Jin Yuan Kong. It can only be said that the 2nd strongest person on the Tongtian list is weaker than the 1st in terms of comprehensive strength, not to say that the cultivation base is weaker. Hao Meili smiled, Jin Yuan Kong is very anxious right now. Once the 2nd one breaks through to the sky, he will immediately overtake Jin Yuan Kong. Han Feng and several people learned some information about the 2nd place in the Tongtian ranking from Hao Meili, and became more curious about this strong man, and also felt some regret that this strong man would not come. Everyone has arrived, let's start the battle. Jin Yuan Kong suddenly got up and said solemnly when he saw that everyone had arrived. Meng Yaqing smiled slightly, since this battle is proposed by our side, we will be the first to play. As soon as she stepped into the void, Meng Yaqing instantly appeared above the competition arena. Everyone in Jingyun Hall looked at each other in dismay. The previous confrontation between Meng Yaqing and their hall master showed that Meng Yaqing's strength is extraordinary. Although they are all strong, they can face Meng Yaqing, who is very likely to step into the overlord level. The strong, they still do not have the confidence to win. Jin Yuan Kong frowned. When the hall master couldn't make a move, the strongest on their side was the 10th vice hall master on the Tongtian ranking, but even the vice hall master, Jin Yuan Kong, didn't think he could win. Is it possible to send a poor person to pretend? As soon as the idea came up, Jin Yuan Kong pinched it away. If they really do this, they will lose face greatly to Jing Yantang. Others knew, and thought that Jing Yantang didn't even have a decent powerhouse. In the end, Jin Yuan Kong's eyes flashed and he saw Yang Jianyong, 1,000 demon eyes broke his arm, his cultivation base has been greatly reduced, and he just made the best use of everything. Besides, Yang Jianyong's previous reputation is not weak, nor will Jing Yun weaken. Hall's reputation. Dealing with Meng Yaqing with the presence of more than 20 people on the Tongtian list is enough to show that Jing Yantang attaches great importance to Meng Yaqing. After all, not many people know that Yang Jianyong has broken his arm. Teacher, you let me. Yang Jianyong's face turned pale, and with his now greatly reduced cultivation level, he faced Meng Yaqing, who was comparable to the overlord level strength. Just let him die. This Vietnam War is a life and death battle. Facing Jin Yuan Kong's cold eyes, Yang Jianyong's heart was cold. After joining Jing Yantang, he made a lot of contributions to Jing Yantang, and now he is regarded as an abandoned child. For the first time, Yang Jianyong was shaken by his pride in joining Jing Yantang. Under Jin Yuan Kong's gaze, Yang Jianyong suppressed the bitterness in his heart and stood up. Hey! It turned out to be the 1,000 demon eyes shot. 1,000 demon eyes shot, no matter how powerful Meng Yaqing is, she will fall into a hard battle. In the auditorium, there was a lot of discussion. These people obviously came late. They didn't know that Meng Yaqing and Jin Yuan Kong had already clashed with momentum at the beginning, so their understanding of Meng Yaqing was still more than 20 days ago. Impression. More than 20 days ago, Meng Yaqing just defeated an existence in Jingyanting, who ranked more than 40 in the Tongtian ranking. The further forward the Tongtian ranking is, the more difficult it will be to move forward. In the eyes of many old people, Meng Yaqing's strength is not much stronger than 1,000 demon eyes in 20 days. Huh? Why is 1,000 demon eyes left arm gone? Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out from a student. When everyone heard it, they all looked at it, and they found that Yang Jianyong's left arm only had a tasted sleeve, and it could be vaguely seen that the sleeve was flat, and it didn't look like there was something in it. Before, they thought it was Yang Jianyong's left hand tucked into his sleeve, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. Who did it? A group of people were stunned. Only a small number of old people who practiced on the third floor of Xingyuan Pagoda knew that Yang Jianyong once went to Zhan Fuyu for trouble. At this time, Yang Jianyong's left arm was gone, but he was fine with Fuyu. Could it be? The eyes of these people looking at Zhan Fuyu immediately changed. Among the old people, there were two people who gasped. These two people were the two people who were intercepted by Han Feng and asked. The two looked at each other. TSK, without the left arm, I think Meng Yaqing will win this battle. That's right. However, 1,000 Demon Eyes is the second grade on the Tongtian ranking list. Even if she loses her left arm, Meng Yaqing still needs a little effort. She won't be able to win 1,000 Demon Eyes Yang Jianyong in less than 10 minutes. No matter what these people say, Yang Jianyong has spread his wings and flew into the sky. Meng Yaqing glanced coldly. Go ahead, you only have one chance. Yang Jianyong gritted his teeth. He had never been so despised before. Go to hell. 1,000 Demon Eyes, congeal. Succubus Netherworld Palm. Facing such a terrifying punch, Meng Yaqing just waved both hands, and a white light gushed out, turning into a 5-pointed star-shaped barrier. Two different fires merged into it, and the 5-pointed star barrier bloomed with endless brilliance. Boom! The giant purple palm slammed on the barrier, but it seemed like a child's palm collided with the giant door, and the giant door didn't even shake. The cultivation base has broken through to the initial stage of the 12th star. With the fusion of two different fires, the attack power is comparable to the existence of 40 or 50 people without being integrated into the martial arts. Once integrated into the martial arts, the combat power is stronger. The barrier of the 5-pointed star is actually an ordinary level top-grade defensive martial art, and its defensive power is enough to resist attacks below the overlord level. Seeing that his attack did not have any effect, Yang Jianyong's complexion changed greatly. Hong Yan burst finger. Meng Yaqing snorted coldly. In the void, 100 Zhonglong flame finger suddenly burst out, and a cold and extremely hot terrifying aura permeated out. This is still under the suppression of the enchantment of the number 1 arena. If it is in the Xingyuan Tower, I am afraid it is at least 1,000 feet. Heaven. Heaven-level martial arts. A group of people were all stunned. Heavenly rank martial arts, and it is also the top heavenly rank low-ranking martial arts in the realm of Xiaocheng. Based on this, Meng Yaqing is enough to dominate among many overlord-level characters. The overlord-level characters, including Jin Yuan Kong, did cultivate heaven-ranked martial arts, but they were only ordinary-level heaven-ranked low-rank, and none of them had reached the realm of minor achievement. The top-level low-grade martial arts in the realm of Xiaocheng merged two kinds of different fires, and the terrifying destructive power caused everyone's complexion to change greatly. Such a terrifying aura, in the overlord level, dare to say that no more than 3 or 4 can be suppressed. In just a few months, the newcomer has grown to such a degree. No. Yang Jianyong roared in horror, completely turned into nothingness under the crushing of the giant flaming finger. This article was updated by at Holy Prison Xian Saint. Thank you for reading. Killing sword. Crush. Completely crushed. Spike. A complete spike. Meng Yaqing's record completely shocked a group of old people. Many newcomers were initially apprehensive, but seeing Meng Yaqing's bravery instantly increased a lot of confidence, and then they were full of admiration. With such a rookie taking the lead, their rookie this year will never be oppressed like previous rookies. Second, Sekil, even if Thousand Demon Eyes Yang Jianyong loses his left arm, he is still an extremely high-ranking powerhouse on the Tongtian ranking. Actually, this Meng Yaqing definitely has the strength of an overlord, not even among the overlords. Lo! The old people set off a storm in their hearts. Some people with high strength even found that Meng Yaqing had broken through to the 12th star level. Lu Jianyuan retracted his shocked gaze and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, this woman Meng Yaqing already has the strength of an overlord, and she must find an opportunity to make friends. The speed of Meng Yaqing's strength improvement has proved that Meng Yaqing's value far exceeds that of the elders of the Long family. As long as there is enough time, it will be a matter of time before they surpass the elders of the Long family. It looks like we won the first game. Meng Yaqing killed Yang Jianyong in seconds, like killing a bug, an understatement. No complacent look at all. Jin Yuan Kong snorted coldly. There are still 8 games, and the outcome is still unknown. This time, our side will play first. Zhu Jintai, the head of Hongyue Hall, smiled lightly. This time, let my deputy head. Zhu Jintai's voice just fell, and a thin figure came out from among the strong men in Hongyuetang. Although the body is thin, the pair of black pupils reveal endless chills and thunder. Looking directly into the man's eyes, he seemed to see a doomsday thunder. How Meili frowned when she saw this person. Hongyuetang actually dispatched this person. This person is not easy to deal with. He ranks 18th in the Tongtian ranking. Do you need me to order someone to take action? Meng Yaqing hesitated for a moment and looked at Zhang Fuyu. In Hao Meili's hands, there is indeed a 14th ranked existence who can crush these 18th, but the other party also has a strong person who is not weak at all. If this person makes a move, then who will resist the opponent who is not weak at all? Only Zhang Fuyu and Han Feng were able to take action on Meng Yaqing's side, but Meng Yaqing had no idea what level they had reached. Zhang Fuyu stepped out, full of fighting spirit. The 18th on the Tongtian list? Exactly what I want. Leave this person to me. Hao Meili could feel a terrifying power hidden from Fuyu, and nodded immediately. Be careful, this person is called Chandiao Lei, and he is called Ningguo, and his strength should not be underestimated. Zhang Fuyu nodded slightly, expressing his understanding. Han Feng thought thoughtfully, thousands of birds thunder? I understand thunder, it must be the true essence of thunder. What does Chandiao mean? On the field, Zhang Fuyu and Chandori Lei were far apart. Chandori Lei Ningguo clenched his fists hard, and he could clearly see the blue veins on the back of his fists. Crackling. The fists of thunder and lightning flashed and roared constantly. Thunder strike. A deafening voice sounded, and a dark cloud appeared in the sky at an unknown time. The dark clouds rolled, the thunder was shining, and the thunder was like a dragon. Boom! A violent thunder column fell from the sky. God of War blood, congeal. Shield of the God of War. The cultivation base has been raised to the peak of the 11-star level, and the combat power of fighting Fu Yu has been greatly enhanced. Especially the God of War, the whole body is wrapped by blood vessels and muscles, and it is only one step away from being able to form a human shape, which is many times stronger than the previous skeleton state. All kinds of situations come together, and the defensive power of the shield of the God of War is terrifying. Zhang Fuyu raised the shield of the God of War high, not paying any attention to the thunder pillars that shot down from the dark clouds. The heroic thunder column bombarded the shield of the God of War. It turned out that only a little thunder light was splashed, and the shield of the God of War was held there steadily, without a trace of shaking, nor a trace of damage. The old people took another breath when they saw this situation. God, why is the newcomer so perverted? First there is Meng Yaqing, and now there is another Zhan Fuyu. The thunder-killing impact of this thousand birds thunder is a top-level earth-level martial arts, and it has been cultivated to a perfect state. Although Ninggua's own cultivation base is only the initial limit of the earth-level 12 stars, the attack of this blow is definitely far beyond. Earth rank 12 stars. Ninggua condensed, dissatisfied that his attack did not achieve the effect he imagined. With the precedent of Meng Yaqing, Ninggua didn't dare to be careless about the newcomer, and he quickly calmed down after being dissatisfied and surprised. Thunderlight of thousand birds. Buzzing. The sound of the chirping of thousands of birds resounded through the number 1 arena. Ninggua's entire body seemed to be transformed into pure thunder power, flying in all directions, and condensed into thousands of thunderbirds the size of human heads in the sky. Thunderbird was like a cannonball, instantly impacting Zhan Fuyu. Shield of the God of War. Zhan Fuyu blocked the shield of the God of War in front of him. Rumbling. Each thunderbird slammed into the shield of the God of War, making a rumbling sound, and then burst open. The bursting thunder and lightning condensed in the sky for a while, and merged with other bursting lightning to form a new thunderbird. Click. Thousands of thunderbirds continued to collide, and the thunderbirds continued to collide, and finally reached the limit of the shield of the God of War. The most central part of the shield of the God of War had cracked a tiny crack. The entire body of Zhan Fuyu and the God of War kept retreating, and 2 deep traces were dragged out of the field. Suddenly, thousands of thunderbirds stopped attacking, condensed in the sky for a while, and turned into huge thunderbirds hundreds of feet long. Thunderbird let out a long cry, accompanied by a burst of terrifying thunder, and shot at Zhan Fuyu. From this terrifying power, everyone has no doubt that the giant thunderbird hits the shield of the God of War, and the shield of the God of War will be completely shattered. Sword of the God of War. However, this time, Fuyu was not passively blocking the battle, but a sword burst out. Baizhang Jianguang seemed to split the entire number 1 arena in half and burst out. Baizhang Thunderbird collided with Baizhang Jianguang, and an earth-shattering sound rang out. Countless thunder lights splashed out and crashed to the ground. With the explosion of the sword light and thunder light, a dazzling light flashed across the sky. Even a strong man like Hao Meili couldn't help but squinting slightly to resist the intense stimulation of the strong light. At this moment, Han Feng finally understood why Ninggua was called Qiandiao Lei, not only the alien thunder Qiandiao Lei Guang, but also the ability to transform into thousands of thunderbirds. The dazzling light in the sky has not yet ended, and there is a loud shout from Ninggua, 1,000 birds of thunder light fusion, Judgment Thunder Hammer. Combining the martial arts of the 1,000 birds thunder light, the power is even higher, and it is even more terrifying than the previous 100 zhang giant thunderbird. High in the sky, a giant thunder hammer of hundreds of meters slammed down from the sky. The God of War Furious Killing Sword. Zhan Fuyu still slashed out with one sword, but this sword was hundreds of feet in size. The God of War Furious Killing Sword, but an upgraded version of the Sword of the God of War, was displayed by Zhan Fuyu's cultivation at the moment, and its formidable power was infinitely close to the heavenly rank martial skill, and it could even be said to be comparable to the heavenly rank martial skill. A burst of dazzling light came out, and everyone covered their eyes without caring about the result. This light is really exciting. In the sky, the harsh sound of friction and the collision of thunder and sword light rumbled continuously. The entire number 1 arena was enveloped by a terrifying force, as if the number 1 arena would be destroyed in the next moment. After a long time, a scream and vomit of blood came from the sky. Ninggua fell heavily from the sky and hit the ground. His right arm had disappeared, and blood was flowing from the wound. Zhu Jintai's complexion changed greatly. Losing his right arm greatly damaged Ninggua's strength. What a cruel newcomer! Zhu Jintai was angry. From the previous attacks, it can be seen that Fuyu's full strength in this battle was only able to compete with the Overlord-level characters, and he did not have the ability to be on an equal footing with the overlord level. With his strength totally suppressed. Roll. Just as Zhu Jintai was about to make his move, an aura that was far superior to him pressed down on him, and directly pressed Zhu Jintai to sit down. How Mimi's eyes were cruel. The old lady said that our hall masters can't take action. Could it be that you take what the old lady said as fart? Zhu Jintai felt a chill in his heart and had to hold back his breath. Hao Meili and Zhen Shuai are the third and the fourth, and their cultivation bases are extremely powerful. When the two join forces, even Jin Yuan Kong can't please them. If the hall master could make a move, Lu Buiyun and Yu Zhenping would not face Jingyun Hall because of their face, and Hongyue Hall and Wenqing Hall would be different. If the hall master really made a move, their side would not be able to please him. If not, how could Jin Yuan Kong agree to the condition that the hall master could not take action? Zhang Fuyu landed steadily on the ground from the sky, refreshed and faint, and felt that his bloodline was about to move, as if he was about to evolve to a new level. Zhang Fuyu's eyes lit up, and sure enough, the more he fought against the stronger, the faster his bloodline evolved. After failing twice in a row, Jin Yuankong's face was also very ugly. Some of the old people in the audience looked at Jing Yantang with gloating eyes. Jing Yantang has been domineering for a long time. To see Jing Yantang unlucky, these old people are very excited. The newcomers also roared, cheering for Meng Yaqing, Han Feng and others. Jin Yuan Kong said coldly, "This time it's time for you to send someone first." On Meng Yaqing's side, only Han Feng can play. Meng Yaqing believes that since Han Feng is competent, he must have the ability to compete with overlord-level characters, at least not worse than Zhang Fuyu. Just wanting to let Han Feng play, Yu Zhenping said with a smile, "Since we are here to support newcomers, we can't always let newcomers play, right? How about I send someone this time?" "Oh? Who do you want to send?" Hao Meili raised her eyebrows. Yu Zhenping clapped his palms, and a young man walked out beside him. Seeing this young man, Hao Meili looked a little unsightly. It turned out to be Wu Jilin. Isn't this the 56th place on the Tongtian list? Don't you, Lin Wantong, have a stronger expert? The existence of the 50 or 60 in the Tongtian list is indeed a great powerhouse in the outer court, but in this battle, some can't make it. Yu Zhenping said ashamedly, "How can I, Lin Wantong, compare with Jing Yantang and Sister House Gold Coin Hall? The deputy hall masters are still in retreat, and only Wu Jilin can play a role." Hao Meili hummed in her heart, knowing that Yu Zhenping planned not to offend both parties, so she took on the role of Wu Jilin. Whether it is high or not is enough for Jing Yantang to win, and Jing Yantang will not be too embarrassed to take revenge for this sake. In the same way, the presence of more than 50 people is not too low. Even if Hao Meili wants to get angry, she can't let it out, and it is not more than 100. There are 2,000 or 3,000 people in the outer courtyard. More than 50 people are already very high level. And Lin Wantong is really a character like Wu Jilin, except for a few deputy head rank. And several vice hall masters have already said that they are in retreat. Could she, Hao Meili, really force these people out of the retreat? Meng Yaqing said lightly, "Then I'll leave it to the hall master and senior brother Wu." Wu Jilin was embarrassed for a while, and responded embarrassingly. Hao Meili thought for a while. There was really no need to be angry, they had already expected this situation. The original invitation to Bai Baitang and Lin Wantong was just to prevent Lin Wantong and Bai Baitang from being attracted by Jing Yantang for their benefit. In Hao Meili and Meng Yaqing's plan, only 5 wins. Meng Yaqing, Zhang Fuyu, and the 3 second-rank masters in the Tongtian ranking of Gold Coin Hall and Handsome Man Hall, these 5 have a great chance of winning. As long as these 5 people win, it doesn't matter if the other 4 battles are lost. Hao Meili didn't know that there was another trump card in Meng Yaqing's heart, and that was Han Feng. Since Han Feng entered the Lingqiao Garden and did not have many fights with Jing Yantang, there was no great record. How Meili didn't notice Han Feng, a perverted existence, comparable to Fuyu. How Meili's cognition of Han Feng is only a favored object of Mangyaching, and how Meili has a woman's supremacy thinking, so Han Feng is directly assigned to Mangyaching's future male favorite. Wu Jilin's opponent is a master of Wenxing Church. He ranks more than 30 in the Tongtian ranking. He is one of the rare masters of Wenxing Church. After more than 20 minutes, Wu Jilin was finally defeated. Qi Ping, the head of Wenxing Church, showed a smile. Now Jingyan's side and the newcomer side's record is 1-2. After Lin Wantong sent Wu Jilin, Bai Baitang also sent a strong man. However, unlike Lin Wantong's somewhat perfunctory, the powerhouse sent by Bai Baitang this time is not weak, ranking 33rd, which is very close to the second grade of the Tongtian ranking. In terms of the power of Bai Baitang, it is really not a perfunctory. After all, Bai Baitang is a new hegemonic force, which is different from an established force like Jingyan. In the outer courtyard of Baidu Academy, any force with a history of more than 3 years who has experienced one session of newcomers is considered an old-fashioned strength. Yu Jinping, the head of Lin Wantong, looked at Lu Buiyun with some doubts. Regardless of what Yu Jinping thought, Lu Buiyun saw the potential of Mangyaching and Zhang Fuyu, and Lu Buiyun was ready to gamble. How Meili showed an imperceptible smile. This Lu Buiyun's head is not stupid. Seeing Yu Jinping again, How Meili sneered. Mangyaching and Zhang Fuyu, who have potential, don't give a helping hand now, and in the future, it is estimated that others will not see it as the icing on the cake. If it wasn't for Jingyan, which was founded by someone with the surname Long, Jin Yuan Kong might have chosen to win over him instead of offending him with death like he is now. The powerhouses sent by Lu Buiyun were not weak, but Jingyan, as the number one force in the outer courtyard, had more powerhouses. With the support of Hongyue Church and Wenxing Church, there are not many second-tier masters, but there is no shortage of third-tier masters. The experts from the Red Moon Hall were ranked 31st on the Tongtian ranking, and they were just 2 grades higher than the experts sent by Lu Buiyun. The two fought on the same level, and waves of fluctuations filled the entire number 1 arena. Flames and lightning overflowed. For more than an hour, the Hongyue powerhouse was slightly better and won the victory. Lu Buiyun's face was very ugly. He had already decided to support him, but in the end he still lost. At this moment, the record of both sides is 2-2, both wins and 2 losses. How Meili comforted and said, Tang Master Lu has done his best, then leave it to my mother. In the 5th battle, How Meili dispatched the deputy head of the Gold Coin Hall, a woman who ranked 11th in the outer court's Tongtian ranking. On the side of Jingyan, the deputy head of Jingyan just got up, but was stopped by Jin Yuan Kong. You are only 1 higher than her, the difference in strength is limited, all those women in Jinbatang are extremely perverted and have no lower limit. When the difference is extremely weak, you are very likely to be plotted. Since the other party has sent such a strong person, what about letting the other party win 1 game? There are not many strong opponents on the other side. When the strong opponents who are close to you are finished, it is time for you to shoot. With the 10th strength of the Tongtian list, he will definitely win a game. Jingyantang's side deliberately let the water fight against the women of Jinbatang. It was a trivial matter to lose, and it was really unlucky to be taken away by the other party and take a shot. Therefore, this time, the powerhouse sent by Jingyantang quickly conceded defeat, causing the 11 female powerhouses from Jinbatang to lick their lips regretfully. Evacuate. The Jingyantang strong man subconsciously clamped his legs and sweated coldly. In the 6th game, Jingyantang first sent a strong person, who was ranked 29th in the Tongtian ranking. How Meili sent an expert who was also in the top 20 of Tongtian Bang. This expert was one of 5 people who How Meili thought had a high probability of winning. But what happened next surprised How Meili. The ranking battle of the Tongtian ranking is only discharged from the challenge of countless powerhouses. In other words, if some powerhouses have advanced in strength, but have not challenged, the rankings will not change in the slightest. At this time, this strong man sent by Jingyantang is like this. The cultivation base has broken through to the tier 12 stars. Of course, because of the low level of alien energy, the combat power is not comparable to the powerhouse at the overlord level, but it can definitely be ranked 18th and 19th on the Tongtian ranking. Under Hao Mimi's ugly face, Jingyantang won this battle. Oops, miscalculation. Hao Meili said to Meng Yaqing with a gloomy face, Sister Yaqing, do you have a whole card? We lost this game by miscalculation, and the next situation will be very unfavorable for us. Among the 5 people who were scheduled to win, 1 lost, and the remaining 4 battles were not guaranteed to win. If there were only 4 victories, the final result. Meng Yaqing looked back at Han Feng. Han Feng nodded at Meng Yaqing. It was self-evident that he had the ability to compete with the overlord level. Seeing this, Meng Yaqing breathed a sigh of relief and responded to Hao Meili with a chuckle. Sister Hao, don't worry, our side does have a trump card. As long as our side wins another game, with this trump card, our side is almost certain to win. Really? That's good. Hao Meili and Meng Yaqing have known each other for a while, knowing that since Meng Yaqing said so, she is really sure. After heaving a sigh of relief, Hao Meili was a little curious, who is the newcomer's trump card? Looking at Yaqing's line of sight, could it be? Not likely. Hao Meili hesitantly suppressed her guesses. Although this newcomer is not bad, and a lot of great results were reported at the beginning, they haven't had any great results in the last month or 2. Haha, looking at the faces of Hao Mimi, I'm afraid I didn't think of this situation. Jin Yuankong let out a laugh. Long Shoukong's tense expression was also relieved. As a result, only the last strong man in the gold coin hall could be used by the newcomer, and the others were nothing to be afraid of. Glancing at the newcomer, Long Shoukong condensed on Han Feng for a moment, and smiled abruptly. I really scared myself. No matter how powerful this Han Feng is, he was only a mere 2nd star a few months ago, and his own qualifications are also not outstanding. In just a few months, how can you catch up with Fuyu and Meng Yaqing? If you really catch up, doesn't it mean that this Han Feng is more perverted than Zhang Fuyu? How is it possible? On the side of Jingyantang, not only Long Shoukong, but also many people are not vigilant about Han Feng, but just as Long Shoukong thought, in their opinion, Han Feng would not be able to catch up to Fuyu no matter how powerful he was. Even fighting Fuyu, it is only to contend against overlord-level characters, not to win. In addition to the deputy head of the hall, Sun Sheng, there are several strong people on their side. It is impossible for these powerhouses to fight against the last super powerhouse of Jin Coin Hall, but it is much easier to defeat others. In other words, they booked 2 wins, and adding the previous 3 is 5. There are about 9 battles, and winning 5 means victory. At that time, many powerhouses stared at the newcomers with sneer and hideous eyes. Not only Jingyantang, but the old people and newcomers in the auditorium also noticed something wrong. The old people sighed in their hearts. Jingyantang is indeed an old-fashioned force created by that person. Not so easy to trip over. The newcomers were apprehensive. They could foresee that once Meng Yaqing lost, their newcomers would be exploited in the same way as previous newcomers. Even because of Meng Yaqing and others' feud with Jingyantang, their newcomers this year are even more difficult than the previous ones. Some of the newcomers who were savage and greedy were already cursing Meng Yaqing in their hearts. Wang Qingsong and the others who were closest to the auditorium frowned. Jiangda snorted and said in a low voice, "A bunch of bastards. If it wasn't to save those newcomers, why would Big Brother Han and Jingyantang confront Jingyantang so quickly?" Seeing that the situation is not right, he immediately cursed Brother Han and the others, which is totally unreasonable. Han Feng didn't take it seriously, let them scold. Indeed, part of the battle against Jingyan this time is for the newcomers who were imprisoned by Jingyan, but more for the purpose of crippling Jingyan, so as not to be disabled in the future. You are in danger. Wang Qingsong and others were stunned. In the 7th game, it was Meng Yaqing, Han Feng and others who sent people first. Hao Meili did not hesitate to send out the last strong man from Jing Coin Hall. Jing Yantang had already received Jing Yuankong's orders. The powerhouse dispatched early conceded defeat. In the 8th game, Hao Meili, who failed to win, lost. Today, both sides have a record of 4 wins and 4 losses. The last remaining battle will be the most crucial battle. In the 9th battle, it stands to reason that Meng Yaqing's side should send people first, but Jing Yuankong may think that his side will win. He laughs, and first speaks. This time we sent Vice Hall Master Sun Sheng. I don't know you. Jing Yuankong's face was full of jokes. Sun Sheng, the deputy head of Jingyun Hall, ranked 10th on the Tongtian ranking. Jing Yuankong glanced over and found no one who could compete with Sun Sheng at all. Hao Meili's face sank, and she said to Meng Yaqing, Sister Yaqing, who are you going to send? Meng Yaqing smiled slightly, Han Feng. It's really him. Hao Meili opened her mouth slightly, but at this moment, Han Feng had already taken a step, and with the support of Wang Qingsong and others, she entered the competition stage. Hao Meili was worried. Sister Yaqing, I admit that you are a good man, but if you can beat Sun Sheng, the possibility is really. Hao Meili couldn't bear to go on. Meng Yaqing's face was reddish. Sister Hao, Han Feng is not my favorite. Don't worry, since Han Feng dares to take action, he must be sure. Han Feng has never let me down. Hearing Meng Yaqing's high evaluation of Han Feng, Hao Meili became serious about Han Feng. Staring at Han Feng, Hao Meili smiled. Okay, then let me see Yaqing girl, you man. It's a great place to pet. Sister Hao, Han Feng is not my favorite. Meng Yaqing's face turned even redder and she couldn't help but correct. Hao Meili jokingly said, take it down, don't tell me that you are not interested in this kid. Seeing Meng Yaqing's tendency to become angry, Hao Meili quickly waved her hand. Okay, it's not your boyfriend, it's your future. Your husband is fine. Meng Yaqing rolled her eyes secretly, and simply stopped paying attention to Hao Meili. Mei was condensed on Han Feng on the competition arena, and she was quite nervous and slightly confused. Xianggong? Is it possible for us? Thinking that Han Feng seems to care a lot about her, but only stays at the level of a friend, Meng Yaqing's heart is extremely complicated. In the audience, everyone was confused when they saw Han Feng's familiar appearance. Suddenly, someone was shocked. I said why I am so familiar. It turned out to be the newcomer named Han Feng. It turned out to be him. It is said that this person's reputation was second only to Zhang Fuyu at the beginning. I haven't heard anything about it in the past 2 months. Today, it turned out to be him playing. Could it be that this kid's strength has improved a lot in the past 2 months? No matter how great the progress is, it's impossible to surpass Zhang Fuyu and Meng Yaqing. What are Hao Meili and the others doing? It's not that they have already accepted their fate in despair. The old people talked a lot and didn't expect anything from Han Feng at all. Not even Zhang Fuyu has the ability to defeat Sun Sheng, not to mention that his reputation was second only to Zhang Fuyu at first, and Han Feng, who had almost disappeared in the last 2 months, was even more famous. And the newcomers are even more aware that Han Feng's first-time school strength is 2 stars, and they don't think that Han Feng's cultivation will be able to step into 12 stars in a short period of time. Many newcomers immediately had tragic guesses. Meng Yaqing resigned. Various whispers followed. On the competition platform, Sun Sheng listened to the whispered discussions around him, and smiled jokingly. It seems that no one is optimistic about you. Is it called Han Feng? I heard that you helped Xuanhuan cut off Yang Jianyong's arm. Today, I will use your arm to repay. Sun Xingjie smiled cruelly. I'm afraid you can't do it. Han Feng was not afraid at all, and went back sarcastically. Sun Xing's face suddenly sank. Arrogant boy. The temperature of the entire arena dropped suddenly. A terrifying icy aura surged out from Sun Xing's body, and the icy airflow roared like a giant beast, wriggling behind Sun Xing's back. A wave of icy cold air suddenly shot over from the sky like a giant hand. As a powerhouse in the middle stage of the 12 stars, when this breath came out, even the many powerhouses in the audience were like falling into an ice cellar. Such a cold breath, hissing, hands and feet are freezing. As expected of a hegemon level character, even the bottom of the hegemon level characters is extremely powerful. We are so far away. Han Feng is the closest to the icy aura, I don't know. When this senior student looked over with such a question, his eyes suddenly widened. On the competition stage, blue flames slowly surrounded Han Feng, and the fiery flames resisted the invasion of cold air. In the eyes of everyone, the ice-blue airflow was blocked by the dark blue flame barrier. The blue flame barrier formed a quarter circle and firmly guarded Han Feng behind it. The color in Sun Xing's eyes darkened a bit. Is this the kid's strange fire? I used the strange fire from the beginning, and it really doesn't matter. Humph. With a cold snort, the icy blue color in the sky deepened a bit, and some places in the arena have formed ice layers. The icy blue aura deepened in color, as if there were more giant hands pressing down. The 9th level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. The 9th layer of Skyfire armor, condensate. Kanglan Xuanhuan, fusion. With 3 bursts of shouting, the blue flame armor wrapped Han Feng's whole body. The sudden increase in size makes the flames more prosperous. At this moment, Han Feng's cultivation level jumped to the realm of 12 stars, and in terms of the depth of his cultivation level, it even surpassed that of Sun Xing. How is this possible? Sun Xing's pupils shrank. The jump from 9 stars on the ground level to 12 stars on the ground level was a big surprise for Sun Xing. In the sky, the icy blue air and the dark blue flame changed dramatically, and the blue flame instantly overwhelmed the icy blue air. Endless flames covered the sky and attacked Sun Xing. Ice lizard divine body, congeal. Layers of ice layers condensed on the surface of Sun Xing's divine body, and soon, Sun Xing formed an ice-blue lizard iceman. At the same time, Sun Xing's cultivation has skyrocketed at the same time, surpassing the prefecture level. Sun Xing stared at Han Feng coldly. No wonder I dare to fight with the deputy hall master. Sure enough, there is a set. But that's all. Broken ice fist. The air conditioning around them quickly condensed together at this moment, forming a huge ice wall, trapping Han Feng in it, and the flames touched the ice wall, instantly making a screeching sound, and the smoke filled the air. At the same time, outside the topmost ice wall, Baizhang Ice Fist suddenly condensed, fell from the sky, and fell straight down. With frightening icy breath and power. Click. Boom. The ice wall shattered step by step from the top in an instant, and the Baizhang Ice Fist was getting closer and closer. Before it arrived, Han Feng felt that the flames around him had been weakened a lot. The flame closest to the ice fist has even been frozen. Fusion, Flame Vajra Tongs. Without hesitation, Han Feng ran the Flame Vajra clamp and Kanglan Xuanhuan at the same time. The blue flame crab was entrenched behind Han Feng, holding up the flame scorpion pincers, burning with the mysterious fire of Kanglan. Boom! The extreme flame and the extreme cold collided in an instant, and the flame and frost storm burst out. The terrifying fluctuations formed strong air waves that impacted the surrounding area. Some weak and close ones were directly swept away by such air waves, and fell to the back of the audience in embarrassment. The crowd took a breath. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Han Feng any longer. With this skill, he could get a good name on the Tongtian ranking. And the despairing newcomer saw new hope at this moment. At this time, they suddenly realized that Meng Yaqing sent Han Feng, not already accepting his fate, but Han Feng did have the strength to compete with the overlord-level figure. It's a bit capable, but... Endless ice crystals. The cold air around him was violently blowing out again. The sky and the surroundings were filled with ice crystals at some point in time. Don't underestimate this ice crystal. These countless ice crystals float in the sky, and a few ice crystals fall from time to time, forming an ice layer behind them that is several meters in radius. Wang Qingsong threw his fist and struck, but the ice layer was not destroyed in the slightest, but Wang Qingsong himself cried out in pain. With a wave of Meng Yaqing's hand, the flames burned and the ice layers melted. Immediately, Meng Yaqing's complexion changed slightly. This ice crystal needs at least the destructive power of 8 or 9 stars to be broken. This is just one ice crystal, so many ice crystals combined. Wang Qingsong and the others were also shocked. So many ice crystals, can Han Feng resist it? How Mei's face was heavy, that's why this Sun Xing has become an overlord. At the beginning, this Sun Xing used this trick to freeze more than 10 second and third-rank powerhouses in the Tongtian ranking. Sun Xing's unshakable status as a hegemon. Meng Yaqing was worried when she heard the words. Zhang Fuyu also frowned slightly. Did they underestimate Sun Xing and Han Feng too much? As far as they know, Han Feng's trump cards don't seem to have an overwhelming advantage. Countless ice crystals formed an ice crystal storm, and some ice crystals fell on the burning Kanglan profound fire, instantly freezing it. Under this terrifyingly cold temperature, the Kanglan profound fire around Han Feng was suppressed and burned by less than 1 meter. Looking at the entire competition platform from a distance, I can only see the endless ice blue, the dark blue, and only a small area. Jin Yuankong smiled and said, although this technique is not a heaven-ranked martial skill, it is transformed from a part of the incomplete heaven-ranked middle-rank martial arts. Martial skill level. This kid is finished. Boy, you are blessed to die under the endless ice crystals that I have dyed, and you will remain as an eternal ice sculpture, so that future generations can admire my masterpiece. I might as well tell you that among my masterpieces, there are many like you. Crazy genius. Sun Xing showed a triumphant smile, and the ice crystal storm rushed away in an instant. Blood-drinking yellow dragon destroyed. Han Feng immediately took out the blood and drank the yellow dragon saber, and broke out the strongest killing move among the 3 moves. The nearly 200 Zhang Huanglong roared out, and the smell of blood quickly permeated out. Everyone's expressions changed, and the eyes that looked at Han Feng also became frightened. But then they found out that the source of the bloody smell was the long knife in Han Feng's hand, and they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Huanglong roared against the ice crystal storm, and the ice crystal storm swallowed Huanglong without hesitation. A mere reptile will only be frozen into an ice sculpture. Sun Xing didn't take Han Feng's attack seriously. However, the next moment, Sun Xing's expression became embarrassed. The yellow dragon burst apart, turning into countless bloody blades, tearing apart the ice crystal storm. Although countless blades were directly frozen, these blades also played a huge role, and the ice crystal storm was torn apart and incomplete. When the ice crystal storm repaired these incomplete parts, the entire size was also reduced a lot. Good chance. Fusion Skyfire Fighting Fist. The huge flame fist burst out and smashed into the ice crystal storm fiercely. The heavenly fire fighting fist, which was fused with the Kanglan profound fire, was closer to the heavenly rank martial skill level than the endless ice crystal. The ice crystal storm had already shrunk in a circle, and it had no fundamental advantage over the giant flame fist. The ice crystal storm and the giant flame fist collided and instantly made a loud noise. With the sound of chi-chi, the mist filled the air. This time, the attack on both sides was evenly divided. Everyone in the audience was amused. Hao Meili laughed and clapped her palms abruptly. It's amazing, just relying on this hand, Han Feng's strength is enough to rank second in the Tongtian ranking, and his rank in the second class is not low. Jing Yuankong's face turned cold. I thought it was just a character that could be easily defeated, but now it seems that its intractability is no weaker than Zhang Fuyu. That's all. Jing Yantang was shocked by Han Feng's growth. It has grown from a second-tier star who first entered the outer courtyard a few months ago to such a speed, which is rare in the history of the outer courtyard. On the side of Jing Yantang, Bu Sheng, one of Tian Gang, who came to join in the fun, made no secret of the jealousy in his eyes. The newcomer, who had no resistance in front of him 4 months ago, is now showing such a strong fighting force, which is about to drive him crazy. The mist gradually dissipated. Sun Xing and Han Feng face each other again. Sun Xing frowned. Han Feng's intractability obviously made Sun Xing a little distressed. When the water mist almost dissipated, Sun Xing raised his right hand and smiled faintly. Unfortunately, although your strength is enough to rank around 20 on the Tongtian ranking, it is still far from defeating me. Extremely cold frost. Purple-blue frost slowly condensed out. As soon as this purple-blue frost appeared, even the surrounding air was frozen. Fusion endless ice crystal. The extremely cold frost melted into the endless ice crystals, and the ice-blue ice crystals quickly turned purple-blue. Ice crystals floated in the sky, and the space was slightly frozen. Countless ice crystals condensed into a storm again. Red Lotus Seal, congeal. Han Feng suddenly folded his hands together, and 4 Red Lotus warriors, burning with flames of various colors, appeared beside Han Feng. The aura fluctuations emitted by each Red Lotus warrior have been raised to the late-stage 11-star level. A hint of surprise flashed in Sun Xing's eyes. 4 Earth-level 11-star energy bodies? Don't you think that just 4 Earth-level 11-star energy bodies can help you win? Sun Xing was angry. This is simply contempt for him. Han Feng said nothing, put his hands together again, and shouted, "Fusion!" The 4 burning Red Lotus warriors quickly merged together to form a flame giant more than 4 meters high. Its breath fluctuated one after another, and it has already surpassed the level of the land. A hint of caution flashed across Sun Xing's face. So that's how it is, it can be merged. Looking at this breath, it is not weaker than the 40-level masters on the Tongtian ranking, or even stronger. If there is any stunt, the combat power is stronger. Suddenly, Sun Xing stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Countless gusts of wind quickly spread out from the ice crystal storm. These gusts were all composed of ice crystals. In the hands of the Red Lotus warrior, a flaming giant sword that was longer than his own body appeared, and it suddenly slashed. A violent flame swept out. Bang bang. The flaming sword light blocked these ice crystal winds one by one. Sun Xing was not surprised, and smiled lightly. Sure enough, the real combat power is not weaker than the second rank of the Tongtian ranking, but if that's the case, Han Feng, you still have to lose. After the test, Sun Xing no longer put the Red Lotus warrior in his eyes, and the ice crystal storm fused with the extreme cold and frost swept out. Han Feng was expressionless. Just when the ice crystal storm was about to hit, Han Feng let out a low voice, "Red Lotus is angry." The Red Lotus warrior raised his head to the sky and let out a hoarse roar. The entire body instantly rushed towards the ice crystal storm and jumped in. Before the extremely cold frost could freeze the Red Lotus warrior, a terrifying force emerged from the body of the Red Lotus warrior. Boom! The Red Lotus warrior exploded in an instant, and a flame like a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The ice crystals exploded instantly. What? Sun Xing was very shocked and furious. Sun Xing never imagined that Han Feng would have this trick. Red Lotus Fury. This is a trick Han Feng learned about after the Red Lotus warriors successfully gathered. Red Lotus Fury, to put it bluntly, means that the Red Lotus warrior instantly condenses the flame power in his body and bursts out. This kind of trick is extremely powerful, and it will burst out with power far beyond the level of the Red Lotus warrior. For example, the current combat strength of the Red Lotus warrior is comparable to the powerhouse of the 29th or 33rd level of the Tongtian ranking. But with such an outbreak, the Ice Crystal Storm, which was ranked 10th in the Tongtian ranking, was instantly destroyed. In the future, each of the Red Lotus warriors will reach the pinnacle of the 12 stars of the Earth rank, so the strength of the Red Lotus warrior after fusion will be infinitely close to that of the heavenly rank powerhouse, which is no worse than the current Xuanhuan Kong. And this level of Red Lotus warriors erupted in Red Lotus anger, and the power that burst out in an instant was enough to destroy the powerhouses in the early days of the first star of the sky. Han Feng almost felt that he had found a treasure. With tricks like Red Lotus Fury, he was more confident in the inner court's assessment of Han Feng. However, because of its strength, Red Lotus Fury also has sequelae, otherwise Red Lotus Fury would not be classified as a martial skill of the local rank. Once the anger of the Red Lotus erupts, there will be a period of time in which the Red Lotus warriors will no longer be able to condense. And this day will also vary according to the level of the outbreak of the Red Lotus anger. This time, the Red Lotus anger broke out with all my strength. For the next month, I can only cultivate it instead of using the Red Lotus anger. Fortunately, there is still a little more than 2 months for the inner court assessment, which is enough for the inner court. Before the assessment, a more powerful Red Lotus warrior will be condensed. Now. Han Feng's eyes flashed as he watched the ice crystal storm being swallowed up by the endless flames. The few extreme days, holy flames in the body suddenly poured out from the Dantian and poured into Han Feng's right fist. Fusion, Skyfire Fighting Fist. The milky white flame giant fist rose into the sky, and the space burned by the raging flames seemed to be shattered. The terrifying flame breath spread out, and everyone was shocked. The strange fire of this Han style actually increased. Looking at this temperature, it is astonishing that there is a strange fire that is not weaker than the top level. This kid. Wang Qingsong and others were stunned and laughed immediately. It turned out that they had a new powerful trump card. No wonder they were so confident to compete with Overlord-level characters. Jin Yuankong stood up abruptly. "What are you doing? Why don't you fight back and defend?" With a cold drink, Sun Xing completely recovered from his shock, and at this time, the milky white flame giant fist was approaching. Oops! Sun Xing was in a hurry. At this time, it was too late to attack, and there was no time to release his full-strength attack. Suddenly, Sun Xing took out the ice blue ring from his arms. Sun Xing poured his true essence into the ring, and the ice blue breastplate instantly appeared on Sun Xing's body. It turned out to be a top-grade defensive weapon. Boom! The milky white flame giant devoured Sun Xing, frantically eroding the defensive breastplate on Sun Xing's body, and the defensive breastplate was damaged at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flames burst open suddenly, and the power of the explosion directly lifted Sun Xing into the sky, and the protective breastplate shattered at this moment. Puff! The power of Sun Xing's Zhenfei shook Sun Xing's internal organs. Sun Xing's face turned pale, and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Boom! Falling from the sky to the ground, Sun Xing was embedded in the ground. The flames were still burning around Sun Xing. Sun Xing was embedded in the ground. No one knew what was going on. Han Feng didn't care to see what happened to Sun Xing, so he released the holy flame of extreme day with all his strength. The consumption caused Han Feng to consume 60% of his real energy in an instant. In addition to the previous consumption, Han Feng's current real yuan is really not enough. Many. Standing on the spot, the 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art was running wildly, and the spiritual power between heaven and earth was injected into Han Feng's body like a storm. This phenomenon shocked everyone. The speed and endurance of absorbing spiritual power is no worse than that of a heavenly rank expert. Wang Qingsong said speechlessly. How Mei Li Tutaden smiled, such a terrifying absorption, how much of an advantage in battle. If Hao Meili had doubts about Han Feng's ability before, now there is nothing but praise. Damn, this kid's body cultivation is only 9 stars, and he can actually burst out martial skills that are comparable to the heavens. I'm afraid it is not bad compared to the perfection of the low-level martial arts. Damn, this hall master can't reach the level of perfection. To this extent. Compared with other people's attention is Han Feng's evolutionary fire and the speed and endurance of absorbing spiritual power. Jin Yuankong pays attention to the Skyfire fighting fist that broke out after Han Feng merged with the Extreme Day Holy Flame. Jin Yuankong regretted it very much. He knew that these newcomers could rise to such a terrifying level in such a short period of time. At the beginning, he should not have sent people to test them, but personally killed these newcomers. Even doing so would make him secretly ridiculed by the rest of the overlords. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in the world. No matter how much he regrets it at this moment, Jin Yuankong has to admit that these 3 newcomers have grown up thoroughly. Thinking of this, Jin Yuankong was even more resentful towards Long Shoukong. It was because of him that Jin Yantang provoked such a terrifying newcomer. If it wasn't for someone in the inner courtyard, Jin Yuankong would have the heart to kill Long Shoukong now. Just when Han Feng was recovering his true essence, Sun Xing staggered to his feet, his clothes were ragged and tattered. A faint milky white flame was still burning in some places. Poochie. I don't know who couldn't help laughing, and more laughter came out. Sun Xing noticed that many eyes were concentrating on him, and he felt that something was wrong. He glanced down, and his face darkened instantly. Sun Xing's trousers were only burned in 2s and 3s, and the big red coquettish underwear was exposed. TSK, this guy is better than me. Shen Shui couldn't help but touched his chin. Sun Xing's anger burned completely, the extreme cold frost was released, and the flame on his body was extinguished instantly. At this time, Han Feng's true Yuan has almost recovered. Han Feng, go to hell. At this moment, Sun Xing's belief in killing Han Feng was stronger than ever before. Today is a big shame. Sun Xing can imagine that in just one day tomorrow, his bright red underwear will spread throughout the outer courtyard. Frost Snake Spear. A large amount of extremely cold frost and icy air condensed in the sky, and the snake spear more than 100 meters long exuded an extremely icy aura. Sun Xing smiled coldly. Your martial arts fusion with different fire is only comparable to the level of heaven-level martial arts, and my frost snake spear is originally a heaven-level martial arts, and the fusion of extreme cold frost is more powerful. Not taking advantage of my injury to completely defeat me is your biggest mistake. How did Sun Xing know that it wasn't that Han Feng didn't want to do that, but the consumption was huge? The emptiness of the energy in the body made Han Feng almost slump to the ground, where is there any remaining strength to defeat him? Go to hell. Suddenly, the 100 Zhonglong frost snake spear cut through the space and shot towards Han Feng suddenly. The 10th level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. Boom. The raging flames rose into the sky with a temperature that seemed to burn everything in the world, and the pressure that made everyone stunned swept out, covering the entire arena. The 10th level of the heavenly fire fighting body. Even in the early 10th stage, it has a formidable power comparable to that of an ordinary mid-rank martial skill. Not to mention the fusion of Kanglan profound fire. Now Han Feng's cultivation base is infinitely close to even comparable to the early stage warriors. Just relying on the strength of the cultivation base, Han Feng's attack power is not weaker than the overlord level characters, or even stronger. In other words, Han Feng now has a power comparable to or even surpassing the frost spear with a single blow. And if you use martial arts again? Buzzing. Chi. The extreme coldness of the frost spear was turned into ashes by the endless super-strong flames before it got close to Han Feng. The frost snake spear was intercepted more than 100 meters away from Han Feng, and the blue skyrocketing flames kept melting the frost snake spear. At this time, the frost snake spear was like a shivering weak child facing a strong man with amazing strength. Skyfire fighting fist. Han Feng shouted angrily, and suddenly he punched in the flame storm, and the frost snake spear was completely annihilated without any resistance. A punch with a terrifying flame slammed Sun Xing into the sky again. And this time, Sun Xing couldn't stand up again. Even this time the flames burned Sun Xing seriously, not only the body surface, but even the internal organs were severely injured and eroded by the flames. Silence. Silence. In the entire arena, only the sound of flames burning the space remained. Everyone stared at Han Feng with wide eyes, and the sound of gasping for a long time sounded one after another. Fear. Horrible. Not only the old people and newcomers in the audience, including Meng Yaqing and Fu Yu, also never expected that Han Feng would be so perverted. The big improvement in the end was almost comparable to the level of the heavens. Even Jin Yuan Kong is only infinitely close to the heavens when he bursts out with all his strength. In other words, Han Feng is able to resist Jin Yuan Kong's full strength burst only by virtue of his cultivation. And the last punch, even Jin Yuan Kong may not be able to resist it. That punch was even comparable to the power of an ordinary one-star peak martial artist. You must know that Han Feng's body is only at the pinnacle of the 9-star level, and he hasn't even reached the pinnacle level of the earth level. A warrior who has not reached the peak level of the earth level, the full power explosion is comparable to the peak of the sky level 1-star peak. Is this still a human? Gollum. I don't know who swallowed a mouthful of spit, and it continued after that. The eyes of everyone looking at Han Feng have undergone earth-shaking changes. The old people, newcomers in the audience, and even many strong people in Jingyun Hall are looking at Han Feng with awe. And Wang Qingsong and other people who have a good relationship with Han Feng are all very happy. Although they were also horrified by Han Feng's perversion, they were more happy and excited. Zhang Fuyu's eyes burst with astonishing fiery heat, and high fighting intent burst out. Suddenly, the endless flames and coercion disappeared, and they were retracted into Han Feng's body like a vortex. Han Feng immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, and the muscles in his body were extremely painful. From the outbreak of the 10th level of the Skyfire battle body to now, it only took a few seconds, but these few seconds have caused huge pressure on Han Feng's body. Han Feng's physical strength is only 10 stars on the ground level. Hoo, I have long known that the Skyfire battle physique will give me a huge improvement. I didn't expect it to improve so much. In just a few seconds, my combat power even surpassed the first place on the Tongtian ranking. But the pressure on my body is too great. If I delay for a while, I'm afraid my body will collapse. The physical strength must at least reach the peak of the 12 stars of the Earth rank before it can be used for a long time. If it breaks through to the celestial rank, it is almost no problem. Han Feng's panting brought many people back to their senses. Sure enough, such a huge improvement was a heavy burden on the body. Some Overlord-level characters breathed a sigh of relief. If the previous outbreak could only last for a few seconds, they might not necessarily lose. However, even so, the danger of Han Feng has increased to a very high level in the hearts of these Overlord-level characters. Now no one dares to act rashly. In the end, Jin Yuan Kong gritted his teeth and boarded the competition stage. After investigating Sun Xing's physical condition, Jin Yuan Kong looked gloomy and said, "What a cruel boy. He actually burned the internal organs of the main body of my deputy hall to such a degree." Jin Yuan Kong stared coldly at Han Feng, such an injury can't be cured without a few months and half a year. This is still the case with the healing medicine. Sun Xing was unable to participate in the inner court assessment. Aware of Jin Yuankong's strong killing intent towards Han Feng, Meng Yaqing, Fu Yu, Hao Meili, and others instantly appeared beside Han Feng, coldly alert. Han Feng took a breath and curled his lips. It seems that many of the things you Jingyantang do are more cruel than me. According to the news I have inquired, there are many geniuses who have been abolished by you. And I just let them, seriously injured, already very merciful. You. Jin Yuan was in a hurry, but he had nothing to say. They did a lot of bad things in Jingyantang. At the beginning, they even wanted to kill the newcomers like Han Feng. Compared with their original purpose, the other party's only heavy injury was really nothing. But that's it? Jin Yuankong was full of unwillingness. If he hadn't formed a deadly feud, seeing the super strength of the newcomers Han Feng and Meng Yaqing, Jin Yuankong would really just forget it. But as long as there is a day when Lan Shoukong is there, Jingyantang and these people are at odds and cannot be reconciled. This opposition even extends to the inner courtyard. In this way, how could Jin Yuankong give up so easily? Now that several newcomers are so powerful, will they still have it in the future? With a cold snort, Jin Yuankong raised his hand and made a gesture, and Zhu Jintai, the head of the Red Moon Hall, and Qi Ping, the head of the Wencheng Hall, instantly appeared beside Jin Yuankong. Everyone in the audience didn't dare to take a breath. Is this because Jingyantang lost and was unwilling to break out into a deeper battle? Although there is some contempt for Jingyantang's actions, no one dared to say anything, for fear of retribution afterward. Hao Meili's face sank. Does Master Jin plan to break the contract? Jin Yuankong smiled coldly and did not reply. The atmosphere on both sides became more and more tense. Meng Yaqing's worried eyes fell on Han Feng. Now it is obvious that Han Feng has a huge consumption. If there is a conflict, it is very easy to be attacked. Hao Mimi's breath soared, echoing Zhen Shuai's breath, and the powerful breath made everyone's complexion change. This breath is also faintly stronger than what Han Feng had burst out before. It is indeed the combination of the third and fourth in the Tongtian list. Jin Yuankong shouted, "Brother Zhua, is it time for you to show up?" Hao Meili's face changed. Could it be Zhua Guanghai? Zhua Guanghai is the fifth strongest person on the Tongtian list. Ha ha ha, what Hall Master Hao said is right, it's down here. A ray of light jumped up and landed on Jin Yuankong's side. The expressions of Zhen Shuai and the others were not good. If there is no Zhua Guanghai, in terms of the confrontation between the overlords, their side has the advantage. But with Zhua Guanghai, everything is uncertain. Yu Jinping, the head of Lin Wantong, was a little bit drumming, and he had a sense of retreat in his heart. Now this situation is obviously not good for their side. He glanced at Lu Buiyun, the head of Beibao Hall, and Yu Jinping frowned. This Lu Buiyun should also know that the situation is not good. Well, why do you still plan to support Hao Meili depending on the situation? Jin Yuankong showed a smug face. Senior Hao, we now have 4 overlord-level figures on our side. Although there are 4 on your side, when it comes to overall strength, our side has the advantage. Jin Yuankong ranked first, and he could not win against Hao Meili and Zhen Shuai alone, but it would also delay their actions. The remaining 2 overlords, Lu Buiyun and Yu Jinping, could not be the opponents of Zhua Guanghai, Zhu Jintai and Qi Ping, 4th in the Tongtian ranking. Don't let it go, we still have Sister Yaqing and Zhang Fuyu here. Hao Meili couldn't help saying. Jin Yuankong clapped his hands, and many powerhouses from Jingyun Hall, Hanyue Hall and Wencheng Hall gathered behind him. Jin Yuankong said lightly, indeed, these 2, especially Meng Yaqing, do have around the 4th or 5th place on the Tongtian ranking. Strength, but Fuyu only has the strength to contend, and the real combat strength is about 14 or 5 in the Sky High list. We have more than 20 strong players in the second and third ranks of the Tongtian list. Could it be that they still can't deal with Meng Yaqing and Zhang Fuyu? The phantom of Zhang Fuyu's god of war appeared, without the slightest flinch in his eyes, and he said with full of fighting spirit, "If that's the case, let's fight." Meng Yaqing took a step. It seems that Hall Master Jin's understanding of the little girl is too one-sided. It's just 2 or 3 grades on the Tongtian list. It's useless to come more. Wang Qingsong and others were not strong enough, but they also stood up with gritted teeth. Sui Guanghai became impatient. "Palace Master Jin, what are you talking about? Let's do it, and after it's done, don't let you deal with me." How Meili sneered when she heard the words. "I didn't expect that Brother Sui, who has always been neutral, who once threatened to dislike Jing Yantang's actions, would also favor Jing Yantang. It's really rare." Sui Guanghai shrugged and didn't care. That was a year ago. Now, in order to attack the inner courtyard, it is natural to make full preparations. It is just that Jing Yantang has what I need, that's all. Jin Yuankong interrupted the two of them, staring at Lu Buiyun and Yu Jinping. "You two, you have seen the current situation, but the situation is not good for you. This Hall Master knows that Hall Master Hao has been kind to you, but for this kindness, you sent a strong person to support Hall Master Hao before, which is considered a repayment. Now, why do you still want to fight against Hall Master Hao and these arrogant newcomers and me, Jing Yantang?" Thinking of the potential shown by Zhang Fuyu, Han Feng, and Meng Yaqing, Lu Buiyun gritted his teeth and roared, "No need to say more, Hall Master Jin, since this Hall Master agreed with Sister Hao, he will not break the contract." Yu Jinping looked at Lu Buiyun in disbelief, and was about to scold whether there was something wrong with his brain. With his face changing, Yu Jinping walked out. "This Hall Master is not the ignorant person. How Hall Master, you have seen this situation now, and this Hall Master is also helpless." One sentence, Hall Master Hao, completely opened the distance between the two sides. Hao Meili looked indifferent. "I knew you would do this for a long time, just do what you want." Yu Jinping had a thick face, and he stood beside Jin Yuankong without saying anything. However, the rest of Lin Wantong's students were not so thick-skinned. They walked out one by one ashamed, only to feel their faces burning hot. Jin Yuankong was determined, and said again, "Senior Hao, now that the situation has been confirmed, do you really want to fight against me for the sake of these newcomers?" Hao Meili didn't say anything. Her firm face undoubtedly expressed Hao Meili's decision. Okay, since that's the case, don't blame this Hall Master for not remembering our old relationship. The top 10 rankings in the Tongtian ranking have not changed for a long time, and now 3 are just removed to provide opportunities for the later. Senran's murderous intent firmly locked Meng Yaqing and the others. In the rear, Long Shoukong couldn't help but get excited. Finally, he was going to completely solve the remnants of the Wang family. And many more. Just when everyone thought that the two sides were going to duel, a cold drink came out clearly. Everyone's expressions froze, and looking at the voice, it was Han Feng. "Han Feng, you." Hao Meili didn't know what Han Feng was going to say. Jin Yuankong's eyes moved, and he showed a smile that was half smiling. "What else do you want to say? Could it be that you are afraid and want to ask for forgiveness? If so, as long as you kill the remnants of the Wang family with your own hands, this Hall Master can let you go." The confrontation with Han Feng and others is basically the matter of the Long family and the Wang family. If Han Feng and Wang Qingsong were torn apart, even if Han Feng killed Wang Qingsong, Jing Yantang would not be unacceptable for such a genius. As soon as Jin Yuankong's words came out, Hao Meili's expression changed instantly, but Meng Yaqing and the others did not change at all. After getting along for so long, they all knew that Han Feng would never be such a person. Han Feng staggered to his feet and said indifferently, "No, it's Hall Master Jin, you should stop, otherwise the consequences are not something you can afford." Jin Yuankong's face turned gloomy in an instant. Sure enough, he is a mad boy. Since he doesn't admit his mistake, this hall master has to take a look. What are the consequences that this hall master can't bear? Go! With a low shout, Zhu Jingtai, Qi Ping, Xuanhuan, and Yu Zhenping suddenly shot. The four overlords shot at the same time, and the momentum and coercion were absolutely earth-shattering. A wave of coercion rushed out, and it was difficult for the weaker to even breathe. Go! At this moment, Han Feng suddenly threw a ball, and the ball shattered in the sky, and an aura and coercion far exceeding the level of the four overlords surged out, instantly covering the entire arena. Under this coercion, the aura coercion of the four overlords was instantly oppressed. Puff puff. The breath was forcibly pressed back and counterattacked, and the four overlords immediately vomited blood and took a step back in embarrassment. Hao Meili, who was about to take action, was stunned when she saw such a scene, and the original essence that had been condensed also dissipated. This is... Everyone looked at the shining light in the sky in horror, and a powerful breath waved out like waves. Every time there is a wave of waves, the breath becomes stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, the coercion of these breaths is no worse than that of the powerhouses in the early and middle stages of heaven rank. The light gradually weakened, and the illusory image of Elder Zishu emitting a faint white light appeared in the sky. Idea clone. No, this is not an idea clone, just an idea. Jin Yuankong quickly realized that something was wrong. The avatar of the mind is an avatar separated by the high sanctuary using the primordial spirit. It can exist forever. After consuming energy, it can be replenished by itself, which is equivalent to another life form. The higher sanctuary here refers to the small perfection and the great perfection of the sanctuary. Even at the peak level of the sanctuary, the 27th level powerhouse of the sanctuary did not have the ability to create a mind clone. As for the mind, it is only a small part of Yuanshan's residual mind separated by the strong sanctuary. Not only does it not exist for a long time, but it is also a consumption type. Basically, it disappeared completely after 1 or 2 attacks. Intention, as long as it is a strong sanctuary, it can almost be used. However, even if the mind is not as good as the mind clone, the elder level mind cannot be underestimated. Feeling the powerful aura of this idea, Jin Yuankong felt resentment in his heart. In such a situation, where can he make a move? Not only is this idea extremely powerful, it is comparable to a 3- or 4-star powerhouse, but the body of this idea is Elder Zishu. Elder Zishu gave Han Feng his own thoughts, obviously telling everyone that he had secured Han Feng in the outer courtyard. Continue to be embarrassed or even kill Han Feng, wouldn't it be a blatant disobedience? Offending an elder like Elder Zishu, who is only 1 step away from the peak of the sanctuary, Jin Yuankong really can't afford such consequences. Nude slap in the face. He said just now that there were no consequences that he couldn't bear, but now he gave him a very sharp slap in the face. Hao Meili laughed when she saw the other party's aggrieved face. Wang Qingsong and others also let out a sigh of relief, looking at the enemy's suffocation very readily. Heaven, it turned out to be Elder Zishu's thought, and this Han Feng actually entered the eyes of Elder Zishu. I remember that this guy seems to have indeed become the caretaker of the Elder Zishu spirit grass garden. Looking at this, I'm afraid that the cultivated spirit grass is very good, otherwise the Elder Zishu will not value it so much. Yeah, with Elder Zishu's attention, no one dares to provoke this kid in the outer courtyard. Unfortunately, this Han Feng's strongest outbreak is so strong, I'm afraid that he will participate in the inner court assessment in more than 2 months. This guarantee is almost useless in the inner court. People are both envious and regretful. The supreme controller of the inner court is a few supreme elders at the peak level of the sanctuary. Elder Zishu may have the face in the inner court, but it will never be as big as the outer court. Damn. Xuanhuan, as the 5th existence on the Tongtian list, is usually feared and respected by people, and he has never been ridiculed like this. The laughter of Wang Qingsong and others was completely insulting to Xuanhuan. Wang Qingsong, Shi Tai, and others put their arms around Han Feng's shoulders, jealous and envious, and said sourly, "You didn't say that you have such a trump card. Just now I really thought it was going to be a fight, just me with such a small body. It is estimated that it will be destroyed in such a fight." Wang Qingsong's strength is good, but it is not enough for the powerhouses on the Tongtian ranking, let alone the overlords of the Tongtian ranking and the second and third grades. Strong. Han Feng was hugged and almost fell. Helplessly rolled his eyes. Things are developing too fast, didn't I have time? Go to hell. Xuanhuan saw Han Feng and others talking and laughing, and his anger reached a peak. He ignored Elder Zishu's thoughts in the sky and shot in an instant. Boom! The mind burst out a powerful blow in an instant, and the violent energy fluctuations were like a storm, involving Xuanhuan. Puff! Xuanhuan spit out blood in the sky, and fell from the sky in embarrassment. Seeing Xuanhuan's fate, Jin Yuankong felt a chill in his heart, and the original unwillingness completely subsided. He sighed silently. Since the most fundamental reason for this incident was because of Long Shoukong, let Han Feng enter the inner courtyard and target him. He quit. Thinking of this, Jin Yuankong gave in and said with a bad face, "This time, the hall master is reckless. Tomorrow, all the newcomers captured by Jingyantang will be released. Before that, there will be many offenses." Jin Yuankong. Long Shoukong looked at this scene in disbelief and cried out angrily. Jin Yuankong obviously didn't want to endure Long Shoukong any longer. The strong men in Jingyantang looked at each other in dismay, and followed after a long time. As for Long Shoukong, how dare he stay there, waiting for Wang Qingsong to seize the opportunity to deal with him. Immediately followed the large army to leave. Several overlord-level figures have no face to stay, especially Yu Jinping, whose face was blue and white. Today, he didn't please both sides. Knowing that Han Feng had such a trump card, he would never rebel so easily. It's better now. Not only did he not please Jingyantang, but he was afraid that Yu Jinping's ungrateful words would soon be heard outside. Damn it, I didn't say it earlier when I had such a trump card. For a while, Yu Jinping hated Han Feng for a long time. After a group of people left, the old and new people in the audience also gradually dispersed. Wang Qingsong doubted, just let them leave? What if they return tomorrow and don't release those newcomers? Han Feng said casually, it doesn't matter, if he doesn't let go, then the newcomers will hate Jingyantang instead of us. And my main purpose has also been achieved. Jingyantang has lost several strong people and his reputation has also dropped. In the future, even if I, Zhan Fuyu and Yuqing entered the inner courtyard, not many people in the outer courtyard would dare to embarrass you. For a time, Wang Qingsong and others were moved. It can be said that Han Feng's thoughts of Elder Zishu today gave them the greatest guarantee in the outer courtyard in the future. It should be noted that with the guarantee, they can cultivate in the outer courtyard with peace of mind. With their qualifications, they will soon be able to become the top of the Tongtian list, and then pass the assessment in the next inner courtyard. Enter the inner courtyard. Everyone finally got together once, and they talked for a long time before they separated. Wang Qingsong and others understood that Han Feng's next goal would be the inner courtyard, to prepare for the inner courtyard assessment. It's better for them not to delay Han Feng and others too much time. After leaving Arena 1, Han Feng turned a corner and came to another place. Here, Hao Meili, Zhen Shuai, Meng Yaqing and Zhan Fuyu also gathered here. Just before leaving, Hao Meili sent a voice transmission to Han Feng and asked him to come here to wait and discuss something important. Han Feng looked at Meng Yaqing and Zhan Fuyu suspiciously, and asked silently. Zhan Fuyu didn't hide the fighting intent in his eyes, and replied, I had just received a voice transmission. If you have any questions, ask Hall Master Hao and Hall Master Zhen. But before that, I challenge you to make an appointment to fight. Bar. Han Feng had already intended this, and immediately nodded in response, okay. Meng Yaqing smiled lightly. Without the outbreak, the victory between the two of you is really hard to say. Hao Meili interrupted at this time, okay, if the two of you want to fight, you should drag it behind, or discuss your fight after listening to my invitation. After attracting the eyes of the two, Hao Meili said, I want to invite you to hunt a strange beast together. Hunting alien beasts? With the strength of Hall Master Hao, this alien beast is probably not easy. Han Feng pondered. Hao Meili nodded, yes, the strength of this alien beast has evolved to be comparable to that of a one-star powerhouse, so it is impossible for me to succeed alone. Han Feng, you, and Yaqing, and Fu Yu. The strength is extremely strong, so I want to invite you to join hands. Not only that, but Wan Chen was also invited to join it. Wan Chen. Meng Yaqing was surprised. Wan Chen, but the second existence on the Tong Tian list. Han Feng said with a smile, even a strong man like Wan Chen has been invited. This strange beast is probably guarding something. Smart. Hao Meili glanced at Han Feng with admiration, and continued, this alien beast guards Tian Luogua. You must all know what kind of spiritual fruit Tian Luogua is. Zhang Fuyu said indifferently, Tian Luo fruit is produced in the Tian Luo tree, and it can bear 13 fruits at one time, and each fruit can help the extreme powerhouse of the 12-star peak of the Earth rank to increase the probability of breaking through the Heaven rank. Ordinary Earth level 12-star peak limit taking Tian Luogua has a 60% chance of breaking through. If this warrior of the Earth level 12-star peak limit touches the bottleneck of breaking through the sky, it is possible to take Tian Luogua to break through to the sky. Sex is 100%. Han Feng suddenly said, no wonder Wan Chen agrees, as long as he gets Tian Luogua, Wan Chen will definitely be able to break through to the heavenly rank. Hao Meili looked at Meng Yaqing and the three, how? Would you like to join? Meng Yaqing smiled slightly, of course. Zhang Fuyu and Han Feng even agreed. Such a good spiritual fruit, once obtained, it will shorten a lot of time for them to break through the sky. In the inner courtyard, there are strong people like clouds, and there is a potential enemy like the Long family young master. The time saved is enough to make them go farther in the sky. The agreed time was set in 3 days. After the time was set, several people said goodbye and left. At this time, Zhen Shuai showed a completely different face in front of everyone. Where is there any twist? Beautiful, are you sure you didn't miss out this time? We're running out of time. Zhen Shuai stared at Hao Meili with a grim face. I have a hunch that this time I didn't miss out. Maybe these 3 people will help me in the battle of the successor of the Chamber of Commerce in a few years, or more than 10 years. Hao Mimi's eyes showed a hint of determination and sadness. Zhen Shuai sighed, stepped forward and hugged Hao Meili in his arms, looking distressed. You should leave everything to me. How happy you were when you were young. Hao Meili laughed at herself. When I was a child. My mother is dead, and my father has been fascinated by those sluts and the sons of sluts. How can I be as heartless as a child? I know you want to help me, but I don't want to be a woman who can only rely on men. Tian Luogua is also a temptation for them. If they pass, they will continue to be friends with them in the future. What kind of greed arises from swallowing Tian Luogua alone? A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Hao Meili's eyes. Zhen Shuai said lightly, if this happens, I will definitely kill them myself. Hearing this, Hao Meili smiled. She was the only one in the entire outer court who knew that her Zhen Shuai was not an earth rank, but a heaven rank powerhouse, but she used some kind of secret method to hide her true cultivation. Zhen Shuai hugged Hao Meili and said for a long time, even if you get along well with them, are you sure they will help you? You must know that although your Chamber of Commerce can't compare to the first-rank empire, its power is comparable to the weaker third-rank empire. They are missing. You have to be willing to get involved in this kind of infighting. It is not uncommon for a strong person in the sanctuary to appear in an infighting of this kind of force. Xin Shui does not think that Han Feng and others will have the courage to intervene in such an infighting. Hao Meili smiled lightly. It's not just the younger generation of geniuses that I have made friends with. Many of those people under me have already recruited part of the sanctuary of loose cultivation. Even if it's the younger generation, it's not just them that I make friends with. Even if there are only a few who are willing to take action at that time, it will not be a waste of effort. The people she has made friends with are all rare geniuses. In a few years or more, God knows how far she will cultivate? Even if there are only a few who are willing to take action, they will definitely not be weaker than those concubines who will only please their fathers. Okay, since you have already made a plan, I won't say it. Let's say it first. If it really doesn't work, I will definitely intervene. Break through the sanctuary and leave as soon as possible, and then pretend I really suffer. No more, Xin Shui said fiercely. Hao Meili smiled and immediately comforted Xin Shui. Little guy, it's really an eye-opener for this old man. Lingqiao Garden, Elder Zishu exclaimed. As a powerful elder of the great sanctuary, Elder Zishu got the news very quickly. Han Feng has not returned yet, and Elder Zishu already knows the situation of the battle. Han Feng looked grateful. Thank you, Elder. If it weren't for you, the final result would only be. Elder Zishu smiled and said, if you are grateful, please cultivate more mature Lingshu grass for this old man. Han Feng smiled. Don't worry, Elder. This kid will never let the elder down. Waving his hand, Elder Zishu signaled Han Feng to leave, and Han Feng bowed his hand slightly and retire. 3 days passed in a flash, and Han Feng's body recovered completely. In the past few days, what happened in Arena Number 1 has also been rumored in the outer court. Fighting Fuyu that can compete with the strength of the Overlord level. Meng Yaqing's 12-star cultivation base. Han Feng erupted with a combat power comparable to the sky. Han Feng was valued by Elder Zishu. Jing Yantang lowered his head. One thing after another set off a storm in the outer courtyard. No one thought it was fake, nor could it be fake, and there were not many people watching it at the time. What's more, Jing Yantang didn't stand up and say a word in the face of such news. For a while, the three Han Feng became famous in the outer courtyard. Today, the appointed time has come. Han Feng rushed to the agreed place. When Han Feng arrived, Han Feng instantly sensed a look of inquiry falling on him. Han Feng smiled lightly and stared at the past. I saw that the other party was a young man in his 20s. He was wearing a blue robe and his face was like a crown of jade. He was really a rich god. Needless to say, this person is definitely Wan Chen, who is second in the Tong Tian ranking, and his cultivation is even better than Jin Yuan Kong, and he has already touched the bottleneck of the heavenly rank. Wan Chen. He said his name lightly. Han Feng smiled slightly and cupped his hands. Little brother Han Feng. Wan Chen raised his lips, and a hint of gentleness flashed across his cold face. Would you like to learn from each other? Han Feng laughed. Why not? Hao Meili rolled her eyes. Why are you a fighting maniac again? Let's wait until we get Tian Luogua. Before that, don't waste your energy. Chao Wanchen threw a wink, and Hao Meili smiled tenderly. Wanchen, how about venting with my mother if you have so much energy? Wan Chen's face froze for a moment, and he closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Little Han Feng. Hao Meili put her eyes on Han Feng again, and Han Feng immediately looked up at the sky and counted the stars, although there was not a single one in the sky in the outer courtyard of Baidu University. Hao Meili was annoyed, a man without vision. Xin Shui glanced over with a sad look. The woman was playing again. After a while, Zhan Fuyu and Meng Yaqing came one after another. Hao Meili immediately led the way. Behind the mountain, several figures flashed quickly, and soon, these figures came to a place full of stone walls. The spiritual power of heaven and earth is more concentrated here than in other places. Han Feng took a deep breath. The concentration of spiritual energy in the world here is almost comparable to that of the Lingqiao Garden. Hao Meili chuckled, spiritual creatures like Tian Luogua can only blossom and bear fruit under such a concentration of spiritual power. Wan Chen stared into the distance. Go ahead and reach the destination. I have already felt an extremely powerful evil energy in the distance. This strange beast is unusual. Zhang Fuyu's eyes were burning. Let's go. While speaking, several figures flickered and disappeared. In the middle of a lake, on a small island with a radius of more than 10 meters, a giant tree stands there. In the center of the lush branches and leaves of the giant tree, more than a dozen orange-yellow fruits are scattered in it. The rich spiritual power of heaven and earth slowly condenses into these fruits, and at the same time, there is more pure spiritual power of heaven and earth. Brush, brush. Several figures appeared outside the lake, staring at this giant tree with fiery eyes. Wan Chen resisted the excitement in his heart. Yes, the giant tree dozens of meters high. This is indeed the Tianluo tree. Han Feng glanced around curiously. Strange, the evil here is so strong. Why didn't you see that strange beast? At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Everyone found that the evil energy under their feet was condensing at an alarming speed. Han Feng blurted out, "Be careful, this strange beast is under the ground." As soon as the voice fell, everyone quickly spread out the sky feathers and flew into the sky. Boom! The ground cracked, soil and rocks splashed, a huge head burst out from under the ground, and a mouthful of corrosive liquid burst out. The speed of these liquids was extremely fast, and they came to everyone in the blink of an eye. Kanglan Xuanhuan, congeal. The blue flame spread like a vortex, and instantly collided with the liquid and eroded, and a harsh sound and strange smell wafted out. P.S. The Lord is very busy at work during the day, and sometimes at night, so sometimes the update will be late, please understand. A perfunctory lonely smoke. Good friends come back soon. Beast. Zhang Fuyu, Meng Yaqing, Wan Chen, Zhen Shuai, and Hao Meili also used their own means. These liquids did not harm Han Feng and his party of 6. Although the strength of this alien beast is comparable to that of the heavens, the corrosive liquid that can be spit out casually is not so powerful. God of War blood, congeal. Zhang Fuyu unhesitatingly displayed the blood of the God of War. Han Feng's eyes flashed. The meridians and muscles of the corpse of the God of War were more solid, and it was vaguely seen that the skin was about to be formed. Obviously, Zhang Fuyu's war god bloodline has gone a step further. Even if his cultivation base is still at the peak of the 11-star level, his comprehensive combat power has improved a lot. If it is said that the comprehensive combat strength of the previous battle of Fuyu was only the strength of the 10th battle with the Tongtian ranking, then I am afraid that it is already evenly divided. Even if it is slightly weaker, it is not too weak. Meng Yaqing's 2 kinds of different fires merged, and a terrifying aura wafted out. Thousands of morning thunder and lightning flashed, like the rebirth of the god of thunder. One after another thunder and lightning blasted out from Wan Chen's hands, destroying the liquid. Hao Meili and Zhen Shuai were even more bizarre, and they didn't know what Zhen Shuai had done. The liquid seemed to be blocked by something out of thin air, and then fell to the ground. Countless spiritual trees were corroded by this corrosive liquid. A strong odor rises. Rumbling. The ground shook, and the alien beast gradually drilled out of the ground, and instantly opened 6 huge wings, which were full of liquid. Accompanied by a fan of the wings, countless liquids splashed wildly around. At the same time, a storm swept out. The strong wind force, even if Han Feng and the 6 people have Tianyu around them, their bodies are unstable and they retreat in embarrassment. Any corrosive liquid that was sprinkled on Han Feng and others was blocked, but more was sprinkled on the surrounding rocks and trees. Almost for a moment, thousands of meters in radius have been corroded and messed up. The rancid smell floated into the noses of the 6 Han Feng, all of whom frowned slightly. Roar. The figure of the alien beast was completely unfolded in front of everyone, and Han Feng's eyes widened slightly. This alien beast is about 300 feet long, with a centipede on its upper body, a scorpion tail on its lower body, and 6 tawny dragonfly wings on its back. The aura that is comparable to the heavens spreads out in waves, and the space vibrates. Everyone be careful. Hao Meili raised her voice to remind everyone. In fact, without Hao Meili, everyone didn't dare to be careless. It is enough to have a strength comparable to the heavens, and with such a corrosive ability, an accident may fall here. Roar. Although the centipede body and scorpion-tailed 6-winged beast did not have much wisdom, its instinct as a creature made Hao Meili and Zhen Shuai noticed. It was these two people who once coveted its treasure nearby. The centipede body, scorpion-tailed 6-winged alien beast has guarded the Tianluo tree for so many years, and it is difficult to eat the food that he has been waiting for a long time, so there is no room for others to snatch it. Anyone who dares to snatch its food is its great enemy. A thick fog was instantly spit out from the mouth of the centipede body, scorpion-tailed 6-winged beast, and the dark fog almost instantly surrounded the area within a radius of 10,000 meters. Where the black fog passes by, it can be said that nothing exists. The broken trees that have been corroded are directly melted, and it is unknown what they have been decomposed into. The black mist swept across, and all the ground turned black. Only the Tianluo tree under the body of the centipede body, scorpion-tailed 6-winged beast, radiated orange-yellow light, covering a radius of more than 10 meters. When these black mists touched the orange-yellow rays of light, they seemed to have encountered some natural enemy, and they retreated when they touched them. Skyfire battle body, congeal. Skyfire armor, congeal. Kanglan Xuanhuan, fusion. The corrosive effect of these poisonous mists is obviously not comparable to the previous liquid, and Han Feng will immediately increase his cultivation base. The blue flames firmly guarded Han Feng, making it impossible for these black mists to penetrate into the flames. Hey, can this alien beast achieve this? The corrosive aura is strong, but it can't cause fatal damage to us, so let me test it. Zhang Fuyu was very interested, and his eyes were firmly locked in the distance. The centipede body scorpion-tailed 6-winged beast. Sword of the God of War. More than 100 feet of sword light pierced through the entire black fog, seemingly splitting the black fog from the center. Boom. The distance between the two sides is only 1 or 2 kilometers away, which is almost a blink of an eye for Jianguang. The centipede body, scorpion-tailed 6-winged beast, was immediately bombarded with a sign. The sword light slashed at the centipede head of the centipede body, the scorpion-tailed 6-winged alien beast, and the enormous force caused the alien beast to stumble directly and almost fell from the sky. Roar. The centipede body and scorpion-tailed 6-winged alien beast was completely furious, its giant mouth opened wide, and countless small centipede body and scorpion-tailed 6-winged alien beasts shrouded the sky and covered the sun, like a plague of locusts. Oh? Clone? Zhang Fuyu laughed, not only not afraid, but even more interested. Han Feng and others floated aside when they saw that Zhang Fuyu was so interested. Sword of the God of War. Zhang Fuyu slashed out with another sword, but this sword was submerged under the clones of countless alien beasts, and not even a splash floated out. Not only the complexion of Zhang Fuyu changed, but also the complexion of Han Feng and others. The strength of these clones is so high that it is enough to instantly kill a sword of an ordinary 12-star peak warrior, and even 1,000th of the alien beast clones have not been eliminated. What? Zhang Fuyu was very surprised, and at this time, the frontmost alien avatar had already touched the God of War entity. Oops, the fangs of these alien beast clones can hurt my God of War. Zhang Fuyu's originally dignified face became even more dignified, and his body continued to retreat. Han Feng and several others also encountered difficulties. Han Feng released the Kanglin profound fire to the maximum extent. Not only did he not burn these alien beast clones, but was pressed down by the alien beast clone with his fangs, swallowing a lot of strange fire. What a strong clone! Han Feng looked solemn, and instantly retracted the Kanglin profound fire within a few dozen meters of his body. Although the guarding distance was small, the temperature of the Kanglin profound fire was stronger. Chi. This time, these alien beast clones were no longer able to easily swallow up the Kanglin profound fire, but were instead burned by the Kanglin profound fire. But there are too many clones of alien beasts, and the clones of alien beasts like the plague of locusts gathered together, covering the sky and the sun. While a large number of alien beast clones were burned to ashes by the Kanglin profound fire, more alien beast clones rushed into the area protected by the Kanglin profound fire. Humph! With a cold snort, Han Feng instantly took out the blood and drank the yellow dragon saber. Blood-drinking Huanglong, to kill. Roaring and roaring, the bloody yellow dragon flew out of the sky, and before it flew far, the whole body was covered by the clones of the alien beasts. The fangs of these clones of the alien beasts bit down, and the energy layer on the surface of the yellow dragon was easily broken. Explode! With a low voice, Huanglong let out a roar, and his entire body burst open, turning into countless bloody blades. The bloody blade was split like a storm, and large swaths of alien beast clones were destroyed. But it didn't take long for these alien beast clones in the rear to fill the gap. Han Feng frowned deeply. With so many clones, how can they be wiped out? Not only Han Feng, but the rest of the people were also surrounded by clones and fell into a hard fight. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Everyone, what should I do? Han Feng couldn't help but transmit his voice to everyone. Wan Chen had just released a large amount of thunder to eliminate the clones of alien beasts within a kilometer of the surrounding area, and more clones attacked in the next moment. Wan Chen smiled bitterly and echoed, I don't know, if we continue like this, we will be defeated sooner or later, and the clones of this alien beast will not be endless, right? Surrounded by clones that covered the sky and the sun, several people could not see whether the centipede body, scorpion-tailed six-winged beast in the distance had stopped swallowing. Boom! Meng Yaqing's ice and fire double heaven killed many clones, and said lightly, now only we work together to help one person break out of the siege to stop the alien beast from swallowing. Although these clones are not low in physical strength, they will sooner or later be destroyed by our outbreak. All perish. Who will go? Hao Meili asked indifferently. Everyone frowned. There is no doubt that facing the centipede body scorpion-tailed six-winged beast directly is more dangerous than facing these clones. Let's go. My strongest blow is enough to hit the alien beast, but you all know that once I use that move, I won't have much combat power in a short time. Han Feng's eyes flashed. Recommended myself. This. Meng Yaqing was a little reluctant to take risks with Han Feng. Han Feng smiled and said, don't worry, as long as you rescue me in time, I won't have any big problems. And I'm the only one who can hit that alien beast severely. Han Feng said so. Meng Yaqing is not easy to persuade. Now, Han Feng is indeed the most suitable candidate. Any of the remaining few people faced the alien beast alone, and they did not have the ability to seriously injure the alien beast with a single blow. Once the delay was prolonged, either party would be unlucky. I'll shoot first. Zhang Fuyu shouted sharply, and with a wave of the sword of the god of war in the hands of the god of war, many clones were destroyed. The sword light of hundreds of meters instantly wiped out a large number of fist-sized centipede body scorpion tail, six-winged alien beast clones. The wings of the Conglong. Han Feng sighed in a low voice, and the wings of the blue dragon quickly merged with Tianyu, and its power reached the level of the sky. Afterwards, it merged with Kanglan Xuanhuan. At this time, Han Feng's flying speed had truly reached the level of heaven, and he rushed over in the blink of an eye. Buzz! More and more clones blocked in front of Han Feng. At this time, Meng Yaqing shot. The two different fires with completely opposite properties merged, and a terrifying atmosphere permeated out. Hong Yan burst finger. The giant flame fingers condensed out and pointed down. The flames shot out like a tornado, and the endless clones of alien beasts were drawn into the tornado and turned into ashes. Han Feng is one layer closer to the body of the centipede body, scorpion-tailed six-winged beast. Thunderstorm Destroyer Hammer. This time it was Wan Chen who shot. I don't know when, a thunder hammer appeared in Wan Chen's hand, and the electric light flickered. When the electric light was condensed to the extreme, the thunder hammer in Wan Lai's hand was raised high, and then it was suddenly hammered down. Nearly 1,000 lightning arcs erupted meanderingly. Boom! Thunder and lightning gave Han Feng another distance. Hao Meili and Jin Shui shot at the same time, opening up a further path. At this time, Han Feng finally passed through the clone area that covered the sky and the sun, and came to the body of the centipede body, scorpion tail and six-winged alien beast. The alien beasts really kept on swallowing, and countless clones rushed out like a flood. The alien beast apparently also noticed that Han Feng rushed out and was surprised. Han Feng is extremely excited. At this time, the alien beast is condensing the clone, and the defense is at its lowest. As long as he hits with all his strength, he can definitely hit the alien beast. When will he not take action at this time? The 10th level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. The ultimate flame erupted, soared into the sky, and shot directly into the sky. The terrifying coercion and fiery temperature made the alien beast instantly terrified. The alien beast was restless, and stopped swallowing the clone in his mouth, and was about to launch another attack to kill Han Feng. Han Feng smiled grimly, it's too late. The sacred flame of extreme day, heavenly fire fighting fist. Incorporating the holy flame of the extreme day, the power of this punch has reached the level of heaven. The milky white flame fist devoured the alien beast instantly when it was caught off guard. Bang! The alien beast was continuously swallowed by the flames of the flaming giant fist, invaded and burned. The alien beast made a shrill scream, and the entire huge body fell from the sky and landed on the ground, accompanied by a loud bang. The whole body was on the ground. Smashed a huge pit. Success! The screams of the alien beasts came into the ears of Meng Yaqing and others, and all 5 were overjoyed. Without alien beasts, these clones are getting fewer and fewer. Hoo-hoo! In the sky, Han Feng gasped, the flames and the sky fire all dissipated, and the breath instantly dropped to the extreme. Only the faint crimson skyfire armor was attached to Han Feng, and the faint crimson sky feathers opened behind him. In an instant, the cultivation level skyrocketed, and Han Feng's body, which he managed to recover, exceeded the limit, and his body suffered some injuries. And to use up all the few holy flames of extreme day, Han Feng's true essence is also a huge consumption. Hoo-hoo! The severely injured alien roared with extreme anger, only to see that half of the 6 wings of the centipede body and scorpion-tailed 6-winged alien beast were damaged, and the remaining half was still burned to the extreme, with loopholes everywhere. There were burn marks all over the body, and some wounds were dripping with blood. The alien beast was about to attack when a thunderbolt hit the alien beast, and the alien beast that just flew up was bombarded again. Han Feng smiled lightly, I'll leave it to you next. Haha, not bad, handsome guy. Jin Shui stared at Han Feng meaningfully. As a heavenly rank powerhouse, Jin Shui naturally noticed the changes in Han Feng's body. Just around the corner, this is a precursor to a breakthrough. 9 stars to 10 stars, that is the gap between the later stage and the peak level. Han Feng felt a chill, patted Tianyu, and flew back some distance, watching Zhen Shuai vigilantly. Zhen Shuai's face instantly stiffened, and he roared in his heart, he really didn't care about someone at all. More than 10 minutes later, the seriously injured alien beast was finally killed by several people. Wan Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at Han Feng with a very different look. The alien beasts in the seriously injured state made them work so hard, but Han Feng smashed the alien beast into serious injuries with one blow. This strength is truly terrifying. Even though that state could only last for a few seconds, it was extremely perverted. Wan Chen had always thought that the rumors about Han Feng were too exaggerated. Now it seems that the reliability of the rumors is at least 80%. After killing the alien beast, everyone came to the Tianluo tree. Everyone's eyes were hot, but Hao Meili took this opportunity to look at everyone's eyes without a trace. Seeing that everyone didn't have greed or some kind of dark thoughts, Hao Meili breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyesight was not too bad at last, and only a few people liked Xu Jinping. Hao Meili smiled lightly, the biggest hero, this time, is Han Feng. Without Han Feng's most important blow, it would not be so easy for us to eliminate the alien beast. As the biggest hero, I suggest Han Feng get 3. Tian Luogua, there are 5 of us left with 2, how about that? Second more. Thanks to I'm Little Ma for the big reward. Amazed face, / It's not good. Han Feng was a little embarrassed, although he gave the most important blow to the alien beast, but there was no one else, and his final result was likely to be swallowed by the alien beast. What's more, Hao Meili told Luogua's news that in Han Feng's view, his credit is not as good as Hao Meili. Just about to refuse, Wan Chen smiled slightly, I agree. Brother Wan. Han Feng looked at Wan Chen helplessly. Wan Chen chuckled, Han Feng, just accept this assignment, don't forget, Hall Master Hao and I are both at the Earth rank 12-star level. To be honest, Luogua is only for me today. All you need is 1, more is useless. Instead, it's Han Feng, Zhang Fuyu, and Meng Yaqing. You haven't been promoted to the peak of the 12-star rank. Taking Tian Luogua can greatly improve your cultivation. Hearing this, Han Feng finally understood. Hao Meili smiled slyly, Wan Chen is right, Tian Luogua only needs 1 for our level, breaking through to the heaven level, Tian Luogua is almost useless. Using these fruits has almost no effect on us. Tian Luogua came to befriend 3 geniuses against the sky, this transaction is very cost-effective. Seeing this, Han Feng spread his hands, then listened to Sister Hao. In the end, Han Feng had 3 Tian Luogua, and the rest of them were all 1. After thinking about it, Han Feng and Meng Yaqing started to transmit sound, Hao Meili and others gave them the news of Tian Luogua, and they could also reciprocate. Meng Yaqing was shocked when she heard Han Feng's voice transmission, you mean to tell them about the Lake of Death? This also depends on what you mean. After all, your ability is too special. If Wan Chen and the others have bad thoughts, then. Han Feng replied. Meng Yaqing didn't care, it's just that I can ignore the enchantment, and it's not all enchantments. It also depends on my strength. This special ability is nothing if I have strength. Sister Hao is willing to share Tian Luogua with us, and she doesn't even want more in the end. Otherwise, it is normal for one person to take the bulk of the news based on her providing the news of Tian Luogua. For such behavior, Sister Hao is worthy of our friendship. After the voice transmission, Han Feng told the situation of the Lake of Death and invited, Sister Hao, are you willing to go? Zhang Fuyu's eyes flashed. Hao Meili was very surprised, the Lake of Death? The legendary Lake of Death? Wan Chen was also shocked, God, you even found the Lake of Death. Wan Chen, Hao Meili and Zhen Shuai were shocked and regretted. Wan Chen said with a pity, unfortunately, if it were half a year earlier, we would definitely have gone, but now we don't have to. Hao Meili nodded, yes, although our physical strength and mental strength have not reached the celestial level, they have surpassed the earth rank, which is half a step of the celestial level. After so many years, the Lake of Death may not have fully recovered, according to me. At most, your physical strength and mental strength will break through to the peak of the 12 stars of the earth rank, which is half a step in the sky, and it is useless to us. Yes, I almost forgot that your cultivation base has reached the peak of the 12 stars. Han Feng scratched his head, a little embarrassed. If he knew this, he might as well not say it. In the end, Zhang Fuyu was the only one who decided to go to the Mirror of Death together. His physical strength has not reached the pinnacle of the 12 stars on the ground level. Due to Han Feng's injury, the discussion with Han Feng could not be settled, and several people left. The time to go to the Mirror of Death is set in 5 days. In the past few days, Meng Yaqing and Zhang Fuyu will tell Shi Tai and others that they will go to the Mirror of Death. In Lingqiao Garden, Han Feng sprinkled the diluted Lingshi source liquid and began to retreat. This time, the purpose is to impact the 10-star level. In the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, Han Feng refined a Tianluo fruit into the source liquid and put it into the jade bottle. Staring at the jade bottle, Han Feng muttered to himself, I have touched the bottleneck now, even if there is no such day. Luogua origin liquid, I can break through in more than 10 days at most. If I enter the 3rd floor of Xuanhuan Pagoda, it only takes 3 or 4 days to break through. And now? Han Feng showed a smile, I'm afraid it only takes a day to break through. Swallowing the source liquid of Tianluoguo, Han Feng began to retreat. A day later, the strong energy impacted Han Feng's body, and the vortex became more and more dense in the 82nd real crystal area in his dantian. This was the prelude to the condensation of the 82nd fire attribute real crystal. Countless vortex energies converged and finally formed a fiery red true crystal, the size of a rice grain. The surging true essence pierced out of the body, and the flames shot in all directions. The strong breath waved out, and it didn't gradually subside until a long time. The breakthrough in the cultivation base has also improved the strength of the body, greatly enhanced the body's ability to withstand, and the original damaged body has also recovered 80 to 90% after the breakthrough. Clenching his fist and feeling the surging power in his body, Han Feng was excited, 10 Earth rank, I have finally reached Earth rank 10 star. The peak of the Earth rank, from the initial stage of the Earth rank to the peak of the Earth rank, I only spent a mere for the time of a month is shorter than the time it takes to break through to the peak of the Xuanjia at the beginning of the Xuanjia. In 4 months, she has broken through from 2 stars on the ground level to 10 stars on the ground level. Even the original Meng Yaqing is not as good. The mood gradually calmed down, and Han Feng continued to activate the Kanglin Xuanhua to refine the second Tianluo Gui into the source liquid. At this time, Han Feng's cultivation base has reached the initial limit of 10 stars, and most of the effects of Tianluo Gui source liquid are used in the breakthrough of 9 stars to 10 stars, otherwise it will be improved even more. Therefore, Han Feng is very much looking forward to how much the second Tianluo Gui can improve himself. Another day in the past, the source fluid of the second Tianluo Gui was exhausted, and Han Feng's cultivation level soared to the top 10 stars. In just one day, from the initial 10-star limit to the 10-star peak, this is a huge breakthrough. Han Feng is about to scream in the sky, as expected of Tianluo Gui, who can help the 12th star to break through to the rank of heaven. The third Tianluo Gui Han Feng was useless, and the last one was to prepare for the final impact on the heavens. 3 days later, Han Feng has been relying on his own cultivation for the past few days. He is only a top-grade 8th class aptitude. Without the help of other conditions, Han Feng has hardly improved much, and he is still a long way from the peak of the 10-star level. Han Feng didn't care either, thinking that the agreed time had come, and after Elder Zishu checked and gave points, Han Feng sprinkled the spirit water diluted by the spirit stone source liquid again and left the spirit grass garden. At the entrance of the magic mirror of death, Meng Yaqing and others have already gathered here. Zhang Fuyu saw Han Feng, his eyes changed. Breakthrough? Han Feng smiled and nodded. Aren't you? Zhang Fuyu and Meng Yaqing were not like Han Feng, who had the fusion of all things, and the flame cauldron, which could turn Tian Luogua into a source liquid and quickly absorb it, but with their cultivation, 5 days were enough to absorb a Tian Luogua. Now, Zhang Fuyu has successfully broken through to the early stage of the 12th star, and Meng Yaqing has also been promoted to the late 12th star. The strength and comprehensive combat power of the three have increased dramatically. After chatting with Shi Wan Qingsong and others, the group stepped into the mirror of death. This was the second time the group stepped into the mirror of death after entering the outer courtyard. The third one. Today's state is not right, and I don't feel anything, so let's start with the third update for the time being. Entering the mirror of death for the second time, the cultivation base has been very different. For the first time entering the magic mirror of death, Meng Yaqing and Zhang Fuyu had the highest cultivation base, both of whom had 8-star cultivation bases. Next are Shi Tai and Shi Jun, who are 5 stars on the ground level, followed by Wang Qingsong, Jiang Da, and Hu Xiaodai, who are all 3 stars on the ground level. Followed by Han Feng's 2-star, Lu Yuer's 3-star, Lei Yuru's 1-star, Xian Shintong and Lin Huishuan's 12-star, and finally Jiang Da. But now, Meng Yaqing is already in the late stage of the 12-star rank, with an increase of almost 3 stars and nearly 4 stars. When Zhang Fuyu reached the initial stage of 12 stars, it was almost close to 3 or more stars and close to 4 stars. However, part of the improvement of Zhang Fuyu was driven by the improvement of the bloodline of the god of war. Han Feng is already the pinnacle of the 10-star level, and has surpassed the 8-star level. Both Shi Tai and Shi Jun are in the early stage of the 9-star level, spanning more than 3 stars, and they are also nearly 4 stars. The same as more than 3 stars and nearly 4 stars. The improvement of Shi Tai and Shi Jun is obviously not comparable to that of Zhang Fuyu and Meng Yaqing. After all, the levels of the two sides are different. Lei Yuyu's progress was second only to Han Feng, from 1 star on the ground to 8 stars on the ground, almost 7 or more stars and nearly 8 stars. It's a pity that Lei Yuru's combat power can't span several stars like Han Feng. Han Feng already had the top 100 combat power on the Tongtian ranking when he was 8 stars, but Lei Yuru has not yet touched the Tongtian ranking. The edge of. When I touch it, it is estimated that I will also go to the inner court for assessment. Hu Xiaodai is slightly better than Shi Tai and Shi Jun. He is already in the middle stage of the 9 stars. As Hu Xiaodai's identity as a 5-tailed celestial fox, his real combat power is already comparable to the 200th place on the Tongtian ranking. In the inner court assessment, although everyone on the Tongtian list is eligible to participate, basically only 1 out of 10 people can pass, which is still the most. Few people over 20 passed. If there were, it must be the higher level of this session of the outer court. Within 2 months, Hu Xiaodai and others would not be able to break into the top 20 of the Tongtian ranking. It is better not to participate than to fail. It should be noted that the inner court assessment is not without danger, and it is also possible to fall. Wang Qingsong's cultivation base is at the peak of the 8-star rank. Because of the bonus of sword intent that is infinitely close to 40%, Wang Qingsong's combat power is already close to the powerhouse at the level of Tongtian ranking. The remaining Jiang Feng entered the mirror of death for the first time with 4 stars on the ground level, and now it can reach 8 stars on the ground level. Jiang Da has already reached the 4-star level of the earth rank, and he is indeed the most talented genius of the Jiang family who has awakened the blood of the serpent. Xian Shintong and Lin Huishuan are only 3 stars on the ground. A certain mountain forest in the magic mirror of death, the space is distorted, and Han Feng and his party slowly condensed. Roar. This time, the luck of Han Feng and his party is neither good nor bad. Just after teleporting here, everyone was attacked by monsters. And it is a 9th level monster. However, the 9th level monster that was once extremely powerful to everyone is now vulnerable to everyone. Wang Qingsong pulled out his sword and slashed it down, and the 40% sword intent, which was infinitely close, instantly split the ordinary 9th level monster into 2 halves. In such a situation, Wang Qingsong and others sighed. In just 4 months, they were completely different from before. A sea change has taken place. It's only 1 step away from 40% sword intent. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's half a step and 40% sword intent. Han Feng clapped his hands in admiration when he saw Wang Qingsong's outburst of a sword. Wang Qingsong retracted his sword with a hint of pride. If it weren't for the limitation of cultivation, I would have no problem breaking through to 40% sword intent now. 40% sword intent, for sword cultivators, ordinary geniuses also need to at least break through to the heavenly level to comprehend. The use of sword intent is sometimes limited by the cultivation of the warriors. Obviously, some warriors have extremely high comprehension. This is also the protection of sword cultivators. If the sword intent is too strong with a low level of cultivation, the physical and mental strength of the warrior will be affected. Just like Han Feng's 10th level Tianhua battle body, Jiuxing's cultivation can only last for a few seconds, and it will also affect the body. But the current 10-star peak cultivation base is very different. The time to cast is close to 10 seconds, and the impact on the body is far less than when the 9-star is cast. Wang Qingsong withdrew his sword. When I break through to the pinnacle of the earth level, it will be when my sword intent will officially break through to 40%. At that time, 40% of the sword intent will be integrated into the sword moves, and Wang Qingsong's cultivation of only the peak of the earth rank, and only the cultivation of 10 stars is enough to perform sword moves comparable to the heaven rank. Let's go, this time into the mirror of death. We need to consume a lot of points every day, we don't have time to waste. Meng Yaqing said lightly, first spread Tianyu to fly to the mountains in the central area. The crowd followed suit. Sky feathers of various colors condensed behind the crowd. Coming to the Lake of Death again, the monsters around the Lake of Death are no longer dangerous to everyone. Fusion Skyfire Fighting Fist. There is no need to use the Skyfire fighting body, just the Heavenly Fire fighting fist that incorporates the Kanglin Xuanhuan. At this time, the attack power has already exceeded the peak level of the 12th level star, and the top 12th level monsters may not be able to withstand this. One move. The huge flame fist slammed down, and Han Feng killed a 12th level monster in an instant. The sword of the god of war. Zhang Fuyu swung out a cold sword, directly destroying both ends. Meng Yaqing was not weak at all. Just like a magician, the different fires of the 2 layers of ice and fire formed fireballs and attacked. The rest of the crowd faced other monsters, and in just a few minutes, all the blur around the Lake of Death was almost wiped out. Standing around the Lake of Death, everyone's mood was surging. Although the effect of the Lake of Death may not be as good as the legend, but at least in a short period of time, it can greatly improve them. The physical and mental strength has been greatly improved. As long as the points are sufficient, they can quickly improve their strength in the Xuanhuan Tower. Everyone, don't waste time, get soaked quickly. Han Feng first entered the Lake of Death, and everyone found a place to gather at least 10 meters from each other. Thump. As soon as he jumped into the Lake of Death, a strong breath of death surged up instantly. The breath of death constantly erodes the organs, meridians, and muscles in the body. Han Feng smiled lightly. With his current cultivation base, these auras of death are nothing at all. The Kanglin profound fire was released lightly and circulated in the body. All the meridians affected by the death energy returned to normal, and thus became stronger. A group of more than a dozen people immersed in the lake of death, and a strong death atmosphere enveloped everyone. Above the heads of more than a dozen people, the gray airflow continued to surge. 3 days later, Meng Yaqing and Zhang Fuyu woke up first. As two people whose cultivation base has reached 12 stars, their physical and mental strength are already close to the peak of 12 stars. In 3 days, the death energy in the lake of death has been able to help them break through to the half-step heaven level. Meng Yaqing gently moved the water in the lake of death, and said lightly, as expected, as Sister Hao said, the physical strength and mental strength have broken through to half a step, and the lake of death will no longer be able to deal with our bodies. The intensity is further increased. Zhang Fuyu nodded, I'll leave first. With his physical and mental strength breaking through, Zhang Fuyu felt that his cultivation at the initial stage of the 12th star was just about to move, as if he was going to raise it to the initial limit. Meng Yaqing said the same, let's leave together. Meng Yaqing's breath fluctuated, which was a sign of breaking through to the peak of the 12 stars. The space around the two of them fluctuated for a while, and the two disappeared into the lake of death. At this moment, only Han Feng and others were left in the lake of death. In 3 days, Han Feng also gained a huge harvest. The energy of death in the lake of death is not comparable to the fruit of death and the flower of death. In just 3 days, Han Feng's physical strength and mental strength have increased from the initial stage of the 11th star to the peak of the 11th star. Towards the 12 stars star. With the huge increase in physical strength and mental strength, Han Feng faintly felt that his cultivation base seemed to be further improved, reaching the extreme level of the 10-star peak. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Xian Shentong, Lin Huixian, and Jiang De and the second group left. As a result, their cultivation base is low, and there is a limit to the aura of death they can bear. Second, they don't have many points. Even if they can withstand more death energy, they don't have that many points to stay here. Rao is so, the physical strength and mental strength of the three have also achieved a huge breakthrough. The three are confident that as long as they earn enough points in the future, they can reach the 4 or 5-star level in the Xuanhuan Tower at a very fast speed. Unconsciously, Han Feng was the only one left in the lake of death. Thanks to the generosity of the elder Zixu, every time I see the Lingshu grass cultivated by Han Feng is excellent, the reward points are thousands of points. These have become the capital that Han Feng can squander. Another few days passed, and Han Feng's physical strength and mental strength not only broke through to the 12-star level, but also hit the middle and late stages of the 12th star. And Han Feng's cultivation level did not disappoint Han Feng, hitting the limit of the top 10 stars. 4 days later, plus the previous 5 or 6 days, and a little more than 10 days after the attack, Han Feng opened and closed his eyes for more than 10 days. A faint breath of death flashed, and it was finally replaced by blue flames. The flames shot out of thin air more than 10 meters away, and the scorching temperature caused many ripples in the lake of death. Spreading his palms, about 2 or 3 fist-sized milky white flames floated out. As soon as the flames came out, the lake of death made a chirp sound. With Han Feng as the center, the surrounding lake of death swept and spread to all sides, as if Han Feng was a flood beast. Han Feng smiled slightly, put away the flame, and said lightly, with my current physical strength, even if the cultivation base is only 10 stars, if I use the 10th level of the Skyfire battle body again, the sequelae will be minimal. Now I am the real one. Possess the power to contend against Jin Yuan Kong, and even suppress it. At this moment, Han Feng is unprecedentedly confident, even if it is against Jin Yuan Kong, Han Feng is not afraid at all, and even has some expectations. The time has come, and now I can officially practice the 4th slash among the 5 flame slashes, Black Flame Demon Slash. But before that, it would be better if my body and mental strength could go further. The lake of death has nothing to do with me. If it is further improved, there is still the Heavenly God Tower. With a policy in mind for the next practice, Han Feng smiled and left the mirror of death. Outside, Han Feng just flashed out, his footsteps suddenly stopped, and a smile appeared on his face. Can't wait to come to the Tianshan Pagoda to enter it. Han Feng did not go to the Tianshan Pagoda for the first time, but dodged into the Jiuyantianhua Pagoda. In the soul search space, Han Feng ran over with a look of joy. Sister Lin, congratulations on the breakthrough. After such a long lapse, Lin Qingshan's soul body finally broke through again, reaching the 4-star Xian rank. Lin Qingshan's soul awakening has actually been about half a year, or even less than half a year. In such a short period of time, the soul body has been upgraded from 1 star of the mysterious rank to 4 stars of the mysterious rank. Such a speed is already considered good in the Great Jin Kingdom. Lin Qingshan smiled slightly. It's still a long way from you, now you. Han Feng touched his head, wondering if he should tell the truth or not. It would be too shocking to Lin Qingshan. Seeing this, Lin Qingshan knew that Han Feng's cultivation was a perverted growth, but thinking that Han Feng had this magical space, so mysterious, perversion was normal at all. Han Feng took out the Tianyuan Lingjue and handed it to Lin Qingshan. I wanted to give this exercise to you for a long time, but you have been practicing at a deep level and I can't disturb it, and now is the time. Lin Qingshan was curious, and after accepting the transmission of the cultivation method of Tianyuan Lingjue, Lin Qingshan's face flashed with disbelief. The Baidu Academy really has the method of spiritual body cultivation. Han Feng said with a smile, yeah, I was really worried about it at first, but now it seems that Baidu Academy is so famous in Beizhou continent, it is well deserved. Although the level of Heaven's Yuan Lingjue is not high, it should be some kind of spirit. A simplified version of the method of physical cultivation, but it is not so good. Lin Qingshan got the Tianyuan Lingjue and couldn't wait to practice it. With Tianyuan Lingjue, before breaking through to the ground level, her speed must be increased by at least 4 or 5 times, 5 or 6 times. Seeing that Lin Qingshan couldn't wait to practice, and impatiently drove him out, Han Feng was a little dumbfounded, and immediately shook his head and left. Currently in the Tenjin Tower, it is better to concentrate on breaking through the physical and mental power. Only. Han Feng left the Jiuyantianhua Tower and muttered to himself in a low voice. It's easy to say before Tianjia, but after Tianjia. I still need to find a better way to cultivate the spiritual body. I wonder if there is a better way to cultivate the spiritual body in the inner courtyard. Put down the Tianyuan Lingjue first, and Han Feng began to break into the Tianshan Tower. The oppression on the first floor of the Tianshan Tower was only aimed at 1 star on the ground level, and Han Feng easily passed it. This ease has been maintained on the 12th floor of the Tenjin Tower. Until he stepped into the 13th floor of the Tianshan Tower, Han Feng instantly felt a lot of pressure. The physical strength and mental strength of a half-step heavenly rank is not a real heavenly rank after all. Buzz. The coercion on the 13th floor of the Tianshan Tower pressed on Han Feng one after another. Before he knew it, Han Feng had already bent down from standing upright, and every time he took a step, he was under more powerful pressure. Puff. Suddenly, when Han Feng walked about 2/3 of the way, Han Feng couldn't bear it any longer. Holding back his stumbling body, Han Feng took a deep breath and stopped walking up, but sat directly on the steps. Under the operation of the 9 flames and different fires, Han Feng felt much better, and the internal injuries he suffered before gradually recovered. Time passed slowly, and when the injury recovered, Han Feng still did not step out hastily, and continued to practice in place. Before you know it, a few days have passed. In the past few days, Han Feng has been constantly adapting to the strong pressure on the 13th floor of the Tianshan Tower, and constantly running the 9 flames and different fire art. The physical and mental strength that has reached the half-step heaven level has even improved a little. Breathing out a mouthful of turbid air, Han Feng slowly got up, with a firm face, raised his feet, and Han Feng walked to the higher steps again. One step at a time, Han Feng walked dozens of steps, and stopped again. The powerful coercion continued to hit like a tidal wave. The limit has been reached. Han Feng sat cross-legged and continued to adapt. In a blink of an eye, it has been more than 10 days since Han Feng entered the Tianshan Pagoda, and the third floor of the Tianshan Pagoda is thousands of steps away, and Han Feng is almost reaching its peak. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Han Feng grinned. Fortunately, my Ling Tian asked Brotherin to help take care of it in advance, otherwise it would take so much time, and when I go back, I will definitely be scolded by Elder Zishu. At this time, Han Feng's physical strength and mental strength are already extremely close to the heavens. The stronger the pressure on the 13th floor of the Tianshan Tower, the faster Han Feng's physical strength and mental strength increased. When the time reached the 20th day, Han Feng's body was shaken, and a mental storm broke out in the sea of consciousness, rumbling. A mysterious feeling rose from the bottom of Han Feng's heart. Although he closed his eyes, it was strange that he could observe everything around him. Although the distance was not far, Han Feng was overjoyed. This is clearly the thought power formed by the strong spiritual power that can condense the solid spiritual power. In other words, he broke through. Not only mental strength, but also physical strength has broken through to the heaven level. Clenching his fists, terrifying strength emerged from his thin body, and his well-defined muscles and pectoral muscles bulged. Han Feng stood up suddenly, his eyes twinkling. It's time to go to Xuanhuan Pagoda to break through the 11-star realm. The huge breakthrough in physical and mental power, even with Han Feng, has completely touched the 11-star realm at this moment, and the distance from the 11-star realm is only a thin layer of film. Leaving the Tianshan Pagoda, Han Feng walked quickly to the Xuanhuan Pagoda, but on the way, Han Feng heard the news that had been spread in the outer courtyard. Wanshan broke through to the heavenly level. Second more. It seems that the flames on the 5th floor of the Nine Flames different fire art were accidentally written into two types by Chinese cabbage. One is the Aurora Sacred Flame and the other is the Extreme Day Sacred Flame. Breakthrough? Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then touched his chin. I stayed in the Mirror of Death for about 10 days, and I stayed in the Tower of the Gods for nearly 20 days, almost a month. In a month, Wanshan is indeed able to break through. After thinking about it, Han Feng smiled. Wanshan broke through. The second child in the Tong Tian list suddenly surpassed the first. Jin Yuan Kong is probably not feeling well. The news of Wanshan's breakthrough only made Han Feng stunned for a moment, and after a while, Han Feng continued to walk towards the Xuanhuan Pagoda. Wanshan's breakthrough made Han Feng hurry up to practice. Now that his physical strength and mental strength have broken through to the heavenly rank, which is the core holy power of the 3rd floor of the Xuanhuan Pagoda, he can completely absorb and refine it without any pressure. The 3rd floor of Xuanhuan Pagoda. Han Feng spread his wings and flew quickly to the central area. There are also strong men here. Once the cultivation base is not high, it will be directly hit by the combined aura of these many strong men. In terms of Han Feng's current 10-star cultivation base, he has the capital to enter here. However, once the Skyfire battle body is cast, it will be different. The 9th level of the heavenly fire battle body was displayed, and the breath that surpassed the 11-star level of the earth rank shot directly into the sky, and immediately, those blocking breaths were released. Han Feng slammed his wings and rushed into it. The faces of some sharp-eyed people changed greatly. It's Han Feng. Today, Han Feng's reputation in the outer court is not weaker than that of the overlord level, especially the news that the strongest outbreak is comparable to the heaven level, which makes everyone jealous. Even if some warriors who were not present at the time had doubts about it, since it was spread, it must be somewhat true. Even if it's only 2 or 3 points of truth, it's not something that the 50 or 60 students in the Tong Tian ranking can compare with. Some warriors who were going to use their breath to test this unfamiliar breath again immediately withdrew their breath. When no one dared to provoke, Han Feng easily found a very good place for himself, and immediately sat cross-legged, releasing all his strength to absorb the holy energy here. Because the holy power here is too strong, the entire sky is the color of gold, extremely bright. The fifth layer of the 9 flames and different fires started to operate, and in an instant, a golden storm condensed in the sky. Such a situation surprised the warriors who practiced nearby. Holy storm? God, does this Han Feng want to die? Such a terrifying holy power storm, I am afraid that the physical strength of the 12 stars will be burst in an instant. Everyone was talking about it, and in surprise, they were speechless at Han Feng's boldness. Could it be that these days are too complacent? There are some 50, 60, 70 strong people in the Tongtian rankings from Jingyun Hall, Hanyue Hall, and Wenxing Hall. Seeing this scene, they all showed a happy smile. It is best to directly support the explosion. Han Feng's reputation has grown, on the contrary, the reputation of these forces has weakened. In the past, when the warriors around them heard that they were the warriors of Jingyun Hall, Hanyue Hall, and Wenxing Hall, they were all envious and jealous, but now they are the most naked ridicule. How can these warriors not hate Han Feng? But soon, these warriors couldn't laugh anymore. These terrifying holy power storms poured into Han Feng's body in an instant, like a stream flowing into the sea, without causing any waves. Han Feng's face was calm, and he lightly inhaled all the holy energy into his body. Boom! A strong breath rose into the sky. Under a large amount of holy power, Han Feng broke through to the level of the 11-star realm in one fell swoop, without the slightest difficulty. Suddenly, breakthrough. Everyone's eyes rolled. How long did it take? Not even 10 minutes. This breakthrough is too fast and too easy. It must have been about piercing that layer of film before coming, otherwise it wouldn't be so fast. One person said flatly. Even so, can you pierce it in just 10 minutes? Another person sneered. Being refuted, the strong man said angrily, that's because Han Feng has absorbed too much holy energy. If I can absorb so much, I will definitely be able to break through so quickly and easily. This martial artist, obviously a martial artist from Jingyun Hall, was extremely angry with Han Feng, constantly smearing Han Feng, trying to destroy Han Feng's image in the hearts of everyone. It's a pity that everyone is not a fool. How can they not see this person's thoughts and show contempt? The martial artist who refuted before continued to sneer. It is Han Feng's ability to absorb so much holy energy in an instant. Do you want to have it? Dream. You. The Jingyantang martial artist gritted his teeth, and as soon as he looked up, he saw the expressions of many martial artists who were clear and watching the show. He didn't know that his thoughts were leaked, and he stayed here without a face. Fly away. After the warriors on the side of Jingyantang left, the expressions of many warriors looking at Han Feng's cultivation direction changed. To be able to absorb so much holy energy in an instant, and to understate it, without even frowning, this physical strength and mental strength must be extremely high. At least half a step, more likely. Thinking of this, everyone dared not continue to look at Han Feng, who was still cultivating, and all looked back. There was an idea in my heart, this Han Feng must not be provoked. According to their understanding, in the battle a month ago, Han Feng was only 9 stars, but now he has broken through to 11 stars. In just 1 month, the breakthrough at the peak level was so great that they would never be able to do it for them. Han Feng did not enter deep-level cultivation, but entered deep-level cultivation in Xingyuan Pagoda, which is courting death. Going into the devil is still light, but if it is serious, it will be really pitiful. The cultivation base broke through to the 11th star level, but Han Feng was not satisfied because of this. Not only did he not slow down the capacity of absorbing holy energy, but instead it increased slightly. Many warriors have been numbly watching the golden storm gather around Han Feng and pour it into Han Feng's body. The holy power circulated in Han Feng's body, and was quickly suppressed and refined. A day later, Han Feng opened his arms and got up full of energy. One day, Han Feng was shocked when he reached the peak of 11 stars in just one day. The benefits of physical strength and mental strength reaching the heaven level are really great. Han Feng sighed. The strength of his body is comparable to that of the heavens. Han Feng can absorb far more holy energy than others at one time, and the spiritual power, comparable to the heavens, can easily suppress this huge holy energy. For example, others can only absorb 1 unit a day, but Han Feng can absorb 100 units and refine them perfectly. This speed is naturally unmatched by others. Han Feng took a look at the points. He spent more than 1,000 points in the Mirror of Death and 20 days in the Tianshan Pagoda. He spent another 300 points in the Xuanhuan Pagoda for 1 day. The remaining points are really not enough. Too much. I'm also planning to go to Tianyu Pagoda to practice Tianyu. If I can condense Tianyu 10 meters before the inner court assessment, it would be best to form a Tianyu comparable to the sky. For the remaining points, it seems that I can only practice in the Xuanhuan Pagoda for 1 day, and I hope to form a Tianyu comparable to the sky in the Tianyu Pagoda for the remaining 2 days. With a plan in mind, Han Feng sat down to practice again. The golden holy power storm in the sky did not weaken in the slightest. The people around 1,000 meters away were numb, speechless, and somewhat envious. How good would it be if they could also practice like this? The rich holy energy gathered in Han Feng's body. One by one, the fire attribute real crystals condensed, suspended in the dantian. Every 9 real crystals were arranged in a circle, and now there are 11 circles. On the 12th circle, the rich spiritual power gradually began to condense, and a small vortex was formed immediately. Condensation. Suddenly, Han Feng let out a low voice, and the 100th fire attribute true crystal instantly condensed. Boom! The powerful breath of the 12 stars formed a storm, and this storm even blew the golden storm in the sky directly. Breakthrough again! One person shouted in shock. Breaking through 1 star a day, it only takes 2 days to break through from 10 stars to 12 stars, which makes them face. At this moment, everyone is very sure that Han Feng's physical fitness and mental strength will definitely reach the heavenly level, otherwise the cultivation base will not improve so fast, and it will make them feel that the world is about to become unfamiliar to them. The momentum storm gradually weakened, and the golden storm slowly condensed again and poured into Han Feng's body. Under the infusion of holy power, the realm of Han Feng's early 12 stars gradually stabilized. After a long while, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the light flickered. 1 day is almost up, and the cultivation base can also break through to the 12 stars of the earth, so there is no need to stay here. After communicating the mark and the gold medal of the Battle King, Han Feng left the Xuanhuan Tower, leaving only the size of the people who had seen Han Feng break through 2 stars in 2 days. The 5th floor of Tianyu Pagoda. It was the first time that Han Feng came here, and as soon as he arrived, Han Feng felt the difference between this place and the previous 4 floors. On the 5th floor of Tianyu Pagoda, any soldier has the strength of the early days of the sky and 1 star. Even the 5th floor of Tianyu Pagoda is not as vast as the first 4 floors. There is only one incomparably huge sky island in the sky, and countless birdman soldiers fly around to guard it. Han Feng lowered his body and hid in the woods, sad. What should he do in such a situation? Show up directly? That brain is absolutely amusing. There are at least 2,000 or 3,000 birdmen surrounded by Tiandao. 2,000 or 3,000 birdman soldiers with at least 1 star in the sky appeared directly to seek death. With so many birdman soldiers, It is estimated that ordinary warriors with 3 or 4 stars in the sky will be afraid and unwilling to take action. After thinking about it, Han Feng carefully flew to other places, and flew to more than 100,000 meters. Tiandao was only a small black spot in Han Feng's eyesight, and he was almost invisible. Huh? Is there a birdman village here? Soon, Han Feng found a village with hundreds of birdmen gathered, and he was surprised. This was absolutely not on the first 4 floors. All birdmen lived on the island. The third one. Everyone be careful, the ugly people are coming. A loud shout suddenly came out. The birdmen here seemed to gather together to hold a ceremony, and this shout instantly made all the birdmen's faces change greatly. Since he didn't expect a birdman village here, Han Feng was still careful, but he was far away from Tiandao, so his aura was not hidden too deep, and he was discovered immediately. The one who shouted out was the old birdman with the initial strength of Tianjia and 1 star. Village chief, where are the ugly people? Village chief, leave this enemy to me, and watch me tear him apart. The birdman who said this is tall and thick, but the bird feathers behind it are small and pitiful, and they are simply deformed growth. The other birdman looked at this birdman with contempt, but also with some fear. Han Feng's mental power is comparable to the sky, and he sensed that this strong birdman has reached the boundary between the ground and the sky in an instant, second only to the village chief birdman. Come out, the ugly people. If you want to hide from the village chief, you are not qualified for the ugly people. The village chief birdman said lightly, looking straight at Han Feng's hiding place. Han Feng pouted in his heart, if it weren't for his carelessness, how could the spiritual power of the same heaven be so easy to be discovered? This birdman's words are extremely contemptuous of me. It seems that the overlord-level figures who came here in the past have not obtained any benefits. Han Feng thought thoughtfully. Now that he was discovered, Han Feng didn't bother to hide and walked out slowly. All the birdmen's eyes instantly focused on Han Feng, full of hatred. I don't know where these ugly people come from, they always appear from inexplicable places and wantonly slaughter their clansmen, but their strength is very poor, even a soldier from the royal family's Tiandao can't compare, only targeting them civilians. Ugly bastard, go to hell. The deformed birdman took out a giant hammer from somewhere, and slammed it hard. The giant hammer slammed down, and a powerful energy wave burst into Han Feng instantly. Tianyu moved slightly, and Han Feng instantly retreated, dodging the hammer. Boom! The giant hammer slammed on the ground, only to hear a loud noise, and with the ground hit by the giant hammer as the center, countless dense cracks were formed. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the deformed birdman. Obviously, he did not expect such a fast speed. You must know that his strength has reached a limit, and he is only 1 step away from being able to rival the Tianwei soldiers of the royal family Tiandao. Don't look at it as a soldier, being able to become a Tianwei soldier not only represents a kind of strength, but also a kind of glory. In the royal family's Tiandao, the Tianwei soldiers have a very high status. In front of the royal family, they are nothing, but in front of the civilians on the royal family's Tiandao, they are the supreme existence. To the ordinary birdmen in the ordinary birdman villages, they are more as high above. The deformed birdman has always been very confident in his speed. Except for the village chief and the Tianwei soldiers, the deformed birdman believes that no one can stop him, but now. The village chief birdman had a lot of experience and came out with a serious face. Guard, you step back. The strength of these ugly people is nothing to the Tianwei soldiers on the royal family's Tiandao, but for you, it is a formidable foe, even an invincible foe. Once, I saw several ugly people join forces to kill a royal guard soldier. This person should not be underestimated. Village chief, you think too highly of this ugly people, the smell of this ugly people. But we haven't even reached the top level of our civilians. Gao looked contemptuous. The cultivation base of the first 12 stars of the Earth rank, on the 3rd floor of the Tianyu Pagoda, is simply like a feather. Han Feng snorted lightly, spread his hands and said, "Let's make a move together, so as not to die too quickly." This sentence completely angered Gald, and Gald, who was about to obey the village chief's order, couldn't bear it any longer. "Damn ugly people, died in the innate supernatural power I just condensed, you can be considered to be dead." Gard looked grim. The village chief Birdman was overjoyed. "Gard, you really have a natural talent?" The generation of innate supernatural powers means that sooner or later, he will break through to the level of Tianwei soldiers. Why is the village chief Birdman not happy? Don't look at the distance from the Tianwei soldiers, but as long as the innate magical powers are not generated, there is a huge gap between the Tianwei soldiers and the top civilians, which cannot be bridged. Knowing that Gard had a natural talent, the village chief Birdman no longer stopped him, but instead looked at the show with a look on his face. There used to be a lot of ugly people who died under the peak talent and supernatural powers of the commoners. The rest of the Birdmen looked at Gard with envy, and the trace of contempt disappeared. They all knew that once Gard became a soldier of the Heavenly Guard and joined the royal family's Tiandao, he would be the hero of their village. Even if Gard's wings are deformed, they can't laugh at them, otherwise they will insult the soldiers of the Heavenly Guard, and the consequences. I shudder to think about it. Gard seemed to have decided that Han Feng was going to die in his own hands, and looked at Han Feng like a cat playing a mouse. However, seeing that Han Feng was still calm, Gard's face completely sank. Innate ability power is overwhelming. Gard's punch instantly increased in power visible to the naked eye, and in a blink of an eye it was 2 or 3 times the size of Gard's body. The energy fluctuations that belong to the Birdman are condensed on this punch, and the terrifying breath permeates. Fast back. The village chief Birdman felt the power of this punch, his pupils shrank immediately, and he shouted sharply to the rear. These civilian Birdmen are not fools. If this punch goes down, they will also be affected and retreat immediately. Go to hell. The giant fist with terrifying power slammed fiercely, and Gar had a hideous face. Facing such a punch, Han Feng just stretched out his palm calmly. Boom boom boom. When the fist touched the palm of Han Feng, the invisible air wave rushed out like a turbulent ocean wave. Click. The ground cracked with dense cracks, and the surrounding trees were also broken. Countless rocks and branches were swept into the sky. Even some wooden houses, far away, were reduced to ashes under such fluctuations. Gal smiled smugly. In his opinion, this ugly race was doomed, but when Gal was about to withdraw his fist, Gal's expression changed, and he couldn't take it back. His punch, as if caught by something, was firmly locked. The smoke and dust that pervaded gradually dissipated, and Gard's pupils shrank, only to see that under his giant fist, the ugly people stood there intact, and with just one palm, his full-strength blow was completely blocked. Han Feng smiled lightly. The power is indeed beyond the rank of the earth, comparable to the blow of the top dozens of powerhouses in the Tongtian list, but unfortunately for me, it is too bad. If it's an energy attack, it's fine. It's just a physical attack. With Han Feng's body strength comparable to the sky, this punch is nothing at all. Earth rank? Tongtian list? Gard was surprised. He had never heard these 2 words, and soon Gard suddenly realized that this must be the power system of the ugly clan. Putting aside these unimportant things, Gard only remembered Han Feng's last sentence. I said that my power is not worth mentioning to you? Ugly people, you are too arrogant. While speaking, the power of Gard's punch suddenly increased. The ground under Han Feng's feet cracked, and Han Feng's feet fell into the ground. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. It is indeed stronger than before, but that's all. Shaking his head slightly, Han Feng's body instantly condensed the blue flames, which was also mixed with a milky white extreme day holy flame. With the physical strength and mental power that is comparable to the heavens, just releasing a trace of the holy flame of the extreme day will not have any effect on the body, and the consumption is not large. The Kanglan profound fire, which has merged with a trace of the holy flame of the extreme day, is obviously more powerful. The flames rushed towards Guard's entire body along with Guard's punch. As soon as the flames came out, Guard's fist was like a can containing countless flames, and the flames burned countless holes and spewed out. Ah! Guard screamed, his eyes showed horror. This ugly race is too strong. Not good. The village chief Birdman saw this scene, his face changed greatly, and immediately he spread his pure white wings behind him, and he was about to rush over to rescue Guard. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Thanks to I'm Little Ma and Misha for the rewards, thanks to Cabbage. Amazed face, / Congrats to I'm Little Ma for being promoted to the head of the sect and becoming the master of a sect. It's too late. Han Feng said lightly. A milky white flame mixed with the blue instantly burned Guard into human carbon. Damn ugly people. The village chief Birdman was angry, but Guard was the most likely to be recruited to the Tianwei soldiers of the royal family's Tiandao. Once recruited, the status of their village would also rise. Now that Gar is dead, all his sweet dreams are shattered, and the village chief bird has the mind of eating Han Feng. Boom! The surging force hit Han Feng, and Han Feng suddenly flew into the sky. Guard's people suddenly shot a white light on the carbon, which merged into Han Feng's body. Han Feng frowned slightly. This white light was thicker than the fourth-floor island owner, but it did not improve the 8-meter Tianyu. Soon, Han Feng didn't care to study the Tianyu behind him, and the village chief Birdman had spread his wings and attacked. The village chief Birdman was wearing a purple chicken feather, and the wings behind him opened instantly. The wings, that were originally only a few meters, expanded to nearly 20 meters in an instant. Countless feathers swept out, condensed together in the sky, and quickly formed a bow and arrow hundreds of meters long. The village chief Birdman shouted, "Giant arrow feather!" Bows and arrows hundreds of meters long seemed to cut through the space and shoot at Han Feng through the space. Han Feng's eyes flashed. This old guy's cultivation is only in the early days of the first star of the sky, and relying on this so-called Birdman talent, his attack is comparable to the late stage of the first star of the sky. In this way, the 9th level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. Skyfire fighting fist. Kanglan Xuanhuan, fusion. Han Feng's cultivation base is already at the early stage of the Earth rank 12 stars, even if he does not integrate the different fire. The 9th peak of the Skyfire battle body still makes Han Feng's cultivation base surpass the Earth rank in one fell swoop. The 9th layer of the heavenly fire fighting fist erupted. This blow was infinitely close to the level of the heavens. Combined with the Kanglan profound fire, its attack power was not weaker than that of the village chief Birdman. Boom! The flaming giant fist collided with the bow and arrow, and the bow and arrow pierced the flaming giant fist, making the flaming giant fist turn into scattered flames and falling from the sky. The flames fell into the mountains and forests, fell into the village of Birdman, and ignited a raging fire. And the bow and arrow of the village chief Birdman also turned into ashes at this moment and was completely burned. Impossible, the ugly people can't have such a strong combat power as you. The village chief Birdman immediately roared in disbelief when he saw that his attack was only comparable to that of Han Feng. Han Feng pouted, if it weren't for the fact that warriors above the Tianyu Pagoda rank couldn't come, what kind of bullshit would the royal family of the mere royal family Tiandao be? Go to hell. The village chief Birdman once again gathered many feathers, and at this time, the thought force that Han Feng had formed instantly hit the village chief Birdman's sea of spiritual consciousness. Han Feng has discovered that the mental power of these birdmen is indeed comparable to the sky, but they are not very useful. Therefore, although his psychic impact will not cause any damage to the spirit of the village chief birdman, it can affect the normal combat power of the village chief birdman. Woo! The village chief birdman let out a muffled groan, and shot the bow and arrow before it was fully formed. This time, Han Feng's huge flame fist had the upper hand, and the blue flame continued to bombard, hitting the village chief with a bang. Birdman. What? The village chief birdman was wrapped in flames, forming a fire birdman. Screaming horribly, Tian Yu fanned, and Han Feng rushed towards the village chief birdman like a cannonball, hitting the village chief birdman's heart with a punch. With the speed of Tian Yu's fusion with Kanglan Xuanhuan, and Han Feng's physical strength comparable to that of Tianjia, this punch directly penetrated the past. The village chief birdman, his eyes widened, he never imagined that he would die at the hands of the ugly people. Leaving aside the corpse of the village chief birdman, the white beam of light enveloped Han Feng, and Han Feng happily sensed that the 8-meter Tian Yu had finally grown significantly. When it grew to 8 meters 1, the speed slowed down and gradually stopped. Brush brush. The 8-meter 1 Tian Yu seems to be only 0.1 meters away from the 8-meter Tian Yu, but it is actually a huge difference. The 8-meter Tian Yu is only equivalent to the top-level ground-level flying martial arts. The 8-meter 1 Tian Yu is already comparable to the sky-level flying martial arts. Although it is the lowest sky level, it is not comparable to the earth level. Han Feng came to the 5th floor of Tian Yu Pagoda. The first purpose was to let Tian Yu break through 8 meters. If Tian Yu could be condensed wider, longer, and naturally taller, but if it was not enough, then 8 meters would be enough. After killing the village chief birdman, Han Feng left. As for the civilian birdmen on the ground, Han Feng didn't pay much attention to them. First, it is impossible to kill these birdmen to make Tian Yu grow, and secondly, Han Feng also wants to use the mouths of these civilian birdmen to inform the royal family Tiandao, and then send Tianwei soldiers. If you want to make Tian Yu continue to grow, you can only kill these Tianwei soldiers. In the next half-day, Han Feng frequently visited the civilian villages on the 5th floor of Tian Yu Pagoda. However, Han Feng found that even in the commoner tribes, not all the village chiefs were of the heavenly rank, and some village chiefs were at the level of guard. After half a day, Tian Yu only grew to 8.3 meters. At this time, Han Feng hoped that the Tianwei soldiers would come to chase and kill them soon. He killed so many village chiefs and birdmen, so the royal family Tiandao would not be indifferent. Having said that, Han Feng did not reveal his traces in a careless manner. Han Feng was not sure what kind of experts the royal family Tiandao would send to attack. But if there are more than 10 or more, and there are even several captains of 10 and captains of 100, then the fun will be great. Royal Sky Island. A glorious palace. Fourth Prince, there was a massacre of the ugly people in the area we are responsible for. Are we going to attack and kill the opponent? The birdman in bright silver armor bowed to the birdman in yellow and said respectfully. This fourth Prince birdman has blue eyes, and there are diamond-shaped crystals on the bird's forehead. Compared with the village chief birdman and the like, this fourth Prince birdman is obviously much nobler, and he is also a birdman. Guard and the other birdmen look like stray birds, but the fourth prince looks heroic and extraordinary. If Han Feng saw this fourth Prince birdman, he would be amazed. From a human point of view, this is also a very cool birdman. The fourth Prince birdman was slightly surprised. Ugly people? The strongest power is not comparable to the ugly people of our Tianwei soldiers? Yes, according to reliable information, several of the village chiefs killed by this ugly clan are as powerful as the soldiers of the Heavenly Guard. The birdman in bright silver armor replied in a deep voice. Oh? The fourth Prince birdman became interested. It seems that there are many situations in the ugly clan that we don't know about. Well, there is no need to send any Heavenly Guard soldiers, I can go alone. How can this be done? The bright silver-armored birdman was taken aback. The fourth prince birdman's face turned dark. Do you think this prince can't handle that ugly clan? How dare you subordinate? The birdman in bright silver armor lowered his head and hurriedly said, the fourth prince has been cultivated to an infinite number of captains of nearly 100, and his real combat power is even more capable of killing ordinary captains of 100, which is second only to the legion. Chang and several princes, the mere ugly people will naturally not be the opponents of the fourth prince. The fourth prince's expression softened, and he waved his hand, go down. After killing a village chief birdman with the initial strength of 1 star in the sky again, Han Feng's Tianyu has grown to 8.7 meters. After counting the time, Han Feng muttered, the points are not enough. After half a day, there will be no Tianwei soldiers attacking, so I can only leave. Turning around, Han Feng Tianyu took a shot and flew to a farther place. A few hours later, Han Feng was stopped by a birdman in front of him. Ugly people? The birdman asked playfully. You are. Han Feng sensed that the other party's cultivation base was deep, and it was already between the first star of the sky and the second star of the sky, so he didn't dare to be careless. If it's just the birdman on the first 4 floors, Han Feng doesn't care. At the peak of the 9-star peak, his strongest explosive power is already the peak of the 1 star, not to mention the current 12-star early stage. But the birdmen on the 5th floor, as long as they have the strength of the sky, have awakened their innate abilities, and this innate ability makes the birdman's combat power skyrocket. At this moment, the other party is only between 1 star and 2 stars. God knows how strong the combat power will be when the talent bursts out. The early days of the 2nd star? Or midterm? Or later? Second more. From the other side, Han Feng smelled a danger, and based on this, Han Feng couldn't be careless. I just heard the other party proudly say, this prince is the 4th prince of the royal family, Tiandao, the humble ugly people. I will tell you the origins of your ugly people one by one. This prince will leave you a whole body. The 4th prince looked at Han Feng with fiery eyes. In the past, not only the 4th prince, but the entire bird family thought that the ugly people were vulnerable. Although they were hidden deep, they couldn't find it, but they didn't take it seriously. The strength of the ugly people every time they attack is too poor. Just a few more. However, now there is such a strange person as Han Feng. The intuition of the 4th prince tells him that as long as he catches Han Feng and explores such a secret, then maybe there will be huge gains. At that time, the father will also value him, and then... Idiot. Facing the arrogance of the 4th prince, Han Feng just spit out 2 words. The 4th prince's eyes narrowed, and endless killing intent burst out from his blue pupils. Ugly people, you have completely angered this prince. The eagle claws stretched out, and a huge energy eagle claws appeared in the void, grabbing towards Han Feng. Facing the 4th prince, Han Feng did not dare to hold back. The 10th level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. Kanglan Xuanhuan, fusion. Boom boom boom. A terrifying aura rose up. At this time, Han Feng's aura was truly comparable to the level of 1 star in the sky, and it wasn't even 1 star in the sky. Blue flame soared into the sky, and the energy eagle claws completely collapsed before they approached. Huh? The 4th prince's expression changed, and then he smiled coldly. This energy is only stronger than that of the Tianwei soldiers, it is nothing special. The blazing sun burns. 9 phantoms of the sun appeared behind the 4th prince, the fiery temperature collided with the blue flames, and bursts of earth-shattering noises erupted. The blue flame and the sun flame collided like 2 ocean waves, and countless flames fell one after another. For a moment, a sea of fire formed on the ground. At this moment, the phantom of the sun burst out with a strong flame of light. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in the flame light, Han Feng had no doubt that once he was hit without defense, he would be turned to ashes. The sacred flame of extreme day, heavenly fire fighting fist. Milky white flames swept out, and the cultivation base broke through to the initial stage of the 12 stars, and the milky white flames in the Dantian had occupied most of them. At this time, the holy flame of extreme day condensed is not comparable to that of Jiuxing. Combined with the heavenly fire fighting fist of the extreme day holy flame at this moment, the power is naturally more powerful. Break it for me! Han Feng shouted wildly. The milky white flame giant drowned the shadow of the sun, and even the fourth prince was drowned in the flames. With a flash, Han Feng fell directly into the flame. The milky white flame did not harm Han Feng in the slightest. Inside the flame, the fourth prince screamed again and again, constantly slapping the flames on his body. As expected of the fourth prince with more than 100 captains, he has not been burned to death at this time. Through the light of flame, Han Feng has determined that the fourth prince's strongest blow is comparable to the middle and late stage of the ordinary 2-star. Damn it, damn it! The fourth prince kept slapping the flames on his body, cursing again, and his body moved. To leave the milky flame area. Want to run? Where is it so easy? Han Feng sneered, finally encountering such a powerful birdman. How could Han Feng want to let go? After killing the fourth prince, Han Feng believes that his Tianyu will have a surge. Seeing Han Feng blocking in front of him, the fourth prince went crazy. You dare to kill me? My father emperor will never let you go, even if the whole ground is lifted, even if you hide it for 1,000 meters underground, my father emperor will definitely wipe out your ugly people, roar. Han Feng rolled his eyes, and even if he turned the whole ground upside down, he couldn't find them ugly. No, from the human race. If it is possible to leave this place and go outside, Han Feng would like to know, when these birdmen know their strength outside, what kind of expressions will they usually look like? Thinking of this, Han Feng laughed at himself. Maybe these birdmen are just created by Tianyu Pagoda themselves. They are fake. How could they find out? The fourth prince's cultivation base is strong, but in terms of physical strength, he is only slightly stronger than Han Feng. In normal times, Han Feng would not necessarily have the upper hand. But in this milky white extreme day holy flame area, the flames did great damage to the fourth prince, but it was useless to Han Feng. In the sky, the milky white sea of fire has a radius of tens of thousands of meters. The sea of fire continued to roll, and Han Feng firmly blocked the fourth prince. With the passage of time, the body of the fourth prince also reached the limit, and the holy flame of extreme day began to invade the body of the fourth prince. Cough cough. The fourth prince covered his lungs, coughed violently, and looked horrified. Obviously, the fourth prince had already noticed the change in his body. No, let me go. The fourth prince cast aside the arrogance in his heart and begged for mercy. Han Feng was unmoved. After more than 10 minutes, the holy flame of extreme day finally burned the fourth prince to ashes, and Han Feng sighed silently. It's not easy, the cultivation base is still too low. If my cultivation base breaks through to the sky, the holy flame of extreme day will be completely, instead of Kanglin Xuanhuan entrenched in the Dantian. In the situation just now, these four princes will hold on for a few minutes at most. The white light enveloped Han Feng, and the sky feather behind Han Feng grew wildly, and in just a short while, it grew to 9 meters. The 9-meter Tianyu is also average among the low-level flying martial arts. Similarly, between 9 and 10 meters, more energy is required. If killing a birdman before 8.5 meters can grow by 0.1 meters, then after 8.5 meters, it will take 2 or 3 to grow 1 meter. And after 9 meters, at least one needs to hunt down a 2-star birdman in order to grow by 0.1 meters. With the last time left, Han Feng continued to search for prey. At this time, the royal family Tiandao obviously knew the news of the death of the fourth prince, and sent a large number of strong men to attack, including the level of the legion commander of the peak strength of the 2 stars in the sky. Han Feng was shocked, and it was only reasonable to flee immediately if he still cared about finding prey. Under the anger of these birdman powerhouses, Han Feng communicated the imprint and teleported away from the Tianyu pagoda. Outside the Tianyu tower, the deacon who set up the transmission mark for Han Feng smiled and said, "Han Feng, how is the harvest?" Han Feng's reputation in the outer court is now even more than that of Jin Yuankong. How could these deacons not know about Han Feng, and they paid great attention when Han Feng came. Knowing that Han Feng is going to Tianyu pagoda, it is even more natural. The 9-star outbreak has a combat power comparable to the sky, and now the 12-star will only be stronger. With such explosive power, it would be a pity not to go to the 5th floor. Hey, keep it a secret. Han Feng smiled slyly and left immediately, causing the deacon to grit his teeth. This stinky boy. Han Feng doesn't want to talk about his 9-meter-long feather. His reputation is already big enough, and he doesn't need icing on the cake. 9 meters of Tianyu has basically broken the record of the outer court. Over the past years, the outer courtyard has indeed had an existence of more than 8 meters Tianyu, but they are all under 8.5 meters, and more than 8.5 meters, only Han Feng is the one. Han Feng wanted to return to Lingqiao Garden like this, but a piece of news he heard on the way made Han Feng turn a corner and walk towards the commercial area. On the way, Han Feng learned that Wanchen rented an auction venue in the commercial area after breaking through the sky, and will auction some items tomorrow. After reaching the heavenly rank, for Wanchen, many things are no longer of much use, but for everyone who is still in the outer courtyard, it is different. So this auction is still very attractive. Maybe some overlord-level characters will also go there at that time. Han Feng was also very interested in what Wanchen was going to auction, and immediately went according to the news. In a certain auction venue in the business district, Wanchen came to hug Han Feng with a smile when he got the news. "You have finally come out, and your cultivation has made a lot of breakthroughs." At the first sight of Han Feng, Wanchen sensed Han Feng's strength, which is the advantage of Tianjia's psychic power. However, Wanchen was not surprised. Wanchen already knew about the Death Lake. If Han Feng's physical fitness and mental strength reached the half-step heaven level, with the help of Tian Luogua and the 3rd floor of Xingyuan Pagoda, there would be such a short period of time. A huge boost is also normal. Han Feng smiled and hugged Wanchen back. "Congratulations to Brother Wan, for breaking through to the heavenly rank. You can enter the inner court directly without the need for the inner court assessment." Wanchen laughed, the two separated. Wanchen patted Han Feng on the shoulder. "Let's go, let's chat in the house I temporarily rented. Hall Master Hao and the others are also there." Sister Hao is also there? Could it be? Han Feng was puzzled at first, and then seemed to think of something. "Yes, as you think, both Hall Master Hao and Hall Master Zhen have already broken through to heaven, not only the 2 of them, but also Miss Meng," Wanchen said with a smile. Han Feng clicked his tongue, remembering that Hao Meili and Zhen Shui had already reached the peak of 12 stars, although they had not touched that bottleneck like Wanchen did, but with Tian Luogua, it was still 2 Tian Luogua, breaking through to the heavenly rank. It doesn't seem to be unbelievable. As for Meng Yaqing, Han Feng was not much surprised. With Meng Yaqing's qualifications, Han Feng believed that even without Tian Luogua, he might have broken through to the heavenly rank before the inner court assessment, but not as fast as it is now. Haha, Han boy did not forget the disappointment of the old lady. Maybe after the inner court assessment, your boy will also break through the heavenly rank. At that time, the old lady may be behind. Wanchen led Han Feng to arrive, and Hao Meili felt it. Looking at Han Feng's strength, he immediately laughed, but at the end, he was a little embarrassed. Meng Yaqing stared at Han Feng and smiled. Hao Meili smiled and stood up directly. Kid Han, sit on Yaqing's side, I'll sit here with Xin Shui. At this time, Hao Meili was sitting beside Meng Yaqing wiping her oil. When Hao Meili said so, she was overjoyed. The third one. Hao Mimi's joking made Meng Yaqing's cheeks slightly red, and some dared not look at Han Feng. Han Feng also scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Looking at the location, Wanchen couldn't be allowed to sit next to Yaqing. Thinking of this, Han Feng sat down without hesitation. In an instant, the feminine fragrance of Meng Yaqing floated into Han Feng's nose. Han Feng felt a little fluttering in an instant. At this time, Han Feng heard Hao Meili say, Wan Chen, we will be taken away by the people in the inner courtyard in a few days, just taking advantage of the auction house she rented out. Why don't we auction our things as well? Wan Chen smiled, I knew you would do this. Hao Meili curled her lips, these things are useless to me, why do I keep them? After the auction, I can get a lot of points. There are more places in the inner courtyard that need points. Wan Chen nodded, that's right, then take out what you need to auction. As soon as the words fell, Hao Meili and Xin Shui threw their sleeves and robes, and a large number of items appeared on the table in the center of the 5 people. Looking at these things, Han Feng's eyes widened. As expected of the second powerhouse on the Tongtian ranking list and the hall master of the 2 dominant forces in the outer court, this collection is really rich. After a long while, Han Feng shook his head sadly. If his cultivation base was still under 10 stars, he was really moved by some things, but now that his cultivation base has reached the earth rank of 12 stars, there is nothing worthy of his concern. Wan Chen turned his eyes to Meng Yaqing and said, Miss Meng, where's yours? Meng Yaqing shook her head slightly, I've only been here for more than 5 months. Where is there such a wealth of accumulation, and all the useful ones have been used by me? Wan Chen thought about it, too. Immediately, Wan Chen flicked his sleeves and threw out the things he didn't need. Han Feng's eyes narrowed, and he found that one of the spirit grasses exuded a special soul fluctuation. This is? Han Feng asked this special spirit grass. Wan Chen looked at it and smiled, how did I take out this soul essence grass? What a mistake. With that said, Wan Chen was about to take the soul essence grass back. Slow. I don't know if Brother Wan is willing to sell this soul grass to me in the form of a transaction. Han Feng stretched out his hand and stopped it. Wan Chen turned his head and looked at Han Feng suspiciously, this soul grass is only useful for the peak level of Xuanjia. I don't think anyone in the outer courtyard wants it, so it will be even more useless for you, to Han Feng. Han Feng smiled, it's useless to me, but it's useful to others. Han Feng took a fancy to this soul grass, and the purpose was for Lin Qingshan. Although the Lingzuan flower also has the effect of improving mental power, the level of the Lingzuan flower obtained by Han Feng is not too high, but it has a great effect on the peak of the mysterious rank, and the effect on the peak of the mysterious rank is minimal. But this soul grass is not only useful to the peak of the profound rank, but also can help break through the spiritual power of the rank. Wan Chen suddenly patted his forehead, so that's the case, Han Feng, you are here for your family. Han Feng's background is not high, and he knew it after they became companions, so it is normal to want to get the soul grass for their relatives. Meng Yaqing didn't have too much doubt either. No profound rank powerhouses were born in the Han family at present, maybe it was to prepare for the future. Wan Chen handed the soul grass to Han Feng, take it, the mere soul grass doesn't need to be traded with points. After entering the inner courtyard for 1 year, you can leave the inner courtyard, or go home for vacation, or accept tasks to perform tasks. When the time comes, you will take it to your relatives. Then I'll accept it. At first, he was a little hesitant, but he was stared at by Wan Chen, and he thought that Wan Chen is now a powerhouse of the sky, and he was born in a third-rank empire, so Han Feng accepted it. Xuanhuan searched among a lot of things, took out a pill and said, since it is prepared for your relatives, you can also take this Lingyuan pill, which can increase the spiritual power of the first-level star to 2 stars. Han Feng shied away, this is not necessary. Xuanhuan stubbornly said, take it, even if I auction this pill, I don't think anyone in the outer courtyard will want it. Which of the outer courtyards is not above the 2-star level? In this way, Han Feng had to take it. Holding Han Feng in his hand, Han Feng thought to himself, this Lingyuan pill will be taken when Qingshan's spirit body breaks through to the stratum level. As for the soul grass, it can be planted in the planting space, and there is nothing to save. Not only Qingshan can use it, and my father and the others can also use it in the future. Come, let my mother see what good things you have. How Meili pulled curiously. The next time was spent in the explanation of a lot of things. How Meili, Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan's stuff was searched over and over. In the end, How Mimi held a shiny silver object with bright eyes. Seeing this object, Han Feng's face twitched instantly, and her eyes were full of strangeness when she looked at How Mimi. I didn't expect How Meili to have such a hobby. But thinking about How Meili's metamorphosis, Han Feng is normal again. Meng Yaqing didn't understand what it was at first, but after observing it carefully for a long time, she snorted, and immediately turned her face away, her jade neck slightly red. Xuanhuan was stunned, and immediately glanced at Xuanhuan's crotch, without a trace, followed by full of sympathy. Han Feng wanted to roar in his heart at this moment, because Mao would have a virginity here. And it's a chastity belt for men. How Meili didn't care about everyone's convulsions, and smiled, this is my wife's proud work. I believe that there will definitely be female men who like my old lady's smell. Xuanhuan, you must auction this for my old lady. Xuanhuan's black line wants to refuse. If this is really auctioned, it will definitely be a shame. Others don't know that this is How Meili. Just as he was about to speak, Xuanhuan suddenly found How Meili's gloomy gaze and Xuanhuan's threatening gaze, so he had to accept it with tears. Xuanhuan can imagine that after the auction tomorrow, he will definitely become famous, ranking second on the Tongtian list and bigger than breaking through to the heavenly rank. But this reputation was not what Xuanhuan wanted. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth in his heart and scolded Xuanhuan. He had never seen such a spoiled fiancé, so this kind of thing can be supported. How Meili's eyes lit up, and she introduced to Meng Yaqing, see, did I take into account the man's stuff when I made it, how much I think about men. How Meili touched the 2 half-ovals. Things. Then How Meili said strangely, Sister Yaqing, do you want to buy it, in the future? How Meili's eyes swept over Han Feng intentionally or unintentionally. Han Feng immediately tightened his crotch, glared at How Meili, and whispered in Yaqing's ear, don't follow this pervert, what's so good about that thing? How Meili didn't care about Han Feng's stare, but looked at Han Feng provocatively. Han Feng rubbed his head, this woman really has no lower limit, how did Xuanhuan endure this woman, how could any woman specialize in this? And it was really researched. Meng Yaqing listened to Han Feng's words and had no subordinates. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Han Feng was not like Meng Yaqing, who became How Meili. Just thinking about it, Han Feng felt terrified. How Meili pouted, dissatisfied that her masterpiece was not recognized. Okay, alright, stop talking about this, I will definitely auction it tomorrow. Xuanhuan hurriedly stopped it, otherwise God knows what kind of painful words this woman with no lower limit will say. Accepting this male chastity belt, Xuanhuan turned to Han Feng and said solemnly, Han Feng, I don't know how far your current strength has improved, what I want to tell you is that it is best not to break through to the heaven rank before the inner court assessment. Why? Han Feng frowned, knowing that he would be able to enter the inner courtyard without an assessment if he broke through the heavenly rank, but Han Feng planned to give it a try. A new round of fire lotus seeds was about to mature, and there was the last Tian Luo fruit to be assessed in the inner courtyard. It may not be impossible to break through to the sky before. Wanchen said solemnly, "You are different from us. As old people, we have spent a lot of time in the outer courtyard and have already accumulated a lot of points. Especially after today's auction, it is a lot of points to enter the inner courtyard. It's enough to last a while. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Thank you for the big reward of woman, you are charming and charming, today's 6th update. Starting tomorrow, the update volume will also increase. It's about to enter the inner courtyard, and the plot of these in the outer courtyard can finally pass." How Mimi's joking made Meng Yaqing's cheeks slightly red, and some dared not look at Han Feng. Han Feng also scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Looking at the location, Wanchen couldn't be allowed to sit next to Yaqing. Thinking of this, Han Feng sat down without hesitation. In an instant, the feminine fragrance of Meng Yaqing floated into Han Feng's nose. Han Feng felt a little fluttering in an instant. At this time, Han Feng heard Hao Meili say, "Wan Chen, we will be taken away by the people in the inner courtyard in a few days, just taking advantage of the auction house she rented out. Why don't we auction our things as well?" Wan Chen smiled, "I knew you would do this." Hao Meili curled her lips, "These things are useless to me, why do I keep them? After the auction, I can get a lot of points. There are more places in the inner courtyard that need points." Wanchen nodded, "That's right, then take out what you need to auction." As soon as the words fell, Hao Meili and Zhen Shuai threw their sleeves and robes, and a large number of items appeared on the table in the center of the 5 people. Looking at these things, Han Feng's eyes widened. As expected of the second powerhouse on the Tongtian ranking list and the hall master of the 2 dominant forces in the outer court, this collection is really rich. After a long while, Han Feng shook his head sadly. If his cultivation base was still under 10 stars, he was really moved by some things, but now that his cultivation base has reached the earth rank of 12 stars, there is nothing worthy of his concern. Wanchen turned his eyes to Meng Yaqing and said, "Miss Meng, where's yours?" Meng Yaqing shook her head slightly, "I've only been here for more than 5 months. Where is there such a wealth of accumulation, and all the useful ones have been used by me?" Wanchen thought about it, too. Immediately, Wanchen flicked his sleeves and threw out the things he didn't need. Han Feng's eyes narrowed, and he found that one of the spirit grasses exuded a special soul fluctuation. "This is?" Han Feng asked, "This special spirit grass." Wanchen looked at it and smiled, "How did I take out this soul essence grass? What a mistake." With that said, Wanchen was about to take the soul essence grass back. "Slow. I don't know if Brother Wan is willing to sell this soul grass to me in the form of a transaction." Han Feng stretched out his hand and stopped it. Wanchen turned his head and looked at Han Feng suspiciously. "This soul grass is only useful for the peak level of Xuanjia. I don't think anyone in the outer courtyard wants it, so it will be even more useless for you." To Han Feng. Han Feng smiled, "It's useless to me, but it's useful to others." Han Feng took a fancy to this soul grass, and the purpose was for Lin Qingshan. Although the Lingzuan flower also has the effect of improving mental power, the level of the Lingzuan flower obtained by Han Feng is not too high, but it has a great effect on the peak of the mysterious rank, and the effect on the peak of the mysterious rank is minimal. But this soul grass is not only useful to the peak of the profound rank, but also can help break through the spiritual power of the rank. Wanchen suddenly patted his forehead, "So that's the case, Han Feng, you are here for your family." Han Feng's background is not high, and he knew it after they became companions, so it is normal to want to get the soul grass for their relatives. Meng Yaqing didn't have too much doubt either. No profound rank powerhouses were born in the Han family at present, maybe it was to prepare for the future. Wanchen handed the soul grass to Han Feng, "Take it, the mere soul grass doesn't need to be traded with points." After entering the inner courtyard for 1 year, you can leave the inner courtyard, or go home for vacation, or accept tasks to perform tasks. When the time comes, you will take it to your relatives. Then I'll accept it. At first, he was a little hesitant, but he was stared at by Wan Chen, and he thought that Wan Chen is now a powerhouse of the sky, and he was born in a third-rank empire, so Han Feng accepted it. Wan Chen searched among a lot of things, took out a pill and said, since it is prepared for your relatives, you can also take this Ling Yuan pill, which can increase the spiritual power of the first-level star to 2 stars. Han Feng shied away. This is not necessary. Wan Chen stubbornly said, take it, even if I auction this pill, I don't think anyone in the outer courtyard will want it. Which of the outer courtyards is not above the 2-star level? In this way, Han Feng had to take it. Holding Han Feng in his hand, Han Feng thought to himself, this Ling Yuan pill will be taken when Qingshan's spirit body breaks through to the stratum level. As for the soul grass, it can be planted in the planting space, and there is nothing to save. Not only Qingshan can use it, and my father and the others can also use it in the future. Come, let my mother see what good things you have. Hao Meili pulled curiously. The next time was spent in the explanation of a lot of things. Hao Meili, Zhen Shuai and Wan Chen's stuff was searched over and over. In the end, Hao Mimi held a shiny silver object with bright eyes. Seeing this object, Han Feng's face twitched instantly, and her eyes were full of strangeness when she looked at Hao Mimi. I didn't expect Hao Meili to have such a hobby. But thinking about Hao Meili's metamorphosis, Han Feng is normal again. Meng Yaqing didn't understand what it was at first, but after observing it carefully for a long time, she snorted, and immediately turned her face away, her jade neck slightly red. Wan Chen was stunned, and immediately glanced at Zhen Shuai's crotch, without a trace, followed by full of sympathy. Han Feng wanted to roar in his heart at this moment, because Mao would have a virginity here. And it's a chastity belt for men. Hao Meili didn't care about everyone's convulsions, and smiled, this is my wife's proud work. I believe that there will definitely be female men who like my old lady's smell. Wan Chen, you must auction this for my old lady. Wan Chen's black line wants to refuse. If this is really auctioned, it will definitely be a shame. Others don't know that this is Hao Meili. Just as he was about to speak, Wan Chen suddenly found Hao Meili's gloomy gaze and Zhen Shuai's threatening gaze, so he had to accept it with tears. Wan Chen can imagine that after the auction tomorrow, he will definitely become famous, ranking second on the Tong Tian list and bigger than breaking through to the heavenly rank. But this reputation was not what Wan Chen wanted. Wan Chen gritted his teeth in his heart and scolded Zhen Shuai. He had never seen such a spoiled fiancé, so this kind of thing can be supported. Hao Meili's eyes lit up, and she introduced to Meng Yaqing, see, did I take into account the man stuff when I made it, how much I think about men. Hao Meili touched the 2 half-ovals. Things. Then Hao Meili said strangely, Sister Yaqing, do you want to buy it, in the future? Hao Meili's eyes swept over Han Feng intentionally or unintentionally. Han Feng immediately tightened his crotch, glared at Hao Meili, and whispered in Yaqing's ear, don't follow this pervert, what's so good about that thing? Hao Meili didn't care about Han Feng's stare, but looked at Han Feng provocatively. Han Feng rubbed his head, this woman really has no lower limit, how did Zhen Shuai endure this woman, how could any woman specialize in this? And it was really researched. Meng Yaqing listened to Han Feng's words and had no subordinates. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Han Feng was not like Meng Yaqing, who became Hao Meili. Just thinking about it, Han Feng felt terrified. Hao Meili pouted, dissatisfied that her masterpiece was not recognized. Okay, alright, stop talking about this, I will definitely auction it tomorrow. Wan Chen hurriedly stopped it, otherwise God knows what kind of painful words this woman with no lower limit will say. Accepting this male chastity belt, Wan Chen turned to Han Feng and said solemnly, Han Feng, I don't know how far your current strength has improved. What I want to tell you is that it is best not to break through to the heaven rank before the inner court assessment. Why? Han Feng frowned, knowing that he would be able to enter the inner courtyard without an assessment if he broke through the heavenly rank, but Han Feng planned to give it a try. A new round of fire lotus seeds was about to mature, and there was the last Tian Luo fruit to be assessed in the inner courtyard. It may not be impossible to break through to the sky before. Wan Chen said solemnly, you are different from us. As old people, we have spent a lot of time in the outer courtyard and have already accumulated a lot of points. Especially after today's auction, it is a lot of points to enter the inner courtyard. It's enough to last a while. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Thank you for the big reward of woman, you are charming and charming. Today's 6th update. Starting tomorrow, the update volume will also increase. It's about to enter the inner courtyard, and the plot of these in the outer courtyard can finally pass. But Han Feng, you are different. You are just a newcomer, so there are not many points left now. If you get good grades in the inner court assessment, you will get a lot of points. These points are enough to support you through the first year. Generally, newcomers who enter the inner courtyard rely on the points accumulated in the outer courtyard to cultivate, and they will take up the task and leave the academy to execute after a year. Of course, the inner court also has tasks that can be performed without leaving, but such tasks not only earn less points, but also delay cultivation. The competition in the inner court is much fiercer than that in the outer court. If you don't practice well. Wan Chen shook his head and did not continue. Meng Yaqing sighed. At this time, I would have known that I would not take Tian Luoguo. Meng Yaqing didn't know such a thing until after her breakthrough. Hao Meili smiled, Sister Yaqing, with your talent, even if you cultivate slowly by yourself, there is a great possibility of breaking through to the heavenly rank before the inner court assessment, unless you stop cultivating these days. Wan Chen comforted, Miss Meng, don't have to worry too much. With your aptitude, even if you don't go to a place like Xingyuan Pagoda to cultivate, your strength will not necessarily improve very slowly. Besides, like Miss Meng, your aptitude reaches the level of Saint Yuan Pagoda. Those who are at the top level will usually receive the attention of the elders who are too powerful at the peak of the sanctuary. If you are accepted by one of them, you don't need to worry about any points. For the first time, Han Feng was surprised to hear that the elders of the academy would accept apprentices. Hao Meili noticed Han Feng's expression, giggled, and said, don't think about it, you brat, as the peak powerhouse of the sanctuary, those supreme elders have basically lived for thousands of years, some even thousands of years. Having lived for so long, the aptitude of the holy grade is nothing in their eyes, and only the top aptitude of the holy grade like a girl like Yaqing can be seen by them. As far as I know, these supreme elders have not accepted apprentices for nearly 300 years. Han Feng said dissatisfiedly, Sister Hao, you better stop laughing, laughing makes me get goosebumps. If it was another woman laughing, it might make people feel beautiful, but Hao Meili's smile might be a deeper understanding of Hao Meili's limitless understanding, and it always felt gloomy. Hao Mimi's face suddenly froze. On the contrary, Meng Yaqing showed a hint of joy. Han Feng's strength progressed far beyond Meng Yaqing's expectations. In a short period of time, Han Feng had already caught up. If things go on like this, Meng Yaqing is not willing to be too far away from Han Feng. Seeing that Hao Meili was about to break out, Han Feng immediately changed the subject and asked Wan Chen, Brother Wan, do you know how the inner court assessment is conducted? Wan Chen laughed and pointed at himself with a thumbs up, you're right to ask me. I personally participated in the inner court assessment last year, but unfortunately I was out of luck. The inner court assessment is simple and simple, difficult and difficult, and sometimes it requires luck. The inner court assessment is conducted in a closed secret territory. Everyone who participates will get a number plate, as long as they snatch other people's number plates to get enough points. If you keep your number card to the end, you can get 5 points, and everyone else's number card is 1 point. In other words, as long as you can keep your own number card, you only need to grab 5 number cards. Of course, in addition to their own number card, the inner court will also issue everyone a number card to deal with the enemy, and getting this number card is also 5 points. That is to say, as long as you keep your own number plate and grab the number plate of the enemy designated by the inner court, you can get 10 points, which is considered to have passed the inner court assessment. Last year, my luck was not good. I met a senior brother in the inner courtyard. As a result, my number plate was taken away by this senior brother, and the remaining number plates were not enough to reach 10 points, otherwise I would be able to enter the previous year. The inner courtyard. Wan Chen's tone was full of regret. If he entered the inner courtyard last time, now I am afraid that he has not only broken through to the heavenly rank, but has probably already broken through to the heavenly rank 2-star or even 3-star. Senior brother in the inner courtyard? Could it be that they will also enter the secret realm? Han Feng's expression did not change at the beginning, but now his strength is almost the first in the outer courtyard, except for Wan Chen, who have broken through to the heavenly rank. The only one who can be his opponent is Zhang Fuyu, and no one else is qualified. Therefore, Han Feng has no worries about grabbing the number plate. As long as he is not so unlucky and can't meet people, it is impossible to fail. But when the inner court also intervenes, it is completely different. Of course, the senior brothers in the inner courtyard also have tasks. The more number cards they snatch, the more points they seem to get. As for the exact amount, I don't know. Wan Chen replied. Han Feng frowned. If this is the case, then the outer court will only be able to pass. At least the inner court is at the early stage of the sky and 1 star. This kind of strength is really not something that the people from the outer court can compete with. Haha, you don't know about this. All the inner court martial artists who enter the secret territory will be suppressed at the level of 1 star of the sky. In other words, the strongest cultivation base they burst out is only the peak of the 1 star of the sky. Furthermore, those who are in charge of the inner court seem to set some kind of seal when those inner court warriors enter the secret realm. They cannot use the martial skills above the lower rank of the heavens. At most, there will be a small increase in their innate abilities. In general, the inner court martial artist who entered the secret realm, the most suppressed comprehensive combat power can exert the ordinary 3-star peak level, and most of them can only display the combat power comparable to the 2-star heaven, and the outer court is not unable to compete. That secret realm has the purest energy, which is purer than holy power. It can be said that it is close to a source of power. The outer court martial artist who enters that secret realm, as long as the cultivation base reaches the peak level of the Earth level 12 stars, there is a 70 to 80% chance of breaking through to the heavenly rank. The assessment will take 10 days in the secret realm, and the inner court martial artist can only enter on the last day. As long as you hide deeper, these inner court martial artists can't find it. Even if they are found, those warriors from the inner court can only come in 3. As long as the heavenly rank that has broken through in the outer court is united, it might be impossible to compete. Wan Chen laughed, indicating that Han Feng didn't need to be too nervous. Hearing this, Han Feng's face softened. In this case, the outer court will break through the heavenly rank in that secret realm. I am afraid that there will be no less than 5, and it is not impossible to fight against those inner court martial artists whose strength has been greatly suppressed. Wan Chenchao winked his eyes at Han Feng, just passing the inner court assessment. The reward is not much, but if the number plates of these inner court warriors are robbed, it will be different, and the rewards are absolutely rich. That's why I said, Han Feng, you'd better not break through the heavenly rank before the inner court assessment. It is unlikely that other people will rob the inner court martial artist, so you are not sure. Can you get a lot of points for counter-robbing? Han Feng's eyes lit up completely. If this is the case, he is looking forward to the inner court assessment soon. Hao Meili squinted and snorted. In the past years, there are not many people who dare to fight back. That guy from the Long family heard that he has joined a good force in the inner court and has gained a relatively high status in it. This time, he may send someone entering the secret realm to find you trouble. After all, because of you, the strength of Jingyantang has been greatly affected. As the founder of Jingyantang, he will definitely do something. If your strength is not much higher than that of Jin Yuankong, I would definitely advise you to break through early, but that's not necessarily the case now. Maybe it's you who will benefit then. Shen Shui narrowed his eyes slightly. I heard that there is a final level after passing the inner court assessment. This level is voluntary. It seems to be called the 9 people's level. Each level is guarded by a deacon of the inner court. From the early stage of 2 stars to the peak limit of late stage 4 stars, every time you pass a level, you can get a lot of points, and the further you go, the more points you double. I look forward to how much you can achieve. Han Feng smiled slightly. Do your best. But he was more and more looking forward to it. Everyone kept talking to each other about the news about the inner courtyard, and the day passed quickly. The arrival of the second day also means that Wan Chen's personal auction is about to start. Second more. 5-4 auction starts. Third. The next morning. The gate of the auction venue rented by Wan Chen opened, and the outer court warriors entered in 2s and 3s. Since it was early in the morning, not many came. It was not until the early morning, about 10 o'clock in the morning, that the number of people suddenly increased. Some of the famous powerhouses on the Tongtian list also arrived slowly. Jin Yuankong, Zhu Jintai, Chi Ping and Long Shoukong came together. Jin Yuankong's face was very ugly. As the number 1 on the Tongtian list, he was surpassed by the second one after that, which gave Jin Yuankong a big blow. Originally, Jingyantang's reputation had declined, but because of this incident, Jingyantang's power was weakened again. Some of Jingyantang's warriors have left Jingyantang. These are extremely powerful beings in themselves, and Jin Yuan can't stop them even if they want to. And some of the weaker ones did not dare to blatantly leave, but it was less than a month away from the inner court assessment. As long as Jin Yuankong and some top experts from Jinyun Hall entered the inner court, what else would they be afraid of? Anyone with strong eyesight can almost see that after the inner court assessment this time, if Jingyantang does not have a strong person like Jin Yuankong to maintain it, it will definitely decline from the overlord level, and in the future. TSK, Hall Master Jin is here too. Hao Meili walked out of the auction venue, just saw Jin Yuankong and others, and immediately laughed. Jin Yuankong's face was ashen. If he didn't want to auction something useful for his breakthrough, how could he come here? Seeing Wan Chen was like seeing his successive failures. Concerned that this is Wan Chen's venue, Jin Yuankong just snorted coldly and endured it. Long Shoukong couldn't hold back and said sarcastically, "Disgusting perverted woman." Hao Mimi's expression turned cold, and a slap suddenly fanned out from the air. Jin Yuankong's eyes froze. Just as he was about to block, he was shocked to find that the speed of this palm was extremely fast. He had just shot, and the fluctuation of this palm had already bombarded Long Shoukong. Puff. Long Shoukong's face instantly vomited blood and flew out. Jin Yuankong's face was unbelievable. Heaven rank. Hao Meili whistled. Your eyes are good. Jin Yuankong's face was bitter, and 1 or 2 actually broke through to the heavens before him. Zhu Jintai and Chi Ping were also preparing to make a good impression on Long Shoukong, and they might be taken care of by the elders of the Long family when they arrived in the inner courtyard. But seeing that Hao Meili was already a celestial strength, the two instantly silenced. And before breaking through to the heavenly rank, no matter how perverted, mastering powerful tricks and innate abilities can only approach the heavenly rank infinitely. The gap between heaven and earth is too great, except for rare perverts, few people can compete with heaven and earth. But once it reaches the heaven rank, the gap between the stars will narrow, and relying on the previous various tricks and abilities, it is enough to have the ability of one star, or even more. In other words, Hao Mei's current comprehensive combat power will not be weaker than that of the 2 stars. Fighting against such a strong person is simply looking for abuse. If they want to regain face, they can only wait until they break through to the heavenly rank, so that the gap between the 2 sides will narrow. Section Master Jean, Hall Master Zhu, and Hall Master Qi, welcome. At some point, Wanchen strode over. The arrival of Wanchen just gave Jin Yuankong and others a step down. Jin Yuankong reluctantly showed a smile. Congratulations to Brother Wan for breaking through to the heavenly rank. Haha, Hall Master Jean will not be around for a long time. Maybe I will congratulate Hall Master Jean, please. Wanchen made an invitation. Where did Jin Yuankong dare to be negligent, and immediately asked Zhu Jintai and the 2 to help Long Shoukong, and followed behind Wanchen to the room arranged for them. Hao Mei pouted, feeling boring, and walked to the room that Wanchen arranged for her. As soon as these overlord-level people left, the remaining talents began to discuss. Hao Mei, this woman has broken through to heaven. It's incredible. Since Hao Mei has made a breakthrough, then Zhen Shui must also be a heavenly rank. There are 3 more celestial ranks all at once. It's really... The student shook his head, with an indescribably complicated expression on his face. Complicated is jealous of these people's breakthroughs, and fortunately, because of these people's breakthroughs, their competitive pressure in the inner court assessment has been reduced a lot. Have you noticed, this time, Jin Yuankong was blushing with anger, and his neck was thick, but he endured it in the end. Hey, so what? This is Wanchen's venue for the time being. Unless Jin Yuankong kills and wants to compete with a few heavenly ranks, he can only endure it. TSK, how domineering Jin Yuankong used to be, but now. Hey, what's the matter? The outer court is not like this. You are arrogant today, and I will be arrogant tomorrow. I heard that the inner court is even more so. The forces that can maintain their standing for more than 10 years are the top-level forces and other every month new forces are created and old forces are destroyed. Let's go, let's not block here, let's go to the lobby and find a good seat to do it. The auction venue here, the 2nd floor is for the powerhouses of the Tongtian ranking, and those below the Tongtian ranking can only gather in the lobby on the 1st floor. After about half an hour, almost all that could arrive has arrived. In a room on the 2nd floor, Han Feng and Meng Yaqing sat there, staring at the 1st floor through the glass window in front of them. This glass window can clearly see the outside, but outside can only see black. For the room on the 2nd floor, the higher the level of the Tongtian ranking, the higher the room number of the room. Han Feng and Meng Yaqing are located in the 1st room. Hao Mei and Zhen Shui are room 0. Jin Yuankong in room 2, with a little guess, knew that room 1 was most likely Han Feng. In the entire Tongtian ranking, except for those who have broken through to the heavenly rank, only this one is on his head. In the 2nd room, Jin Yuankong was unwilling and sighed for a long time. After a month, the guy is stronger now. Huh? In room 1, Han Feng found an acquaintance in the hall on the 1st floor, through the glass window. Immediately, Han Feng called a maid over and ordered a few words. These maids were left to help after the auction venue was temporarily rented out. The maid nodded clearly and left. They actually came. It seems that they have improved a lot after the Lake of Death. Meng Yaqing glanced down and smiled. Yeah, when they come, will you know how much your strength has improved? Han Feng shook the juice from the maid in his hand and drank it in one gulp. Before long, there was a knock on the door. Please come in. Haha, Han Feng, you didn't say a word when you came here. If I knew I had come directly, I stayed below and saw the eyes of those people looking at Lure. I really wanted to dig out their eyeballs. The voice was very loud, and it was Wang Qingsong. Wang Qingsong followed Lu Yue. After Han Feng stood up and hugged Wang Qingsong and separated, Han Feng said with contempt, "The cultivation base has already reached the peak of the 9-star peak, and it seems that it is not far from the 10-star. With the battle strength of the Tongtian ranking, you still go to the first floor lobby to mix. Who is to blame?" Lu Yue laughed beside her, and the two of them went to talk to Meng Yaqing. Wang Qingsong looked helpless. Didn't I just break through and didn't have time to challenge? Besides, I also want to break through to 10 stars, and then challenge after reaching 40% of my sword intent. At that time, my overall combat power is estimated to be able to, it is comparable to the middle and upper grades in the 5th grade of the Tongtian list. Instead of climbing up step by step, it is better to accumulate strength and become a blockbuster. Okay, it's up to you. Hurry up and sit down, the auction is about to start. Han Feng greeted Wang Qingsong and sat down. After Wang Qingsong sat down, he turned his head to look at the next door, his face sank. The next door is Long Shokong and the others. I want to see, what items will Long Shokong bid for? Han Feng instantly understood, this one was here to inquire about the enemy. If it's possible to mess up, that's even better. In front of the hall on the first floor, on a high platform about half a meter higher, Wan Chen slowly walked towards the front desk from the back. His voice suddenly increased, and a voice mixed with a few thoughts came out loudly. Welcome everyone to participate in the personal auction below. This auction there are more than 100 items, many of which are spiritual fruits and medicinal pills that can enhance the strength of the peak level, and they will be auctioned with points, and the highest bidder will know. Now I announce that the auction begins. The first item. The third one. The first item, a top-level death fruit, can enhance the physical strength of the top-level peak level. The base price is 10 points, and each increase shall not be less than 1 point. The rich black fruit was placed on the jade plate, exuding a wave of death energy. 11 points. 12 points. 15 points. Soon there were many martial artists bidding. There are not many auctions on the second floor. There are also a small number of 10-star warriors, and there are very few above 10-star. Although the top-level death fruit can enhance the physical strength of a peak-level warrior, only one is really limited. There may be some effects on the early and middle stage of the 10-star, and there is almost no effect on it, unless it is a large number of top-level death fruits. However, for the lower-level peak, the fruit of death plays a greater role. As long as it can withstand the death energy of the lower-level death fruit, the strength of the body will be greatly increased. The strength of the body increases, and the holy power that can be endured is also more, and then. In the end, this top fruit of death was auctioned off with 110 points. At this time, Han Feng in room 1 remembered what Jiang Feng said that day, that in the outer courtyard, unless there are a lot of death fruits or death flowers, they can't sell many points. Now it seems that it is correct. A top-level fruit of death has only sold for 110 points. Next, the items were auctioned one by one, and the highest points were as high as more than 200 points. More than 20 items were auctioned, and Han Feng made a rough calculation, and nearly 4,000 points were credited. And Han Feng knows that this auction is only the lowest value among the many items discussed yesterday, and the points will inevitably soar in the next auction. In fact, as Han Feng expected, the next item was auctioned for a high price of 400 points. After another 20 or 30 items passed, almost every item was traded for more than 600 or 700 points. At this time, Wan Chen took out an elixir. This is the profound pill that I bought before, but unfortunately I haven't taken it yet. I broke through to 9 stars, because of a certain opportunity. I will use it for auction today. The base price is 500 points, and each increase shall not be less than 10 points. 505. 600. Soon, the price of Pashandan exceeded the 600 mark. Han Feng's eyes turned red when he saw it. These more than 20 items were auctioned off, and Xuanhuan earned between 15,000 and 20,000 points. It is worthy of being a strong man who has accumulated several years in the outer court. The accumulation over the years has been converted into so many points. 800 points. When the price of Pashan pill was still hovering at more than 600 points, in the second room, Xuanhuan suddenly said that he directly raised the points to 800 points, which was increased by more than 100 points all at once. Such a huge improvement directly stunned everyone. When they heard that the voice belonged to Xuanhuan, everyone had no choice but to stop bidding. Now that Jingyantang's power is shrinking, it is still a behemoth. If you want to ignore Jingyantang, at least you have to wait until Xuanhuan and Jingyantang's deputy head Sun Sheng both enter the outer courtyard. In the second room, Xuanhuan endured the dissatisfaction in his heart. He said with a strong smile, "3 young masters, the Pashan pill has been auctioned off, so congratulations to second young master for breaking through to the 9 stars of the earth rank." 800 points. Xuanhuan is also preparing to auction other good things, and now he will give out 800 to Long Shokong. Xuanhuan really can't wait to strangle Long Shokong. The bastard who only makes trouble for him. Forget it, although the fall of Jingyun Hall is related to this bastard, the founder is the young master. When the 3 young masters enter the inner courtyard, I will see how the 3 young masters explain to the young master. Xuanhuan sneered inwardly. Xuanhuan believed that even if San Shao was the brother of that lord would not assume that nothing happened. Looking at Long Shokong's seemingly indifferent attitude, Xuanhuan sneered inwardly. Now, I'm afraid that Jingyantang is still the overlord of the past. In room 1, Wang Qingsong said indifferently, "It seems that this profound poisoning pill is used to enhance Long Shokong's strength, that is to say, Long Shokong is currently the strongest, which is the limit of the 8-star peak of the earth rank, and it is even very possible." Not yet. Long Shokong is no longer a strong enemy to me. When the people from Jingyantang enter the inner courtyard, I will break through 10 stars and increase the sword intent to 40%. First of all, I will use this Long Shokong to stand out. Wang Qingsong's eyes flashed with strong killing intent. Han Feng smiled and said, "Do you want me to auction it for you?" Without Pashandan, with that guy's aptitude, it will take at least half a month to break through to 9 stars. Of course, the premise is that he has already reached the peak of the 8-star limit, otherwise the time for this breakthrough will go further. Wang Qingsong shook his head, "Thank you for your kindness, but you don't need it. If you enter the inner courtyard, you may need more points, and you can't afford to waste it now, and it is precisely because Long Shokong can't wait to break the Shandan, which is exactly the reason. Long Shokong is far behind me in terms of cultivation, so there is nothing to be afraid of." Okay then. Thinking that he really didn't have many points, Han Feng didn't propose any more. In this way, Pashandan was taken into the bag by Xuanhuan at the price of 800 points. Xuanhuan was not dissatisfied. The price of Pashandan in the commercial street was 900, but it was only 100 more. If the profound pill is recycled to the commercial street, it will only get half of it. If it wasn't for this, Xuanhuan would have recycled all the unused things to the academy long ago. Where would the auction be held here? More than a dozen items were auctioned off, and Xuanhuan took out another medicinal pill. This medicinal pill was called the barrier-breaking pill, and the effect was several times stronger than that of the profound-breaking pill. Pashandan can make the peak limit of 7 stars on the ground level break through to 8 stars on the ground level, and it can also make the peak limit of 8 stars on the ground level break through to 9 stars on the ground level. But if you want to make the peak limit of 9 stars on the ground level break through to 10 stars on the ground level, then you can. It's a little more difficult. But the barrier-breaking pill can do it. Wang Qingsong was excited. This barrier-breaking pill was exactly what he needed now. The starting price of the barrier-breaking pill is 600 points. In an instant, the price of the barrier-breaking pill exceeded the 800 mark, and it slowed down after 850. 900. Wang Qingsong shouted. Han Feng opened his mouth wide. Do you have so many points? Wang Qingsong smiled strangely. In the Lake of Death, I didn't have enough points to disappear, but went to hunt monsters to find the fruit of death and the flower of death. It is indeed the mountain range in the central area. There are many powerful monsters, and the fruit of death. And the flower of death is also quite a lot. I have to say, I'm very lucky. I found a lot of death fruits and death flowers in a cave, but the guarded monsters are only level 11 monsters, so, what you can think of next? Han Feng nodded clearly. These points are because you sold the fruit of death and the flower of death. Wait, the points sold by the fruit of death today are so few, it can't be your reason. Suddenly, Han Feng suddenly realized, his face was strange. Wang Qingsong looked embarrassed. Maybe, it is estimated that I sold a lot of death fruit and death flower, so the market is saturated. Han Feng was speechless. Fortunately Wan Chen didn't care about that loss, otherwise. In the second room, Long Shoukong's face was ashen. Jin Yuan Kong. I asked you to auction off the barrier-breaking pill for me, didn't you hear it? Jin Yuan Kong looked dissatisfied. 3 young masters, you are only in the late 8-star stage. It will take a while to take the profound-breaking pill, let alone the barrier-breaking pill. The third young master doesn't need the barrier-breaking pill at all now. I don't need it now, but it won't be necessary in the future. Long Shoukong snorted coldly. Third young master, don't forget, the first room is probably the Han Feng. I think you are very clear about the combat power Han Feng showed last time. In addition, that person is still on good terms with Hao Meili, and Hao Meili has been able to, after breaking through to the heavenly rank. San Shao still wants to be slapped by that woman. Jin Yuan Kong said lightly. Long Shoukong's complexion changed instantly. Thinking of that woman, a trace of resentment flashed in Long Shoukong's eyes. That woman. For a long time, Long Shoukong held back his breath. Okay, I gave up. When I enter the inner courtyard next year, these people will die. I will let the big brother cut them all with 1,000 cuts. Long Shoukong gave up, but the people in the hall on the first floor outside were hesitating. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. The barrier-breaking pill can make the peak limit of the 9-star level break through to the 10-star level. That was the breakthrough from the late stage of the Earth to the pinnacle of the Earth. The powerhouses on the Tongtian ranking list, in addition to their combat power exceeding the ordinary 12 stars, are also 10 stars in their own cultivation. In other words, breaking through to 10 stars in the cultivation base is equivalent to stepping into the heavenly ranking with 1 foot. As long as the mastery of martial arts is not bad, the degree of mastery is quite deep, and there is no weak innate ability or alien energy, it can almost be ranked in the sky. The powerhouses in the Tongtian ranking have a very high status in the outer court, and it is also a kind of honor. Many masters of the 9-star level, especially those who have reached the peak 9-star level, are not willing to give up easily. However, who is in room 1? Jin Yuan Kong is only in room 2 this time. Room 0 is obviously Hao Meili. I saw it outside just now, and Hao Meili has also broken through the sky. What? Hao Meili has also broken through to heaven. Then this room is. It's that person, only that person has the strongest outbreak that surpassed Jin Yuan Kong. This was more than a month ago, and now more than a month later. I'm afraid it's even more terrifying. When he mentioned that person, everyone was stunned. After thinking for a long time, they still gave up. Such a genius, as long as he does not fall, the inner court will soon be able to make a name for himself. Offending such a person is too much of a loss. Thinking of this, many warriors of the 9-star level have given up. After spending 900 points, Wang Qingsong easily obtained the barrier-breaking pill. Wan Chen was full of grievances. This is an elixir that can make the late stage of the earth break through to the peak of the earth. It is not something that Pashian pill can compare with. The normal price is at least 1,200 points. This time it's a big loss. In room 1, Wang Qingsong looked happy. Han Feng, thanks to you, otherwise, I would never have obtained the barrier-breaking pill so easily. Han Feng waved his hand, indicating nothing, but secretly said sorry to Wan Chen in his heart. But 300 points. This loss should be bearable. The auction is quickly coming to an end. Wan Chen took out the male chastity belt with a painful face. Han Feng looked at Wan Chen with sympathy. Han Feng even saw Wan Chen's hands shaking. He grinned, but luckily it wasn't him who auctioned off, otherwise. Wan Chen felt a chill all over his body when he thought of being stared at by so many weird eyes and looking at him with perverted eyes. In the end, he might even become the public enemy of men. This is. When Wan Chen took out the chastity belt, everyone's eyes were full of doubts. This thing didn't seem to have any energy fluctuations, it was just an ordinary item. But soon, the peculiar shape made a group of men look weird. As the owner of something, men always think of it first before women. Looking at Wan Chen again, these male warriors all widened their eyes and looked incredulous. In the second room, Jing Yuan Kong looked dull. I saw it wrong, I didn't expect that Wan Chen's perversion could not be inferior to Hao Mimi. After the male warriors, the female warriors also read and reacted, their cheeks were slightly red, and they cursed in their hearts. Abnormal. Wretched maniac. Asshole. It's a misunderstanding of him. No need to listen, just thinking about it, Wan Chen knew that someone was scolding him secretly, and Wan Chen felt aggrieved. But there are also a small number of women with bright eyes. Cough, this thing. After explaining the effect, Wan Chen gritted his teeth and said, the reserve price is 10 points, and each increase must not be less than 1 point. In room 0, Hao Mei showed her teeth and danced her claws. This bastard, the auction is so cheap, my mother spent countless materials to make this thing, at least equivalent to hundreds of points. Xin Shui secretly rejoiced that it was fortunate that the auction went out, otherwise he would be the one who suffered. The reserve price of Wan Chen's auction was so low that some people were suspicious. Soon, one person thought, Hao Mei did something like this without a lower limit, right? As soon as these words came out, it was like breaking through the clouds and seeing the bright moon, and in an instant everyone understood. Wan Chen was so excited that he was about to cry, and finally the title of pervert was washed away. The auction venue fell into silence. After a while, just when Wan Chen thought the auction would pass, a female warrior finally bid. Wan Chen had a pity on his face, and what he hoped most was a stream shot. With the beginning, intermittently, more than a dozen female warriors competed one after another, and soon the price was raised to dozens of points. Han Feng looked at him and said, it seems that many women have a devil hidden in their hearts. Lu Yuer muttered, should I get one? Wang Qingsong was shocked and looked horrified. Yuer, don't. Lu Yuer chuckled, scare you. Wang Qingsong covered his heart with a look of grief and indignation, this is not fun. Han Feng glanced at Meng Yaqing furtively, and found that Meng Yaqing had no interest in this thing, and was greatly relieved. Due to the weirdness of the auction items, except for the voices of a few female warriors, the entire auction arena was very silent, which was completely different from the whispered discussions of each auction item before. Some male warriors even judged the voices of these female warriors. In the future, if you are looking for girlfriends, you will never be able to find these few. It is simply asking for a dead end. In the second room, Long Shokong's voice was disdainful, full of sarcasm. It's a failure. There are actually 2 round bags in the back. Don't you know that there is only 1 male? Or is the creator's man a mutant? There are 2? Based on Jin Yuankong's judgment, Long Shokong naturally guessed that the creator was Hao Meili, but he finally couldn't swallow the breath he had been hit with a palm before, so he sneered. Long Shokong is very happy. There is a deformed man. This is really the sadness of that woman. As soon as these words came out, the originally quiet arena became even more silent, as if the sound of a leaf falling to the ground could be heard. The few female voices who asked for the price stopped abruptly. Everyone's eyes focused strangely and horribly towards the second room. In room 2, Jin Yuankong's expressions were sluggish. Long Shokong suddenly felt uneasy. Wanchen Auction Arena, the auction has ended. Many warriors filed out. In the past auctions, those warriors who did not auction the items they wanted to auction would inevitably be disappointed, but this time, all the warriors seemed to be trying their best to endure something when they came out, and their bodies were shaking. Han Feng and Meng Yaqing walked out with a strange look on their faces. Wang Qingsong's body trembled, and suddenly he couldn't hold it anymore. He laughed happily. Ha ha ha, I really can't stand it anymore, Long Shokong. There is also today. 1, he has only 1, is he still a man? He actually thought he was normal, and it was abnormal for others to have 2. Did the Long family never tell him? Wang Qingsong was full of joy when he thought that Long Shokong had lost such a big face today. Han Feng's face was distorted. Today is really shocking. Although Lu Yuer endured it hard, she still pulled Wang Qingsong's sleeve. Stop laughing. If you laugh again, that bastard might end up fighting with you. Wang Qingsong looked disdainful. Fight as hard as I can, I'm afraid of him. Suddenly, icy eyes swept over. Wang Qingsong looked at him, and it was Long Shokong looking at him with red eyes, as if he was going to swallow him. The warriors who haven't walked away are all looking at jokes and gloating on their faces. You. Long Shokong pointed at Han Feng and Wang Qingsong, and their group was speechless. What am I? Want to work hard? Then come, a great man with an egg. Wang Qingsong was triumphant. Puff. Long Xiu's air attacked his heart, and he spit out a mouthful of blood in an instant. He fell straight to the ground. He was caught by Jin Yuankong before he fell completely. Jin Yuankong's face was tangled. On the one hand, I also feel happy. Jin Yuankong has accumulated a lot of dissatisfaction every time he is drunk by Long Shokong. While everyone was enduring hardships, an incomparably huge pressure suddenly appeared in the sky, and this pressure was full of solemnity, greatness, and shock. 5th. The 6th update will be relatively late, about 2 in the morning, and you can watch it the next day. This chapter Cabbage is evil, Jia Jia. This is. Although this coercion is strong, it does not have any tendency to attack, so although everyone is a little uncomfortable to be oppressed, they still have time to look at the sky with curious eyes. In the sky, a golden light beam came quickly and stopped in mid-air. After the golden light dissipated, a dignified, middle-aged man with black hair and black pupils appeared in everyone's sight. Sanctuary Powerhouse. The waves of powerful aura undoubtedly showed that this middle-aged man who was stagnant in mid-air without relying on any flying skills, was a super powerhouse at the sanctuary level. How come the sanctuary powerhouses come here? What will happen? Instead, Han Feng and Meng Yaqing looked at each other and had some guesses. Sure enough, the next moment the middle-aged sanctuary powerhouse said smoothly, "Where are Wan Chen, Hao Meili, Shen Shuai, and Meng Yaqing?" Han Feng secretly admired that he was worthy of being a strong man in the sanctuary. Hearing the strange names of Hao Meili and Shen Shuai had no influence. The other warriors were surprised that the Lord of the Sanctuary came to look for these 4 people. Thinking that the 3 of Wan Chen are already in the heavens, could it be? A group of warriors were horrified. Does this mean that the newcomers who have only been in the outer courtyard for more than 5 months have surpassed their old people and have been promoted to the heavenly rank first? Is this still human? Thinking of Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu, a group of old people twitched at the corners of their mouths. These 3 people can no longer be described as perverted, they are simply evildoers. In fact, when it comes to aptitude, Hu Xiaodai is not bad at all, but as a monster, Hu Xiaodia's cultivation speed cannot be compared with that of humans. Even if it can be transformed into a human form in advance. But in contrast, Hu Xiaodai now has a long life even if it is not a sanctuary, but a small land, which is the benefit of beasts. Meng Yaqing walked out slowly, and the 3 Wanchen in the auction arena ran out, without caring about dividing up the points, and all bowed down respectfully. Junior Meng Yaqing, Wan Chen, Hao Meili, Zhen Shuai, see my seniors. The middle-aged sanctuary strong man said lightly, just call me Ziyun Dharma Protector. When he glanced at Meng Yaqing, Ziyun's face softened a little, and then he said to the 4, are you ready to go to the inner courtyard with this protector? Wan Chen took a step forward, Senior, it will take some time, please wait for a while. It's okay. Ziyun Protector waved his hand lightly. A group of warriors looked at each other in dismay, and immediately left here. The waved hand not only signaled Wan Chen to continue preparing, but also signaled them to leave. Han Feng glanced at Meng Yaqing, smiled and blessed, and left with Wang Qingsong. It was not until everyone left that Protector Ziyun smiled and said to Meng Yaqing, Meng girl, congratulations on being valued by Elder Tian Xing. Soon after entering the inner courtyard, Elder Tian Xing will accept you as a disciple. Wan Chen's eyes widened. Although it was expected that Meng Yaqing would be valued, the fact that she was valued by Elder Tian Xing was somewhat beyond the expectations of Wan Chen and the others. The same is the peak strength of the sanctuary, and there are highs and lows. Elder Heavenly Punishment is an extremely top existence in the peak of the sanctuary. His cultivation base has reached the 27th level of the sanctuary, and he is only half a step away from stepping into the small perfection of the sanctuary. Being accepted as a disciple by such an elder, even Wan Chen and the 3 of them were a little jealous. On the contrary, Meng Yaqing looked indifferent, neither arrogant nor impetuous. This made Protector Ziyun nodded in satisfaction. In this continent, everyone will have many masters and teachers in their life, so Meng Yaqing did not reject Elder Tian Xing's apprenticeship because of the existence of the guardian of the Great Jin Kingdom. Han Feng separated Wang Qingsong and quickly returned to Lingqiao Garden. For the rest of the time, Han Feng has to sprint hard and try his best to reach the peak of the 12 stars. Then when you enter the secret realm of assessment, take the last Tian Luogua in the shortest time to hit the heavenly rank. Han Feng's return made Woli heave a sigh of relief, and then joked, you're back, these days when you're not here, these spirit grasses are about to wither, I can't compare to you. Elder Zishu is about to scold me to death. Han Feng smiled and said, Brotherin is exhausted. These are some top-quality condensing pills, please accept them. These condensing pills were given to Han Feng by Wan Chen. Han Feng understood what Wan Chen meant, which was to work together in the inner courtyard. This is too precious. There are at least a few of the condensing pills in a small bottle, and there are 200 or 300 points. For in Woli, it is indeed a lot of points. Brethren, please accept it. You also know that I will participate in the inner court assessment at the end of this month. Maybe I won't come back in the future. Brethren has taken care of me for so long, and it is estimated that I will not have time to repay in the future. Han Feng is stubborn. I want to give Woli the top quality Ningling pill. Han Feng's cultivation base has been upgraded to the early stage of the 12-star level, and there are only a few of the top-grade condensing pills, which can hardly improve. On the contrary, it can play a role in the late stage of Woli. A few top-quality condensing pills are enough to raise a small realm within a star. Then I'll accept it. And Wooly couldn't push back, and finally went on. After a few chats, and Wooly left on the grounds of not disturbing Han Feng to prepare for the inner court assessment. Han Feng came to the two spiritual fields he was guarding, and spilled the diluted spiritual liquid. These wilted spirit grasses burst out with vitality again. In the wooden house, Han Feng began to practice. In the Xuanhuan Tower, Han Feng entered the time room and practiced the fourth slash of the 5 flames / the black flame demon poundering slash. Before I knew it, a few days passed, and when Han Feng came out again, black flame demon possession had already cultivated to the state of perfection. The 9 flames and different fire art has been upgraded to the 5th level, and the time room has also been upgraded to the 4th level. The time room of the 4th level has a maximum multiple of 100. At present, Han Feng is not rich enough to adjust to the level of 100 to 1 in a few days. If this is the case, cultivating for a few days is almost equivalent to cultivating for a year. It is indeed difficult to cultivate heaven-level martial arts with an earth-level cultivation base, but because the physical quality and mental strength are comparable to the heaven level, it is not difficult to the point where it cannot be successfully cultivated. The black flame demon slashing cultivation to the realm of perfection is considered an additional ultimate move. After integrating the Kanglin profound fire, the formidable power has surpassed the low-level rank of the sky, but it cannot reach the middle rank of the celestial rank. If I break through to the sky rank, the extreme day holy flame has completely replaced the Kanglin Xuanhuan, and it may be able to reach the top-level mid-level martial arts of the sky after fusion. Now that the fire lotus seeds have matured, it's time to hit the pinnacle level of the 12 stars. Refining these fire lotus seeds one by one into the source liquid to absorb, Han Feng fell into the practice. Another few days passed, and Han Feng practiced unimpededly to the pinnacle of the 12-star level, and it was the pinnacle limit. In the short period of nearly 6 months after entering the Baidu Academy, Han Feng has stepped into the peak of the earth, and is only one step away from the heaven. For the rest of the time, Han Feng practiced Skyfire Fighting Fist, hoping to break through to the 10th level of Skyfire Fighting Fist. It's a pity that the fire energy required for the 10th layer is too huge. After most of the fire lotus seed source liquid was used to improve the cultivation, the remaining fire lotus seed source liquid only made the 9th layer of the Tianhua battle body hit the 10th layer in half a step. The level has not stepped into the 10th level of the Skyfire battle body. Han Feng got up regretfully. It seems that the 10th level breakthrough of Tianhua Fighting Fist is the same as that of Tianjia, and can only be broken through in the secret assessment. There is not much time until the inner courtyard assessment, and the rest of the time, just take a good rest and take care of the Lingshu grass. The inner courtyard of Baidu University. Compared with the outer courtyard, the environment here is much more difficult. Most of the buildings are just wooden houses or stone houses, and only a few are courtyard villas. In a villa, the slender, blue-haired man stood up lightly, to make the Jingyun Hall I created look like this, a bunch of trash. Han Feng? Zhan Fuyu? It seems that I haven't been in the outer court for a long time, and my reputation has weakened. In this case, this time in the inner court assessment, let those rookies in the outer court recall the horror of my day. Gu Huichen. This subordinate is here, see the helm master. Suddenly, a man in a blue-robed warrior costume appeared in front of the slender blue-haired man and knelt down on one knee. 6 more and 15,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Gu Huichen, I have reported you to the hall master, and the hall master has agreed that you will enter the secret realm to conduct an assessment in the outer court. You must not disappoint the hall master and my expectations for you. With your current limit of 3-star peak. Of course, your cultivation will suppress your strength, but it will not prevent you from absorbing the energy inside. If you stay in it for a day, maybe you will touch the 4-star bottleneck when you come out. the slender, spam-haired man faintly rode. Gu Huichen looked excited. My subordinates will never live up to the expectations of the helmsman and the hall master. I wonder what else the helmsman has ordered. Gu Huichen is not stupid. The inner court assessment will not pay much attention to the level of the hall master. In fact, in the entire inner courtyard, most of the attention paid to the assessment of the inner courtyard is the existence of the early days of heaven. These existences in the inner courtyard today are basically 1 or 2 years, and they have not completely gotten rid of the shadow of the outer courtyard. After the 4-star rank, it has basically been completely integrated into the inner courtyard. No matter how strong the outer court is, entering the inner court is still at the bottom. The powerhouses in the inner court, especially the powerhouses on the semi-sacred list, would pay attention to such a rookie. It is true that the top group of the outer courtyard will have good geniuses, but who can enter the inner courtyard and make a name for themselves in the inner courtyard? Which one is not a genius? If it weren't for the fact that the inner court and some high-level officials in the inner court did not pay much attention to the assessment of the inner court, Gu Huichen would not have been nominated by a mere rudder-level powerhouse. After all, the powerhouses in the inner court and the high-level officials in the inner court did not pay much attention to who would go to the secret realm to conduct the assessment in the outer court. As long as the cultivation base is in the early days of the heaven rank, it is the same for anyone who goes there. The slender blue-haired man nodded with satisfaction. Yes, I do have one thing to tell you to do. There are 2 people called Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu who will be assessed in the outer court this time. If possible, let them sleep in the secret territory. His tone was indifferent. Yes. Gu Huichen's expression froze, and nodded in response. Leaving the villa, Gu Huichen wiped a cold sweat on his forehead, as expected of the powerhouse closest to the hall master level, who is very likely to step into the holy manifestation list. Those 2 people in the outer courtyard are really unlucky, and I don't know where they are. Provoked such existence. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me, I just need to complete the task. In the pure Yuan secret realm, it is not easy to kill 2 people in the outer courtyard. In the pure Yuan secret realm for 1 day, I may waste my time on catching people. A lot of practice is the right thing. I have reached the peak limit of 3 stars in the sky, and it will take at least 3 months to break through to the 4 stars in the sky. And after absorbing the pure energy in the pure Yuan secret, I am very likely to be in the sky. Touch the bottleneck in the shortest time, and then shorten the time to break through. 3-star and 4-star heaven rank, that is the gap between the early heaven rank and the middle heaven rank, and it is not so easy to cross. Even if everyone is a genius, the speed of cultivation will slow down when they reach the heavenly rank, and it is common to improve 1 year in half a year. In the later stage, it is normal to only increase 1 star a year. Even the bottlenecks in the middle and late stages, and the bottlenecks at the late stage and peak level, it is not impossible for them to stagnate for several years. If you want to graduate from the inner courtyard, you must break through to the sanctuary level, which will take longer. The reason why Han Feng's mother Lei Yuanjia was able to improve from 4 stars to 5 or 6 stars in a short period of time was because of the sanctuary codex, and it took a lot of time to achieve it. Don't you see, it took nearly 10 years for Lei Yuanjia to upgrade from 1 star to 4 stars. After nearly 10 years of accumulation, as soon as I got the sanctuary codex, the accumulation exploded. There has been a huge improvement in a short period of time. Going forward, even if there is a sanctuary codex, the improvement will be extremely slow. There is even the help of Ziding Leiguang. Outer courtyard. After the elder Zishu continued the inspection, he took away the lingshu grass that could already be used to refine the condensing pill, and said reluctantly, "If you leave, the amount of lingshu grass will be greatly reduced." Han Feng smiled. "Brethren, they are also good." Elder Zishu nodded slightly. "Apart from you, these guys are indeed relatively good beings. Well, for the sake of you're about to enter the inner courtyard, this time, the old man will give a little more." Han Feng took out the gold medal of the King of War, swept away his mental power, and opened his mouth instantly. This time, the points given by Elder Zishu turned out to be as many as 4,000. 4,000 points, far exceeding the value of the spirit void grass he cultivated. Han Feng was deeply moved, and then joked, "Elder Zishu is really confident in the juniors. If the juniors fail to pass the seniors, wouldn't it be heartache to death?" It took more than 2,000 points. Elder Zishu snorted softly, "This old man's eyesight has always been very good. If you can pass, you will definitely pass. If you really don't pass, it would be even better. Just serve me for a few more months. In the next few months, I will only be able to pass. I'll give you basic points, the old man is so distressed." Han Feng choked. After saying goodbye to Elder Zishu and Wuli and others, Han Feng came to a square in the outer courtyard. Here, more than 200 elites from the outer court have gathered. In addition to the 200 people on the Tongtian ranking, there are dozens of outer court warriors who have also reached the 10-star cultivation base. Some of these people are already comparable to the battle strength of the Tongtian ranking, and have not had time to challenge, and some are not as good as they are, but they are extremely close. Han Feng soon discovered Zhang Fuyu, and his mental power was swept away. He immediately knew Zhang Fuyu's cultivation base, and he had already reached the peak limit of the 12 stars of the Earth rank. The same as the peak limit, Han Feng found that Zhang Fuyu was half a chip better than himself. Han Feng laughed, "I thought you would break through to the heavenly rank before the inner court assessment." Zhang Fuyu smiled lightly, "My aptitude is not as good as Miss Meng, so naturally I can't break through the bottleneck between the Earth rank and the heaven rank in such a short period of time. Not to mention I want to earn more points during the inner court assessment." Han Feng raised his eyebrows and nodded to show he understood. After looking around for a week, there were quite a few overlord-level characters, even Sun Xing, who was not healed from his injuries. Sun Xingzhang's gaze towards Han Feng was full of gloom and hatred, as well as a strong sense of fear. Han Feng chuckled and didn't take it seriously. He didn't even give Sun Xing a serious look. Sun Xing's strength is not worth mentioning to the current Han Feng. Zhang Fuyu obviously discovered this scene, and said with great interest, "It seems that your strength has also improved a lot. Speaking of which, the two of us have always failed to learn from each other due to various accidents." This time, the inner court was assessed. "How about a chat?" Han Feng immediately waved his hand, "This time the assessment is not a knockout round. Let's see who gets the highest score or earns the highest score at that time. Let's talk about it after passing the inner court assessment." Zhang Fuyu thought about it too, so he didn't mention the battle. In the entire square, everyone is waiting for the strong man coming from the inner courtyard. This wait is to wait until nearly noon. Just when someone was getting anxious, a golden light suddenly flew from the distance, the golden light receded, and a familiar face appeared. This time, the one sent by the inner court was actually Ziyun Protector. Protector Ziyun pressed his hand down, and everyone who was excited by the arrival of Protector Ziyun immediately quieted down. Protector Ziyun said indifferently, "This time, going to the secret realm of Pure Yuan for the assessment is not without danger. It is very likely that some people will fall and sleep in the secret realm of Pure Yuan." This protector will ask again, "Can anyone quit? First delivery. Ask for flowers." Everyone was silent, and it was already at this moment, where would anyone quit? Working so hard in the outer court, isn't it just to rush into the inner court? Protector Ziyun seemed to have anticipated this for a long time, and said lightly again, "No one really quit. You know, even if you don't take the inner court assessment, as long as your cultivation base breaks through to the heavenly rank, you can go to the inner court, which is better than doing it in the Pure Yuan secret realm. Exams are much safer." As soon as these words came out, many people's expressions changed and they hesitated. but in the end, only 3 people left. Seeing this, Protector Ziyun said coldly, "Follow me if you insist on the assessment." With a flick of his sleeves, a white cloud rose from the feet of everyone, floating everyone in the air. "You are too slow, and this guardian will take you to the inner court." As soon as the words fell, Ziyun Protector turned into a golden light and shot into the distance, followed by a white cloud with a radius of several hundred meters at an extremely fast speed. Such a speed is simply not comparable to the heaven rank. The back mountain of the outer courtyard quickly retreated in the eyes of everyone. Soon he reached the sky deep in the back mountain, and vaguely heard a powerful alien roaring out, and then quickly passed through. Although everyone in the outer courtyard has entered the back mountain, they have never reached the back mountain as deep as this. Flying over the sky at this moment, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, they didn't go, otherwise there would be no bones left. For a long time, the people in the outer courtyard only thought that the alien beasts in the back mountain were the strongest and only comparable to the heaven rank, but in the center of the back mountain, they found many alien beasts that were comparable to the initial limit of the heaven rank and even the midday rank. Of course, the precious spiritual fruits guarded by these alien beasts also made everyone envious. After passing through these back mountains, everyone came to a residence similar to the outer courtyard. Landed in a square, and in the center of the square there was a formation similar to a teleportation formation with a radius of nearly 100 meters. Protector Ziyun pointed to the huge teleportation array. "Entering this teleportation array, you will be teleported to the Pure Yuan secret realm. Now, I will give you the number plate first." Protector Ziyun stretched out his hand and pointed in the sky, and countless golden streamers burst out, shooting at everyone. Han Feng raised his hand, and the golden streamer had already hit Han Feng's hand. He firmly grasped the streamer, and Han Feng slowly opened his hand. Number 108. It's really far behind. Han Feng walked to Zhang Fuyu. Zhang Fuyu took out the golden number plate. "Mine is number 66. Han Feng said in a slightly joking voice, "I hope my hostile number card is not you later." The corner of Zhang Fuyu's mouth twitched. "It's not so coincidental." Han Feng also thought about it. More than 200 people. How could it be so coincidental that the two of them were on the same side? After the golden number plate was sent, the other hand of the Ziyun Dharma Protector stretched out. His index finger was a little in the void, and black streamers swept out one after another. Snapped. Steady catching the black streamer, Han Feng spread out his palm, and it was 52. Looking at Zhang Fuyu, it was 204. It really wasn't so coincidental. Putting away the 2 number cards, Han Feng shook his head slightly. "It really needs luck. If you can't meet the number 52, you must hunt 5 people. If your luck is bad and your number card is robbed at the beginning, you will have to hunt 10 people, which will be even more difficult." After handing out the number cards, Protector Ziyun flicked his sleeves and said indifferently, "Enter the teleportation formation." The people muttered in their hearts. This Dharma Protector was too indifferent to them, not even encouraging them on the surface. However, the other party is a strong man at the sanctuary level after all. No matter how much everyone muttered in their hearts, they finally walked silently towards the teleportation formation. The dazzling blue light formed a hemispherical light curtain that instantly enveloped everyone. The blue light was bright, and when the light gradually weakened and gradually disappeared, more than 200 people had disappeared without a trace and were sent to the Pure Yuan secret realm. Pure Yuan secret realm, the sky is an illusory blue, and faint starlight pours down from the sky. On the ground is a lush green forest, and the trees contain surging vitality. Suddenly, the sky distorted, and then more than 200 rays of light shrouded in an illusory light curtain shot towards the earth. Boom! A ray of light hit the ground fiercely, and a huge pit was smashed into the ground. A figure jumped out suddenly. It was Han Feng. Han Feng stared at this huge pit, and there was a special energy wave at the bottom of the pit. Beneath the real land on the surface, it turned out to be an illusory blue starlight. Starlight surged, and the original giant crater recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In almost a few seconds, the giant crater was restored to its original state, as if nothing had happened at the beginning. A great secret realm. Han Feng muttered to himself. With his chest up and down, Han Feng took a deep breath. The pure energy made the pores of Han Feng's whole body open comfortably, and countless pure airflow poured into Han Feng's body. Xuanhuan is about to move. Han Feng showed a smile. As expected of the pure Yuan Qi in the secret realm of pure Yuan, it is so comfortable. Even without Tian Luogua, I am confident that I will successfully break through to the heavenly rank within 9 days. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud bang within a distance of less than 100 meters from Han Feng. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. It's so lucky that someone landed near me, and I got 1 point. A figure jumped out. Han Feng was stunned, and laughed completely. This figure is Sun Xing. At that time, it was difficult for Han Feng to defeat the deputy head of Jingyun Hall. It's you. Sun Xing also saw Han Feng at the moment, and his face changed greatly. Han Feng clapped his palms. Fate, I didn't expect that we would meet here. Are you ready to hand over the number plate? Han Feng has an expression of I will eat you. Sun Xing's face was ugly, and he gritted his teeth coldly. I haven't been in vain in the past 2 months. I'm already close to the peak of the 12 stars of the Earth rank. Don't think you can beat me as easily as you did 2 months ago. By the way, the Hall Master has already obtained special contact information through secret means, and this special contact method can ignore the interference of the pure essence secret realm. In other words, it will not take long for the Hall Master, Zhu Hall Master and Chi Hall Master to gather here. When the time comes, it must be you who will be in a desperate situation. Sun Xing knew that Han Feng was powerful, but he did not think that Han Feng alone had the ability to deal with the 4 of them. Special contact information? It seems that you have a secret contact information with the founder of Jingyun Hall in the inner courtyard. But so what? I can guarantee that before Jin Yuan Kong and the others arrive, I will take you 1 step further. Solve it. Han Feng smiled lightly, not paying attention to Sun Xing at all. I'm not ashamed to say it. Sun Xing shot instantly, extremely cold frost endless ice crystals. Knowing that Han Feng was difficult to deal with, Sun Xing's first shot was a killing move that combined the extreme cold and frost of alien ice attribute energy. Countless ice crystals condensed out from the sky and covered the sun, like a sharp sword slamming down. Han Feng's expression remained unchanged. He waved his hand gently, and a blue flame appeared in front of him, covering his whole body. Countless ice crystals bombarded Han Feng, making a rumbling sound. The icy cold air swept out like a tornado. Sun Xing sneered again and again. You are extremely arrogant. You don't even need tricks. Do you really think you are strong enough to ignore my attack? Seeing that Han Feng didn't even use the Skyfire fighting body, Sun Xing felt that he was insulted. For a while, Sun Xing was even more annoyed. Second more. The frost gradually disintegrated, and the next situation made Sun Xing's pupils shrink. I saw that Han Feng was burning with blue flames all over his body, unscathed. Sun Xing took a step back subconsciously in shock. How is this possible? Han Feng didn't care. His physical strength reached the level of heaven. These endless ice crystals fused with extremely cold frost are indeed powerful, and even the Kanglan profound fire can only resist a part of it, or weaken a part of the power of the ice crystal. But it was these weakenings, and the remaining ice crystals, Han Feng resisted only with physical strength. The cold air invaded the body, and it was completely annihilated by the extreme day holy flame that had already thriving. Fusion, Frost Spear. Sun Xing panicked. The reason why Sun Xing didn't care before was because Sun Xing thought he could stop him for a while, and this period of time was enough for Jin Yuankong and others to come. But now, Sun Sheng was not sure. As Han Feng said before, he is likely to be killed by Han Feng before Jin Yuankong and others arrive. Therefore, Sun Sheng immediately ran to the rest of the forest as the frost spears shot hundreds of feet into the sky. Han Feng's face was expressionless, and suddenly 9 meters of sky feathers opened behind him. At the same time, Han Feng displayed the wings of the blue dragon and merged into the mysterious fire of the blue sky. The dragon wings of the blue flame instantly merged into Jiaomi Tianyu. Boom! The 9-meter flame dragon wing feathers unfolded, and the surging flames burst out like a storm. The 9-meter Tianyu is already comparable to the mid-level low-level heaven-level martial arts, and integrated into the ground-level top-level flying martial arts Tsanglong Wing and Kanglin Profound Fire. Its power is not weaker than the top-level low-level heaven-level martial arts. The flame power unintentionally released by these flame dragon wings has far surpassed the level of the land. The frost spear has not yet approached Han Feng, and has been completely blocked by these flames. Frost and flames collided, making a chi-chi sound. Han Feng's wings fluttered, and flame feathers swept out. Boom boom boom. Under the rain attack of countless blue flame feathers, the frost spears of hundreds of meters collapsed in an instant, turned into air currents and rushed into the sky, and after cooling, they liquefied into liquid, pouring down like a torrential rain. Glancing at Sun Sheng, who was escaping quickly, Han Feng looked playful. Want to run? Opening Tianyu, Han Feng quickly chased away at a ghostly speed. Sun Sheng inadvertently glanced back, scared to death. Damn, how did this guy's power become so strong, 2 months ago? Today he understates my attack. I am a warrior at the limit of the late 12 stars. The current speed is even more comparable to the sky. Am I going to die here? A flash of despair flashed in Sun Sheng's heart, and he gritted his teeth even more about his luck. The overlord level left 3 at once. He was also the top figure in the entire outer courtyard, but he felt close to Han Feng, and now he is being chased as if he had lost his family. Stop escaping, and die. Fusion Black Flame Demon Slash. The black flame swept through Han Feng's entire right arm, and the entire right arm turned into a huge sword wrapped in black flames. With a terrifying black flame, the giant sword turned into a sword light of hundreds of meters, and slashed across Sun Sheng's body in an instant. Boom! The passing flames burned directly on the ground. Jianguang drew a gap hundreds of meters deep on the ground. Sun Sheng was directly turned into annihilation under this blow. Only the golden number plate made of special materials was not damaged at all, and was taken by Han Feng. Don't look at the fact that Han Feng's cultivation base is only the peak of the 12-star peak, and his true essence has already surpassed the ground level. Even if it can't be compared to the sky level, it is very close. The Black Flame Demon Smashing Slash, which incorporates the Kanglin Profound Fire, is beyond the level of the low-ranking heaven, and it is too simple to kill Sun Sheng in seconds, and it is extremely easy. Han Feng stared at the place where Sun Sheng was wiped out with a complicated expression, sighed and left. In just 2 months, this existence that used to be a powerful enemy to him is now just an ant. After Han Feng left, faint starlight emerged from the depths of the ground, and the gap hundreds of meters deep recovered at a speed that Yen could see. Not far from the place where Sun Sheng eliminated, Han Feng directly found a place for shallow cultivation. Countless pure yuan qi condensed and poured into Han Feng's body. At the Dantian, 108 fire attribute true crystals are shining brightly, and it can even be said to be a riot, and there is a tendency to directly break through. The energy of pure yuan qi is far beyond what ordinary spiritual energy can compare to. Constantly absorbing the qi of pure yuan, Han Feng felt that he was getting closer and closer to the level of heaven. If he had to wait for Jin Yuankong and the 3 to come and destroy them, Han Feng would have already found a hidden place to take Tian Luogua advanced heaven rank. Without waiting too much time, the three of Jin Yuan Kong had already arrived at the place where Sun Xing had fallen. Zhu Jingtai frowned. Strange, according to that connection, this is indeed the last place Sun Xing appeared. Why is there no one? Could it be? Qi Ping thought of a possibility. His expression changed. Jin Yuan Kong even blurted out, "Oops, rewind." In the entire outer courtyard, only those two people could eliminate Sun Xing in such a short period of time. No matter who it is extremely difficult to provoke existence. To deal with these two people, we must wait for the arrival of the inner court powerhouse on the last day. Zhu Jingtai and Qi Ping obviously also thought of those two people, and the three people continued to retreat. Hehe, since you're here, you don't have to leave. The faint voice came out, and Han Feng's figure flashed, and he was already blocked in front of the three of them. At this time, Han Feng had to thank the special nature of Chunyuan's secret realm, which could constantly make up for the damage caused by their battles. Otherwise, the gap of hundreds of meters deep, as long as you look at it from a distance, you will know that something is wrong. Sure enough, it's you. Jin Yuan Kong's trio looked awkward. Holding back his anger, Jin Yuan Kong muttered, "Han Feng, after the incident 2 months ago, we have done our best to avoid you and not provoke you. Are you really going to kill them today?" Han Feng sneered, "Avoid me, because you are not sure of defeating me, otherwise I believe you will definitely take action. Don't tell me that the three powerhouses from the inner courtyard have no help from you this time. Instead of joining forces when the time comes, it's better to kill you now and get 3 points. Go." As soon as Han Feng's voice fell, the three Jin Yuan Kong took action. Obviously, the three of them didn't think that Han Feng would let them go. The previous communication was just looking for an opportunity to make a move. Powerful energy fluctuations swept out from the three of them, and it was shockingly the three attribute fluctuations of darkness, earth and light. A strong breath surged out like a tornado. If it was before, Han Feng would have been panting under such a breath. But now, Han Feng has been able to accept these breaths indifferently, without the slightest influence. Dark Sky Demon Blade. Break Punch. Eternal Moonlight. Jin Yuan Kong clasped his hands together, raised them high, and then suddenly made a slashing action. In the void, a blade of hundreds of feet of sky-high condensed purely from dark energy seemed to cut through the space and slashed towards Han Feng. The phantom of the barbarian god appeared behind Zhu Jingtai, and his khaki fist slammed away. And flush, the whole body lit up with white light, and the moon arc-shaped light was cut out. The third one. This blow from the three of them is undoubtedly the killing move of the three of them. In the face of such a killer move, Han Feng's face became solemn. Even he could not be indifferent to these three people and rely on his body to resist. After all, after 2 months of preparation for these three, Zhu Jingtai and Qi Ping have been promoted to the peak of the 12 stars, and Jin Yuan Kong has been promoted to the peak of the 12 stars, which is only 1 step away from the heavenly rank. Judging from the depth of its true essence, it is obvious that it has touched the bottleneck of that layer, and it can be advanced only after absorbing enough pure essence energy. Pity. Han Feng shook his head slightly in his heart. With his shot, these people are destined to fall here. The 9th level of the Skyfire battle body, Condensate. Extremely Daylight Sacred Flame, Black Flame Demon Slash. The cultivation base has soared, and the Black Flame Demon's slashing level has soared to the mid-level martial skill level of the sky. The power of Han Feng's slash is extremely astonishing. Black flames and milky white flames entangle each other to create a unique alternative color. The flaming giant sword descended from the sky and slashed fiercely on the Qing Tian blade, only to hear a dull loud bang, and the black airflow shrouded the blade directly shattered. The khaki punch was also split in half under this cut. The arc-shaped bright slash was directly swallowed by the flames. Rumbling. In front of Han Feng, from near to far, the wider and wider deep pit was cut out by the giant sword, and the depth was nearly 1,000 meters. The 3 Jin Yuan Kong disappeared immediately and turned to ashes. Spike. A real spike. Han Feng retracted his arm, and was extremely surprised. My strength has reached such a level now that all 3 of Jin Yuan Kong are the top-level group in the outer courtyard, but they were easily killed by me. It's a pity, if they hadn't met me, these 3 people should have been able to break through the heavenly rank. Especially Jin Yuan Kong, it is estimated that he would have a good reputation in the inner court. It's time to hit the sky. Tian Yu fanned, and Han Feng flew away directly from here. In a valley. Han Feng entered a deeper level of cultivation, and the endless pure qi was inhaled into Han Feng's body like a storm. Han Feng took out the Tianluo fruit source liquid and swallowed it in one mouthful. The surging power raged out of Han Feng's body. A few days later, a frightening aura suddenly erupted into the sky in the valley, and the flames shot straight into the sky. Blue flames spread across the sky, and the intense temperature cracked the rocks on the ground. Gradually, the blue flame subsided, the milky white flame finally replaced the blue flame, and a hotter temperature came crashing down. Click. Boom. Countless rocks collapsed directly at such a temperature, countless trees ignited spontaneously, and raging flames spread throughout the valley. In this terrifying scene like a sea of fire, the milky white flame in the sky gradually disappeared, and a figure slowly walked out of the sea of fire. It's Korean style. Heaven rank, finally reached the heaven rank. Is this the power of the heaven rank? It's really scary. Han Feng clenched his fists, sensing the surging power in his body. Han Feng couldn't help but be deeply intoxicated. There is indeed a gap that is difficult to bridge between the earth and the sky. If he hadn't possessed a perverted inheritance martial skill like the heavenly fire fighting body. There are powerful different fires cultivated by the 9 flames and different fires. If you want to cross the gap between the earth and the heavens, there is only one word: difficult. Looking inside the Dantian, the 108 fire attribute true crystals in the Dantian have disappeared, replaced by a vast energy group, like the vast starry sky. Han Feng knows that the next practice is to continuously expand this vast energy group, and at the same time consolidate the true essence in the vast energy group, until the condensed to a limit, will accept the baptism of the catastrophe. If you pass it, you can evolve into Saint Yuan and become a sanctuary powerhouse. Failure is death. The palms were spread out, and the roaring milky white flames rose into the sky, and the surrounding rocks quickly cracked. This fiery flame contains extremely terrifying destructive power. Han Feng clicked his tongue and sighed, extremely day holy flame, it looks really holy, beautiful milky white. Now that the flame in my body has been completely replaced by the holy day flame, the power of the holy day flame can no longer be compared to the previous flames. Now the fire lotus seeds are not yet mature, and I can only wait a few more days before they can hit the 10th layer of the Skyfire fighting fist. It was less than 20 days before the last round of fire lotus seeds matured. Running the 9 flames and different fire technique, Han Feng's cultivation base gradually stabilized. This is all the result of the combined effect of pure Yuan Qi and Tian Luoguo's energy that has not been fully digested. Otherwise, it is not that simple to completely stabilize the realm in the early days of Tian rank 1 star. Leaving the valley, Han Feng opened his sky feathers and flew away. Now there are only 9 points in hand, and there is only 1 point left to pass the inner court assessment. Between the mountains and forests, Han Feng opened up his spiritual power. The cultivation base has advanced to the heaven level, and Han Feng's physical fitness and mental power have gone further, which is comparable to the middle and late stages of the heaven level and 1 star. In the absence of repression in the pure Yuan secret realm, the scope of mental power sweeping is very objective. All the grass, trees, mountains, and stones around were deeply engraved under Han Feng's spiritual power. Within the shrouded range of spiritual power, all changes cannot be escaped. This is the true spiritual power of Tianjia. In the outer courtyard, because of the suppression of the enchantment, I didn't feel deeply, and now I really understand the power of this ability. Where there is a strong Tianjia, the radius of tens of thousands of meters is probably all in the sky. The power of the powerhouse is shrouded in thought. Nothing can escape the peeping of the powerhouse. About half an hour later, Han Feng's mental power finally swept the two students who were once and for all. One of them, Han Feng, also knew that it was the extremely rampant Tiangang powerhouse Buxing who had performed in the rookie-free battle. It's a pity that Buxing is too weak for the current Han Feng. Han Feng had no idea of taking action against Buxing, because it was Buxing who died. Huh? Han Feng was about to continue approaching, and his brows suddenly wrinkled. Under the scanning of the mind force, Han Feng found out that Buxing's number plate is the 52. His hostile number card, this number card is only 1 point to others, but to him, it is 5 points. Han Feng smiled in a low voice, it's really luck that I can't stop it. Through what Wanchen said, Han Feng knew. During the inner court assessment, as long as you get 10 points, you will pass the inner court assessment, and you will get the basic reward for passing the assessment. Even if it exceeds a lot, you can still only get basic rewards. However, if you get your own number plate and the hostile number plate, you can get more rewards on the basis of the basic rewards. For example, if the basic reward is only 1,000 points, then getting your own number card and the hostile number card is likely to be 1,500 points. Being able to find his hostile number card among more than 200 people can only be described as excellent luck. After all, no one will tell his own number, so everyone does not know who the holder of his hostile number card is. In such a situation, it is conceivable how difficult it is to obtain a hostile number card. The cultivation of warriors sometimes requires luck. There is no doubt that Baidu Academy attaches great importance to this, so there is such a different reward. Fourth, more complete. Ask for flowers. The fifth is relatively late, you can watch it the next day. Somewhere in the forest. The hot-looking woman took out the Buxing number plate and didn't care about her body leaking light. Holding the number plate number 52, the woman looked disdainful. Jing Yantang's power is already in the past, I really thought I would like you. TSK, but it's also thanks to you that this young lady, Qianlan, has bowed to you. If the crotch is low, this lady can easily kill you with a sneak attack. In addition to my current number card and Buxing's, I now have 7 points, and with 3 more, I will be able to pass. With my strength, it's still a little dangerous, but it's nothing. With this lady's body, it's enough to kill many men like Buxing. When it comes to her body, Qianlan is extremely confident in herself. Suddenly, Qianlan quickly turned around and shouted vigilantly, "Who?" Han Feng walked out slowly and said lightly, "Hand over the number plate in your hand." Han Feng. Qianlan swallowed and spit. Now, in the outer courtyard, everyone knows Han Feng's name, and everyone knows it. Naturally, Qianlan has paid special attention to it, and has a deep understanding of Han Feng's appearance. Take it to heart. Qianlan never expected to meet Han Feng at this time. With her strength, facing Han Feng is simply courting death. Qianlan's body trembled, in case Han Feng had killing intent. The reason why Qianlan dared to tempt Buxing is because the gap between the two sides is not large. Qianlan is also a strong person on the Tongtian list, but he is only at the bottom. But compared with Han Feng, the gap is like heaven and earth. Qianlan didn't even dare to be tempted. Immediately, Qianlan presented Buxing's number 52 with both hands, and looked at Han Feng anxiously. Han Feng smiled in his heart, although he killed the 4 Jin Yuan Kong, but at that time the contradiction between the two sides was already deep, and he would not kill anyone who happened to meet him. After taking the number plate number 52, Han Feng lightly threw out the 4 number plates he got. In exchange, these 4 number plates will be given to you. Qianlan was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, and then Qianlan suddenly realized that Buxing's number 52 must be Han Feng's hostile number card, otherwise Han Feng would not have behaved like this. Qianlan is extremely envious, this will get more rewards. But thinking of the 4 number cards she got, Qianlanjoy gained the upper hand. Without the 52 number plate, Qianlan only got 6 points. Now, with 4 number plates, it is already 10 points. In other words, as long as she hides well and is not found by anyone, she will be able to pass the inner court assessment. Gathering 10 points so easily was something Qianlan had never thought of before. For Han Feng, Qianlan is full of gratitude. It's just that Qianlan is curious. With such a powerful existence as Han Feng, I don't know who got the number plate from, it won't be. Qianlan's body trembled instantly, and the number plate in her hand was like a hot lamb. Seeing Qianlan's unease, Han Feng said lightly, "Those people are dead, don't worry." Qianlan's eyes widened in surprise, then, "Those people are dead. God, how strong is this Han Feng?" Thinking that she had obtained 10 points so quickly, Qianlan also wanted to repay, and immediately said cautiously, "Han Feng, I wonder if you know Chen Yuangua?" Pure Yuangua? What is that? Han Feng showed doubts. Qianlan respectfully said, "Pure Yuan fruit is a special fruit produced in the secret realm of Pure Yuan, which is equivalent to the spiritual fruit of the lower grade. The pure essence fruit is a very peculiar spiritual fruit, which itself has no attributes. Only when the warrior inputs the attribute real essence, the pure essence fruit will be transformed into the spirit fruit of the corresponding attribute. For example, Han Feng, you are a fire attribute, then when you enter a fire attribute real Yuan, the pure Yuan fruit will be transformed into a fire attribute pure Yuan fruit, which will have a very good effect on Han Feng's cultivation after the heavenly rank." Han Feng was stunned, and such a spiritual fruit is really amazing. Thinking of the special nature of the pure Yuan secret realm, Han Feng is thoughtful, and only the pure Yuan secret realm can cultivate such fruits. Only. Han Feng frowned slightly. Why didn't Wanchen mention this pure essence fruit at the beginning? Did Wanchen not know? But even the second strongest person on the heavenly ranking list doesn't know it, so how did Qianlan know about it? For a time, Han Feng became vigilant in his heart, this would not be a trap. "How did you know Qin Yuanguo?" "Why don't I know?" Han Feng asked lightly, but his tone was filled with inexplicable pressure, and Qianlan couldn't breathe well. Qianlan thought it was Han Feng's unconscious coercion, not because of Han Feng's intentional cause. He was even more in awe of Han Feng's strength. Thinking of this, Qianlan's expression became more and more respectful, and she immediately said, "This is what the little girl knew from Buxing's mouth." In fact, there are also low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and top-grade pure Yuan fruit. The pure essence fruit that the little girl mentioned just now is actually a low-grade pure essence fruit, which only bears fruit in the pure essence secret realm every 5 years, so except for a few people in Jingyantang, most people don't know it. But now that the pure essence fruit is about to mature, some heaven and earth visions will occur, and it is estimated that it will not be hidden for long. Even if other people don't know the effect of pure essence fruit, they will definitely take a look. At this time, Han Feng understood a little. 5 years ago, it was the time when the founder of Jingyantang entered the inner courtyard. Presumably the founder of Jingyantang got this pure essence fruit at that time. Even if he didn't know what spiritual fruit it was at the time, he would know when he entered the inner courtyard and asked. No wonder Wanchen didn't know that Wanchen was only admitted to Baidu University 3 years ago. At present, in the entire outer courtyard, only Jingyantang knows Qin Yuanguo through a special secret contact method. Thinking of pure Yuanguo, Han Feng's heart became hot. Breaking through to the heavenly rank, the effect of fire lotus seeds is not so great. At the same time, the improvement of the fifth layer of the 9 flames and different fire art and the improvement of the Skyfire battle body also require powerful fire attribute energy. Fire lotus seeds are also somewhat unable to meet the improvement of the 4 major inheritance martial arts. Although the fire spirit orb can be refined to enhance its strength, it cannot be replicated in the planting space, it is only a one-time use. Then looking for the heavenly rank fire attribute spirit fruit is bound to be obtained. With the pure essence fruit, this situation is temporarily alleviated. Although only the low-grade pure yuan fruit is currently ripe, it is much better than the fire lotus seed. Suddenly, Han Feng thought of something again, and asked aloud, when are the middle-grade pure yuangua, the top-grade pure yuangua, and the top-grade pure yuangua ripe? This, the little girl doesn't know. Maybe Bushing knows, but Bushing has already been given by the little girl. Xuanhuan said cowardly. Han Feng said that he knew and waved his hand. I understand, thank you for letting me know. Immediately, Han Feng moved and disappeared directly in front of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's expression was stunned, and he sighed for a long time. I don't know when I will reach the realm of Han Feng. I am only a 10-star cultivation base on the earth. But as long as I go to the inner courtyard, I should be able to break through to the sky in the shortest time. Step. Xuanhuan yearned for the inner courtyard even more, and entering the inner courtyard represented a step closer to the sanctuary. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. Han Feng stayed in a hidden place and continued to stabilize the cultivation realm. The cultivation base of the first star of Tianjia became more and more stable, and gradually approached Tianjia 1 under the condensation of pure yuan qi. Star initial limit. The 5th one is delivered. Ask for flowers. With my cultivation base breaking through to the heavenly rank, the power of the extreme day holy flame has greatly increased, and the refining ability has been greatly enhanced. Some high-purity top-quality spirit stones have been refined by me. The higher the purity of the spirit stone source liquid, the greater the energy sent to various spaces. Now, under the purer and more powerful spirit stone source liquid, the fire lotus seeds have matured again. Even the spring water in the Lingquan space can improve my aptitude again. Han Feng made a rough calculation, and he still has a lot of things to do next. First of all, he must refine a new round of fire lotus seeds into source liquid, whether it is used to improve his cultivation level or to impact the Skyfire armor and the 10th Skyfire seal. Heavy is possible. Secondly, the fire spirit beads should be refined into pure energy to improve the realm of the heaven-level cultivation. The third is to refine the higher purity top-quality spiritual stones, and transport them to the Lingquan space to produce milky white spiritual springs of higher quality to improve their qualifications. Finally, the beast breeding space has been upgraded to the 4th level, and 4 monsters can already be cultivated, but now there are only 2, and the strength is not high. At least for today's Han Feng, Faitian Yanshi and Phantom Leopard can't help much, but some small things can help. Holding his chin, Han Feng said to himself, fire lotus seeds are nothing. With my current cultivation, the absorption capacity is greatly enhanced, enough to completely absorb them in a short time. But the fire spirit pearl light is needed to refine it. It takes a long time to improve one's own cultivation, and it will take more time to absorb it, and there is definitely not enough time in this pure essence secret realm, so we can only put it down for the time being. The energy of Lingquan is enough, but if you want to upgrade to the extreme first-class qualification, you can't do it in just a few days. You also need to enter the inner courtyard to do it. As for the animal breeding space, the 2 monsters still need to be carefully considered before choosing. It is best to choose the one with good bloodline. This can only be done by luck or careful search. Since it cannot be chosen at will, it is not currently possible. Then all I can do now is to absorb the fire lotus seed source fluid. Han Feng was about to refine the fire lotus seeds into the source liquid, and the sky of the pure Yuan secret realm suddenly changed amazingly. I don't know when, the sky of the pure Yuan secret realm formed a shocking storm. All these storms are actually composed of pure Yuan Qi. This storm of pure vitality is completely different from the one absorbed before, and it contains extremely violent energy. Han Feng has no doubts that under such a storm, ordinary peak-level powerhouses will also be torn into pieces. This is. Seeing such a vision of heaven and earth, the pure essence fruit that Qianlan had mentioned appeared in Han Feng's mind. Sure enough, as Qianlan said, the birth of pure Yuanguo will cause a vision of heaven and earth, so that means. Thinking of this, Han Feng's eyes lit up, he quickly opened his 9-meter sky feather, and flew away at an unparalleled flight speed. Boom! The violent pure Yuan Qi storm continued to pour out terrifying energy, and before it really arrived, a force rushed straight to Han Feng, trying to stop Han Feng. Han Feng smiled coldly, raised his hand slightly, and rushed into the incoming force like a sharp sword, penetrating it easily. When Han Feng arrived, there were already a lot of strong people, about 20 people. These are all super powerhouses that are very high on the Tongtian list. If so, they are also embarrassed in the face of such a storm, and it is difficult to resist. Seeing that Han Feng broke in easily, he walked step by step with ease, without the slightest embarrassment. There was a deep shock in the eyes of these people. Rao is that they have a high evaluation of Han Feng's strength, but they really see it, they still can't calm down. Especially when they saw that the fluctuations around Han Feng's body were already heavenly, the eyes of these people were about to pop out. Boom! Another powerful breath came crashing down, and Han Feng smiled slightly. I guessed that you would come. It was Zhang Fuyu who came here. Zhang Fuyu looked at Han Feng with burning eyes. You really have broken through to the sky. Haha, don't just talk about me, neither do you. Han Feng laughed. Zhang Fuyu put away Tianyu behind him, and landed easily to Han Feng's side. The relaxed appearance of the two made the rest of them envious. Zhang Fuyu stared at the center of the pure Yuan Qi storm and asked lightly, what's going on? Han Feng spread his hands, I don't know, but such a vision of heaven and earth should be the birth of something extremely remarkable. We don't have a perspective eye, and we can't see what's in the pure Yuan Qi storm. We can only wait until the storm weakens or even dissipates. I know the specific situation. Han Feng did not immediately tell Zhang Fuyu the news of Qinyuanguo. After all, it was only what Qianlan said, or it was learned from Bushing's mouth, and it was not sure whether it was true. In the absence of full certainty, it is better not to say. Zhang Fuyu nodded slightly, you are right, just wait like this, I believe more and more people will come. Having said that, there are not many people who can break into the pure Yuan Qi storm for hundreds of meters. This powerful airflow with a radius of several hundred meters is enough to cause heavy damage or even annihilation of ordinary peak-level powerhouses. None of the people who came in were under 11 stars. Basically, they are all around the peak of 11 stars, and a few may have absorbed a lot of pure Yuan energy in the secret realm of pure Yuan, and have broken through to the realm of 12 stars. And the ones who originally came in are already 12 stars, and now they are basically at least in the late 12 stars. There are also some who have reached the peak. Time passed slowly, and after half a day, the pure Yuan Qi storm gradually weakened, although everyone dared not enter it, even Han Feng did not dare to be involved. But the weakening of the storm has resulted in people being able to see through the storm vaguely. It was a giant tree with a height of 100 meters. What a tall tree! Could it be some kind of spiritual tree? So, isn't there a spiritual fruit? I don't know what spirit fruit it is. It would be great if it could allow us to go further in the pure Yuan secret territory. It can create a vision of heaven and earth, and it won't be a spiritual fruit at the holy level. As soon as these words came out, everyone became excited, and their gazes towards Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu became more vigilant. There is no other reason. Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu are already strong in the heavens. If they want to get this Holy Spirit fruit, the first thing they have to deal with is Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu. For a while, these people faintly hugged into a group, among which Yu Jinping was the most respected. However, Lu Buiyun frowned for a long time and took a step, not helping each other. There were a few who were the same as Lu Buiyun, and they were different from Lu Buiyun. Lu Buiyun didn't want to offend such two promising talents, but they didn't think that Yu Jinping would be able to win over Han Feng. Anyway, now I don't know what spirit fruit is. I don't know how many are there. Maybe there will be many. Can you get it without fighting? Zhang Fuyu heard the excitement and vigilance of these people, but he snorted softly. This is not outside, just a small secret realm. The so-called vision of heaven and earth has only reached a certain limit of pure Yuan secret realm, but it is not the outside world. If there is such a vision in the outside world, it is indeed possible that it is a Holy Spirit fruit, but here, to die for a god. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Thanks to /QQ, 9B708853F5 for the big flowers. Amazed face, / Not long after Zhang Fuyu's words fell, the storm of pure Yuan Qi almost dissipated. Yu Jinping rushed over impatiently first, but Han Feng did not rush ahead. What's going on inside? It's just that you can't see it from the outside. Who knows if there's any danger inside? In case of danger, Yu Jinping and other people who can't wait can be used as spies to find out what these dangers are. If there is no danger. Han Feng smiled lightly, just relying on people like Yu Jinping, still want to grab the pure Yuan fruit from him? It's just a dream. One after another, everyone entered the storm. Due to the weakening of the storm, the airflow here has no great impact on everyone. Even some of the outermost people are enough to break in at this moment. Soon, the group approached the giant tree that was 100 meters high. Among the branches and leaves of the giant tree, the crystal-clear 5-pointed star spirit fruit appeared in the sight of everyone. An extremely pure energy wave rippled out. Yu Jinping and the others' eyes lit up. Just from the pure energy fluctuations, it can be seen that these spiritual fruits are enough to quickly shock them to the level of heaven. Han Feng glanced at it, and there were more than 10 of these pure Yuan fruit. This also made Yu Jinping and others relieved. With such a large number of pure essence fruits, the chances for each of them have greatly increased. If there are only 1 or 2, they are bound to compete with Han Feng. That is the powerhouse of the heavenly rank. If it is possible to try not to compete with the powerful of the heavenly rank, it is the best. Yu Jinping was about to fly over to take down the pure essence fruit, when suddenly, a terrifying energy shock swept through the pure essence fruit spirit tree. Puff. The closest, the fastest flying Yu Jinping immediately vomited blood by this force. The whole body retreated 2 or 3 times as fast as it flew past, fell heavily to the ground, and even made deep marks on the ground. Not good. Back up. The people behind Yu Jinping secretly rejoiced. Fortunately they flew behind, otherwise Yu Jinping's fate would be a lesson from the past. Except for some of the previous people who were affected, most of them returned in time and were not seriously injured. Han Feng squinted his eyes slightly. Sure enough, what Qianlan said is not entirely true. Qianlan thinks that he has no courage to deceive me, so he can only say that Qianlan does not know. Or what Qianlan knows from Buxing's mouth is only some intelligence, not all. However, is this pure essence fruit tree only like this? This impact is indeed strong, but it can only severely damage ordinary peak powerhouses. For an existence like Jinping, it can only cause minor injuries. Yu Jinping, who fell to the ground, has slowly got up, his face gloomy. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, the impulse in his heart weakened a lot, and staring at the pure primordial fruit spirit tree again, Yu Jinping's face was gloomy and uncertain. At this moment, more than 10 or nearly 20 pure essence fruits suddenly burst out with endless white streamers. Along with these streamers, the pure essence fruits directly broke away from the pure essence fruit tree and burst out. Oops. Not good. Hurry up and stop these spiritual fruits. Everyone was shocked, and it was worth it. If these spiritual fruits were distributed, wouldn't they have waited for a long time in vain? However, before they could take action, these pure essence fruits fell directly into the land under the stunned gaze of everyone. What's the situation? How did the spirit fruit get into the ground? Everyone was dumbfounded. Han Feng and Xuanhuan looked at each other, and they both flashed a bit of vigilance. This is definitely not a normal situation. The next moment, Han Feng felt a strong aura coming from the ground. Immediately, Han Feng and Xuanhuan spread their wings and flew into the air. Some warriors are smarter. Seeing the actions of Han Feng and Xuanhuan, they immediately flew to the sky. The rest of the people are not so smart, and they are still immersed in the shock of pure yuan fruit entering the ground and the annoyance of thinking that pure yuan fruit has passed away. Boom! The ground broke open in an instant, and more than a dozen monsters roared and condensed. Several of them were stunned, and the warriors who did not respond were swallowed into their mouths. Damn, why did the monster suddenly appear? Everyone yelled. Han Feng stared at these monsters and narrowed his eyes slightly. On the foreheads of these monsters, there was a crystal-clear five-pointed star-shaped pure essence fruit, firmly embedded in it. These monsters are only made by those spirit fruits. As expected of the pure yuan secret realm, the spirit fruits produced have such characteristics. Han Feng said in a deep voice. At this time, Xuanhuan and others also saw this situation, and they didn't know why those spirit fruits flew into the ground before. Han Feng's mental power swept away. Most of these pure yuan giant beasts made of pure yuan fruit have surpassed the earth rank, but have not reached the heaven rank. They are probably at the earth rank and the celestial rank. If their combat power ranks in the Tongtian ranking, there are more than 10. The level of the name is not easy to provoke. Among them, there are 2 pure yuan beasts whose aura fluctuations have reached the level of heaven, and there are 2 pure yuan fruit on their foreheads. Han Feng smiled and said, "How about 2 of us, each of us? Why don't you have a test? Let's take these 2 monsters for a test. Whoever kills the monster first will win." That's what I meant. As soon as Xuanhuan's voice fell, his entire body quickly flew towards one of the heavenly monsters. Han Feng, on the other hand, faced the other side, and the rest of the crowd reacted. Seeing Han Feng's behavior, they still didn't understand. As long as they killed these monsters, they might be able to get the spirit fruit. The pure yuan behemoth that Han Feng faced was a corrupted dragon man, more than 10 meters tall, and the rotting skin filled with a strong stench. The corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched, and it was hard to imagine how the pure essence fruit, which was so pure, could create such a monster. The corrupted dragon roared, and waves of energy waves spit out from the corrupted dragon's mouth like cannonballs. The energy cannonball burst out, and even caused a riot of pure yuan qi around. Black flame demon slash. Han Feng did not pay much attention to the corrupted dragon man with the initial strength of only 1 star in the sky. The giant sword shrouded in black flames descended from the sky, instantly cutting the energy cannonballs, and the remaining sword light directly split the corrupted dragon man into pieces. In 2 halves. Xuanhuan's side is not bad at all, and he also uses the sword of the god of war to kill his opponent's bloodthirsty bat. The 2 killed the pure yuan behemoth almost at the same time. The 2 looked at each other, and this time they were evenly divided. Han Feng accepted the 2 pure yuangua he got and said with a smile, "It seems that we have to wait until the next time to decide the winner. By the way." Han Feng's voice transmission told the story of the pure yuangua, and finally apologetically, "I couldn't guarantee it was true at first, so I concealed it." Xuanhuan didn't care. "It's nothing, it's actually beyond expectations, isn't it? For example, this pure yuan behemoth. I'll leave first. After saying that, Zhang Fuyu turned into a beam of light and burst into the distance. Going, obviously can't wait to take the pure yuan fruit. Han Feng looked at the people who were struggling in other directions. He didn't have any plans to help. Han Feng didn't forget that these people planned to unite against him at the beginning. He has never had the mentality of the Holy Father. Whether these people can obtain the pure essence or not depends on them. Second more. Huh? Just as he was about to leave, Han Feng glanced at him and found Lu Buiyan, who was in a hard fight. Lu Buiyan's luck was not very good, and he encountered a relatively powerful pure yuan behemoth, whose strength was comparable to that of an overlord. That's all, but there are still 3 powerhouses competing with Lu Buiyan. Although these 3 were not as good as Lu Buiyan individually, but if the 3 of them joined forces, Lu Buiyan would only have the upper hand. Under the chaos of these 3 people, Lu Buiyan couldn't help the pure yuan beast for a long time. Han Feng whispered to himself, this Lu Buiyan finally stood on the side of the newcomer when facing Jingyan, and he didn't choose to stand on the side of Yu Jinping just now, so let's help. Apart from this reason, there was another one who let Han Feng take action. These 3 powerhouses are the 3 Tiangang powerhouses in Jingyan. Han Feng sneered, it would be strange if the 3 of them didn't know about the pure yuan behemoth. They must have kept silent because they wanted to catch everyone off guard, so it would be better if they were swallowed or severely injured by the pure yuan behemoth. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't it the 3 people who followed him and Zhang Fuyu into the sky? Raising his arm, Han Feng slashed down instantly, and a sword light burst out. This is just a casual strike, not a martial art. But a blow from a heaven-level powerhouse, even if it is just an ordinary blow, is an extremely terrifying blow for the earth level. The pure primordial beast that was fighting with Lu Buiyan was instantly annihilated, and even the 3 Jingyan powerhouses also vomited blood. Lu Buiyan stared blankly at the pure essence fruit in his hand, and then raised his head. Han Feng had disappeared. Lu Buiyan was disappointed and a little excited. Han Feng was willing to help. It seemed that he did not make a mistake in the first step. Seeing that Lu Buiyan had obtained the pure primordial fruit so easily, the others were extremely jealous, especially Yu Jinping. Yu Jinping looked resentful. This bastard, he clearly saw something wrong and didn't remind me, otherwise I would now. Not to mention Lu Buiyan's side, Han Feng got 2 pure yuan fruit, and immediately flew to the previous retreat. Han Feng took out 2 pure essence fruit, and slowly entered the fire attribute real essence into it. In an instant, the crystal clear pure essence fruit burst into a coquettish fiery red color. A wave of strong fire element fluctuations swept out from the pure yuan fruit. Feeling this strong fire element, Han Feng smiled slightly, put it away, and turned to deliver fire attribute real energy to the second pure yuan fruit. The same coquettish fiery red burst out. After Han Feng put it away, he dodged into the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower, refining the fire lotus seeds into the source liquid one by one, and began to attack the 10th realm of the Skyfire armor. Breaking through to the heavenly rank, the 9 flames and different fire art has also been raised to the 5th floor, and the speed of Han Feng's absorption has been greatly enhanced. In less than a day, the Skyfire armor rushed to the 10th realm. The remaining fire lotus seed source liquid is not enough to hit the heavenly fire seal to the 10th level. Han Feng simply took it himself. The cultivation base that had reached the initial limit of the first star of the sky was successfully broken through, and it was promoted to the middle stage of the first star of the sky. There is still a period of time before the entry of the powerhouses in the inner courtyard. This time is enough for me to refine and absorb a pure essence fruit. Thinking of this, Han Feng left a mark on the planting space for the 4th level planting. Space to start planting. Afterwards, Han Feng threw a pure essence fruit into the Rongyanding and started refining it. In the 4th level planting space, there are already 16 spiritual fields, half of which are used to plant spirit grass to enhance Lin Qingshan's strength. The other half is planted with pure yuan fruit. As for the fire lotus seeds, they have been abandoned by Han Feng. Although 8 pure essence fruits can be ripened at one time, these pure essence fruits are only low-grade, and they improve faster on the 1st and 2nd stars of the sky, and then slowly after the 3 stars in the sky. Moreover, even if the spiritual fruit of the heaven grade level is irrigated with the source liquid of the highest grade spirit stone, the maturity time will not be short, at least 1 month. Therefore, it is still not an easy thing to rely on the constantly ripening pure essence fruit to be promoted to the high level of the sky in a short period of time. The first pure essence fruit was refined into the source liquid, and Han Feng used it to improve the 10th level of the heavenly fire seal. In a short period of time, the heavenly fire seal broke through to the early 10th level without any hindrance. This shows that the huge gap between lotus seeds and pure yuan fruit. This is just the source fluid of a pure essence fruit. After the breakthrough, there are still remaining reasons for these reasons. Han Feng used it for the improvement of his body. After fully absorbing it, he was almost promoted to the late stage of the 1st star of the sky, but it was only the first entry, and it was not stable. Han Feng refined the 2nd pure essence fruit into the source liquid for consumption. This time, Han Feng's cultivation base has finally been greatly improved, and it has been directly raised to the peak limit of 1 star in the sky. It is only 1 step away from the 2nd star. Han Feng smiled slightly, and he was able to break through to the heavenly rank in one fell swoop in the secret realm of pure yuan, and then be promoted to the peak of the heavenly rank 1 star. I am afraid that he is the only one. However, Han Feng also knows that the reason why he can improve so quickly is that the pure yuan qi of the pure yuan secret realm also plays a crucial role. It would never be so scary outside. Han Feng was running these energies and was preparing to break through to the sky level 2-star level, but at this moment, Han Feng discovered that his strength was insufficient. Han Feng sighed and shook his head. It seems that the remaining energy is unlikely to hit the 2nd star of the sky. Rather than wasting it, it is better to use it to improve the 9 flames and different fire art. Immediately, Han Feng frantically ran the 9 flames and different fire art, suppressing and absorbing the energy of the pure Yuanhua. When this energy is completely exhausted, the 9 flames and different fire art has also been upgraded to the mid-level realm of the 5th floor. Spreading out his palm, the milky white extreme day holy flame slowly emerged. Compared with the light milky white at the beginning, the current milky white color is much deeper, and the temperature has also increased more than 1 step. Han Feng exhaled. The improvement in cultivation is so huge. The 4 major inheritance martial arts have all been upgraded to the 9th level, and the holy flame of extreme day has also been improved. Now my comprehensive combat power is stronger than when I first advanced to heaven. A lot has come out. Right now, I'm afraid that I can win the battle against Fuyu without too much difficulty. Not to mention those from the outer court, I am confident that even if they break through to the heavenly rank, I can easily win. The powerhouses of the inner court, hurry up, I look forward to fighting with you. Reversely grabbed the number plates of the powerhouses in the inner court, but they were able to get more rewards than the basic rewards for passing the inner court assessment. Han Feng looked at a certain direction in the sky, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. Tomorrow is the day when the inner court powerhouse arrives. Pure Yuan secret realm, revealing the illusory blue sky. Suddenly, the void distorted, as if a black hole had split open. From the black hole, 3 figures slowly walked out. One of them was wearing warrior clothes, the other was thin and sullen, but a pair of small eyes flashed sharply. The third person was burly, like a savage giant, nearly 3 meters tall. These 3 people are the 3 powerhouses sent by the inner court. In the inner courtyard, these three people are all extreme masters of the 3-star peak of the sky, but here, their strength is suppressed to the peak of the 1 star of the sky. When they came to this pure Yuan secret realm, their purpose is not only to hunt newcomers to get points, but also hope that through the pure Yuan Chi of the pure Yuan secret realm, they can touch the bottleneck of breaking through the 4-star. The third one. Hey, Gu Huichen, is what you said true? The wretched, small-eyed man smiled and confirmed to the man in warrior costume beside him. The big man on the other side also stared, with a little surprise in his eyes. Gu Huichen smiled lightly. Of course it's true, as long as you kill those 2 rookies, that Lord will give us 1 heaven pill each. The big man stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his eyes lit up. Tianji pill, this is the pill that can make a warrior who touches the 4-star bottleneck at the peak of the 3-star rank in a short period of time break through to the 4-star rank in the sky. Even if you use points, you need thousands of points to get it. That adult is really generous. As long as we touch the bottleneck in the pure essence secret realm and kill 2 rookies, within half a month, the 3 of us will no longer be rookies in the early days of the sky, but elites in the middle of the sky. In fact, there are not many people in the inner courtyard. There are only about 20 people every year, plus some people who have broken through to the heavenly rank in the outer courtyard and are directly promoted to the inner courtyard, and there are other ways to enter the inner courtyard. That's it. Heaven rank cultivation. Every time you increase 1 star, it takes more time. No matter where you are, it is the same. After all, above the heavenly rank is the sanctuary. The sanctuary has been separated from the mortal body. No matter where you are, the strong people in the sanctuary are respected existences. A lower 3rd rank empire, the sanctuary is heaven. In the 3rd rank empire, the sanctuary powerhouse is also the backbone of a big power. In the upper 3rd rank empire, the sanctuary powerhouse is also the elite among the elites. It is too difficult for Tianjia to break through to the sanctuary. Even geniuses need more than 10 years or nearly 20 years. Don't think that it takes a long time. A genius like this has basically reached the sky level in his early 20s. It may not take more than 10 years to break through from 1 star in the sky to 12 stars in the sky. 7 or 8 years. More time it is to fall into the bottleneck of the 12th star to break through to the sanctuary and cannot break through. The breakthrough to the sanctuary is less than 50, or even less than 40. This is countless times stronger than those who have lived for 180 years and are only in the middle and late stages of the heavenly rank. Due to the long training time, almost every martial artist in the inner court will meet a senior brother who is more than 10 years higher than himself and a junior disciple who is more than 10 years lower than himself. Even so, the number of people in the inner court has never exceeded the number of 500. In the middle of the heaven rank, among the only 500 people in the inner court, they already belong to the elite, and their status is very different from that of the rookies in the early heaven rank. At the later stage of the heaven rank, he is already a rare expert in the inner courtyard. The wretched, small-eyed young man said suspiciously, 3 Tianji pills are equivalent to more than 10,000 points. Even that person would not be so generous. Gu Huichen squinted slightly, with a hint of danger. Hu Shifu, that lord is a strong man who is about to enter the manifestation list. Do you think such a strong man will put a mere 10,000 points in his eyes? Hu Shifu's face suddenly changed, and when he mentioned the list of saints, Hu Shifu showed a deep fear on his face. Gu Huichen said again, that lord is only the rudder master of Wangu Hall, and the hall master of Wangu Hall is one of the powerhouses in the semi-sacred list. The background of such a powerhouse is far from what you can guess. Maybe when we reach that level in the future, we may be able to understand how profound the background of such a strong person will be. Hu Shifu took a deep breath. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. The big man shook his head slightly. We are super geniuses on the outside, but in the inner courtyard, we are just a member of ordinary geniuses. It takes 4 or 5 years to reach that level. I don't think I can reach it. That adult and the hall master of Wangu Hall were both promising sanctuary existences before the age of 35. And we can break through to the sanctuary before the age of 45 and burn high incense. Breaking through to the sanctuary before the age of 45 means that it is very likely to step into the great sanctuary level in one's lifetime. In short, the younger the age of breaking through the sanctuary, the greater the level of development in the future. Okay, let's not talk about this. We are still taking the task of completing the task and striving to break through to the middle stage of the sky as the first position. Let's search separately and try to solve the two rookies in a short time. Gu Huichen waved his hand and put forward a proposal. But we don't know what Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu look like? Don't worry, we don't know, but some people know. Gu Huichen said meaningfully. Under a huge rock in a certain mountain forest, the three of Gu Huichen flew here. There are already people waiting here. Seeing that there were only a few people here, Gu Huichen couldn't help frowning. Why only a few? Hu Shifu and Xiong Buijin were also extremely surprised. They both entered the inner courtyard in the last 2 years. At that time, Jingyantang was already the largest force in the outer courtyard. Hu Shifu and Xiong Buijin had a deep memory of Jingyantang's power and terror. Why this year, there are only 2 or 3 such big cats and kittens, not even a decent powerhouse. Senior brother Hui, Hall Master. Hall Master, I'm afraid he has been killed. Gu Huichen's face sank. Who is it? Gu Huichen was indignant. In addition to the purpose of killing Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu, Gu Huichen also received a secret order from the adult to try his best to pass the Jingyantang powerhouse who participated in the inner courtyard assessment. Internal examination. In other words, it is to open a small stove for the strong people of Jingyantang. At least 10 of the 20 people should be Jingyantang people. Obviously, that adult is already cultivating his own direct line power. But now there are only a few people, which made him Gu Huichen explain to that adult. Who else can be except that Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu? The Jingyantang strongman looked resentful. Although there is no evidence, there are only 2 people who can kill their hall master, and it must be one of the 2. Gu Huichen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous breath came out. It's these 2 people again. Damn, I will probably be reprimanded by that lord. Well, anyway, these 2 are the ones who will be killed by the lord's order. Perhaps killing these 2 men will free that lord from me. You pass me the appearance of those 2 people. Gu Huichen gestured to the remaining strong men in Jingyun Hall. After getting the appearance of Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu, Gu Huichen and the 3 suddenly flew into the sky. The spiritual power of the heavenly rank powerhouse swept out, and the 3 of them searched in a carpet-like manner. Pure Yuan secret realm is not small, nor big. If the 3 of them are not united, they may not be able to scan the entire pure essence secret realm for a day when they are suppressed to the point where they only have 1-star spiritual power. But once the 3 are united, it is very different. The combination of 3 people is the first time that the inner court assessment has taken place. After all, the 3 of them won the number plate of the newcomer, but they can get points. In this case, all 3 are competitors. However, for the sake of Tianji Pil, the 3 of them have already left those points behind. Even if they get a number plate, they will be rewarded with 1,000 or 2,000 points, which is simply not enough to buy Tianji Pil. Under the carpet-like search of the 3, Zhang Fuyu was first discovered. Boom! Under the glances of the 3 of them, Zhang Fuyu's closed eyes suddenly opened, and endless cold light shot out. Suddenly, with a roar from heaven and earth, Zhang Fuyu suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful breath, and the breath shot straight into the sky. Humph, the powerhouse in the inner court, just to test my combat power after breaking through. Zhang Fuyu snorted coldly, already standing in the void, and the blood of the god of war condensed out. For more completed. Ask for flowers. This time, the bloodline of the god of war that has condensed out has obviously broken through another level, and it is already a complete human form. Even on the surface of the humanoid god of war's skin, the mighty armor has faintly begun to emerge. With the display of the blood of the god of war, Zhan Fuyu, who has broken through to the middle stage of Tianjia first star, has soared to Tianjia second star in a short period of time. The eyes of the three Gu Huichen, who came from a distance, flashed. The big Xiong Buijin grinned. No wonder it's not easy to make Jingyan look like that. It's so easy to improve when you reach the heavenly rank. If that Han Feng is the same as Fuyu in this battle, hee. Gu Huichen snorted coldly. What if it's not simple, offended that lord, with the three of us taking action, are you afraid that we won't be able to deal with these two? Which of the three of us will take the first shot? The purpose is to kill Han Feng and Zhan Fuyu. As long as these two die, each of the three of them will be able to get a Tianji pill, so whoever shoots is the same. The big bear Buijin strode out, and his anger leaked out. Let me, old bear, give it a try first. Zhan Fuyu looked at Xiong Buijin coldly, his breath surging. Boy, just let me see what you are capable of? Xiong Buijin's eyes flashed sternly. Angry bear, strikes. In the void, the endless energy of heaven and earth, along with Xiong Buijin's internal energy gushing out, condensed a huge bear paw in just a short moment. The bear's paw has an ancient yellow color, and on the giant palm, mysterious runes are constantly surging, and powerful breaths go straight to fight Fuyu. Sword of the God of War. The bloodline of the God of War is a very special bloodline, and there is no strict level of tricks. The higher the integrity of the bloodline, the stronger the tricks. Before the God of War was not a complete human form, the sword of the God of War could only be regarded as a martial skill of the earth rank, but now it is a powerful martial skill comparable to the heaven rank. The giant sword slammed on the huge bear's paw, and a crisp sound and roar followed. The giant sword and the giant bear's paw collided, creating a strong whirlwind, which directly destroyed countless rocks and trees on the ground. Zhan Fuyu's entire body kept retreating in the sky, and suddenly, when Zhan Fuyu's palm of the God of War sword exerted force, the giant palm was instantly split into two halves and bombarded the ground. Boom! Two huge pits thousands of meters long and nearly 1,000 meters deep suddenly appeared, and the ground shook. Xiong Buijin frowned slightly. Not only has the cultivation base been improved, but also the mastery of the heavenly rank martial arts is also very proficient, which is not comparable to the first entering the heavenly rank. If the opponent's martial skills are only brought by the bloodline, then this bloodline is even more unusual. I have offended this newcomer, so I can't let him grow up. Blood of the mad bear, congeal. Roar. Xiong Buijin let out a roar, and the entire body underwent earth-shaking changes. The already huge body grew again, directly soaring to a height of 4 or 5 meters. The hair all over the body was brown, and the whole body was no longer human-shaped, but a violent giant bear. Hoo-hoo! Xiong Buijin kept roaring, and waves of powerful aura swept away like waves. This breath has also soared to the level of 2 stars in the sky, even better than Zhan Fuyu. Giant bear crash. Xiong Buijin suddenly burst out with unparalleled speed, and his body slammed into Zhan Fuyu like a cannonball. The shield of the God of War. Zhan Fuyu's expression couldn't help changing, and he put the huge shield in front of him to block Xiong Buijin's attack. Boom! The whole sky trembled, and the heaven and earth suddenly became silent at this moment. And then the huge rumbling sound like an explosion of the earth shot straight into the sky. Boom! Xiong Buijin's huge body slammed into the shield of the God of War, and the huge force directly smashed Zhan Fuyu and the God of War humanoid agglomeration thousands of meters away. Click click! The sturdy shield of the God of War. Just because of Xiong Buijin's collision, countless cracks were opened. Titan is brutal. Xiong Buijin did not stop his attack because of this, his whole body stomped in the void and slammed straight away at a more violent speed. At the same time, the earth-yellow energy spread around Xiong Buijin's body, condensing into a huge mad bear 100 meters high. Before Zhang Fuyu could react, Xiong Buijin controlled the mad bear condensate, and his thick arms had firmly trapped the god of war humanoid condensate. The distance of thousands of meters is far away, and it is only a blink of an eye for the powerhouses of the sky. Not good. Zhang Fuyu wanted to break free, but was shocked to find that he underestimated the power of this mad bear, which not only made him unable to break free, but even made him feel a huge threat. Zhang Fuyu couldn't believe that Xiong Buijin's attack was just that. Hey, go to hell. Crazy bear condensed in his body, Xiong Buijin sneered, and his murderous intention was revealed. The mad bear condensate firmly trapped the god of war humanoid condensate, instantly flew to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, and then shot to the ground like a tornado. Boom! The earth shook violently, and countless powerful airflows rushed out, smashing rocks, giant rocks, trees, and land into nothing. In the blink of an eye, the area that was tens of thousands of meters or even close to 20,000 meters was already in a mess, and there was no existence. The place where the two fell, directly formed a deep pit of thousands of meters with a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers. In the sky, in the face of these strong air currents, the two simply opened up the defensive barrier to block these air currents. First, the two of them are also heavenly rank powerhouses, and secondly, the two of them are as high as several thousand meters from the ground. No matter how strong these airflows are, after thousands of meters of consumption, they are already fragile to heavenly rank. Hu Shifu, a wretched and small-eyed man, sighed, "This newcomer is really amazing." He had to let Xiong Buijin release this big move. Now this newcomer is finished. Gu Huichen put his hands around his chest. It's just a newcomer, with a mere 1-star cultivation. It's amazing to be able to achieve such a level. It's a pity, if I didn't offend that lord, if this son can grow up in the inner courtyard, he will say in the future. Maybe he is a master of the manifesto and semi-holy list, and even that sanctuary is very likely to be reached in a short period of time. Hu Shifu shook his head slightly. No matter how talented a person is, if he dies, he will die. The future glory will belong to others. Huh? Suddenly, Gu Huichen's eyes narrowed and he noticed something was wrong, and Hu Shifu also noticed something strange. Boom! The tornado-like momentum rose into the sky, and the fragmented god of war humanoid agglomeration reappeared at this moment. What? Not dead? Hu Shifu exclaimed in surprise. A figure flew into the sky from the giant pit, and Xiong Buijin's face was gloomy. I underestimate you. I didn't expect your defense methods to be no less than the top-level low-level martial arts. Zhang Fuyu stepped out of the air, panting, his eyes narrowed. I also underestimate you. You are indeed a strong man in the inner court. If I hadn't mastered a new defensive martial skill, the god of war round shield, this time I will be severely injured if I don't die. Hearing the words, Gu Huichen couldn't help but say, how is it possible, a mere rookie, obviously breaking through to the heavenly rank in the secret realm of pure Yuan, how could he have already mastered the top-level heavenly rank low-rank defensive martial arts to the perfect state? The difficulty of training a low-grade defensive martial skill is no less than that of an ordinary mid-grade attacking martial skill. In just a few days, how could this newcomer be a rookie? Could it be that he has already mastered this martial skill at the earth rank, and then he has mastered it deeper and reached the perfect state after breaking through the heaven rank? Hu Shifu roared, no, this kid just said that this martial skill was just mastered after his bloodline breakthrough. Damn, what kind of bloodline is this? Once mastered, a bloodline martial skill that reaches such a level is by no means a simple bloodline, this son. If it is not removed, we will surely receive his revenge in the inner court in the future. Xiong Buijin obviously thought of this, and the murderous intention in his heart became more and more intense. If he didn't take advantage of this time to kill the other party, it would be too late when he reached the inner courtyard. Xiong Shirbua smiled coldly, boy, just now I was just a small test, and the real ability has not yet been demonstrated. This time your luck will not be so good. Somewhere hidden practice place. Boom. Suddenly, the vibration of the ground spread, and Han Feng woke up instantly. This fluctuation. Han Feng stood in the air and stared into the distance. This wave is coming from the northeast, and the distance is at least 1 million meters away. God, I can still feel a trace of the ground tremor at such a distance. This battle caused the destruction is amazing. This is definitely a battle between the heavenly powerhouses. Could it be? Han Feng's eyes changed, with a few traces of anxiety, unfolded the sky feathers, and flew quickly in the direction of the fluctuation. A distance of 1 million meters would not take much time for a heavenly rank powerhouse or a heavenly rank powerhouse with 9 meters of Tianyu to help. Xuanhuan, you have to hold on. Crazy bear, holy flame. Xuanhuan's body suddenly burst into flames, and a monstrous yellow flame emerged. The khaki-yellow flames covered the sky and the sun, and immediately turned into several hundred Zhonghai flame khaki-yellow giant bears. Hoo-hoo! These giant bears howled, jumping into the void one by one, rushing towards Xuanhuan. The god of war is angry and destroys the sword. Thousands of meters of sword light burst out, and the frontmost flaming giant bears were instantly split in half under such sword light. But the flame giant bear, which had been turned into 2 halves, unexpectedly merged with the other flame giant bears that had been split in half to form a taller flame giant bear. Xuanhuan grinned, I'm all of these fire bears, all of which are no less than ordinary mid-level martial arts. I want to see, how can you resist this time? Xuanhuan kept retreating in the sky, constantly drawing sword light, but these fire bears could always be fused again after being split in half. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that I can only use that trick. Suddenly, Xuanhuan's footsteps stagnated, and his entire body stopped retreating. The fire bear was already approaching, raising its claws, burning with khaki flames, and grabbing it fiercely. God of War wave sword. A peculiar wave of sword light shot out instantly, and shot directly into Huaxiong's body. Rumbling. Huaxiong's body seemed to be filled with the power of an explosion, and giant bubbles bulged everywhere. This is... Xuanhuan frowned slightly. Xuanhuan smiled lightly. The War God Wave Sword may not be as powerful as the War God Fury Sword, but the main effect of the War God Wave Sword is fluctuation. Since the fire bear can't be destroyed no matter what, it's better to destroy the fundamental factor directly from the inside. As soon as Xuanhuan's voice fell, the huge Huaxiong had completely collapsed from the inside. Xuanhuan's face darkened again. With his sky-ranked 2-star cultivation base after the skyrocketing increase, the fire bear's strongest formidable power is not weaker than the attack of an ordinary 3-star peak martial artist, but such an attack is only a tie with a rookie who has just broken through, Xuanhuan. In any case, I can't accept this possibility. Bastard, if it wasn't for my cultivation being restricted, how could you, a rookie, have the qualifications to be mad? Xuanhuan roared in his heart. TSK, old bear, what if I can't handle it? Hu Shifu joked. No need, the next move, I will definitely kill this kid. Xuanhuan roared, directly refuting Hu Shifu's proposal. Under the circumstance that the cultivation base was suppressed at the peak of the sky level 1-star peak, there was not much difference in the combat power of the three of them. If he can't handle it, Hu Shifu can handle it. Just a joke. 9 Bears Paw Nebula. Countless starlights gathered and turned into giant palms 9 kilometers long, and terrifying energy fluctuations spread out. Xuanhuan's face was completely solemn. Judging from this fluctuation, this nebula 9 Bears Paw is not weak among the mid-level martial arts of the heaven rank, at least it is medium. Even if the opponent has not cultivated such martial skills to the state of perfection. Its destructive power is also amazing. The god of war is angry and destroys the sword. Zhang Fuyu said immediately, and the sword light shot from 1,000 meters away. Jianguang and Xingguang bears' paws collided. The harsh sounds and roars continued one after another, and the surrounding space was constantly distorted by the powerful impact. The ground, which had just been restored, was once again cratered by these impulsive air currents. Bang bang. One bear's paw broke, and the second bear's paw continued to attack. The comprehensive destructive power of Xiong Buijin's attack this time is comparable to that of a 4-star rank. When the sixth bear's paw was destroyed, the sword light also completely dissipated, and the remaining 3 bears' paws bombarded Zhang Fuyu's god of war humanoid agglomeration in an instant. Zhang Fuyu unhesitatingly cast the god of war round shield, and the oval light curtain instantly guarded the god of war humanoid agglomeration in it. The first bear's paw slapped hard on the god of war round shield, and dense cracks spread out. The second bear's paw slapped on the Ares round shield fiercely, and the Ares round shield shattered in an instant. The third bear paw slammed Zhang Fuyu to the ground. With a loud bang, a radius of thousands of meters collapsed and entered. Gu Huichen smiled. It should be dead now, if not, this life force. Gu Huichen's face instantly stiffened, because Zhang Fuyu was really not dead, and jumped out of the giant pit. But this time, Fuyu was obviously badly injured, and was full of embarrassment. Xiong Buijin snorted lightly. It's really fateful, then I'll, eh? Suddenly, Xiong Buijin sensed an aura coming from the sky, and Gu Huichen and Hu Shifu also sensed this aura. Are you here? Zhang Fuyu's eyes light up slightly. Zhang Fuyu still remembers the horror of his joint move with Han Feng. Zhang Fuyu believes that even if these 3 are united, they may not be able to resist Han Feng hit it together with his. The breath of the sky was getting closer and closer, and soon, Han Feng appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the 3 powerful people in the inner courtyard gathered together, Han Feng's pupils shrank. It really took no effort to get here. I thought it would take a while to search, so it's just right, just in time to catch you all. Xiong Buijin's breath burst out, and he pressed hard on Han Feng. Han Feng was not afraid, and the breath of the peak of Tianjia 1-star directly resisted. Xiong Buijin's complexion changed, the peak of the sky and 1-star, this. Not only Xiong Buijin, but also Gu Huichen and Hu Shifu were stunned. They got certain information from the mouth of the residual Jingyan. This Han Feng did not break through to the heavenly level before entering the pure Yuan secret realm. However, Han Feng, who appeared in front of them now, is the peak of the sky and 1-star. If it is true that he broke through to the heavenly rank in the pure Yuan secret realm, then that is to say, this child has been promoted from the initial stage of 1-star to the peak of 1-star in just 9 days. No, even in a shorter period of time. What a terrifying elevation this is. Han Feng landed next to Zhang Fuyu and said with a playful smile, "Hey, it's really miserable." Zhang Fuyu said lightly, "My cultivation is not as good as his, and the bloodline I just promoted is not completely stable, and the martial skills that have been greatly increased because of the increase in bloodline have not had time to firmly grasp. It is normal to end up like this. But you really let me." Unexpected. Zhang Fuyu looked at Han Feng strangely. Obviously, the cultivation of Han Fengtian's 1-star peak has hit not only Gu Huichen and the other 3. How come the newcomers this time are more perverted? But no matter how perverted, there is only one dead end. Xiong Buijin smiled coldly and waved his hands again. 9 Bear's Paw Nebula. The Ice Demon. Be careful. Zhang Fuyu's face became solemn, reminding Han Feng. The 10th level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. Black Flame Demon Smash. Han Feng dared to be careless, his body soared instantly, and his terrifying cultivation level also soared. It has been directly upgraded from the peak of the 1st star in the sky to the midterm of the 3 stars in the sky. A full 2-star improvement. With the soaring cultivation base, the hotter black flame turned into a black giant sword and slashed. This blow is also a blow that is comparable to a 4-star in the sky. The collision of black and khaki was like the collision of 2 stars, and countless black and khaki rays of light surged out. Gu Huichen's face turned cold. This Han Feng is even more difficult to deal with than fighting Fu Yu, so he can easily compete with Xiong Buijin's strongest move. Maybe this is Han Feng's strongest move? Hu Shifu was extremely jealous when he saw that a newcomer in the Han Feng district had such fighting power, which made him an old man. Although his current cultivation base is only suppressed at the peak of the 1st star, the real cultivation base is the limit of the 3rd peak of the sky. But when they were newcomers 2 years ago, in the early days of Tianjia, even at the peak of Tianjia, they didn't have such a strong combat power. Their cultivation base is now suppressed in the 1st star of the sky, and they can explode a powerful attack comparable to the 4th star of the sky. That is because of their accumulation in the past 2 years, not only the mastery of high-strength martial arts, but also their own special blood or special physique improvement. This. Gu Huichen frowned and said, "It's unlikely, otherwise this kid won't be so calm. Don't let the 2 of us beside you." Fusion Extreme Day Sacred Flame. Milky white flame spread out and quickly merged with the black giant sword. Boom. The black giant sword directly expanded to several thousand meters in length, and the surging power could be said to pierce Xiong Buijin's bare paw in an instant, and the remaining giant sword still shot straight away with terrifying power. Not good. Xiong Buijin was taken aback. From the black and milky white flame giant sword, Xiong Buijin felt the ultimate threat. Xiong Buijin wanted to dodge, but immediately found that he couldn't dodge in time. Suddenly, Xiong Buijin communicated his thoughts and immediately disappeared from the Pure Yuan secret. There are only a few hundred people in the inner courtyard, and they are even the elites of the academy. Unlike the outer courtyard, there are already strict rules prohibiting killing each other in this inner courtyard. Otherwise, how many hundreds of people are left? Therefore, the teleportation marks in the gold medal of the War King of the inner court were all left by the guardians of the sanctuary. Unlike the marks left by the deacon of the outer court, the marks of the guardians of the sanctuary could be teleported away in a moment. There were about 400 people in the inner courtyard, and most of the dead were out on missions. This is also the reason why Gu Huichen and the others have a strong killing intent as soon as they find out that Han Feng and Zhan Fuyu are extremely powerful. Once Han Feng and Zhan Fuyu enter the inner courtyard, they cannot kill Han Feng and Zhan Fuyu in the academy. Of course, it's okay to play heavy hands. Many strong people in the inner courtyard have to stay in bed for several months because of this, which directly affects their cultivation. However, newcomers entering the inner courtyard have a protection period of half a year. In other words, in the past 6 months, unless the newcomer takes the initiative to provoke, the elderly in the inner courtyard cannot take action against the newcomer. Zhan Fuyu and Han Feng have achieved such cultivation and combat power in just a few days in the Pure Yuan secret realm. After half a year, God knows how much they will improve. Maybe after half a year, Fu Yu and Han Feng's combat power will surpass them, and at that time, they are very likely to be retaliated by the 2, and they will be directly beaten and seriously injured. If Zhan Fuyu and Han Feng were more careful and held on to this hatred, they were severely injured again as soon as they recovered from their injuries. How could they still cultivate? Over the years, there have been some who stayed in one realm for several years because of Dacian. Some were really unbearable and simply left Baidu Academy. This is of course free from retaliation, but he did not graduate normally from the Baidu Academy. Returning to the family will also be severely punished or even ridiculed by the family. Boom. The giant sword composed of black and milky white flames slashed past Xiong Buijin's previous position and landed directly on the ground. Immediately, the ground rolled, and a small mountain was directly split in half, as if a 12-magnitude earthquake had occurred on the ground. The tens of thousands of meters of abyss was split out by Han Fengjian. In this unsuppressed pure Yuan secret territory, the destructive power caused by the powerhouses of the sky is astonishingly strong. Gu Huichen and Hu Shifu stared blankly at all this, never expecting that in just half a blink of an eye, things would have undergone such an earth-shaking change, and they had never been equal to one another. Looking at Han Feng, the two took a deep breath. The glittering number plate turned into a golden light and shot towards Han Feng. Han Feng grabbed it and said, "Hey, this is a lot of points." As soon as he turned over, he put the number plate in the storage space. Zhang Fuyu pursed his lips slightly, unwilling to admit defeat. Being stronger than me now does not mean that you will be stronger than me in the future. My bloodline has been further improved, and now is a stage of rapid improvement in strength. When my bloodline is completely stable and I have mastered it, when my advanced bloodline martial arts are completely controlled by me, I will definitely not be weaker than Han Feng. Outside world. A golden light suddenly appeared, and the disgraced Xiong Buijin appeared in front of Protector Ziyun. Protector Ziyun raised his eyebrows. "Isn't this crazy bear Xiong Buijin? TSK, it's really embarrassing." Xiong Buijin looked aggrieved, but it was a pity that the person who satirized him was a dignified sanctuary expert, and he didn't have the guts to refute it. It seems that this time the newcomer has a great guy. Ziyun rubbed his chin, showing interest in this newcomer for the first time. Xiong Buijin had a dark face, and he stood by and did not leave. He wanted to waiting for the news that Han Feng was executed. He didn't believe it. The remaining two, Gu Huichen and Hu Shifu, couldn't help Han Feng? Pure Yuan secret realm. Gu Huichen said solemnly, "Hu Shifu, how about the two of us shooting together?" "Right on my mind." Seeing Han Feng's previous blow, neither of them was sure that they could defeat Han Feng alone. If the cultivation base is not suppressed, the three of them may be divided up and down because of the solidity of the cultivation base. However, when their cultivation bases were suppressed at the peak of 1 star, and their martial skills and innate abilities were similar, the combat power of the three of them at this moment was almost equal. The body of Saint Thunder. Condensate. The body of the Ice Demon. Condensate. Gu Huichen and Hu Shifu shouted in unison. Gu Huichen's body was surrounded by white thunder and lightning, accompanied by bursts of thunderbolts. The sky was covered with white clouds, and thunder rioted. "Drink!" he shouted again. Gu Huichen turned into a white thunder giant more than 10 meters high, as if the god of thunder appeared in the world. Hu Shifu was frozen by countless ice crystals and turned into a huge ice sculpture. Click! The ice sculpture split into dense cracks in an instant, and it exploded with a bang. Hu Shifu's upper body is wrapped in dark blue demonic ice armor, but his lower body is a ferocious purple-blue fish tail, with ferocious scales all over the fish tail, which looks like the tail of an underwater monster. Boom! Thunder vibrates, frost surges. At this moment, the cultivation of Gu Huichen and Hu Shifu has skyrocketed to the realm of 2 stars in the sky, and they are extremely advanced 2 stars in the sky. Han Feng stared at the two of them, and the corner of his mouth twitched. 2 people? It's just that. Thunder gun. Arrogant. I'm not ashamed to say it. Gu Huichen and Hu Shifu shouted in unison. The two shot together, which gave them a lot of confidence. Brush. The two rushed towards Han Feng extremely fast, one after the other. Hu Shifu did not know when an ice-blue ice crystal spear appeared in his hand and stabbed it suddenly. Han Feng turned sideways, grabbed the ice crystal spear, the flame and the ice crystal touched, the sound of chi-chi sounded instantly, and the water vapor filled the air. At this moment, Gu Huichen's body of holy thunder struck with a punch. Han Feng smiled coldly and threw a punch. Boom! Thunder fist and fire fist collided fiercely, lightning and flames overflowed, and strong fluctuations suddenly swept out. Zhang Fuyu's eyes flashed and he quickly retreated. With his injured body, he could not be implicated by these fluctuations. The fluctuations continued, and the two impact forces directly impacted Han Feng and Gu Huichen. Han Feng retreated hundreds of meters, and Gu Huichen was directly knocked back into the sky, at least hundreds of kilometers, until Gu Huichen zhang. Only after opening the wings of more than 10 meters behind him did he forcefully stabilize his unstable body. At the same time, Han Feng threw Hu Shifu fiercely out with his other hand. In the first battle, Han Feng clearly had the upper hand. Gu Huichen, this kid's current cultivation base is at least mid-level 3-star, and these attacks alone are useless. Hu Shifu's solemn voice came out. Gu Huichen snorted coldly, "Of course I know, then." Gathering lightning waves. Countless white thunders gathered between Gu Huichen's hands. The next moment, white light shot out suddenly, and the bright white light made the whole world covered by white light at this moment. If it weren't for the deafening sound of the thunder, I really thought it was just a white light. Hu Shifu's attack was also displayed at this moment, Ice God Contract. Behind Hu Shifu, a terrifying Murloc phantom wearing ice blue armor appeared. The Murloc phantom took out a scroll with both hands. Suddenly, the scroll opened, and countless ice blue storms burst out. The ice blue storm and the white thunder and lightning light waves condensed together and fell from the sky with a mighty force. The attack has not yet arrived, and the ground has already rumbled slightly. Skyfire Fighting Fist. In the face of such a blow, Han Feng unhesitatingly unleashed the strongest blow so far. The milky white flame fist burst out, and when it was about to collide with the attacks of Gu Huichen and Hu Shifu, the flame fist suddenly burst, turning into a terrifying milky white flame vortex, and the white thunder and lightning waves and the ice blue storm rolled together into it. As if a different dimensional explosion had occurred, the space where the flame vortex was located was faintly distorted. The explosion of flames, the roar of thunder and lightning, and the roar of the ice crystal storm sounded one after another. The flame vortex was blown apart, but the remaining flames were transformed into more flames and swept into the sky like a rain of fire. Not good. Hu Shifu and Gu Huichen hurriedly used their own defensive martial arts, but they were also stunned by these dense fists of flames. These small flame fists are not very powerful, but they are numerous. Damn, this Han Feng actually mastered the mid-level martial arts. Gu Huichen yelled. Hu Shifu gritted his teeth jealously, "It's just an ordinary mid-level martial skill. Where can it compare to our strongest martial arts?" "It is indeed an ordinary mid-level heavenly martial skill, but I don't believe you can't see it, it has reached the state of perfection." Gu Huichen's eyes were cold. Hu Shifu was silent. Even if the strongest martial skill they mastered exceeded the ordinary level of mid-level rank, and they were considered to be upper middle or even superior among the mid-level rank martial arts, but they had not cultivated to the state of perfection, even Deshang. The realm is not reached, but it is between Xiaocheng and Deshang. Taken together, not much more than that. Both of them were shocked by the strength of Han Feng, but when they thought of Tianji Dan, their eyes flashed a little firmness. A wave of terrifying fluctuations condensed around the two of them. Han Feng's face froze, and as soon as he saw this, he understood that the next attack of the other two is absolutely unusual, and it is likely to be the strongest killing move of the two. Ice Crystal Rising Dragon Bully. Thunderbolt Shot. Hu Shifu roared and shouted, and the huge ice-blue ice dragon roared up. The giant dragon had a ferocious face, dancing in the sky with extreme icy coldness, and the air around it froze. Layers of icy cold air permeated out. And at this moment, the ice-blue giant dragon descended from the sky and charged straight at an unparalleled speed. The white thunderbolt in Gu Huichen's hand was extremely rich, and it instantly turned into a white thunder gun that was thousands of feet long, piercing the space and stabbing Han Feng. Fusion Skyfire Fighting Fist. Han Feng didn't dare to be careless. If it was just one person, Han Feng would be confident that he would even be able to fight back without the need to integrate with the holy flame of extreme day. But when the two are united, the power is greatly enhanced. In the early 10th stage of the Tianhua Fighting Fist, it was integrated into the extreme day holy flame, and its formidable power was no less than that of the top-level middle-grade martial arts level in the perfection realm. This blow can be said to be comparable to the 5 stars of the sky. At the very least, it has surpassed the peak of the 4-star rank. The terrifying flames cracked the surrounding space. The cracking of countless tiny cracks made the whole space even more terrifying, as if a bad one would be involved in the torn space in the next moment. This is that Han Feng's attack has reached a certain limit of the pure Yuan secret realm. But soon, these cracks returned to their original state. Obviously, Han Feng's attack touched the limit of the pure Yuan secret realm at that moment, but that's all. To completely shatter the space of the pure Yuan secret realm, Han Feng is currently not qualified. If a sanctuary powerhouse is here, even if all the breath is not released, only 1/10 of it, it is estimated that the pure essence secret realm will be completely shattered. The Ice Dragon, Thunder Gun, and Fire Fist collided at this moment, and the earth-shattering roar resounded through the sky, and the earth was torn apart. Countless strong fluctuations are surging towards the surroundings, like sharp knives. Zhang Fuyu, who was in the distance, saw this situation, his pupils shrank. Such fluctuations, with his current body caught in it, I am afraid that he will be annihilated immediately. Zhang Fuyu's eyes flickered. My first feeling was right. Han Feng's combat power has surpassed me now. Even if I completely control my blood now, I may not have such a combat power. The students of the inner courtyard can't leave the school within a year. After a year, maybe I'll go to that place to experience some training. I can't be too far behind. Ah! Gu Huichen and Hu Shifu screamed. Their defenses were obviously unable to withstand such a violent energy riot. They were swallowed up by the energy riot, and the powerful fluctuations were like paper-thin sharp knives, constantly cutting their bodies. In a short time, the two of them were dripping with blood. Han Feng has the 10th defense of the Skyfire armor. The defensive means that are not inferior to the ordinary mid-level martial arts level of the sky, and then combined with the extreme day holy flame, its defensive power can be called terrifying. Also swallowed by the terrifying energy fluctuations, Han Feng was almost unscathed. Boy, wait, that lord won't let you go. Gu Huichen let out an unwilling roar, and his communication thoughts disappeared in an instant. All the same, Hu Shifu fled when he saw Gu Huichen. Where would he stay here and leave as well? The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Whoosh. All the riots gradually calmed down, and the pure Yuan secret realm slowly condensed the torn ground with its special ability. It didn't take long for everything to be back to normal here. The 2 golden lights were taken into the sleeve robe by Han Feng. Han Feng took a few breaths in a low voice, then stood up and returned to his original state. Zhang Fuyu came slowly and said lightly, that person didn't achieve his goal this time, and he will definitely not give up in the future. Han Feng smiled. I already expected this situation when I met Jingyan, but so what? Maybe this pressure will make me increase my strength sharply in a short period of time. Furthermore, although the surnamed Long created Jingyan and dominated the outer courtyard, I don't believe he would have such a big influence in the inner courtyard. Otherwise, anyone who offends Jingyan in the inner courtyard wouldn't the inner court suffer? And after entering the inner courtyard for 1 year, you can take the task and leave the school to earn points. It's a big deal to endure it for a year. The corner of Zhang Fuyu's mouth twitched, as expected of the person I like. Indeed, what are you afraid of? Since that person can't cover the sky with only one hand in the inner courtyard, we must be able to force the other side not to attack us directly, or by other means. They said they couldn't attack us in a short time. With our qualifications, a year later. Hee, I am afraid that only he will be able to get you and me in a year. Han Feng's face froze. Don't be so ambiguous, what do you mean by someone you like? The two looked at each other for a while, then laughed. Immediately, the two left here and landed not far away, one recovered from the injury, and the other recovered the consumed real energy and continued to practice, sprinting towards the second star of the sky. In less than a day, Han Feng was naturally unable to refine any spiritual fruit to improve his strength, but it was still possible to make his true essence more condensed. Outside world. Thump, thump. Gu Huichen and Hu Shifu fell to the ground in embarrassment. Xiong Bujin looked at all of this in disbelief. Looking at the dense wounds on Gu Huichen and Hu Shifu, Xiong Bujin swallowed and spit. This is it. Gu Huichen got up with difficulty, his face was gloomy, and he didn't say a word. Xiong Bujin sucked in a breath. Gu Huichen's performance is not what the default is. That kid actually has such combat power, and Gu Huichen and Hu Shifu made a joint shot and they were made into this appearance. Looking at the misery of the two, Xiong Bujin wiped a cold sweat. Should he be glad he left early at this time, not as miserable as the two? Protector Ziyun was completely interested. It wasn't enough to defeat one person. He even defeated 3 in a row. This newcomer is really outstanding. Thinking that the Inner Court's manifesto list and half-holy list haven't changed for a long time, Protector Ziyun rubbed his chin with interest. Hey, maybe this newcomer has a new apprentice from Elder Tianqing, who can make the already silent Inner Court once again. It made waves. I don't know who this newcomer is. Protector Ziyun looked at the 3 Xiong Bujin. The 3 of them never said anything, and he didn't know who they were. Forget it, these 3 people are probably shameless to say that this protector is not willing to do that coercive thing. Anyway, after today, they don't say it and I know it. Xiong Bujin was silent for a while. Gu Huichen, what should I do? Gu Huichen smiled bitterly. What else can I do? All I can do is tell the old man. However, even if the adult shot, under the rules of the Inner Court, the 3 people could not be killed. In the future, these 3 people are afraid that they will step on our heads sooner or later. The 3 were silent again. Hu Shifu whispered, are we going to leave? I don't want to stay in this place. Gu Huichen nodded, and he didn't want to stay here any longer. When those newcomers arrived, wouldn't it be a shame for them to look like this? The 3 of them bowed and saluted to Protector Ziyun, and left under the impatient wave of Protector Ziyun. In a villa somewhere. Long Junqian swept his eyes coldly towards Gu Huichen and the 3 of them, newcomers from the outer courtyard. You 3 can't win it? What a waste. Long Junqian was extremely angry in his heart. He thought that the 3 of them would deal with the mere 2 newcomers. How could he think of what he would do? This made Long Junqian feel that he had been beaten in the face. Gu Huichen looked ashamed. Xiong Bujin and Hu Shifu also looked a little ugly. They were not Gu Huichen, nor Long Junqian's subordinates, but Long Junqian was after all the peak of the 9 stars in the sky, and they were only 1 step away from stepping into the powerhouse on the manifesto list. Bear with it. Long Junqian pondered for a moment, and said lightly, get up, I'll give you a task, no matter what, in this half-year, you must provoke the anger of those 2. Although the newcomer has a protection period of half a year, it is also in the case that the newcomer does not take the initiative to provoke. Once the 2 newcomers are provoked and shot at you, you who are already at the peak of the 3-star rank, could it be that you still can't deal with them? As long as you inflict heavy damage on these 2 newcomers, it is best to completely destroy their will to fight, and in the future they will be reduced to waste without fighting spirit, and the promise of the Helm Master is still valid. The 3 were overjoyed and looked at each other with a trace of hatred in their eyes. In the pure Yuan secret realm, their cultivation is limited to the peak of the sky and 1 star, so they will not be Han Feng's opponents. But in the inner courtyard, their true cultivation is the limit of the 3-star peak. In the pure Yuan secret territory, the 10th day has arrived. Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu both opened their eyes, and already felt a powerful force from heaven and earth hitting them directly. The next moment, the scene changed, and they had been teleported out and landed on the square. At this time, there were only 140 or 50 people left in the square, and at least 50 or 60 people fell into it. The Dharma protector Ziyun looked around for a week. Anyone who gets more than 10 points will come out. Han Feng and others looked at each other, and a total of 19 people stepped out. Protector Ziyun raised his eyebrows. In addition to those who entered the inner courtyard before entering the heavenly rank, there are almost 22 people in this class, which is not bad. Han Feng was thinking in his heart, if it wasn't for Jin Yuankong's 4 people being killed by him, maybe 4 more people would come back now. Protector Ziyun beckoned to Han Feng and the 19 people, take out your number plates. The rest of the people from the outer court looked disappointed and failed the inner court assessment, so they could only return to the inner court. Either wait until the next year's inner court assessment before participating, or try to break through to the heavenly rank within the next year and enter the inner court ahead of schedule. One by one, they sighed and looked at Han Feng and other 19 people with envy. 1 year in the evening, perhaps the gap between them was not that big. When they meet again, the gap will expand several times. Protector Ziyun checked the number plates of the 19 people, and the voice in his mouth came out faintly, it is very pass, and the basic reward is 2,000 points. In the next moment, there are 2,000 more points in the gold medal of the King of War in this person's hand. Everyone was surprised for a while. There were so many rewards in the inner court assessment. One shot was 2,000 points. Protector Ziyun looked at the excitement of the crowd and pouted in his heart. The training place in the inner courtyard requires points that cannot be compared to the outer courtyard. 2,000 points is a lot? I hope you will still think so in the future. Next. Protector Ziyun shouted impatiently, and the second person handed over his number card. Very well, the basic reward is 2,000 points. Ziyun's voice came out faintly again. Second more. It is very pass, and the basic reward is 2,000 points. It is very pass, and the basic reward is 2,000 points. Passing with 11 points, the basic reward is 2,000 points. Passing with 13 points, the basic reward is 2,000 points. 12 points pass, the basic reward is 2,000 points. Soon, only Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu were left among the 19. Zhang Fuyu only took out 2 number cards. Protector Ziyun raised his eyebrows, and the rest were also surprised. The 2 number cards would definitely not reach 10 points, but they were also clear about the strength of fighting Fuyu, and they would not have the ability to get 10 points. Then there may only be 1, or it was snatched by the powerhouse in the inner court, and they also sensed the previous fluctuation. At present, in the entire outer courtyard, there is no third person who can fight against the strong in the inner courtyard and cause such fluctuations, except for Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu. Either, or. Compared with the first situation, people are more inclined to the second possibility. Sure enough, the next moment, the voice of the guardian of the law came out, very past, boy, good luck. The basic reward is 2,000 points, and the extra reward is 1,000 points, for a total of 3,000 points. All of a sudden, 1,000 points were added, and the 17 people looked at Zhang Fuyu with envy. With 1,000 more points, Zhang Fuyu is 1 step ahead of them. Originally, the gap was huge. 17 people could imagine that the gap in the future would only be even bigger. Zhang Fuyu walked out indifferently, as if the extra 1,000 points had no effect on him. At this time everyone's eyes fell on Han Feng. Protector Ziyun's eyes flashed with brilliance. Those people in front don't have the number plates of Gu Huichen's 3 people, so it can only be this guy. If you look closely, they look familiar. Staring for a while, Protector Ziyun suddenly remembered that the man beside Meng Yaqing that day was this guy. Good guy, the people that Meng girl has friends with are not simple guys. Han Feng scratched his head, not knowing why Ziyun Protector's eyes were so strange. Could it be some special hobby? Han Feng's body trembled. Cough, take out the number plate. Protector Ziyun also found something wrong with himself, coughed lightly, and said lightly. Han Feng took out 5 number plates, and Ziyun's eyes flashed, sure enough. With a slight smile, Protector Ziyun showed a faint smile in front of everyone for the first time. If you pass very well, the basic reward will be 2,000 points, and the additional reward will be 1,000 points. Because of the counter-robbing of the 3 number cards of the strong in the inner court, an additional 6,000 points will be awarded, a total of 9,000 points. Hiss. Everyone's pupils shrank, and they took a deep breath. This Han Feng actually robbed the strong man in the inner court. Thinking of the strong fluctuations they sensed before, everyone immediately became in awe of Han Feng. Such a person is really not comparable to them. The dissatisfaction and jealousy that Han Feng had obtained a lot of points had vanished at this moment. The gap was too big to compare. Only the 3 experts in Jingyanting who passed the assessment were expressionless and gritted their teeth in hatred. After the inspection of the 19 people, Ziyun's voice suddenly grew louder. This is the end of the inner court assessment, and the 19 of you have passed the inner court assessment. But before entering the inner courtyard, you still need to take a test, the 9-person level. The so-called 9-person pass. Presumably you already know that this is not a mandatory assessment, you can freely choose to take the exam or not. Everyone frowned. Of course they knew about the 9 people, but of the 19 of them, only 6 of them had broken through to the heavenly rank. Xuanhuan asked abruptly, Lord Protector, the junior heard that you will get a lot of points for breaking through the 9-person pass, but is it true? Protector Ziyun said lightly, of course. If you pass the first level, you will get 2,000 points, and each time you pass the next level, you will gain 2,000 points until the 3rd level. In other words, pass the 2nd and 3rd levels. You can get 4,000 points and 6,000 points, respectively. From the 4th level to the 6th level, you will gain 4,000 points for each level you pass, that is to say, if you pass the 4th level, you will get 10,000 points, and if you pass the 5th level, you will get 10,000 points. With 14,000 points, if you pass the 6th level, you can get 18,000 points. From the 7th level to the 9th level, each time you pass a level, you will gain 8,000 points. For example, 26,000 points, 34,000 points, and 42,000 points. If you can pass 2 levels at once, congratulations, you will get a total of 156,000 points. Such points are enough for you to persist in your practice in the inner courtyard for a long enough time without being a character. Everyone took a deep breath and swallowed hard. 156,000 points. This is a huge amount of points, even if they have consumed countless points in the outer courtyard for several years. I am afraid that it is not enough. Everyone's eyes are hot, if you can get this point. But thinking that the first stage of the Nine Pass is the initial cultivation level of Tianjia and 2 stars, everyone's eyes dimmed. Even if it was just an ordinary deacon, his combat power could not be comparable to that of students of the same level, but that was also Tianjia. The huge gap between the heaven and the earth, how can these warriors who are still wandering on the earth overcome? There are only 6 people, and their eyes are still hot. The 6 were Han Feng, Zhang Fuyu, Xuanhuan, Yu Jinping, LV Buiyun, and a loner who was only a dozen or so in the sky. Seeing this, Han Feng had to sigh in his heart, if Jin Yuankong and others did not die, at least they would not be weaker than Yu Jinping and others, but unfortunately if they died, they would die. Others have advanced to a higher level, but all his life he only stayed at the level of 12 stars. In the outer court, they have a great reputation. But now, they are destined to be forgotten. In the end, only Han Feng and 6 people stepped out. Protector Ziyun clapped his palms, and a round hole about 2 meters in diameter suddenly appeared in the center of the teleportation array. Protector Ziyun pointed at the round hole and said, "Jump down and you can start the 9-person pass. Which one of you will go first?" The first person to take action was the strong man who was more than 10 on the Tongtian ranking list, but now he is walking ahead of most of them, Hong Jie. Hong Jie jumped out of the round hole, and Protector Ziyun flicked his sleeves in the void, and a light curtain appeared. What was displayed on the light curtain was Hong Jie. I saw Hong Jie jumped into the round hole and landed on the flat ground after about 100 meters. In front of Hong Jie was a huge wide passage. Hong Jie hesitated for a moment, then walked into the depths of the passage without hesitation. After about 100 meters, a giant gate with a height of tens of meters appeared. Rumbling. The giant gate opened, and behind the giant gate was a huge square with a radius of several thousand meters. In the center of the square, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. Seeing Hong Jie's arrival, the middle-aged man suddenly stood up and burst out with a sharp breath. Under this breath, Hong Jie's body was already trembling faintly. Hong Jie's cultivation base is only at the early stage of 1 star, and his realm is still unstable, with a gap of 1 star. Hong Jie, who has just broken through the heavenly rank and has not yet completely controlled the heavenly rank's power, is obviously far from the other side. Thunder Punishment Thorn. Hong Jie shouted sharply, and a 100-meter sharp purple thunder appeared in his hand. Seeing that the thunder thorn that Hong Jie condensed was only 100 meters away, Han Feng's expression moved, and the square in this passage was obviously suppressed by the enchantment. The third one. Seeing that the thunder thorn that Hong Jie condensed was only 100 meters away, Han Feng's expression moved, and the square in this passage was obviously suppressed by the enchantment. And it is a more powerful enchantment than the outer court. Otherwise, with Hong Jie's heaven-level cultivation base, even if it is suppressed by the same enchantment as the outer court, the thunder thorns that condense will have to be hundreds of meters or thousands of meters. However, looking at the field with only a radius of several thousand meters, if there is no such strong enchantment suppression, it is estimated that it will collapse in a few strokes. The waves are flowing. In the face of Hong Jie's attack, the deacon of the early stage 2 star just waved his palm lightly, and the surging water vortex appeared in front of the deacon of the early stage 2 star. When the thunderthorn encountered the vortex, it was immediately swallowed by the vortex, and then the vortex suddenly turned, and the thunderthorn reflected back. Boom! Hong Jie was caught off guard and was hit immediately, and his whole body flew out in embarrassment. It is true that the combat power of this early stage 2 star deacon is not comparable to that of the students at the early stage of 2 star heaven, and maybe he does not have strong talent. The martial skills that can be mastered are not weak, and they seem to have reached the state of perfection. Perhaps the speed at which the ordinary deacon mastered the martial arts was not as fast as the students, but the time was longer enough for them to master the martial arts to perfection. However, Hong Jie has just broken through, and the level of martial arts has not yet caught up. He is still using ground-level martial arts, and defeat is inevitable. Hong Jie walked out embarrassedly, with a bitter look on his face. The rest of the warriors who have passed are gloating. So what if you pass the heaven rank, and in the end, you haven't passed a single level? Sui Guanghai, Yu Zhenping and LV Buiyun also went to the gate. The 3 of them are also in the early stage of the first-level cultivation base of Tianjie, but they are more stable than Hong Jie's cultivation base, and the 3 of them have practiced the low-grade martial arts of the Tianjie before they have broken through to the Tianjie. And the 3 of them have their own innate abilities, or special physiques, or alien energy. Although they have just broken through, these abilities have not been improved to the level of matching the heavenly rank, but they can still improve a lot. After a slightly difficult battle, the 3 of them defeated the early stage 2 star deacon and gained 2,000 points. In the second stage, facing the mid-level 2-star deacon, Lu Buiyun and Yu Zhenping both lost. Xuanhuan tried his best, but after half an hour of battle, he won with difficulty. There is no doubt that Xuanhuan was easily defeated in the third pass. Xuanhuan finally got 4,000 points. With the previous basic reward of 2,000 points, a total of 6,000 points. Xuanhuan was overjoyed. In his opinion, 6,000 points was enough for him to hold on for a long time, until Xuanhuan's surprise weakened a lot after entering the inner courtyard. Next, Zhan Fuyu. Xian's guardian motioned Zhan Fuyu to go through the barrier. Everyone's eyes fell on Zhan Fuyu. Although Han Feng defeated the 3 inner court powerhouses, they didn't see it with their own eyes, so in the eyes of everyone, Han Feng and Zhan Fuyu were still the same level of powerhouses. Come on. Han Fengchao punched Fuyu. Zhan Fuyu smiled slightly and jumped into the round hole. Han Feng whispered to himself, almost a day ago, Zhan Fuyu has a deeper grasp of his own bloodline, and his combat effectiveness is estimated to have improved a lot. I don't know how many levels Zhan Fuyu can reach. The first level in the round hole. Zhan Fuyu confronted the first stage deacon of the second level Tianjia. On the light curtain outside, everyone could clearly see Zhan Fuyu's battle. The water waves are flowing. The deacon of the early stage of the second star of Tianjia immediately said, and the surging water flow swept out. God of War blood, congeal. In the secret realm of pure Yuan, Zhan Fuyu used the bloodline of the God of War at the mid-level cultivation level of 1 star, but he was only able to upgrade to the late stage of 2 stars. And now in just one day, through the deepening of the control of blood, it has been promoted to the peak of the second star of the sky. A powerful aura filled the air, and the deacon's expression changed suddenly. He didn't even use the sword of the God of War. With an ordinary punch, the vortex of water was broken by Zhan Fuyu's punch, and the scattered water hit the ground. Blessing of the Water God. The deacon at the early stage of the second star of the sky rank abruptly took a step back, and his vigilance against Fuyu caused the deacon to immediately unleash the strongest blow. A water-blue phantom appeared behind the deacon, and countless water columns burst out violently. The sword of the God of War. Facing this blow, Zhan Fuyu's expression did not change, but he just drew a sword lightly, and all these water columns were annihilated in an instant. The terrifying sword light bombarded the deacon at the early stage of the second star of the sky, directly spitting blood and flying, hitting the wall, and the wall cracked more than a dozen cracks. Hiss. Outside, everyone gasped when they saw that Zhan Fuyu had so easily defeated the 2-star early stage deacon. It was only at this moment that they had a real understanding of how powerful Fuyu was. Looking at Han Feng's unsurprised face again, this Han Feng's combat power is probably not weak at all. It's no wonder that the 3 inner court powerhouses all succumbed to these 2 people. Except for the 3 Jingyantang powerhouses, the rest of the people looked at each other. It is best not to provoke these 2 people in the inner courtyard. Maybe these 2 people will attack when these newcomers are still the bottom warriors in the inner courtyard. To the upper level of the inner courtyard. It is really unwise to be enemies with these 2. Protector Xian smiled and touched his chin. I didn't expect that, besides Han Feng, there is another newcomer who is good. Maybe in 2 or 3 years, the ranking on the manifestation list will change. Every ranking change on the manifestation ranking is a big event. The second level, the third level. Even if it was the ranked 2-star peak deacon of the third level, Zhan Fuyu defeated him without much effort. However, in the face of the first 3-star deacon of Tianjia in the 4th pass, Zhan Fuyu's expression became solemn. Tianma changes. The early 3-star deacon of the Tianjia already had a special ability that was almost comparable to the Tianjia. Strictly speaking, it was a special ability between the earth grade and the heavenly grade. Every improvement of special ability is more difficult than improvement of cultivation base. Except for geniuses, there are very few people who can easily evolve special abilities. It has been 4 or 5 years since Deacon became a deacon in the early days of the 3-star heaven rank, and the special ability is comparable to the high-grade level comparable to the earth rank. After displaying the Tianma transformation, the deacon of the first 3-star Tianjia immediately changed dramatically. A 1 centimeter silver horn grew on his forehead, and a pair of white 2-meter-long wings spread out on his back, and a faint Tianma phantom armor appeared on his body. Pegasus' head mark appeared on the abdomen, and at a glance, it seemed that Pegasus came galloping. At this moment, the deacon's cultivation in the early days of the 3-star heaven was directly upgraded to the middle of the 3-star heaven. Tianma Xingchen Fist. These deacons may also be able to know the scene of the previous battle in some way. Once the shot is made, the deacon shows no mercy. Countless Tianma streamers converged into a dazzling star, rushing away. The god of war is angry and destroys the sword. He has completely mastered the god of war Fury sword, which has evolved from his bloodline. The sword light of hundreds of meters collided directly with the stars. Boom! The stars exploded, the waves were like ripples, the square shook, and the cave trembled. Fourth more complete. Ask for flowers. I have accumulated some manuscripts in the past few days, and tomorrow will be updated with 15,000 words. The stars are bright. Countless starlights were annihilated under the sword light, but the sword light was also swallowed by the starlight. When the sword light broke through the fist of the stars and bombarded the deacon of Xuanhuan rank 3-star early stage, it was only hundreds of meters long. Tianma tramples. The chirping of the heavenly horse followed, and the deacon seemed to have transformed into a Baijia heavenly horse. The horse's hooves fell from the sky, stepping on the sword light, and another violent wave rippled around. Countless dense cracks can be seen on the surrounding walls. The deacon of the 3-star early stage of Tianjia smiled slightly. You are well deserved to be at the top of the newcomers. Few people are newcomers. The newcomer can force me to this step. Hearing this, Zhang Fuyu just shook his head slightly. That's because you haven't seen anything more perverted than me. The deacon in the early days of the 3-star Tianjia looked stagnant, and then became bitter, right? There are even stronger perverts. Thinking of this, the deacon of the early days of the 3-star Tianjia turned sideways and said helplessly, "Forget it if you pass, I don't want to be beaten and vomited blood by you like the first guy." Zhang Fuyu was taken aback for a moment. You should be able to fight again. The previous blow I was already considered the strongest blow. The deacon of the first 3-star Tianjia laughed. That's right, but we ordinary people are different from your geniuses. Performing Tianma transformation will also consume my real energy. If I fight with you, it will not only consume your real energy. It also consumes my true yuan. And you have seen it before. I used 2 powerful martial arts in a row to barely resist your blow. In terms of consumption, I consume more than you. If I continue to fight, I will definitely consume it before you. Didn't you say that there is a stronger existence? I just saw how strong this pervert who is stronger than you will be. Zhang Fuyu knew, it turned out to be to retain the strength to deal with Han Feng. After all, if the consumption is too high, it cannot be recovered in a short time, so it is impossible to lose without a fight. Being able to save some physical strength is a fool not to take advantage of this. Wei Wei clasped his fists and fought Fuyu to the 5th level. The deacon of the 5th pass has reached the middle stage of the 3-star level, and is a black-faced man. The black-faced man stared at Zhang Fuyu. I didn't expect that this year's newcomers would break into me. It's been a long time since a newcomer has been able to break through the 5th level. In fact, very few people can break through the 4th level. I'm not going to show mercy. You're ready. Zhang Fuyu said solemnly, go ahead. Zhang Fuyu would never dare to be careless about a black-faced man in the middle of the 3-star rank. The deacon of the 4th level was already very difficult to deal with, let alone the deacon of the 5th level. The black-faced man grinned, and suddenly, the black-faced man was wrapped in black air currents, and his entire body was enveloped by a jet-black energy entity. This jet-black energy condensate is dressed in jet-black illusory armor, holds a huge jet-black axe in both hands, and has a triangle on the top of its head, which looks like a cow but not a cow. A roar roared out from the mouth of the monster condensed body. At this moment, the cultivation base of the black-faced man has soared extremely close to the peak level of 3 stars in the sky. Bighorn clash. The strange cow condensed body slammed its feet to the ground, and instantly slammed into Zhang Fuyu at the speed of thunder. Shield of the God of War. Boom. The 3 hard pitch-black long horns of the strange cow slammed into the shield of the God of War. In an instant, 3 holes were poked out of the shield of the God of War. Click. Click. At the 3 holes, cracks continued to spread out. The crisp sound sounded, and the shield of the God of War was about to be completely shattered. At this moment, Zhang Fuyu shouted loudly, "God of War round shield." The shield of the God of War suddenly changed dramatically, like a half-sphere covering Zhang Fuyu within it. The power caused by the black-faced man's attack was completely blocked by the shield of the God of War. Suddenly, Zhang Fuyu's whole body rioted with energy, and the black-faced man quickly retreated. Boom! The round shield burst open, and the black-faced man was fortunate. Fortunately, he retired early, otherwise he would definitely be affected. However, the next moment, the face of the black-faced man immediately changed. The God of War is angry and destroys the sword. This sword contains extremely terrifying sword light. The fist of the Red Devil. 1 sword and 1 punch, they collided fiercely. The dazzling light soared into the sky, and everyone outside could only see countless rays of light surging. The fight against Fuyu obviously did his best, but the black-faced man was not bad at all. The battle lasted for more than 20 minutes. In the end, the fight against Fuyu was 1 move short of chess, and unfortunately he lost. Rao is so, the record against Fuyu is also extremely amazing. It should be noted that the last move of the black-faced big man is actually an ordinary mid-level martial skill of the sky. Even if it is only a small achievement, it should not be underestimated. It can be said that the last blow of the black-faced man has completely surpassed the 3-star level of the sky, which is comparable to the level of the ordinary 4-star junior and mid-level. In the secret realm of pure Yuan, Xiong Buijin's cultivation base was limited to the peak of 1 star in the sky, and the strongest combat power that erupted was only comparable to the initial stage of 4 stars. But at that time, Fuyu was defeated. In just 1 day, Zhang Fuyu's combat power had surpassed that at the time, and was comparable to the initial 4-star stage. If you are still in the secret realm of pure Yuan, if you fight Fuyu against Xiong Buijin again, even if you can't win, you will definitely not lose. The consumption of fighting Fuyu was not too big, and when he came out, his face was pale. It was a pity for everyone, it was only a little short, and it was only a little short of fighting Fuyu to be able to win. This is the 5th level. Once you win, you will get 14,000 points. Han Feng stepped out, it was time for him to make a move, and when he passed Zhang Fuyu, Han Feng smiled lightly. Congratulations, you have passed 4 levels in a row, and you will get a total of 22,000 points. Adding the previous 3,000 points, we have 25,000 points. Zhang Fuyu nodded and said solemnly, "Be careful, come on." 9 people off the 1st level. The 10th level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. Bang bang. In a short period of time, Han Feng's cultivation level soared directly to the realm of 3 stars in the sky. Han Feng knew that all his attacks would be seen outside through the light curtain, but Han Feng didn't care. There are also a lot of overlord-level battles in the outer court, and what martial arts they have mastered has long been known to others, but are they pulled down from the overlord-level position because of this? No. Indeed, knowing the details of a person's martial skills, it is easy to find some weaknesses based on such martial skills, but there must be a premise that the person's martial skills have not changed for a long time. But is it possible? The inner court is a genius. It doesn't take much time to master a martial skill. In just a few months, you will definitely master a stronger martial skill. Once you have researched your weakness, it is very likely that someone will have a stronger martial skill to cover it. This weakness. The first-class powerhouses in the inner courtyard are all made up of records, not all kinds of hidden secrets, all kinds of low-key, and all kinds of mysteries rushing up. As long as you fight, your martial skills will inevitably leak. If you want to stay undefeated, you can only continue to strengthen your strength and master stronger martial arts. So Han Feng is not worried about his martial skills being exposed. When he entered the inner courtyard, the first time he chose to retreat, he would cultivate and increase the power of the 4 inherited martial arts. At that time, the information that others have is also old information. If you want to use the old information to deal with him, you will inevitably suffer the consequences. The first level 2-star deacon looked horrified. He thought that the previous battle with Fu Yu was already very perverted. How could he expect that there would be an even more perverted one now? Such a breath, even if he exerts all his strength, he may not be able to achieve it. Outside, everyone was stunned, with nearly 2-star upgrades. Is this still human? Protector Ziyun touched his chin and smiled secretly. Interesting, such a cultivation base, and then mastering powerful martial arts. It is no wonder that Gu Huichen lost 3 consecutive defeats to this child. Protector Ziyun was not so surprised that he had such a high level of combat power because of the Han Feng district's Tianjia 1-star cultivation base. 12 stars in the sky, the further you go, the bigger the gap between each star. In the early stage, it is possible to cross 4 or 5-star battles, but it may not be possible in the later stage. The powerhouses in the semi-sacred list of the inner court, who were at the early stage of the heavenly rank at the beginning, were not able to break out the combat power far exceeding their own cultivation base by several stars, but now. First delivery. Ask for flowers. There was something wrong with the computer in the afternoon. The first one was relatively late, but today there will be no shortage of 6. The waves are flowing. The deacon of the early stage of the 2nd star opened his hands, and the surging water flow formed a vortex. However, under the impact of Han Feng's momentum, the water vortex was completely washed away not long after it formed. Blessings of the water god. The deacon's expression did not change much in the early days of the 2nd level rank, and it was obvious that he had already expected it. The water column burst out, and charged directly to Han Feng with a strong force. Han Feng just waved his hand lightly, relying only on the true essence in his body to completely block the water column, and even counterattack. The surging power of true essence was like a sharp blade, cutting directly into the water column and bombarding the deacon at the early stage of the 2nd star of the sky. Immediately, the deacon vomited blood again and flew out and slammed into the wall. Fortunately, Han Feng has been merciful. Otherwise the deacon might have been killed instantly when he had been injured before. The 2nd and 3rd levels that followed, Han Feng easily defeated. Soon, Han Feng came to the 4th level, facing the deacon of Tianjia Samsung's initial strength. Pegasus change. Tianma Xingchen fist. It has been learned from Zhang Fuyu that Han Feng is stronger, and the deacon in the early days of Tianjia Samsung did not hold back at all. This blow has obviously exceeded the 3-star level of the sky, and it is infinitely close to the 4-star of the sky. Black Flame Demon Slash. In the face of the first 3-star deacon of Tianjia, Han Feng has been unable to achieve the level of winning with real yuan alone. The black flames surging and condensed, turning into a giant sword and slashing down. The endless star power was shattered by Han Feng's sword. Skyfire Fighting Fist. After the black flame demon smashed, Han Feng threw a punch. The crimson flame fist, like a vortex, swallowed up the first 3-star deacon of the sky. When the flames dissipated, only the deacon of the first 3-star heaven rank was left kneeling on the ground, in a state of embarrassment. The deacon smiled bitterly. It really is a more perverted existence than Zhang Fuyu, who defeated me so easily. You passed. Outside, everyone has become numb. Although Zhang Fuyu is strong, it is not easy to defeat the 4th stage. If the deacon in the 4th stage wants to save his strength to deal with the next Han Feng, Zhang Fuyu will definitely consume a lot of physical strength and energy in the 4th stage, and then facing the 5th pass, I'm afraid it won't resist for so long. But Korean style. At this moment, everyone completely believed that the 3 inner court powerhouses were all defeated by Han Feng. The strength of Han Feng has exceeded their imagination. This is not at all like the combat power that a first-level existence should show. Within the channel, Han Feng smiled slightly and came to the 5th level. The black-faced man still had a strange cow condensate appearing on the surface of his body. Big horn clash. Skyfire fighting fist. Boom. The fire fist and the triangle collided, like 2 giant mountains colliding, and the huge rumbling sound made the ground of the entire square shake, and the surrounding walls continued to shatter. Stomping on. The strength of the giant horn's collision was obviously extraordinary. Rauscher Han Feng had to retreat back. He had to retreat hundreds of meters before he could barely stabilize his body. Fell to the ground. Hi. This year's rookie is really amazing. If you can take the next punch from Deacon, Deacon will admit defeat. The fist of the Red Devil. Heavenly fire fighting fist. Han Feng also fought with a punch, but this time, Han Feng combined the extreme day, holy flame. In an instant, the power of Tianhua Zhangquan soared to the top middle grade martial arts level, and the attack power has surpassed the 4-star Tianjia. Comparable to the 5 stars of the sky. In the face of such terrifying combat power, the attack of the black-faced man seemed so weak, and was immediately backlashed by the milky white flames, and the whole body was swept into the sky by the flames and fell fiercely. The 5th pass, Han Feng easily passed. Outside, everyone swallowed and spit, and at the same time a little jealous. Once you pass the 5th level, you will get another 14,000 points. Zhang Fuyu frowned slightly. This seems to be the power Han Feng used when he defeated Gu Huichen and Hu Shifu. If this power is Han Feng's strongest power, I'm afraid the 7th level and the 8th level will not be easy. The 9th level is even more likely to fail. In the passage, it didn't take much time for Han Feng to defeat the 6th deacon. As long as the attack power did not reach a level comparable to the ordinary 5-star level, it would be difficult to defeat Han Feng. 7th level. The deacon guarding here is already at the early stage of the 4-star level. It's really rare. I thought I didn't need deacon, but I didn't expect. Little guy, let me see, where's the limit of your newcomer? With a chuckle, the deacon of the 7th pass stood up, with a pale face and a thin body. If it was not for sure that Baidu Academy would never lie, Han Feng really thought that the one who was guarding here was not the 4-star deacon, but a patient. A chill filled the entire passage square. Clack clack. Layers of icy blue ice formed on the gray stone wall in an instant. The holy flame of the extreme day of Han Feng spread all over the body, and the cold air was turned into water mist by the holy flame of extreme day before it approached Han Feng. Ice array. Suddenly, an ice blue light lit up 500 or 600 meters below Han Feng's feet, forming a huge formation. The deacon of the 7th pass laughed. This is the ice formation I set up in advance. Although it is a bit insidious, your newcomer is too strong, and this deacon does not dare to be careless. As a newcomer, you will be considerate of my frail deacon. After speaking, the deacon of the 7th pass pretended to cough several times, indicating that his body was indeed not good. Han Feng scolded inwardly, his body is not good? Go lie to the ghost, he is now on the rank of the sky instead of the rank of the earth, and he can know the specific situation with a sweep of mental power. Shit's body is not good. Obviously there is an extremely cold and terrifying alien ice energy in the body. Before Han Feng could really scold him, in the ice formation, countless extremely cold chi turned into countless ice needles, and densely fell from the sky. Skyfire Seal. In the face of so many ice needles, Han Feng no longer uses the Heavenly Fire Fighting Fist, but the Heavenly Fire Seal. The milky white fire mark is illusory, and it is firmly suspended in the sky above Han Feng. All the incoming ice needles, under the obstruction of the Skyfire mark, cannot break through the Skyfire mark. The deacon of the 7th stage smiled. The ice formation is more than just that. The area under the Skyfire seal began to condense a faint icy blue ice fog. The ice fog instantly condensed and turned into countless tiny ice monsters. The wings of the blue dragon congeal. Han Feng spread the wings of the blue dragon behind him, and the extreme day Saint Flame quickly merged into it. In a short period of time, the power of Azure Dragon Wing was no less than that of ordinary heaven. At this moment, Jiaomi Tianyu is also integrated into the wings of the blue dragon. The power of the flamed Sunlong Tianyu at this moment can be said to be completely comparable to the flying martial arts of the ordinary sky-level middle-grade martial arts level. The flamed Sunlong Tianyu opened, and the terrifying milky white flames wrapped the feathers and swept out like a machine gun. Rumbling. The incoming ice monster was undoubtedly completely swept away under the attack of the milky white flame feathers, like fire rain. Drink. Han Feng's face was ferocious, and he roared loudly, and the heavenly fire seal blasted into the sky in an instant, in the middle of the top barrier of the frost array. Clack clack. At the top of the ice formation barrier, a small crack clearly appeared in Han Feng's sight. Second more. Good opportunity. Han Feng's eyes lit up. Don't look at it, just cracked a small crack, but because of this crack, the defense power of the entire enchantment is no longer the same as before. Countless milky white flame feathers swept out, condensed together, and blasted straight away, like a flame tornado. Boom. The flame tornado slammed into the topmost barrier, and the entire barrier shook, and even the square with the 7th level trembled. Click. Click. More and more cracks spread and opened, and the ice formation could no longer restrain Han Feng. Spreading its huge wings, Han Feng directly broke through the topmost barrier and flew out of the ice formation. The milky white flame feather tornado did not stop its attack because of this, but turned a corner and slammed into the 7th deacon. 1000 Ice Slash. Countless ice crystals are combined into a huge ice crystal blade. Deacon of the 7th pass suddenly slashed, and the ice crystal blade exploded instantly. When the flame feather tornado and the ice crystal blade collided, the entire passage square was instantly filled with water mist. Through the light curtain, people outside can only see the thick mist of water, but they cannot see what is happening in the mist. Hey, boy is not bad. Then. ZG Frost, congeal. 1000 Ice Slash. Purple frigid ice and Qianbing slash merged, and the ice-blue ice crystal blade turned into a purple-blue color in just a short moment. A more terrifying low temperature spread out, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The outside world can't see the specific situation, but in the water mist, whether it is Han Feng or the 7th deacon, they are all strong in the sky. The spiritual power of the heavenly rank powerhouse is that they can completely ignore the obstruction of the water mist and clearly see the situation of the other party. Han Feng saw that the other party fused the energy of different ice attributes, and Han Feng did not hesitate to fuse the heavenly fire fighting fist and the extreme day sacred flame. Skyfire Fighting Fist. The giant flame fist turned into a huge vortex and devoured the purple-blue ice crystal blade. The milky white light group and the purple-blue light group kept surging, and at the same time, bursts of strong energy fluctuations continued to erupt. The next moment, an astonishing loud noise rang out, and 2 waves of light waved to form ripples like ocean waves, rushing towards the surroundings. In the passage square, everything is its attack target. The surrounding stone walls had a tendency to be completely broken under the impact of one after another. Han Feng relied on the Skyfire armor to resist the impact with difficulty. But the seventh deacon is different, he is not as strong as Han Feng's defense. When everything gradually subsided, the deacon of the seventh stage was quite embarrassed. The whole body was generally burned by flames, but the other half was frozen, and it was faintly visible that the ice layer was attached to the other half of the body. Han Feng's Xuanhuan armor also had ice on it. Han Feng just moved the body lightly, and the ice shattered and fell to the ground. Hoo. Your kid's defense is really perverted. The seventh deacon gritted his teeth. As a result, the situation is not good for him. The same attack, the same fluctuation, he will be injured and the other party will not. He waved his hand. I won't fight with you perverts, you will pass the test. Thank you, deacon. Han Feng smiled and handed over and passed the seventh level. If the battle continues, Han Feng is sure to win, but it will also consume a lot of money. It wasn't until Han Feng left that the seventh deacon whispered to himself, once the sun enters the inner courtyard, sooner or later, he will stir up the stable Chi Tan in the inner courtyard again. The deacon of the 8th level was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Unlike the 7 deacons in his 30s, he was extremely dissatisfied with the newcomers to the inner court, especially the potential newcomers. To Han Feng, the deacon did not have the slightest smile. Perhaps it was because he was in his 40s that he was able to cultivate to the middle stage of the 4-star rank, and the deacon was extremely jealous of the so-called genius. Like some of the deacons in front, when they sensed that Han Feng was stronger than them, and if they continued to fight, both sides would consume a lot of money, they would click to the end and would not fight to the death. But the deacon of the 8th level was different. Even if he knew that the final result might be a lose-lose, the deacon would not hold back at all. Everyone outside looked terrified and worried about Han Feng. Perhaps only the 3 powerhouses of Jingyantang wished that Han Feng would be severely injured, or even beheaded directly, although the last possibility was minimal. Protector Ziyun frowned slightly. This guy, or to those little guys in the inner courtyard. Forget it, I can't control the thoughts of these deacons. As long as they don't kill them, this guardian has no right to stop them. The battle went on directly for nearly 2 hours. In the end, Han Feng relied on the defense of the Skyfire armor and the ability to restore the true essence of the 9 flames and different fire art, and abruptly defeated the deacon of the 8th level. Hoo. This distorted deacon really hurts me. How can I support the next round of battle with this amount of real energy now? Anyway, the protector of the cloud doesn't mandate that it cannot be recovered in the channel, just. Everyone outside was stunned to see Han Feng sitting cross-legged in the passage, to recover his true essence. One of the 3 Jingyantang powerhouses who had passed the assessment of the inner court revealed, Lord Protector, how can this be done? It's clearly a violation of the rules. Protector Ziyun glanced at it lightly. When did this kind of regulation exist? Why doesn't this protector know about it? The strong man in Jingyantang was choked. Indeed, Protector Ziyun never said such a rule from beginning to end. Everyone could only stare at Han Feng's recovery. This recovery took another hour, and everyone was a little impatient. When Han Feng got up, everyone came to the spirit. It is so difficult for Han Feng to deal with the deacon of the 8th level. What about the 9th level? The 9th deacon is surprisingly a woman. Giggle. Really cute little brother, I didn't expect my opponent to be a little guy like you. This beautiful deacon has slender eyebrows and charming eyes. The Cheong nose is beautiful, the cheeks are slightly red, the white as snow is as crystal clear as jade, and the skin and complexion like jade grease are beautiful. Wearing a black warrior costume makes this beautiful deacon a little more sassy in addition to her charm. Han Feng's eyes subconsciously fell on the other side's Xuanhuan. Han Feng quickly covered his nose, for fear of making a fool of himself. The protruding towers all show that this is a very attractive and mature woman. When a man sees it, he wants to grab a hand and try it. While watching this beautiful deacon, Han Feng also had a little doubt in his heart. This beautiful deacon looks only in his 20s, and he is still 23 or 4-year-old, not 28-9. In his 20s, he has the strength of the late-stage 4-star Tianjia, and the inner court is not bad at all, it can even be said to be excellent. Why did he become a deacon? Although the deacon and the inner court martial artist are both heaven-ranked, their treatment is absolutely completely different. The people in the outside world, especially men, can't calm down anymore. They are full of envy and jealousy towards Han Feng. Even if such a beautiful deacon loses, as long as they are willing to fight with her. Now they can only watch. When Protector Ziyun saw this beautiful deacon, his eyes were about to pop out, as if he saw something incredible. The third one.